which we passed into law within a year. It established monogamy as the only legal marital condition and made polygamy, hitherto an accepted practice, a crime, except among Muslims, whose religion allowed a man to have 4 wives. The charter was comprehensive and altered the status of women. But it did not change the cultural bias of parents against daughters in favor of sons. That has still not been achieved. There were, in addition, several easy, popular points to be scored that required no planning, including a series of anti-yellow culture prohibitions imposed by Pang Boon as Minister for Home Affairs. Yellow culture was a literal translation of the Mandarin phrase for the decadent and degenerate behavior that had brought China to its knees in the 19th century: gambling, opium smoking, pornography, multiple wives and concubines, the selling of daughters into prostitution, corruption, and nepotism. This aversion to yellow culture had been imported by school teachers from China, who infused into our students and their parents the spirit of national revival that was evident in every chapter of the textbooks they brought with them, whether on literature, history, or geography. And it was reinforced by articles of left-wing Chinese newspaper journalists enthralled by the glowing reports of a clean, honest, dynamic, revolutionary China. Pang Boon moved quickly, outflanking the communists with puritanical zeal. He ordered a cleanup of Chinese secret society gangsters, and outlawed pornography, striptease shows, pin-table saloons, even decadent songs. It did no harm apart from adding somewhat to unemployment and making Singapore less attractive to tourists. But the seamen who had always been a part of Singapore's transient population soon found their way to the amenities still offered in the more obscure corners of the island to which we turned a blind eye. Prostitution continued discreetly, we left it alone because we could not ban it without taking silly and ineffective action. Our most significant program was to give every child a place in school within a year. My gum-making brother-in-law, Yong Nyuk Lin, now Minister for Education, did us proud. In 12 months, he doubled the intake of students, converting each school into 2 by splitting it to provide a morning and an afternoon session. He ran a crash program to train the teachers needed, and promoted many of the seniors to be principals, headmasters, and headmistresses. He also started adult education classes to teach Malay, now the national language, and launched a Chinese literacy drive, using Mandarin as the common language of all Chinese dialect groups. People wanted to feel they were improving themselves and their prospects, and we gave them the means. We adopted the proven methods of our communist adversaries. As with the mass campaigns, we saw no reason why we should give the MCP a monopoly of such techniques. 20 glimpses of troubles ahead. I was uneasy about taking power at the age of 35. I had no experience of administration, not even of my law office, which I left to Chu and Dennis. I decided to acquaint myself with the structure of the government and obtain an overview of the ministries. I wanted to get the feel of the senior staff, the nature of their work, their attitudes and work style, so that I would know how much had to be changed if we were to solve our political, economic, and social problems. I also wanted to assess the resources of each ministry and redeploy them so as to strengthen the most important. The first I visited was finance, for without financial resources, nothing could be implemented, and the next was home affairs. We needed to have good intelligence on the communists, to be sensitive and effective in dealing with them, and, if possible, to preempt their moves. I wanted to know if we had competent men in charge who could help us with the information, the analysis, the thinking and planning necessary to work out a counter-strategy to foil them. And at street level, I wanted the police to be disciplined, but also firm, decisive and robust once we decided to break up a demonstration or an incipient riot. I was determined that they should not act in the dumb, blunt way they had under Lim Yu Hock, when they were simply trained men doing an unpleasant duty and allowed the communists to score all the points with the Chinese speaking. I visited the Home Affairs Ministry in October, some 4 months after taking office, and spoke first to the senior police officers to boost their morale. I told them that I expected trouble from the communists in about a year, after they had regrouped. I wanted them to be well prepared to meet it. The Commissioner of Police, Alan Blades, was a tall, taciturn man with a white goatee and glasses. A former director of Special Branch who had not done much work as a uniformed police officer, he was well aware of the danger the communists posed, and probably thought I was too close to them for my own good, a view shared by several of his senior officers. I do not know how long it was before he concluded that I knew what I was about, and that I was deadly serious when I said we had to counter them without losing out massively with the Chinese speaking. From the police headquarters at Pearl's Hill, I went to the Criminal Investigation Department, and then on to Special Branch to meet the newly appointed director, John Linsell. Linsell had spent most of his career as a uniformed police officer and was more at home with riot control than intelligence gathering. He did not strike me as having that subtlety of mind necessary to understand communist tactics and strategy. I therefore decided to see him together with his senior staff for regular weekly meetings so that I would hear directly from the officers who were experts in security without Linsell filtering out important nuances. This paid dividends. Two officers, Richard Corr and Ahmed Khan, were to prove most valuable. Without their shrewd and perceptive analysis of information on the communists and experienced handling of sensitive situations, the government would have been much worse off. My visit to Special Branch was worthwhile. On one unforgettable day in October, I was shown a bundle of files with covers printed in bold red type, "Arrest on Sight." They contained mugshots of important MCP leaders, each accompanied by a short write-up giving essential details of the subject. As I had expected, a photo of Lee Kuan Yew was among them. Very able, completely bilingual in English and Chinese, Yew was a Raffles College graduate, a contemporary of Han Sui-sen who had visited Sui-sen at my house during the Japanese occupation. He was already a radical left-winger then, and as I later learnt, he was the Plan's party superior. A few pages on, my heart missed a beat though I hoped my face did not show it. I was looking at the Plan himself. I did not pause too long, but long enough to take in the key facts. He was Fang Chuangpai, had been educated at Chinese high school, and worked at Nantiao News, a pro-communist paper shut down soon after the emergency began. I realized at once from the name that he must be the elder brother of Feng Yincheng. Fang in Mandarin, was 25, an active, innocent-looking, sincere, hard-working Chinese middle school girl we had fielded in the election. She was now the PAP assemblywoman for Stamford. Within 2 weeks of my taking office, Yang Peng Hao arrived unannounced at my home early one morning while I was having my bath. The maid mistook him for a Chinese student and told him he should go to the office. At that moment, Chu saw him on the veranda and invited him to wait in the sitting room. He refused breakfast but talked while I had mine. He had come from Kuala Lumpur to ask whether I could make a statement sympathetic to the MCA about their problems with UMNO, their Malay partner in the ruling alliance coalition. He had just been elected chairman of the MCA's publicity committee at a time when there was rising tension in the federation over the question of Chinese education. The Chinese felt under threat, for the UMNO leaders seemed to have made up their minds to take over and exercise complete power in the country, with only nominal participation of the non-Malay communities. Since Yang knew me well, the MCA president had proposed that he should get me to express support for their cause. They thought that, as the Prime Minister of Singapore and the leader of the PAP, I had standing and influence among the Chinese in Malaya, whereas the MCA felt itself pathetically weak. I was greatly upset and troubled that my old friend wanted me to take a position that would antagonize the Tunku and UMNO. I told him that while I had sympathy for the MCA, it was simply out of the question for me to annoy the Tunku and UMNO in any way, since Singapore's primary objective was merger with Malaya. 36 years later, Yang remembered the incident clearly. He said that I repeatedly stressed, "I have to think of Singapore first." He was not too disappointed, because he had anticipated my reaction. He knew that I was direct and open with him. But I should have listened more carefully to him instead of regarding his request as an unwelcome intrusion into my plans. I should have seen the significance of such strong communal attitudes for Singapore if it was to become a part of Malaysia. If I had inquired into the background to the education problem, I would have had early warning of the kind of major concessions we must be prepared to make if we were going to work with the Malay leaders in the Federation. While the danger of communist penetration of government and administration was ever present, our main concern during this period was with those who could not join it, the Chinese educated of Nanyang University. For years the idea of a Chinese university had been in gestation as the achievements of the People's Republic of China aroused resurgent pride in its language and culture. The intelligentsia, with the support of the Chinese press, stirred up demand for a university teaching in Chinese. During the colonial era the Chinese disdained the artificial boundaries imposed by its white masters on most of Southeast Asia, and referred to the whole region as Nanyang, or the South Seas. Because Singapore was predominantly Chinese, it had become a center for Chinese education. But there was as yet no Chinese university. The rubber boom during the Korean War in the early 1950s made our merchants rich. When Tan Lark Sai, a rubber baron and chairman of the Singapore Hokkien Hui Kwan, the association of the largest Chinese dialect group, in January 1953 proposed the founding of a Chinese university, there was widespread and spontaneous support. In May that year the Nanyang Company Limited was registered under the company's ordinance. The Hokkien Hui Kwan donated 500 acres of poor quality rubber land in Jurong, a rural area in the west of the island. The Chinese-speaking working class, trishaw riders, hawkers, taxi drivers, and ordinary workers, contributed one day's earnings. In March 1956 Nanyang University was inaugurated with an enrollment of 584 students in 3 colleges teaching arts, science, and commerce in Chinese. This meant more political problems because, without English, the graduates would be unemployable. We also knew it would be only a matter of time before the university, both staff and students, would be captured by the communists, just as the Chinese middle schools had been. In his last months as chief minister, Lim Yew Hock had appointed a commission with Dr. S.L. Prescott of the University of Western Australia as chairman. The commission presented us with a report recommending that the government should not recognize Nanyang University degrees because the standards were too low. This report immediately provoked a furor in the Chinese-speaking community, whose business leaders took it as a slight on their competence, richly deserved, because they had been directing and interfering in the work of the academics, which should have been left to a senate. In particular, Tan Lark Sai, as chairman of the University Council, was very angry with us. To show his defiance, he appointed Dr. Chuang Chulin, the pro-communist headmaster of Chungcheng High School who had been dismissed from his post, to be vice-chancellor of the university, and to cock another snook at the government, he increased the student enrollment for that year. We knew this would give the MCP greater freedom to use the university as a breeding ground, but we were not then in a position to intervene without paying a high political price. I made a mental note to deal with Tan at a later date. It was my first lesson on the difference between formal constitutional power and the political strength needed to exercise it. Nguyen Lin had submitted a draft bill to the cabinet designed to strip Tan of his ability to meddle with the administration by giving the government the same authority over NANTA, Chinese abbreviation for Nanyang University, as it had over the University of Malaya in Singapore. We roared with laughter in cabinet at the simplicity of this solution. Nguyen Lin had come straight into office after 20 years in the insurance business, and although he proved to be an energetic minister, he had no idea what a hot potato he was handling. I would never forget Sunday, March 30, 1958, when the whole 14-mile route from Nanta down to Bukit Timah Road and the city was one long line of cars inching forward, all heading for the ceremonial opening of the university. I could feel the tremendous emotional commitment of our Chinese-speaking people to this project. Nguyen Lin's proposed bill would have caused riots in the Chinese middle schools. So we shelved the problem, and it was not until the late 1960s, after we had separated from Malaysia, that we had the political strength to impose administrative discipline on the university's financial accounting, staff appointments, and student conduct. To reduce the tension in the interim and buy some time, we appointed a second committee of local academics to review the Prescott report, only to find in February 1960 that they came to the same conclusions. But it would have been politically unacceptable to allow the first batch of NANTA graduates to be without hope of government recognition and employment. We discussed this carefully in cabinet and decided that we had to give a few of them a chance to enter the public service, but at a lower level than University of Malaya graduates. I drove down the then winding Jurong Road to NANTA in October 1959 to speak to its 1,000 students. The first batch of 400 wanted jobs, and I said the government would absorb 70 graduates, 50 for the education service, 20 in other departments. The performance of these 70 would determine the future of those that followed. If the first batch proves your worth as able and disciplined workers, prepared to compete on par with the English educated and make your contribution to society, then you will get your worth recognized. We also gave suitable candidates scholarships for postgraduate study in universities abroad, particularly in science and engineering. We believed this would mollify the brighter ones and test their real worth. They were pacified, but only for the time being. The communists continued to burrow away with unremitting energy and they were winning recruits every day. A 1951 special branch poster offering reward for information on Fangchuangpai, the plan, then in the communist underground. While our mass support from the Chinese educated was threatened by the communists, our meager support from the English educated white-collar workers was at an all-time low. As I had feared, the running-in process caused more gears to crash. I had put Chin Chai in charge of the Singapore Polytechnic, as he was particularly interested in technical education. That, however, proved two-edged. On finding its courses irrelevant to our anticipated needs, he denounced the Board of Governors and the principal, and when he summarily dismissed the governors, the principal resigned. This provoked bewilderment and fear, because the staff had no security of tenure, and the teachers, most of them white expatriates, started to look for jobs elsewhere. So did the staff of the Singapore Improvement Trust, the housing authority under the former government, where Ong Ang Guan behaved in his usual autocratic way. Ong continually harassed and tormented white officers. He had told Keng Sui how to do in expatriates who held high positions in the city council, which was still under his control as Minister for National Development. From above, they would meet resistance from his own trusted lieutenants, while from below he would instigate the clerks and other subordinates to make life difficult for them. Sooner or later, they would capitulate and leave without compensation. Ong had a deputy secretary called Val Meadows, a most capable officer, stout-hearted, with a distinguished war record. Meadows had been deputy secretary to Hamid Jamaat when he was minister for local government, and had drafted Hamid's replies to Ong when they were locked in the altercation that culminated in his suspending the mayor's powers. Ong bore Meadows a grudge. Meadows recounted 36 years later that he was utterly unprepared for the degree of hostility he encountered. He was physically banished to the southern islands to see what could be done for their improvement and development. As he had already prepared plans for clinics, wells, piers, pathways, schools, community centers, and fishing cooperatives when he was with Hamid, this was done expeditiously. But instead of being complimented, he was evicted from his office in the ministry in his absence. When he returned one Saturday morning to write his reports, he found to his utter amazement that it had vanished. Wooden frames and panels, doors, glass windows, air conditioner, desk, office equipment, all had disappeared without trace, leaving a void in their place. The permanent secretary told him he had acted on ministerial orders. Meadows could use the communal clerical office. At that moment, Ong walked in to savor his discomfiture, but Meadows made a studied effort not to overreact. The following Monday, he handed in his resignation, but was told by the head of the establishment office to hang on as a rescue operation was in train. That was my taking the portfolio away from Ong and instructing Val Meadows to discharge his duties from my office. Ong had already made several other mistakes, and the whole cabinet and a large number of the assemblymen had concluded that he was going to be a liability and not an asset to the government. Keng Sui had earlier complained to me in writing that he had asked for $415 million for public housing without submitting any detailed plans or explaining how they were going to be achieved. I therefore moved to take the city council away from him, instructing him to distribute its various components to other relevant government ministries. Ironically, the excuse given to the public was that he needed to concentrate on public housing, and for the sake of appearances, I also adjusted the portfolio of another ministry. I made Val Meadows my deputy secretary and put him in charge of breaking up the city council, creating a statutory board to take over its departments for public utilities, water, electricity, and gas, and sorting out what to do with the others. I wanted to signal to expat officers and civil servants generally that I did not approve of what had happened and that I was not afraid of being dubbed their puppet. I was reluctant to act against Ong, but not because I feared he would displace me. I had not coveted my job as Prime Minister. Whoever held it was going to be the prime target when the Communists opened fire, and I did not relish that prospect. I knew Ong would not have the courage to take them on. I had seen him blanch when they targeted him at a party conference in August 1957 and got him voted out of the Central Executive Committee. Later, although he was the minister with the most support among the Chinese-speaking, he declined to move the extension of the Preservation of Public Security Ordinance as the cabinet wanted, and it was left to Chin Chai to make the firm speech we had settled. But Ong was still our best Hokkien speaker. If we downgraded him, we would lower his public standing and be hard put to find someone to replace him. Ong, the economy, the civil servants, the communists, the language difficulties, these immediate problems allowed little time for us to stand back and evaluate our own performance. But there was one man who was deeply involved, yet could make a dispassionate assessment of our first 6 months in office, and his last 6 months in Singapore, Bill Good, the former governor, who for 6 months was the transitory head of state, the Yang Dipertuan Negara. He summed up the PAP's first days in 3 reports to his Secretary of State. His first, on June 26, started on an optimistic note. The new ministers are intelligent men. They have given much thought to their political program, which was put to the electorate in carefully prepared speeches. They are extreme socialists by conviction, but they realize the practical limitations imposed by Singapore's peculiar circumstances as an international trading center. They also realize the gravity of the economic problem presented by a rapidly increasing population expecting a high standard of living in a city which depends for its income upon winning business against keen competition. Above all else, they are obsessed by the threat of communism. To succeed, they must retain the support of the Chinese working and student classes. In this lies their weakness, since they will be obliged to indulge in popular gestures which will antagonize the business and commercial class upon whom they depend for economic progress. Their obsession with the political and ideological struggle to win the minds of the masses to democratic socialism in preference to communism is likely to prejudice a competent approach to the other problems of making Singapore's economy work. The ministers have also decided to restrict attendance at social functions. The general impression which they are trying to foster is that of sober, dignified dedication to the task of governing for the benefit of the masses. They, therefore, call themselves non-communist and are at pains to show that they are not puppets of the West. They are sensitive even to praise from the West, since they consider that it damages the popular support of the left-wing Chinese population of Singapore, which they must firmly retain against the alternative leadership of the communists. The MCP are unlikely for some time to challenge a government which undoubtedly commands the enthusiastic support of the Chinese-speaking mass of the population. Mr. Lee Kuan Yew himself estimates this period of grace as being probably a year or more. 2.5 months later, on September 7, he was still optimistic, despite listing my government's shortcomings. It is hard to recognize in all this the extremist PAP of the last 4 years, penetrated by communists and sweeping to power on mass support won by exploiting the grievances of workers, peasants, Chinese middle school students and young intellectuals. but it would be wrong to think that the responsibilities of office have changed these young men. I have a regular weekly meeting with Lee Kuan Yew on Thursday afternoons at Government House, at which we talk freely and frankly. I find him greatly matured. He still has his prejudices and obsessions, but he is generally very sensible and always quick and intelligent. I have repeatedly taken him to task for the behavior of his government, warning him bluntly of the consequences I foresee. Occasionally, he is able to correct my information or present it in a different light. Often, there is a sensible reason for what the government are doing, it is the way in which it is done that is wrong. Generally he accepts my criticism, particularly over treatment of the public service. His reply is that his ministers must learn the hard way by seeing the results of their own mistakes, that he should not stand over them, and that they will learn. While in the big things they are sound and responsible, in the little things they are emotional and tiresome. We shall have constant difficulties and worries in working with them, our tolerance and understanding will be strained. But they have potential to achieve much, and there is no present alternative to working with them. The opposition parties are discredited and possibly even moribund. On November 23, he wrote his last or haul-down report, so called because British governors used to hand in their final reports as they hauled down the flag. It is unlikely that the present leadership of the PAP will ever commit themselves publicly as anti-communist. The government's attitude towards communism is, however, fundamentally sound, and for this fact we have profound cause to be grateful. I remain convinced that to regard the present PAP leaders as crypto-communists would be an entire mistake. To describe them as crypto-anti-communists would be much nearer the mark. Bidding farewell to the last British governor, Sir William Good, and his wife, on December 2, 1959. With President Sukarno at Merdeka Palace, Jakarta, January 1960. Despite the best endeavours of the Singapore ministers to win acceptance by the Federation ministers, the attitude of the Federation remains distrustful. The Prime Minister now realises that there can be no hope of merger during the lifetime of the present Federation government, and he also appreciates that public emphasis on merger in Singapore causes political embarrassment and consequent public rebuffs in the Federation. But he is concerned to hold Singapore to its present constitutional modus vivendi and to keep the aim of merger as the decisive influence on Singapore politics. He rightly believes that it would be disastrous for both Singapore and the Federation if merger became discredited as unattainable and Singapore turned elsewhere for its future. It is of paramount importance to all of us that this should not happen. So the position today is that Mr. Lee Kuan Yew is very much in command of the cabinet and the cabinet are impressively united. They have made mistakes, as was to be expected, and with the exception of the Prime Minister I doubt they are as able as they first appeared to be. They are finding it much more difficult to run a government than to organize a successful political party. But on the whole they have made a good start to carry out their declared policies. The Prime Minister tells me to postpone judgment on their competence until they have had a year in office. So far most of what he has said has been proved right. Our policy must continue to be to work with the PAP government and to do all we can to secure their goodwill and confidence. Thus we shall be able to help them to give Singapore a stable and competent government, and only thus shall we overcome the constant minor difficulties and provocations which I am sure we shall encounter. Like my form master at Raffles Institution, Good gave me a kind report. However, he did not know what troubles were in store for my colleagues and me, and how wrong his assessment would have turned out to be had the cards fallen differently. Good's haul-down report was to have a decisive influence on the incoming British Commissioner, Lord Selkirk, or more accurately, on his deputy, Philip Moore, an officer of the British Civil Service who had been Selkirk's private secretary when he was First Lord of the Admiralty. Before Good left on December 2, I wrote to say that he had done his best for his Queen and country, but he had also served the people of Singapore well. He once remarked to me during one of our tea-time sessions, "We are here for the percentage. If there was nothing in it for us, we would have left." He had no pretense, and I respected him the more for it. As he chose to sail, not fly, home, the cabinet lined up on the wharf to bid him farewell. With the departure of the last British governor, we had to appoint our own head of state. We chose Yusuf ben Ishaq, the managing director of the Yayasan Melayu, to be his successor, our first native Yang Dipertuan Negara. We wanted a distinguished Malay in order to show the Federation that Singaporeans were willing to accept Malays as their leaders, and I knew him as a good man of simple habits who carried himself with dignity. His wife, somewhat younger than himself, was lively, pleasant and sociable. He was sworn in on December 3 at the City Hall chamber, as the cabinet had been 6 months before. But while the cabinet had been sworn in under bare, makeshift arrangements, on this occasion there was time to organize a protocol guest list of important community and business leaders and members of the consular corps, and make proper seating arrangements. We held the ceremony at 8 a.m. so that it would not be too hot for the 1¼ hour parade past the City Hall steps when the new state flag was unfurled and a choir sang the new state anthem, joined by the assemblymen and ministers on the platform, surrounded by the crowd. There had been much ado over the flag, for again racial sentiments had to be respected. The Chinese-speaking wanted red for good fortune, the Malays red and white, their traditional colors for courage and purity. But Indonesia already had red and white for their flag, and so had Poland. The Chinese, influenced by the 5 yellow stars on the flag of Communist China, wanted stars. The Malays wanted a crescent moon. We settled for a crescent moon with 5 white stars instead of the traditional 1 star for Islam. The 5 stars represented the 5 ideals of the country: democracy, peace, progress, justice, and equality. Thus we reconciled different racial symbols and ideals. We had also finally agreed on the state arms, with a lion and a tiger as the supporting animals on 2 sides of a shield containing a crescent moon with 5 stars, and a scroll below with the Malay words Majulah Singapura, which mean May Singapore flourish. The choice of state anthem had proved easier. A Malay musician, Haji Zubir said, had composed a suitable tune. It was not a martial, stirring tune like the French Marseillaise or the Chinese national anthem Arise, 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 the song of the revolutionary resistance. The melody was of the region and the lyrics in Malay matched our motto, Majulah Singapura. In spite of the stumbles in our first 6 months of office, we did lay the foundations of many important government policies, including the first move in a building program that was to transform Singapore. In February 1960, we dissolved the Singapore Improvement Trust and divided its functions between the Housing and Development Board, HDB, which was placed under the Minister for National Development, and the Planning Authority, which came under the Prime Minister. We then made Lim Kim San chairman of the HDB. This was a crucial appointment. Kim San had been Keng Swee's contemporary in Anglo-Chinese school and at Raffles College. He was a businessman, a practical, inventive person who had designed his own sago processing machine. He managed his father-in-law's pawn shops and his father's petrol stations, besides being a director of one of the bigger local banks. He was a man of many skills. Keng Swee wanted to make sure that any money given to the HDB for housing the people would be well spent, and Kim San would see to it. Ong Ang Guan was not to be allowed to waste public money. Shortly after he was appointed, Kim San came to see me. As Minister for National Development, Ong had ordered him to hire construction workers direct and so cut out building contractors who, being middlemen, were exploiters of the workers. He wanted the HDB to become a model employer. Kim San was nonplussed. He asked me, "Do you want me to build houses or do you want me to be an employer of construction workers? If you want flats, then I know how to get the flats built, you leave it to me, I will produce you the flats. If you want me to hire workers direct, better get another chairman." Every contractor has his own supervisors, his relatives, and trusted foremen who are either related to him or old retainers. In turn, they hire their gangs of workers and they know every person in their group and pay according to results. This was another of Ong's political gimmicks to put himself in a good light. I overruled him and told Kim San to proceed in the way he thought best. He produced the flats. There was a big fire in June 1960, when some 30,000 people in a squatter area, known as Bukit Ho Swee, were rendered homeless. Within 18 months, Kim San had housed them in one-room flats with communal kitchens and communal toilets. He also put up a block in my constituency along Cantonment Road, a prominent location. My voters could see it going up, and were looking forward to moving in. Had it not been nearing completion at the time of the next election, I might not have been re-elected. All new governments want to prove themselves by passing many new laws and launching many new projects. We hit the ground running, before the phrase was coined. In February 1960, I announced plans for the reorganization of the Singapore Harbour Board into the Port of Singapore Authority. Next, we moved the first reading of the Women's Charter to bring Singapore into the modern era of monogamy and equal rights. Then we legislated for an industrial relations court, based on the Australian model, and appointed Charles Gamba, Professor of Economics at the University of Malaya, as its president. As the arbitrator in the Hockley bus strike, he was known to be sympathetic to labor, but was not likely to kill off the employers. We launched a family planning program with 1,000 volunteers who were trained as lay workers to promote it among the public, keen to reduce the 4% annual increase in the population. Most important was a bill to give ourselves wider powers to combat corruption. It was the first of several that strengthened the law so that offenders could be charged and convicted in court. It led to the creation of a new agency, the Corrupt Practices Investigation Bureau, which has helped to keep Singapore clean. HDB Chairman Lim Kim San speaking at the completion ceremony of HDB Flats at Cantonment Road on April 10, 1964. I was seated behind him. Kim San and me inside a newly occupied 3-room flat that evening of April 10, then a poorer Singapore. We announced we would give equal financial aid to the University of Malaya, in Singapore, and Nanyang University, but would require equal standards. Impertinent as always, the Nanyang University Students' Union said in their organ, the University Tribune, that while they were happy with equal treatment, they wanted the aid to be unconditional. We were not amused, but did not say so. We improved the prospects of the Chinese educated by allowing them to advance through the University of Malaya. We started pre-university courses of 3 terms in the arts, law, and science faculties for qualified non-English language students to prepare them as students of the University of Malaya. However, our economic plans made little headway. In September, we had talks with the Malayans about forming a limited common market, but they were even less forthcoming than before. Things were so bad that when a local manufacturer planned to expand his cotton spinning textile mill to include weaving and finishing, it was big news because it would increase the labor force by 300. We were desperate for jobs. Tourism was then an infant industry in Asia, as most tourists visited developed countries. We had a Visit the Orient year for 1961 with an air display, television and radio exhibition, motor show, orchid show, photographic exhibition and the State Day celebrations on June 3, followed by a 2-week cultural festival. It was a thin program of attractions. We placed our hopes on a United Nations Technical Assistance Board team that arrived in October to survey a proposed industrial site at Jurong and advise on the types of industry suitable for it. We were fortunate in the choice of the leader, Dr. Albert Winsemius. A Dutch industrialist, he spent 3 months in Singapore and made the first of his many contributions that were to be crucial to Singapore's development. He was a practical, hard-headed businessman with a grasp of the economics of post-World War II Europe and America. He was to play a major role in our later economic planning. We were then heavily dependent on trade, especially entrepot transactions. The previous month, an Indonesian team had arrived to discuss how to eliminate irregular trade, and to improve their foreign exchange earnings. They wanted us to credit Indonesia with foreign exchange for a substantial percentage of the value of their exports to Singapore, in return for which they would buy an agreed quantity of goods through us. but it would be extremely difficult to get the private sector to cooperate. Nobody would declare the value of his imports from or exports to Indonesia, or what or how much he had actually bought or sold and at what price. The Indonesian shippers would under-invoice the value of their goods, and often used the same export permit to send a second consignment of goods, and so it went on. Aggravated by the employment situation, the threat posed by the communists loomed larger than ever. The Internal Security Council was getting increasingly unhappy about their growing strength in the unions, and wanted the Singapore government to move against them. I refused. If we did that, we could end up like Lim Yew Hock, simply arresting activists, and that would be like lopping off daisies, more would sprout. Good had admitted this to me before I took office. But I was under constant pressure from the Malayan side to act. Wearing his other hat as UK Commissioner and Chairman of the Internal Security Council, Good had held its first meeting in August. Ong Ang Guan, Pang Boon, and I represented Singapore, and Dr. Ismail bin Dato Abdul Rahman, Minister for External Affairs, the Malayan government. Ismail, a doctor, was short, slightly tubby and dark for a Malay. He had curly hair and a mustache, wore horn-rimmed glasses, and a pipe was never far from his lips. He was a quiet, reserved man and a keen golfer. To get along with him, I again took up golf, which I had neglected. I came to like and respect him for his direct and straightforward manner. He knew what his job was, the security of Malaya. He took advice from his officials who were experts on communism and subversion, and was determined that the Malayan Chinese communists were not going to win. He was skeptical of the PAP policy and tactics against the communists, and it took some time for me to convince him that we had to adopt a different approach because our mass base was a Chinese-speaking majority that was susceptible to communist persuasion and pressure. As I got to know the Malayan ministers better, he was the one I trusted absolutely. He was honest and sincere in his dealings with me, and I believe he reciprocated my friendship and respect for him. He was number 3 in the leadership of UMNO, after the Tunku and the Deputy Prime Minister, Tun Abdul Razak. He did not have the Tunku's charisma and status as a Malay aristocrat, nor Razak's quicker mind, but Ismail was the soundest, and a decisive leader. When the Tunku retired, Razak as Prime Minister made Ismail Deputy Prime Minister. He would have made a very good Prime Minister had he not died rather young from a heart problem. At that first meeting, Singapore presented 2 papers, one from the professionals in Special Branch and the other from the ministers seeking the release of those who were closely associated with the PAP at the time they were detained. Good pointed out that the Special Branch experts had reported that past events were repeating themselves, there was the same build-up of communist strength to challenge the government, and he asked whether it would not be wise to intervene and crush the monster now before it got too big. I disagreed. Good pressed me to explain our policy. The broad policy, I said, was not to be outmaneuvered by the communists. If we did not first prepare the ground so that the neutral Chinese-speaking workers understood that their leaders were being arrested because they were doing harm to the economy and thus threatening their jobs, we would lose them. They must not be allowed to believe that the leaders were detained because they were good trade unionists who happened to be pro-communist. Ismail did not understand this approach. He explained how a firm line in the Federation had kept down communist subversion. I said Malaya was different from Singapore. The Malayan government could use a heavy hand against the communists and not lose their mass support because it was mainly Malay. However, the Singapore government must try to win over its mass base, the uncommitted Chinese, especially the intellectuals who could influence the uncommitted. Good was familiar with our thinking, but had brought it out for Ismail's benefit. We needed steady nerves to stick to our position. At the end of the first 6 months, the build-up of the Communist United Front was still continuing. Lim Chin Siang and his comrades were attracting more unions towards the communist camp, and once they were the majority, the Trade Union Congress, TUC, to which both pro- and non-communist unions belonged, broke off from the Western-sponsored International Confederation of Free Trade Unions, ICFTU. As the ICFTU had been created to counter the World Federation of Trade Unions run from Moscow, the pro-communists used the pretext that the ICFTU was engaged in power politics. Meanwhile, they had worked assiduously on Fong Sui-Swan and won him back into the fold. Devon Nair was dismayed at the ease with which they undid his 3 years of work on Fong in Changji. Unlike Nair, Fong was Chinese educated, a prisoner of the legends of the revolutionary movement in China and without a framework of values that could accommodate the concept of revolutionary social and economic change by peaceful means. To the Chinese educated like Fong, revolution required violence. Without violence, it was, in Marxist dialectics, mere reformism. In any case, he could not resist the emotional pulls of old friendships and traditional loyalties. Woodhull and Poothachuri soon drifted along with the more powerful and apparently unbeatable side. They isolated Nair who, with my agreement, resigned his post as political secretary in February to engage in serious study and writing designed to contribute to the consolidation of the ideological and theoretical foundations of the PAP. Lim Chin-siang and Fong went from strength to strength, winning over to the pro-communist camp in the TUC not only English-educated union leaders but quite a few of the Malay-educated. Emboldened by success, they issued several statements critical of the government's position on detainees and the trade unions, so that in August I had to warn in the assembly that if they challenged authority, they would meet with a serious rebuff. After that, 3 of the political secretaries, Lim Chin-siang, Fong, and Woodhull, declared formally that their stand was the same as it had been at the time of their release from detention in June 1959, to support the PAP and its policy that independence should be achieved through merger with the Federation. At that time, they thought merger was in the indefinite future, so did I, but they had nevertheless been stirring up demands for an independent Singapore without merger. 21 trounced in Hong Lim. I had known that a frustrated Ong Ang Guan was plotting with some of the assemblymen, but paid little heed because I was confident he could never get a majority to support him. But he had become reckless. If he could not be in power, he would ruin us even if the MCP benefited. At a party conference in June 1960, his Hong Lim branch introduced 16 resolutions, 4 of them designed to win him communist support. In order to dispel my suspicions, Lim Chin-siang and his comrades had earlier protested that they would have no truck with Ong. The Trade Union Congress had issued a statement that although the PAP had made mistakes, they would not support him. But I believed it was not beyond them to have got hold of his close friends to put him up to this. The resolutions called for a more anti-colonial policy, the immediate release of all detainees, and immediate constitutional revision. In other words, internal self-government was not good enough. So Ong, too, wanted independence. We were set for a showdown. He was isolated in the party, and after 2 days of argument, the conference suspended him and 2 assemblymen who backed him, S.V. Lingam and Ng Tenkian, a Chinese-speaking Hokkien like Ong. All 3 men then crossed the floor of the assembly to sit with the opposition. Ong was restive. He had lost his star status and was not making the headlines. He therefore set out to attract attention by doing the unexpected and the eye-catching. In September, he tabled a motion calling on the Prime Minister to fight in the Internal Security Council for the unconditional release of all political detainees. This could not help him. Once again, it would only help the communists although they distrusted and despised him. But it would embarrass the government. I was away in Sarawak, so Chin Chai moved an amendment to point out that it was unlikely that the Federation government, which had the deciding vote in the Internal Security Council, would agree to release persons who it was convinced were promoting the cause of the MCP. And since it was the government's business to advance the welfare of the people of Singapore through merger with the Federation, it had no intention of going against the Federation's stand. Ong's strategy had been to show us up as lackeys of the imperialists, and he now took this a step further. In October, he said George Thomson, Director of Information Services, was now my guide and philosopher. I was a ventriloquist's dummy and George Thomson the ventriloquist. He wanted to diminish my standing with the Chinese speaking by portraying me as the mouthpiece of a colonial speechwriter and mentor. He alleged that Val Meadows, whose office he had demolished, and Alan Blades, the Commissioner of Police, were similarly manipulating me. When I challenged him to repeat these statements outside the assembly, he kept silent. Instead, at the next assembly meeting in December, he accused me of nepotism, claiming that I had appointed Kwa Soon Chuan as Deputy Commissioner of the Inland Revenue Department because he was my brother-in-law. Again, I asked him to repeat what he had said outside Parliament. When he did not do so, Chin Chai, as leader of the House, introduced a motion to condemn him for his dishonorable conduct and to suspend him until such time as he apologized to the Assembly. Ong tabled a motion to claim that the Assembly had no power to condemn a member. He challenged me to resign with him and stand in by-elections in our respective constituencies, renewed his charges against the PAP, and said that the Public Service Commission was packed with PAP supporters. He agreed to an investigation of these charges by a committee of the whole House, but before the Assembly met on the day fixed for it, he resigned his seat. We announced that a commission of inquiry would be formed with a High Court judge as chairman to investigate his allegations, and that after the report had been placed before the House and debated, a by-election would be held in Hong Lim. On January 3, 1961, Mr. Justice F.A. Chua was appointed to head the commission, which held 10 sittings between January 17 and February 1. My main objective in the inquiry was to press him to substantiate all the charges he had made against me. Chua's report, submitted in February, found that there was no truth at all in any of the allegations, that they were groundless and reckless, and that Ong was not a person to be believed. We debated it for 2 days in the Assembly and condemned Ong for his dishonorable conduct. I had exposed him as a liar and a petty, vicious person. I hoped that this would shake his hold on the Chinese speaking in Hong Lim. I could not have been more wrong. We had a long election campaign of 9 weeks from March 11 to April 29. We fielded Jack Yun Thong, the newspaper reporter who had written my first speech in Mandarin. After the first 2 street meetings in Hong Lim, however, we knew that the ground was cold. Ong's personal popularity had not been dented. He had done the people too many favors by giving whole streets away to hawkers. He had put up standpipes and street lamps and talked about distributing taxi licenses freely. The people were willing to overlook his lies and many other failings. They were resentful because we had not given immigration permits to their relatives in China, which he now raised as an issue, although he had never done this when he was a minister. He knew that if we had agreed to do so, it would have caused enormous trouble with the other races, even with the English-educated Chinese, and would certainly have antagonized the leaders in Malaya. The voters were not interested in his 4 pro-communist resolutions. We discovered all this as we slogged it out. I went around Hong Lim, an overcrowded constituency in the heart of Chinatown, up and down the rickety wooden stairs of dilapidated shop houses to canvass in almost all of them, sometimes visiting the same premises twice or even 3 times. The people were polite but not responsive. We tried hard, but we knew that they were too committed to Ong. And we had to reckon with Lim Chin Siang, who had been unhappy because we had been changing the law to give the government better control over the pro-communist unions and cultural associations. Lim Chin Siang wanted to eliminate the Internal Security Council because he knew that if he went beyond certain limits, it would act, and if it ordered the arrest and detention of the communist leaders, the Singapore government could not be held responsible and be stigmatized a colonial stooge. 4. This time, the Malayan government representative with the casting vote, not a British governor, would be pulling the trigger. When we refused to budge on the issue, Lim addressed a meeting of 1,000 trade unionists at the Victoria Memorial Hall during the campaign along these lines and quietly passed the word around in Hong Lim not to support the PAP. When the votes were counted, Ong had defeated our candidate by 7,747 to 2,820. This was a stinging defeat, but I was determined to fight on. The results, I said, make it imperative that we clearly establish our position of confidence. One consolation from this grueling experience was that I gained in confidence as a Hokkien speaker. With the suspension of Ong in June 1960, we had lost our only effective Hokkien speaker to match Lim Chin Siang. Keng Sui suggested that I myself should make the effort to replace him, rather than groom another man who might again give us trouble. So I started to learn the dialect, snatching an hour either at lunchtime or in the evening, 3, often 5 times a week. I had 2 good tutors, both from our radio station, who first had to teach me a whole new Romanised script to capture the Hokkien pronunciation of Chinese characters. Hokkien is not at all like Mandarin. It has 7 tones instead of 4, and uses different word combinations for verbs, nouns, and adjectives. But they are both forms of Chinese, and fortunately my Mandarin had reached a sufficiently advanced level for me to go into it, not from the basement but from the 2nd or 3rd floor of a 25-story building. Nevertheless, the first time I made a Hokkien speech in Hong Lim, the children in the crowd laughed at my mistakes, wrong sounds, wrong tones, wrong sentence structure, wrong almost everything. But I could not afford to be shy or embarrassed. It was a matter of life and death. It was not just a question of fighting Ong. I was preparing for the inevitable showdown with Lim Chin Siang and the communists. I would lose by default if I could not speak the dialect well enough to get my views across to the uneducated and poorly educated Chinese who were then the majority but whom I could not reach with Mandarin. By the end of the campaign and after innumerable speeches, I spoke understandable Hokkien. To learn a new language in my late 30s, while snowed under by papers stamped immediate, urgent, secret, top secret, and by files with huge red crosses printed on their covers and marked Cicero, for addressees' eyes only, required almost superhuman concentration and effort. I could not have done it without some compelling motivation. When I started, it was, as the Chinese proverb goes, as difficult as lifting the tripod brass urn in front of a temple. Even while I was being driven to meetings, I mumbled to myself in the car, rehearsing new phrases. Sometimes, my teacher would be at my side to correct my mistakes immediately after my first speech and before I made my next. Every spare moment, I spent revising to get the sounds right, memorizing new words to get them embedded in my mind so that I could roll them off my tongue without looking at the script. I had to learn quickly. By sheer practice and repetition over the next few months, speaking without notes, making mistakes, and correcting them again and again, I finally mastered the dialect and could make a half-hour speech without groping for words and phrases or anxiously searching for them in my underlined script. The crowd watched all this and I won their respect. When I started, I was fumbling, awkward, almost comic. But here I was in front of them, suddenly able to express myself fluently in their dialect. I may have been unidiomatic, even ungrammatical, but there was no mistaking my meaning, delivered with vigor, feeling, and conviction as I argued, cajoled, warned, and finally moved some of them to go with me. I had become my own dialect communicator. The Pap did not have a Lim Chin Siang or an Ong Ang Guan, both native Hokkien speakers. People knew I started from zero in 1961 and so had no doubts about my determination and stamina. I am Hakka, and Hakkas as a minority group living among speakers of other dialects are supposed to be great linguists. This added to the myth. They thought it was natural for me to learn languages easily. But Chu knew I sweated blood to master Hokkien. Soon after the setback in Hong Lim, we were faced with another. About 9 days before polling for Hong Lim, our assemblyman for Ansan, Baharuddin bin Mohammed Arif, died of a heart attack. He was a young Malay in his early 30s, a journalist in the Utusan Melayu who had been a Pap city councillor, energetic, intelligent and promising. It was a shock, and it meant another by-election. I knew the communists would now try to chase us from pillar to post. They would see Hong Lim as a sign that the Chinese educated we had won over in the general election were in fact more Ong supporters than ours, and that we English educated leaders did not have a real following among the Hokkien-speaking masses. That May day, as I went to the Trade Union Congress rally at the Jalan Bazar Stadium, I decided to dig my toes in. I quoted Lim Chin Siang's communist phrase, "Seek concord, maintain differences," a neat four-character slogan Mao Zedong had often used when he called for a united front on specific issues. To make clear that the PAP was not going to demand the abolition of the Internal Security Council when the Constitution was revised in 1963, I said, "Seek concord if you will, but on the PAP stand, otherwise maintain your differences and seek no concord if you find that the PAP is against your interests." We had believed that key questions on constitutional change could be left open until 1963, but because of the developments before and during the Hong Lim by-election, I decided to tackle them early. A few days later, a Chinese girl courier came to see Chu in the office with a letter for me. The same courier had earlier that year passed me a note from the plan, asking me to indicate the pseudonym I would use for him when I communicated with him. I had decided on his surname Fang and as first names, Ping'an, meaning peace and tranquility. This time he asked if I would meet him, and if so, to ring up the number of the Rocher Road bicycle shop. I hesitated. The last time we met I was just an assemblyman. Now I was the Prime Minister. If I was discovered consorting with the enemy, it would be most embarrassing. And I would be going to a meeting at some secret location alone. If I was a threat to their scheme of things, the communists could quietly dispose of me. I decided to take a calculated risk to know what he had in mind. It was also risky for him. I might go to the meeting having first tipped off the police. They might ambush him. But by choosing a pseudonym embodying his surname, I had signaled that I knew who he was, the brother of the PAP assemblywoman Feng Yincheng. If I wanted to have him arrested, I would not have given this away, and that should reassure him that I was on the level. I had to take a chance that he, too, was on the level and would not take advantage of my vulnerable position. When I phoned, I recognized the voice that answered as that of the person who had made the first contact with me in 1958. We agreed on the same rendezvous, that I look for a girl in pigtails walking along Kengley Road away from Newton Circus at 8 p.m. on May 11, 1961. I again used my father's little green Morris Minor and picked her up. The plan might have arranged for my car to be tailed to make sure that nobody followed us, but I did not look into the rear-view mirror in case she reported it and so aroused suspicion and distrust. After taking a roundabout route, we ended up in St. Michael's Estate, a half-built complex of housing and development board flats off Serangoon Road. The capability and ingenuity of the communist organization won my admiration. Nobody would be implicated in this meeting but the HDB. I walked up 2 flights of stairs of an uncompleted block in darkness. Construction materials still littered the place, and there was no electricity or water. When I entered the candlelit room the girl indicated, the plan was already waiting. It was furnished only with 2 armchairs and a table standing between them. He knew I was a beer drinker, and provided warm Anchor beer. He opened a bottle, poured me a mug, and topped up his own. He drank first. I hoped I did not show any hesitation before I drank mine. We had to trust each other to talk at all. He looked leaner, more gaunt than when we last met over 2 years ago. I asked him how he was. He said it was a hard life on the run, very wearing. I said he did not show it, he looked fine. No, he felt it. He thanked me for helping his sister. She had been scalded as a child and had her legs so badly scarred that she always wore trousers. In 1960, Chu had arranged for Yeo Gim Seng, a professor of surgery and a friend from my London days, to give her a skin graft. When we returned to the subject of politics, there was anxiety in his voice. He said that I should come around quickly, meaning that if I did not accept his point of view we would find ourselves under attack. As in earlier meetings, I assumed an air of calm. I was not anxious to do a deal with him, I was willing to be conciliatory but would make no commitment. But I was interested to know what he wanted to tell me. We had a 4-hour session, from 8:15 to past midnight, ranging over many subjects. but he would repeatedly come back to giving the people their democratic rights, their cultural freedom, freer imports of books from China and freer immigration permits, in short, more opportunities for communist activities, for communist expansion. He wanted us to work together, not for independence or the reversion of British bases, they could have them for a few years, but for the abolition of the Internal Security Council. He was concerned about my talk of the PAP government throwing in its hand and wanted to know my intentions. I said if I concluded that the present situation would only worsen in the coming years, waiting for the 5-year term to end would make no sense. The PAP would fail. And I would only go on if there was a prospect of its policies succeeding. I explained that much depended on the Federation agreeing to a common market so that there would be a better chance for us to industrialize and so create more jobs. He asked whether I was expecting to get merger from the Tunku soon. I replied that there was no imminent likelihood of it. The Tunku had his face set against Singapore. We were too Chinese and the Chinese were too pro-communist. He pressed me again and again to agree that the immediate target for the 1963 constitutional talks should be the abolition of the Internal Security Council. After observing his body language, his tone of voice, and his keenness to have the PAP carry on, but on his terms, I would have been a fool to go along with him. Put starkly, he wanted to commit us to giving more opportunities to the communists to expand their united front from 1961 to 1963, and then to get the Internal Security Council abolished whatever else the British might not concede. I decided there was little to be gained by prevarication. I was in government. If I agreed with him now, he would see from my subsequent actions that I had been lying. I did not give him a direct no, but said it was best for him to assume that the PAP would do what it had publicly stated it would do. In other words, my public statements still expressed my policies for the future. We parted with a handshake. He showed no rancor or animosity. He may have been surprised that I refused to commit myself, when I could have said what was expedient and later gone back on my word. At the time I felt that he did not fully understand the situation, that so long as the British had not given Singapore independence, they had the power to revoke the constitution. As long as sovereignty and the bases remained in British hands, it was foolish of him to believe he could get the Internal Security Council abolished and build up communist strength in Singapore in order to undermine the Federation. He had got it the wrong way around. The communists could never control Singapore without first controlling Malaya, yet he hoped to use Singapore to overturn the government in Kuala Lumpur. How could he imagine the British would allow that? In fact, I had told Selkirk at an Internal Security Council meeting that the Communists wanted by whatever means to make the island a base from which to liberate the whole of the Federation, and they were out to encourage Chinese chauvinism by playing on Chinese fears of Malay domination if there were merger. I had told Selkirk and Moore that the Communists believed there was no need to take action against the British bases for the present since they could easily be rendered useless in time of war. They also disregarded the economic arguments in favor of merger and believed that, as with Cuba and the Russians, they could count on massive Chinese aid. If Singapore did not join the Federation soon, therefore, the situation might get out of hand, but if a proposal for merger could be put to the people within 9 months to a year, it would probably be carried. After that, it might be too late. I had emphasized to Moore that we were at a critical juncture, and if the British allowed the Communists to believe there could be a pro-communist Singapore, they would be inviting trouble both for Singapore and Malaya. I was absolutely certain that even if the British were to accept the build-up initially, they would suspend the constitution as soon as things got out of hand. There would be riots, violence and bloodshed, and the Communists would be quelled by British troops still on the island as of sovereign right. But it was not my business to spell this out for the plan. 22. The Tunku's merger bombshell. Our clash with the Communists was coming to a head, but on the question of merger with Malaya we were making absolutely no progress. The Tunku's attitude towards Singapore was most discouraging, and he repeatedly parried and deflected any proposal for union that was put to him. He was adamant in not wanting merger under any circumstances, and he took every occasion, private and public, To make this clear, in May 1960, he told Malayan students in London that the political thinking in Singapore, like the racial setup, was very different from that in the Federation, and the addition of the 1.3 million Chinese on the island would confuse Malayans and ruin the calm atmosphere there. Many Chinese educated and new immigrants to the country, he said, will always be loyal to China and they are less Malayan-minded. His comments were typically Tunku. He could not have been more frank. When I was asked in June 1960 on a radio program what the prospects were for merger, I decided to dampen expectations by ruling it out for the foreseeable future. I replied that the Federation was anxious not to upset its own racial balance and it suspected that too many Singapore Chinese had communist sympathies. It was therefore up to us to demonstrate in concrete ways that our loyalties were essentially Malayan. What was particularly worrying was that the Tunku was insensitive to the damage he was inflicting on public sentiment in Singapore by pouring cold water over our hopes. For every time he did so, it was prominently reported in the press, and this meant he was giving the advocates of a separate independent Singapore increasing credibility. By October 1960, even Lim Yew Hock and the Singapore People's Alliance had come out in favor of establishing Singapore as a sovereign state first, contemplating merger with Malaya only afterwards. But as I emphasized to Selkirk, this was absolute nonsense. A communist-controlled independent Singapore would fight to the bitter end before surrendering its sovereignty to the Federation. Selkirk, the second son of a Scottish duke, was tall, lanky and slightly bowed, and looked an aristocrat. He had grizzled curly hair, a gaunt face that often wore a puckish expression, and a distracting habit, when seized with a problem, of toying with his denture, one of his upper front teeth, flopping it about with his tongue. He did not have a powerful mind, but had keen social intelligence and the charm of a nobleman out to put a plebeian at ease. He meant well and we got along, but his deputy, Philip Moore, must have sensed my impatience from time to time, and suspected that I did not regard him as a heavyweight. To underline his importance, therefore, he repeatedly reminded me that Selkirk had been a cabinet minister and still had direct access to the Prime Minister. 3 months later, Sir Geoffroy Tory, the UK High Commissioner to the Federation of Malaya, told me that the Tunku had confided to him that he found it very embarrassing whenever I, or any other Singapore spokesman, made a public statement implying that union was a possibility. For one thing, it gave comfort and encouragement to his opponents, the socialists, who were mainly Chinese, and who were longing for the day when they could join forces with the PAP across the causeway. For another, it tended to strain his relations with the Malay nationalists, since any hint that the alliance government was toying with the idea of some form of rapprochement with Singapore might well increase their fears that his policies would allow the Chinese in, to swamp the Malays. Despite all efforts, the Tunku, Razak, and Ismail just would not sit down and talk seriously with me about the long-term future of Singapore and Malaya. They did not want to think about the horrendous consequences for Malaya if Singapore were independent and under communist control. Finally, to keep my hopes alive, I thought, the British encouraged me to put up a bigger formula, a grand design for a federation that would include not only Singapore but also their 3 dependencies in Borneo, North Borneo, Brunei, and Sarawak, so that the ethnic arithmetic would not upset the Malay electoral majority. Selkirk and Moore suggested that I prepare a paper, not for the Tunku, to whom the subject was obviously anathema, but for Razak. I assumed that, through Geoffroy Tory, they had talked Razak into considering the concept, and I had a paper ready in early May 1961 to give to Ismail for him. The British had indeed worked hard on him with the support of Robert Thompson, a Malayan civil service officer who was Secretary of Defense in Malaya and had worked closely with Razak as his minister. But the man who broached the subject with the Tunku, boldly and frontally, was Duncan Sandys, Secretary of State for Commonwealth Relations. He came to Singapore in January 1961 on his way to the Federation, to tell both governments that Britain was about to make an application to join the European Common Market. I took this opportunity to spell out to him the danger we faced if there were no merger by 1963, When constitutional talks were due, an independent Singapore that would go communist would be the inevitable result. I must have made an impact on him. Moore told me afterwards that Sandys said he had never met a leader in power who was keener to hand it over to another centre. British records show that Sandys spoke to the Tunku, and Selkirk reported that Sandys had told him the conversation had gone smoothly, although he had no details. Later, I got to know Sandys well. He could be direct and brutally frank. Son-in-law of Winston Churchill, he did not lack self-confidence. He had enormous determination and courage. He had suffered a leg injury in a car accident during the war and was often in pain, but he took painkillers, limped around with a walking stick, pressed on with life and busied himself with his work. He was a likable, admirable man if you happened to be on the same side as he was. It was my good fortune that I was. He pushed hard for merger within a Greater Malaysia and must have got Harold Macmillan, the British Prime Minister, to support him and to urge it on the Tunku. Out of the blue, on May 27, 1961, the Tunku, when speaking to the Foreign Correspondents Association of Southeast Asia in Singapore, said, "Sooner or later Malaya should have an understanding with Britain and the peoples of Singapore, North Borneo, Brunei and Sarawak. It is premature for me to say now how this closer understanding can be brought about, but it is inevitable that we should look ahead to this objective and think of a plan whereby these territories could be brought closer together in political and economic cooperation." He said it was the natural tendency of the Chinese in Singapore to try and make the island a little China. It would be a good thing for all concerned if the people of Singapore and the Federation could decide to make Malaya what it was, our one and only home. This was a bombshell. There had been no earlier indication of any change in his consistent stand that Malaya could not take Singapore in. The moment I read what the Tunku had said, I knew that the Plan would think I had deceived him when we met in May, that I had lied when, in reply to his question, I said that merger was not likely for many years because the Tunku distrusted the Chinese in Singapore. The Tunku did not explain then why he had changed his mind. Later, in October, he told Parliament in Kuala Lumpur that originally he had not favoured merger because integration would spell danger to Malaya's security, but times had changed. He did not explain how. I could only surmise that the British had convinced him that he had to control security in Singapore in order to safeguard Malaya itself, since the Chinese-speaking majority on the island were susceptible to communist appeals. I believed that Ismail already understood that the problems of subversion in the two territories were closely linked. He had been shown, for example, that although only half of the students at Nanyang University were from Malaya, they formed the bulk of the left-wing leaders and troublemakers, and would cause more trouble after they graduated and went back to the Federation. Even Selkirk and Moore had not expected the Tunku's volte-face. It came as a joyful surprise to them. The British had long discussed the concept of a Greater Malaysia as one solution to their long-term aim of bringing their colonies in the region together in a federation before they were given independence. But the crucial question had been, would the PAP government in Singapore turn out to be communist-led? They believed I had answered that question when I publicly insisted on merger as the way to achieve independence for Singapore, since this would prevent the MCP from ever winning power. It was then that they began to take the project seriously. In May 1961, the Tunku seemed at least prepared to consider an association with Singapore within a wider federation of Malaysia. But there were times during the ensuing 6 months when this appeared to have been a totally false dawn, for he was still to balk at actual merger. It was fortunate that during this period I was able to get on with most members of the British Commission, notably Philip Moore. By 1961, we were already on the same wavelength. The British had seen the difficulties faced by the PAP government when acting against the communists, and set out to build up momentum for Malaysia and create a sense of its inevitability. Their response to the Tunku's proposal came after 2 weeks in a coordinated series of favourable statements. First, Selkirk described it on June 13 as a sound, long-term plan. A week later, Macmillan, answering a question from Fenner Brockway in the House of Commons, said, I have observed with interest the recent striking suggestion of the Prime Minister of the Federation of Malaya that sooner or later the Federation should have an understanding with the British government and with Singapore, North Borneo, Sarawak, and Brunei on a plan which would bring these territories into closer economic and political association. Tunku Abdul Rahman's statement has already stimulated discussion in these countries, and the government would wish to take their reactions into account in their own consideration of the suggestion. I think it is a good thing that this matter has been raised and provoked discussion. Next, Selkirk called a meeting on June 27 of the British governors of Sarawak and North Borneo, the High Commissioner to Malaya and the Commissioner to Brunei. Good, now Governor of North Borneo, spoke of the need to seize the right moment to push through the Tunku's Mighty Malaysia plan to ensure its success. On June 30, soon after the meeting, Selkirk flew to London to discuss the plan with the cabinet. This public display of British support for merger and Malaysia must have alarmed the communists. The Tunku's initiative was gathering speed, and the plan would have to take this into his calculations. Their agitation quickly became plain when Lim Chin Sian came back with a series of anti-merger pronouncements. On June 2, the Big Six trade union leaders, Lim Chin Sian and Fong Swee Swan, together with Sidney Woodhull, Jamit Singh, St. Boni and Dominic Puthuchuri, younger brother of James, for non-Chinese to give it a multiracial appearance, issued a statement calling for genuinely full internal self-government not only in name but also in fact, with control of internal security and the abolition of the Internal Security Council. They asked the Anson electorate to vote for the PAP for the sake of victory in the 1963 constitutional talks and the early realization of their demands. Lim then brought the Communist United Front into the fray, with 42 trade unions pledging their support for a left-wing, anti-colonial People's Action Party in the coming by-election. In other words, if the PAP were not left-wing and anti-colonial enough for them, it would not get the backing of the unions, which represented the wishes of the people. It was a warning to me to play it their way. I replied, now independence through merger in a larger unit is clearly before us and will be achieved sooner than anyone imagined 2 years ago. I made it plain that we would not seek the abolition of the Internal Security Council until our security was assured within the Federation by the electoral weight of its Malay mass base. It was up to the plan what he would do next. On June 10, nomination day for the Anson by-election, the PAP fielded a Malay, Mahmud bin Awang. He was the president of the Trade Union Congress, but the choice did not suit the communists. He had been arrested briefly then released. He was with Devon Nair and therefore one of us. He would face David Marshall, who was the candidate for the Workers' Party, and whom I felt sure Lim Chin Sian and Fong had instigated to stand. Sure enough, on June 14, the newspapers reported Marshall as saying that he had visited the Federation after the Tunku's announcement to the Foreign Correspondents Association, and he was convinced there would be no merger within 10 years. He advocated independence for Singapore, which must automatically entail abolition of the Internal Security Council, arguing that once Singapore got independence, it would be easier to get merger. Soon after the campaign began, John Linsell, the director of Special Branch, reported that some communist group wanted to assassinate me. The danger would be greatest at one of the election meetings held in the open, where it would be easy for an assassin to hit the speaker on the stage and make his escape. They left me to decide the degree of security needed and whether I should go on making public appearances at all. I had no choice. To disappear from view during an important by-election campaign just because of an assassination threat would have been politically disastrous. On the other hand, to continue without security cover would have been foolhardy, while too much security would have looked defensive. I told Special Branch to be as discreet as possible but to take maximum precautions. That same evening, I spoke in my own constituency. It was familiar ground, a neighborhood friendly to me, and I felt reasonably safe. But there were other public meetings in less friendly neighborhoods. I did feel twinges of discomfort, but accepted it as part of political life in the terrorist-plagued conditions of Malaya and Singapore of those days. I was inclined to believe that the communists wanted to inject some fear into me and see how I reacted. I calculated that in fact it would be against their interests to assassinate me when my standing with the public was high. I was not yet regarded as the enemy of the people as Lim Yu Hock had been in 1956. And they could not want the inevitable massive security clean-up against the United Front, party, unions, and cultural associations, that must follow. If I had lost out in the propaganda battle for hearts and minds and been seen as a lackey of the imperialists, it would have been different. Bumping me off would then have been politically cost-free, in which case I might have had to decide not to take chances. As it turned out, Special Branch and the Criminal Investigation Department had mounted a series of raids on June 18 culminating in the arrest of a big-time racketeer and 10 others, during which they had found a parcel containing 3 hand grenades concealed in the compound of the racketeer's residence. But interrogation revealed that an informer had fabricated the assassination plot and planted the hand grenades with the connivance of a Criminal Investigation Department detective corporal. The denouement came as an anticlimax. Nevertheless, until the threat was found to be fiction, I was faced with the real problem of how to respond to it. 3 days before polling, I said that whether the North Borneo states were coming in or not, we must strive for a merger between Singapore and the Federation under 2 requisite conditions: freedom in our education and labor policies. I knew that unless we excluded these from federal control, we could never get a majority in Singapore to support us. Malaya's education policy was being implemented against the protests of Chinese schools and Chinese Chamber of Commerce committees in the peninsula because they would have to replace instruction in Chinese and English with instruction in Malay to qualify for government aid. This would have been totally unacceptable to the non-Malays in Singapore. Even the English-educated would have rejected merger on that basis, and the Chinese-educated would have resorted to violence. As for labor, Malaya had a tougher policy vis-a-vis the trade unions, mainly because they were bent on stamping out communist subversion, but also because they did not believe in militant unionism and had taken harsh measures to curb excesses in picketing and bargaining in industrial disputes. If the Ministry of Labour and Ministry of Home Affairs in Kuala Lumpur had control of the registration and dissolution of trade unions, the workers and union leaders in Singapore would surely oppose Malaysia. Suddenly, 2 days before polling, 8 PAP assemblymen signed an open letter asking Chin Chai, as PAP chairman, to declare the party's support for the statement of the Big Six and to call a conference of the party's 51 branches to examine its current role in the present political situation. Out to undermine public confidence in the leadership and affect the voting, they repeated Lim Chin Siang's demands: release of political detainees, abolition of the Internal Security Council, genuine full internal self-government. Since I was not giving way, the plan was determined to make the PAP lose Anson. On the eve of the election, I publicly asked the 3 political secretaries, Lim Chin Siang, Fong, and Woodhull, to resign. I said these 3 and the 8 assemblymen wanted to force the PAP to accept their line, otherwise they would overthrow the leadership and capture the party to use it for their purposes. What is clear is that in order to stop merger, the 6 trade unionists are prepared to go to any lengths, even to destroying the party with which they are ostensibly associated. In a last-minute effort to swing the votes away from the PAP towards Marshall, they pulled out all the stops. Even my own branch secretary turned against me, and since he worked in the Singapore Harbour Board and had influence in Anson, which is adjacent to the port, he cost us many votes with the Chinese dock workers. On polling night, July 15, Marshall won by a small margin of 3,598 votes, 43.3%, to Mahmood's 3,052, 36.7%, the SPA taking 17.8%. At his flamboyant best, Marshall taunted me in his victory speech, "Resign, and may you in your retirement learn humility and humanity so that in the years to come your undoubted ability may unselfishly and honestly serve our people." I was too preoccupied with the coming battle to respond to him. The Communists had demonstrated once again that they had penetrated the higher ranks of the trade unions and the party so effectively that they could split the PAP vote at short notice, switching popular support to someone known to be unstable and undependable. In a letter addressed to Chin Chai as chairman of the PAP on July 17, I offered to resign as Prime Minister. I saw the opening of a test of strength between the non-communist left and the communist left, together with the danger of industrial unrest for political objectives. Lim Chin Siang and his comrades would try to coerce the party and the government into abandoning Malaysia, and the party needed to be united behind its leader. On the same day, Chin Chai replied that the Central Executive Committee had been unanimous in choosing me as Prime Minister after the general election. The call for your resignation as Prime Minister by our opponents is only to confuse the people over the vital issue of merger between Singapore and the Federation, an objective upon which the party was founded and from which we cannot deviate. Suggestions have been made that I should be the Prime Minister in your place. Let us not be deceived by this attempt to split the unity of the party and its leadership. We knew we were headed for a showdown. After we lost Anson, I had to make sure that every PAP assemblyman and party member knew this and would support us. The battle was now joined. We had come to a parting of the ways with our own left wing. We wanted to purge the party of any waverers in the assembly, and compel the communists to fight us in the open. We decided to call for a vote of confidence and force an open break before they had time to rethink their strategy. 23 Eden Hall Tea Party. I tabled a motion of confidence in the government on July 20, 1961, to sort out the goats from the sheep in the assembly. On July 18, only 2 days before the vote of confidence, Special Branch had reported that Lim Chin Siang, Fong Swee Swan, Sidney Woodhull, and James Poothachuri had been to tea with Selkirk at Eden Hall. This was very odd. Faced with a crisis and an imminent rupture with the PAP non-communists, Lim and Fong were consorting with their arch-enemy, the British. I concluded they were sounding them out to discover whether, if their pro-communist proxies in the assembly were in the majority, they would be able to take office. Keng Swee, Chin Chai, Raja, and I decided that the British would welcome the chance to widen the gap between us so that there could be no reconciliation, no regrouping of the united front between the non-communists and the pro-communists in the PAP in the future. This suited us. The pro-communists had been an albatross around our necks. But we had to be careful how we ditched them. If we appeared opportunistic, dropping them after we had made use of them, we would lose the Chinese-speaking ground. Merger was the perfect issue on which to break. Since their first statement on June 4, 1959, declaring unequivocal support for an independent, democratic, non-communist Malaya, and for Singapore achieving independence through merger, they had committed themselves to this policy again and again. Now they would be breaching the clear understanding upon which the PAP and the CUF had fought and won the election. If we could not survive a split over such a clear-cut issue, we would never survive anyway. We felt released from a very heavy burden. No longer did we have to give them cover. We would either succeed on our own or pack up. However, we could not thank the British for their ploy to get the communists to bid for power on their own. That would make us appear their accomplices. Instead, we decided to make the British appear the accomplices of the pro-communists. That was the line I took in the debate on the vote of confidence. Dinner parties, cocktails, and luncheons led to friendly fraternization between the British Lion and Messrs. Lim Chin Siang, Woodhull and Company. The pro-communists were led to believe that the PAP were wicked obstructionists, and that the British, wise and statesmanlike people, were prepared even to envisage a new left government emerging in Singapore even more left than the PAP, provided their military bases were not touched. What has happened is that the British have become their own agents provocateurs. And how well they have succeeded. Quietly and insidiously they have instigated the pro-communists to attempt the capture of both the PAP government and the party. Young and inexperienced revolutionaries were so taken in that, in a crisis, Lim Chin Siang, Woodhull, and Fong Swee Swan looked to the UK Commissioner for consultations last Tuesday, the 18th, at Eden Hall, the home of the British imperialists' representative. Sir, we felt that something curious was going on and we therefore kept the residence of the UK Commissioner under observation. Lo and behold! The great anti-colonialists and revolutionaries turned up for secret consultations with the British Lion. And the British may also have hoped that under attack and threat of capture, the PAP would fight back and finally suppress the communists, something they have so far failed in persuading the PAP to do. Meanwhile, to the PAP, the British had suggested that we should take firm action against the mounting subversion. In fact, a plan was to have been drawn up which would have culminated in an act leading to open collision with the communists, in which the PAP either remained in office, and so became committed forever to defend British colonialism, or resigned, in which case a non-communist government not amenable to British pressure would have been got rid of. Several of our Chinese-educated assemblymen had asked me to withdraw the motion of confidence. I believed Lim Chin Siang and Fong wanted time to consider the implications of all this. I decided to press the issue since I had enough assemblymen to enable us to see merger through by 1963. I wanted PAP assemblymen to stand up to be counted. Chin Chai made our position clear when he read extracts from a paper that Singapore government ministers had written and presented to the Internal Security Council at its first meeting on August 12, 1959. The paper explained our position as non-communists, while pinpointing and isolating Lim Chin Siang as our main communist enemy. It identified Lim as someone the British knew to be the most important front man for the MCP, yet the UK Commissioner had received him at Eaton Hall just 2 days before his supporters in the Assembly voted against the motion of confidence in the government. The debate on the vote of confidence went on from 2:30 in the afternoon of July 20 through the night, with only an hour's break for dinner, till 3:40 a.m. the next day before the vote was taken. There was as much activity in the members' room and in the committee room as in the chamber itself. The pro-communists were hard at work trying to get as many PAP assemblymen as possible to vote against the motion. They already had 8. We expected several more to defect. The question was, how many? We needed at least 26 to govern without a coalition. And a coalition government would have been a disaster. It would mean taking in the SPA or the UMNO-MCA alliance, both tainted by corruption. We would lose our most valuable political asset, incorruptibility. We decided to lift the party whip and let all vote as they wished. We needed volunteers, not conscripts, for the nasty fight ahead. The pro-communists soon gave up trying to win over the Malay and Indian assemblymen, and concentrated on the bilinguals and the Chinese-educated. But they needed time, and many approached the whip, Lee Kuan Yew, to ask that the vote be postponed until the next day. We refused. So they filibustered, making long, repetitive speeches to drag out the proceedings. Among those they were working on were 3 very disparate Chinese-educated members who had not succumbed to the lure of communism. The bravest of these was Cha Yok-ang. He lived in rural Bukit Timah, a communist-infested farming area. He was physically at risk, but he stood firm. So did Chan Chi-seng, a strapping 26-year-old judo black belt who had great courage and was personally loyal to Pang Boon and me. In contrast, Lee Tek-him was a man of 55 who worked as a secretary in the Chinese Chamber of Commerce, a first-generation immigrant, born in Fujian. He also stood firm. For some reason, he did not share the young Chinese high school students' zeal for the new China. He might have had word of what had happened to his relatives there. Whatever it was, I was much encouraged that he stood by us. We were not sure how the voting would go. We thought it might be a photo finish. Chan Chi-seng and I did a head count and were certain only of 25, one short of a majority. And that was where Sayura bint Ahmed came in. Sayura was a large, overweight lady of 36, a good platform speaker in Malay, simple and straightforward. She was sick in bed in the Singapore General Hospital, where she was approached by the Plan sister, apparently with success, for with only a few hours to go before the vote, several Malay assemblymen also visited her and reported that she had been won over by the rebels. But at a meeting in the members' room during a break in the debate, Chi-seng said he had visited Sayura only the day before and was confident he could get her to come to the assembly to vote for us. I had given up and told him not to waste time, but Chin Chai interjected that there was no harm in trying. Sayura told Chi-seng that her Malay colleagues had been distancing themselves from her at government functions, showing that they despised her. So she had refused to be persuaded by them to support the government. But she liked Qiseng and agreed to come. Qiseng immediately arranged for an ambulance to bring her to the assembly house, where she was carried on a stretcher to the members' room. From there, she managed to walk the 15 yards into the chamber just in time for the crucial vote. 26 PAP assemblymen voted for the motion, giving us a clear majority of 26 out of a house of 51 members. Had we lost the vote, the government would have had to resign. Then either the pro-communists could form a government with more defections from the PAP, or there would be general elections, which they believed they could win. Dr. Lee Suko, parliamentary secretary to the Minister for Home Affairs, and his supporters who voted against the motion believed that in the long run the communists were bound to win. As we hardened our position and they beguiled him with promises to make him their leader and prime minister, he seized his big chance. He was an inveterate gambler from his days at medical college. Broadset for a Chinese, he had physical energy and a loud voice that was overconfident and a little boastful. He played rugger and chess. On the rugger field his method was to bulldoze his way through without any deception or diversionary tactics, and he was therefore easily foiled. Keng Sui, who had frequently played chess with him, found him bold to the point of recklessness. He was always initiating some spectacular maneuver to break his opponent and crash through, forgetting that an experienced adversary would never be tempted to take risks when he could make a steady, relentless advance against an adventurer. This time he was embarked on his biggest gamble, prime minister or nothing. Our two barber assemblymen voted against the motion. They were not even remotely communist, but for several months before the Anson by-election, communist cadres had latched onto them and had written speeches and articles for them. When I had summoned them and reprimanded them after hearing their untypical speeches in the assembly, they had apologized, but after the PAP defeat in the Hong Lim by-election, they felt, like others who defected, that their future lay with the unions and the masses. Lim Chin Siang's first objective had been to win enough assemblymen to his side to form a new government. When that failed, he tried various strategies to stop the government from continuing to negotiate merger with the Tunku. He formed a new party, the Barisan Socialis, or Socialist Front. Dr. Lee Suko, its chairman, then called for fresh elections. Lim Chin Siang was silent for a week after the debate on the confidence motion. Then on July 28, the Straits Times published a letter from him that carried the fingerprints of Woodhull and Poothachuri. Let me make it clear once and for all that I am not a communist or a communist front man or for that matter anybody's front man. He declared. He had not even wanted to re-enter the political arena after being released, and about his appointment to be political secretary to the Ministry of Finance, he said, not only was I reluctant to accept the post, but I had offered to withdraw from politics if he, Lee Kuan Yew, so desired it. He did not desire it. Instead, he wished to show the people that I was identified with the government. The conclusions I had drawn from his tea with Selkirk he shrugged off as anti-communist hysteria. In their nervousness, they began to shout about communism and chaos, expecting to frighten some people into believing them. The communist left who are supposed to be arch-conspirators have now, we are told, been taken for a ride by the British. How funny can people get? My meetings with Lord Selkirk have been few and far between. If meeting Lord Selkirk makes one a plotter, then Mr. Lee is the greatest of all plotters, for he has dealings with Lord Selkirk more than anyone else in Singapore. That same day he made a 2-hour speech at a union meeting, at the end of which he again touched briefly on the Tea Party, regarding Lim Chin Siang drinking tea and eating with the British. It is a very common thing. The question is whether the stand is firm or not. We cannot say that when we drink tea with them, then we are in league with them. He must have sensed that the workers were fearful that the British had taken him in. He and his pro-communist followers were now exposed and isolated without a credible non-communist cover. But he was not going to get away with his evasions. If he had been reluctant to re-enter politics and to accept a government post, why see Selkirk? I hit back on August 4 with a letter to the Straits Times in my capacity as Secretary General of the PAP. We were extremely concerned with the tremendous problems that would crop up after the election. One of the problems was what he and his friends would do after we had released them. He offered to retire from politics and go away to Indonesia. First, it was not an offer made seriously. Second, we did not think it right and proper that we should make it a condition that he should retire from politics before we decided to contest the election to win. We have to face the communist challenge whether or not Mr. Lim personally is in the Singapore political arena. As for the Tea Party, he has still not explained why he went to see Lord Selkirk. In an explanation published in the Chinese press on July 29, he stated that he met Lord Selkirk for social purposes, giving the impression that his talks with the UK Commissioner were purely social. There was no social occasion on Tuesday, July 18. There were no other guests present besides Mr. Lim and his friends. An explanation was to be forthcoming, but not from Lim Chin Siang. In a letter to the Straits Times published 9 days later, on August 13, Woodhull quoted a conversation Poothachuri had had with Keng Swee after the Anson by-election. Keng Swee had told Poothachuri that British intervention was imminent, that they would not sit back and see the pro-communists destroy the PAP, and that if the non-communist leadership was opposed in public, the PAP for its part would fold up and let the British finish the pro-communists off. The following day Keng Swee recounted in a letter the gist of several conversations Poothachuri had with him. After Anson, Mr. Poothachuri became progressively more and more agitated. He appealed to me, in the name of sanity, to reverse our policy and to accommodate Lim Chin Siang and his faction. The alternative must be the destruction of the PAP as a political force. This prospect he viewed with the utmost dismay. It was at this juncture that I entered into a series of serious and sometimes tense and emotional discussions with Mr. Poothachuri on the future of the party and the country. I said I knew that Lim Chin Siang had thrown the whole weight of his trade union organization to defeat the PAP at Anson. I said I also knew that the full weight of Lim Chin Siang's trade union cadres had been deployed against our organizing secretaries and branch committee members, as a result of which large numbers had defected. But, I pointed out, the situation was not novel. The same thing happened in 1957, when pro-communist trade union cadres mounted an assault on the party organization and came within an ace of capturing the party central committee. I said, in 1957, the result of this pro-communist assault against us was to draw openly and clearly the fundamental distinction between the pro-communist and the non-communist groups in the party. This adventure provided the British with a pretext for carrying out the big swipe. Keng Swee thought that the pro-communists wanted to see Selkirk because they took this as a hint that the British were about to carry out another big swipe against them now. In a reply published on August 21, Poothachuri gave a different interpretation, repeating what Woodhull had already said. What they had sought from Selkirk was clarification of an assumption the PAP had expounded, namely that there could be no alternative government to the present PAP leaders, that they were the only group the British would allow to hold power. But the implications were in fact the same. They wanted reassurance from the British that they could go ahead with their plans with impunity. Years later, in 1982, Selkirk told an interviewer that Poothachuri telephoned him on the morning of Tuesday, July 18, to ask if he could see him with 1 or 2 friends. Selkirk suggested lunch the following day. Poothachuri said it was urgent and he would like to see the commissioner as soon as convenient. Selkirk reluctantly invited them to tea at 4 p.m. Selkirk said the essence of what they asked him was the Constitution written for the special benefit of Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, or was it a free constitution? I said simply this: it's a free constitution, stick to it and no rioting, you understand. That was really the sum of it. Well, they went away and I then told Lee Kuan Yew, before the debate, that I had seen them. But I was convinced they had been tricked. Selkirk was no inexperienced politician. He knew the meaning of protocol. For the senior representative of Her Majesty's government in Singapore to receive Lim Chin Siang and Fong personally during a crisis in which the future of the government was at stake was to signal something significant. The pro-communists were bound to interpret it as a nod that the British were prepared to consider working with Lim, an ex-detainee who, under the 1958 Constitution, had been prohibited from taking part in elections. Moreover, none of the four who had seen Selkirk were members of the Legislative Assembly, and they therefore had no standing to justify any discussion about the formation of a new government. I could not accept Selkirk's explanation that he had met them out of diplomatic courtesy, merely giving them a constitutionally correct reply. Secretly I was delighted that he had. Now we were free of the albatross. Keng Sui and I believed that the brain behind this move was not Selkirk but his deputy commissioner, Philip Moore. Moore was a man of energy, vitality, and keen intelligence. He was well built, about 6 feet tall, with a friendly face and smiling eyes. There was something engaging and open about him. He was British middle class and educated at a public school. He had served as a navigator in a Lancaster bomber during World War II and been shot down in December 1942 over Germany, where he was a prisoner of war until 1945. After that, he went to Oxford, where he would have taken a first had he not joined the British Civil Service before his finals. He was a Rugger Blue and had played for England. It showed in his athletic frame and his agile movements. Moore and the other members of the UK Commission found it difficult to get to know the PAP leaders because of our self-imposed and much publicised rule that ministers should cut down drastically on attendance at non-official functions. We had seen how Marshall and Lim Yew Hock's ministers had become part of the cocktail circuit and lost their standing with the people, who saw them as social climbers. Moore got around the problem by playing golf with Keng Sui and me after every Internal Security Council meeting for the opportunity of long discussions on the golf course and over drinks after the game. 34 years later, after his retirement, Moore told me that by the end of 1 year, he had concluded that Good was right when he wrote in his Hall-Down report that I was not a crypto-communist but a crypto-anti-communist. Good's report was crucial in determining British policy because Sir Ian Wallace, then Permanent Under-Secretary at the Colonial Office in London, to whom Moore reported, after talking to me for nearly 3 hours in 1961, also agreed with Good's assessment. From British archives I found documentary support for our deduction that the British had planned to split the pro-communists from the PAP, in a report dated October 1961 from Philip Moore to Ian Wallace, setting out the problem of Singapore and merger. Once Lim Chin Sian becomes convinced that the people of Singapore are going to support merger, then I suspect he may well revert to the original long-term policy of the MCP, a socialist government throughout Malaya. The opportunity of overthrowing Lee Kuan Yew and achieving a communist-manipulated government in Singapore seemed, in July, to be so golden that Lim Chin Sian could not resist it. The opportunity so golden Moore referred to in this report was the vote of confidence that came up in July. Selkirk's confirmation that it's a free constitution, stick to it and no rioting, you understand, was exactly the same line the British took with the Tunku. Moore reported in the same letter of October 18 that we had to explain to the Federation that, provided Barisan Sosialis behaved in a constitutional manner, there was no question of preserving Lee Kuan Yew simply by putting the Barisan Sosialis leaders in jail or suspending the Singapore Constitution. In other words, the British took the position that, provided the Barisan acted in a constitutional manner, they were perfectly free to take over power under the Constitution. Lim Chin Sian and his comrades took the invitation to tea by the UK Commissioner and what he told them as a signal that the British were willing to deal with them, that they would not be locked up to prevent them from taking power. Selkirk spelt out the correct constitutional position and they worked out the implications for themselves and made a bid for power, breaking off from the PAP and attempting to remove it from government. The seemingly simple constitutional stand Selkirk took achieved 3 objectives. First, the PAP government had either to take action against Lim Chin Sian and his fellow communists or face the danger of being ousted by them. Second, it offered Lim and his comrades the possibility of a constitutional takeover of power. Third, it showed the Tunku that the consequences for Malaysia would be grievous if he refused to take Singapore in. Once the Tunku had announced his plan for Singapore and the Borneo territories, and I did not yield to Lim Chin Siang's call for the abolition of the Internal Security Council and more democratic freedoms, the plan decided to destroy the PAP and me, because merger had to be prevented by all means. This was revealed years later by Ku Young, who had been Lim's subordinate in the CUF organization, and was confirmed by Lim Chin Siang in 1984 when he told the Internal Security Department that he had seen the plan 3 times between the late 1950s and the early 1960s, and that at one of these meetings, the pro-communists were told to break with the PAP. The plan evidently thought we would be fearful of the strength of the pro-communists, which was true. He thought that we were soft, bourgeois, English-educated, pleasure-loving middle-class types, beer-swilling, golf-playing, working and sleeping in air-conditioned rooms and traveling in air-conditioned cars. He did not see that there was enough steel inside this bourgeois English-educated group to withstand the heat he could put on us. 24 Communists exposed. The pressure in the weeks that followed the break with the communists was intense. Every day, we traded statements in the press. On July 30, 1961, the 13 breakaway assemblymen announced the formation of the Barisan Socialis with exactly the same objective as the PAP, a democratic, independent, socialist, non-communist Malaya, comprising the Federation and Singapore. Almost simultaneously, similar battle lines were also drawn between the unions. On August 3, the Registrar of Societies dissolved the Trade Union Congress after the Minister for Labour had been advised it was no longer possible for non-communist and pro-communist unions to coexist in one organisation, whereupon Lim Chin Siang assembled the leaders of those loyal to him, now 82 strong, to discuss the formation of a new Singapore Association of Trade Unions, SATU. I wanted to get the feel of the ground, to see whether we were in as desperate a position as Lim Yew Hock had been when he rounded up the communists during the riots in October 1956. So Pang Boon, Ahmed Ibrahim, and I took leave from our ministerial duties to go back to our grassroots organizations to check the reactions of people to the sudden turn in events. I went around my constituency in Tanjong Pagar, met the men and women who frequented the community center, spoke to its committee members and other grassroots leaders, walked the streets, went to the shops, talked to the ordinary people, and in the evenings visited their homes or chatted with them in coffee shops. I also went to several community centers in other constituencies, and a number of non-communist unions that I had been associated with. I found that the leaders and members were not hostile. Those previously closely associated with me remained friendly and supportive. Most were puzzled, some were fearful. None shunned me or thought me a traitor. I was not in the parlous position Lim Yew Hock had been in. Within days, Pang Boon and Ahmed reported similar experiences. The ground had not turned against us, our activists were still our supporters, but many in the rank and file were taken aback by recent developments and apprehensive about the future. I did not visit any pro-communist unions. They would have been virulently hostile, or would have simulated rage. Freed from the minutiae of administration, I had time to take the pulse of the community, to reflect and work out a plan of action for the next phase. I had learnt that when confronted with furious attacks, it was best to ward off the blows, stay calm, and rethink the fundamentals. The die had been cast when the vote of confidence was taken on July 21. The break with the communists was open, the fight was on. We were not allowed to forget it. Lim Chin Siang was doing as much damage as he could. Once the vote was taken, and they discovered they could not take over the government, the pro-communists wreaked havoc on PAP branches, bent on destroying them. 20 out of 25 branch organizing secretaries and their committees defected and joined the other side, taking with them branch property, including typewriters, sewing machines for sewing classes and furniture. But we now had a cadre membership and they could not capture the party. Together with Pang Boon, I toured the branches to boost morale and show that, unlike the Labor Front, we were not on the run. We managed to get some property returned, items we identified in the homes of left-wing members to which they had been removed. Chan Chi Seng, our judo black belt, acted as our bailiff. He was impervious to intimidation, and his loyalty and courage endeared him to both of us. Among the unions, Lim Chin Siang and his boys were out to do their utmost to stir up trouble and create a state of uncertainty and discontent, the preconditions for mass action. They could not talk government officials into being insubordinate, as they were all English or Malay educated, but they could get at the Semi-Government People's Association, PA, and the Works Brigade, using Chinese-educated activists among whom they had planted pro-communist moles. I knew they would do this, but I had to take the risk in order to gain a foothold in the Chinese-educated world. To screen them all was impossible, some must get through. What I did not anticipate was the ease with which the few were able to sway the uncommitted majority. We had built up these two organizations with government resources to reach out to the ground. The PA now had links to clan associations, civic and cultural groups, and about 100 community centers. I had put my parliamentary secretary, Chan Sun-wing, in charge of the operation. But Chan was an MCP member whom Jek Yun Thong had mistakenly thought he could control. Instead, Chan proceeded to recruit Chinese-speaking activists from the trade unions and the party branches to help staff, and thus penetrate, the community centers and PA headquarters. It was much the same with the Works Brigade, a uniformed group of 2,000 unemployed youths. As planned, we had housed them in camps, drilled them into a semi-disciplined force, and set them to building rural roads, digging drains and ditches, and doing other physical work. But Kenny, as Minister for Labor, put his political secretary in charge of the brigade, and his political secretary was Fong Sui Swan, who had defected. Wong Soon Fong, our assemblyman for Toa Payoh, who was supposedly assisting Kenny, turned out to be another of their faithful cotters who helped Fong plant pro-communist activists in key appointments in the Works Brigade. As a result, the communists were able to break both organizations. They vandalized the community centers as they had done the PAP branches, breaking fences and stealing fans, cooking utensils and sports equipment. They picketed the labor ministry to where the PA headquarters had moved. Before the strike petered out in November, they had turned violent, assaulted a non-striking employee, injured a Malay and a Chinese worker, and clashed with the police. Kenny was intimidated by Fong's show of power, so much so that although I had dismissed Fong as his political secretary, Kenny was afraid to take action against him and his unions and the Works Brigade. Against the British, Kenny was fearless; against the communists, he was terrified. I discussed the problem with Chin Chai, Keng Sui, Raja, and Pang Boon, and decided we needed a stronger minister to deal with communists. So I cross-posted Kenny and Ahmed Ibrahim. Kenny went to the Ministry of Health, where things were quieter, and Ahmed, former fire brigade worker, went from Health to the Ministry of Labor, where he soon showed he was not to be intimidated. He registered the Trade Union Congress and took action against some of the key pro-communist operators in the Works Brigade. This provoked a mutiny. In November, militants of the Works Brigade agitated for the formation of a trade union, and 150 of them surrounded the office of the camp commandant. They presented the director with a series of demands, including the transfer of the commandant, and on November 24, set fire to his bicycle and those of two others whom they considered PAP supporters. We charged 7 members with mischief. They formed an action committee, held protest meetings, picketed Works Brigade control centers, and in December, following the dismissal of 3 of their leaders, 180 barricaded themselves in the Payulabar camp. They were a uniformed paramilitary group with some cohesive discipline and could be destructive if they went on the rampage, so we decided to send in the Singapore military forces, of which there were only 2 battalions, to take over the camp and enforce law and order. I wanted them to avoid any shooting or violent action that would cause casualties the communists could exploit to gain public sympathy. So I instructed the British officer in charge to display such overwhelming force that troublemakers would not dare resist. I said if we had Gurkha troops to send in, I was certain there would be no defiance and the Works Brigade would melt away, but I was not sure whether they had the same healthy respect for his Singapore soldiers. The officer said that it would not be a problem and ordered his men to surround the camp with fixed bayonets. Confronted with this display of force, 400 Works Brigade members dispersed without offering opposition. We then dismissed them all. Again they formed an action committee and called for a commission of inquiry. But these were feeble attempts at social disruption compared to the communist agitation in 1955 and 1956. Two factors held them back. First, public opinion could be against them if they artificially engineered violence without people first feeling angry over some grievance, like the threat to Chinese education. Second, the violence could provoke the government into taking security action against them. On the industrial front, I expected Lim Chin-sayan to organize widespread unrest and warned at a press conference that we were likely to see a repetition of 1955-56. In 1961, there were 116 strikes, 84 of them after the PAP split on July 21, and in the 15 months from July 1961 to September 1962, there were 153, a record for post-war Singapore. By now I was visiting Kuala Lumpur for discussions with the Tunku about merger, and on the occasions that I came back by air and drove from Paya Lebar Airport to my home or office, I would pass 6 to 10 separate groups of strikers with their pickets, idle workers standing outside shops and factory premises with banners and paraphernalia of cooking pots and pans. They held employers to ransom, damaged the economy, discouraged investors, and added to unemployment. But to hit back mindlessly would do no good. I thought it was better to leave things as they were, and to ride out this rough patch until we had defeated the communists on the merger issue. I felt reassured after my first few days of meeting ordinary people in my constituency, and in the community centers and trade unions. The communists did not have us by the throat. We were free of them and we could now act decisively to consolidate our position without having to consider whether we were causing a split. Lim Chin-sayan and his pro-communists were isolated and exposed. Dr. Lee Suko as chairman of the Barisan Sosialis was not much of a fig leaf. Their organization had the capacity to do us great harm through their militant unions and the Chinese students, but if they went beyond a certain limit, the British and Malayan representatives on the Internal Security Council would force us to break up their front organizations and have them detained. I was not keen to do this before merger. I wanted the Tunku to undertake that task after we had become part of the Federation. But Special Branch was in favor of acting at once. When the Internal Security Council met in the Cameron Highlands in August, Selkirk opened the discussion by inviting my view on the Chinese will to resist, a paper submitted by the professionals of Special Branch that emphasized the need to lock up the leaders at the core of the communist organization. My view was different. I wanted to compel the communists to explain away their previous commitment to merger, to beat them in open argument, which I was confident we could do. I believed that political, more than security, considerations would decide which side would win. And the winner would take all. The Chinese speaking in Singapore, like the Chinese speaking everywhere in Southeast Asia, traditionally preferred to sit on the fence until they saw clearly which way the wind was blowing. At present they had no confidence in the chances of the non-communist PAP. So they would support even a government that they knew was being manipulated by the communists, if the communists looked like winning in the long run. In their eyes, they did. For they were seen as the political agents of a resurgent China whose influence, they believed, would reach down to Singapore within 10 years. Selkirk handing me a driver at the Cameron Highlands Golf Course, 1961. Dato Sulaiman bin Dato Abdul Rahman, Malayan minister and brother of Malayan Home Affairs Minister, Dr. Ismail, is between us. Go Keng Sui has his back to the camera. I cited the case of 4 education service officers recruited for secondment to Special Branch. They now felt that the future had become more uncertain, that the sudden turn of events had increased the risks of the job and would soon put them on the wrong side of the fence. They refused the appointments. I emphasized that the British themselves had helped create the situation. Furthermore, Selkirk and his UK Commission staff fraternized with the communists and their millionaire Chinese chauvinist supporters like Tan Lark Sai, the more the Chinese-speaking believed this meant that the communists would be allowed to take over. Tan Larksai's ambition was to be the successor of Tan Kaki, who had been the preeminent leader of the overseas Chinese. When Tan Kaki died not long before in China, Premier Zhou Enlai had personally taken charge of the funeral arrangements. The People's Republic was signaling that he was held in high esteem, and by talking with the man who wanted to inherit his mantle, the UK commissioner had reinforced the view that the road to power was open to the pro-communists. There was already a noticeable shift in the two major Chinese newspapers in Singapore. Tan Kaki's death and funeral had been given 2 full pages in the Nanyang Shangpao. If the UK Commission miscalculated, we could have a communist front government in 6 months or less. The British might later be able to rectify the situation with their guns, but by then the will of the Chinese speaking to resist the communists would have melted away. The Chinese mass base therefore needed a Malayan sheet anchor urgently. Selkirk retorted that, under the constitution, it was the duty of the Singapore government to govern, but the government had sought to transfer the responsibility for internal security to the Internal Security Council. I countered by saying that the constitution had wisely provided that it should be the British who held the ultimate responsibility for employing the gun. The Singapore government had limited power, by comparison no more than that of an air rifle, and could not use it. These arguments summed up the dilemma the three governments faced. Each wanted the odium to be carried by the others. Both the British and Malayan representatives wanted the Singapore government to take action against the communists, but the Singapore government contended it could not do this without incurring enormous damage to its support among the Chinese-speaking. What was important now was to show that the communists were not the future masters of Singapore. Because only then could we put merger to the vote. And I had concluded that this was absolutely essential, for to bundle Singapore into Malaysia without it would be disastrous. It would be proof that we had sold out to the Malay-dominated government in Kuala Lumpur. I preferred a referendum to a general election, whose outcome would not be decided on the single issue of merger. But to win a majority for Malaysia, I had to get the Chinese-speaking fence-sitters to see that we, and not the communists, were the winning side. We could not leave them believing that there was a chance of our losing, for many would then vote against merger or abstain, certain that those who had voted in favor of it would later be punished by the communists. On the other hand, if we convinced people that merger was inevitable and the communists did not have the majority to block it, the people would reason that those who supported the communists would run the risk of being punished by the federal government. I had therefore to create in people's minds the feeling that this was a tide so big and so powerful that neither the communists nor anyone else could stop it. I was sure that if we could get this message across, the Chinese-speaking leaders in the chambers of commerce, cultural associations, and schools would not go with Lim Chin Siang. At worst, they would remain neutral, at best quietly support merger. The surest way to generate this sense of the inevitability of Malaysia was to get people to see that Lim Chin Siang, Fong, and the pro-communist cadres themselves realized that they were fighting a losing battle, and it was better not to join them. To foster this impression, I decided it was necessary to give everybody the big picture, the background of how the PAP and the communists had formed a united front, why Lim Chin Siang and Fong had broken their undertaking to fight for independence through merger with Malaya, and why they, the communists, must lose. To think all this out, I needed peace and quiet, which I could not get in Singapore. On August 11 I left by night train for Kuala Lumpur and then went on by car to Cluny Lodge, a Singapore government holiday bungalow in the Cameron Highlands some 5,000 feet above sea level, taking Chu and our 3 children. But I also took with me my personal assistant, Teo Yik Kui, for I proposed to dictate and draft a series of 20 to 30-minute speeches that I would deliver over Radio Singapore, giving the people the whole story. The Camerons were cool, quiet, and remote, a blissful respite from the political hothouse of Singapore. At that time there were no fax machines, not even direct dialing, and as the line was not clear, I had left instructions that I should not be disturbed unless it was extremely urgent. So I was left in peace for nearly a fortnight, playing many rounds of golf on the pleasant 9-hole course. By the time I left I had completed 8 speeches but had to write the last 4 in Singapore in between recording the earlier ones. For a period of 1 month, from September 13th to October 9th, I was broadcasting 3 times a week, each time in 3 languages, 2 of which, Malay and Mandarin, I normally used only at the colloquial level in my working life. It was a grueling experience. On one occasion, Radio Singapore staff were alarmed when they looked through the studio's glass panel and did not see me at the microphone. Then one of them spotted me lying on my back, flat on the floor in a state of collapse, as she thought. In fact, I had lain down because it was the best way to recover from my exhaustion and recharge my batteries in between recording the 3 different versions of my broadcast. In these 12 talks, I summarized the background to our united front with the Communists from 1954 when the PAP was formed, what had happened since, and why the split had taken place, leading to the present fight over merger. I wanted to dispel any suspicion that this was a smear campaign against communists and subversion. I gave the communists credit for the strength and courage of their convictions. In one broadcast I said, "We bridged the gap to the Chinese educated world, a world teeming with vitality, dynamism, and revolution, a world in which the communists had been working for over the last 30 years with considerable success. We the English educated revolutionaries were latecomers trying to tap the same oil field. We were considered by the communists as poaching in their exclusive territory. In this world we came to know Lim Chin Siang and Fong Sui Swan. They joined us in the PAP. In 1955 we contested the election. Our initiation into the intricacies and ramifications of the communist underground organization in the trade unions and cultural associations had begun. It is a strange business working in this world. When you meet a union leader you will quickly have to decide which side he is on and whether or not he is a communist. You can find out by the language he uses and his behavior whether or not he is in the inner circle which makes the decisions. I came to know dozens of them. They are not crooks or opportunists. Many of them are prepared to pay the price for the communist cause in terms of personal freedom and sacrifice. They know they run the risk of detention if they are found out and caught. Eventually many of them landed in jail in the purges of 1956 and 1957. I used to see them there, arguing their appeals. Many were banished to China. Some were my personal friends. They believed that I should join them. They believed that ultimately I would be forced to admit that what they call the bourgeois democratic system could not produce a just and equal society, and that I would admit that they were right. Exposing the communists in 12 exhausting radio broadcasts, each made in English, Mandarin and Malay, 1961. On the other hand, I used to spend hours arguing with some of them, trying to prove to them that whatever else happened in China or Russia, we were living in Malaya and, irrespective of communism or democratic socialism, if we wanted to build a more just and equal society in Malaya, we would have to make certain fundamental decisions, such as being Malayans, uniting the Chinese and Indians and others with the Malays, building up national unity and national loyalty, and rallying all the races together through a national language. I explained why Malaya and Singapore were inseparable. Everyone knows the reasons why the Federation is important to Singapore. It is the hinterland which produces the rubber and tin that keep our shop window economy going. It is the base that made Singapore the capital city. Without this economic base, Singapore would not survive. Without merger, without a reunification of our 2 governments and an integration of our 2 economies, our economic position will slowly and steadily get worse. Your livelihood will get worse. Instead of there being one unified economic development for Malaya, there will be 2. The Federation, instead of cooperating with Singapore, will compete against Singapore for industrial capital and industrial expansion. In this competition, both will suffer. In my last broadcast, I re-emphasized the point, had there been no drought in Johor and water shortage in Singapore over the last 3 months, the communists might well have switched their line, to independence for Singapore alone. But nature reminded them of the utter absurdity of such a move. It had been an exceptionally dry year with little rain and none at all since June. At the end of August, the water pressure suddenly dropped, causing many factories to close temporarily and badly affecting big hotels. Our three main reservoirs were almost empty. One of them, Seletar, had elephant grass covering its floor. Water was rationed to 6 hours a day. There was no need to remind people that Singapore had had to surrender in 1942 because the Japanese had captured the reservoirs in Johor. Water rationing in 1961 could not be lifted until the end of January the following year. The elements had conspired to help convince people that merger was the rational solution to Singapore's problems. There was as yet no television in Singapore, and these radio broadcasts reached a wide audience. By the end of the series, I had convinced most people that I had told the truth about the past, the infighting, the betrayals, the plan, and that I was realistic about the future. I had held their interest. I had told a story that was part of their own recent experience, of riots, strikes, boycotts, all of them fresh reference points in their minds, and I had given them the explanation for mysteries that had puzzled them. It was as if I had gone up on the stage where a magician had been performing and exposed his props and accessories by lighting up the darkened areas they had not noticed before. The talks made a tremendous impact, especially on the English-educated, to whom they were a revelation. Among the young men who listened to them was Chong Yip Seng, who later became editor-in-chief of the Straits Times. He remembered. The broadcasts were a real eye-opener to a schoolboy in his senior Cambridge year, anxious for a job after his exams to relieve his poor parents. The radio talks laid out the future in stark, real-life terms. I was struck by their candour, the power of the simple, vivid language, most of all, by the inside story of the struggle within the United Front against the British colonialists. The broadcasts were an unprecedented experience. They were not the typical political ones. They contained real-life experiences. They were happening even as they were being aired. The plan was real. Every broadcast ended with the listener in suspense, and anxious for the next installment, the way ordinary folk at that time lapped up the kung fu serials broadcast over rediffusion by Lê Tai Sor in Cantonese. A master storyteller was at work. But this was not fiction. This was life and death for Singaporeans. Soon after my last talk on October 10, John Duclos, head of the broadcasting division, invited Lim Chin Sian to join one of 12 radio forums planned to match the 12 broadcasts I had given. All the others who had been named in these broadcasts, including Fong Swee Swan, Sidney Woodhull, James Poothachuri, Dr. Lee Suko and Dr. Shen Nam Chin, were also invited to take part. Duclos wrote, "Any statement made by the Prime Minister over the air which is untrue and damaging to the reputation of anyone can be challenged." The next day, Lim and Woodhull issued a press statement saying they wanted equal time on the air for their 12 broadcasts. They did not want any face-to-face confrontation. I had put them on the defensive. Those Chinese-speaking groups already committed to the communist cause showed real anger and hatred for me when I passed their union or society premises. Even Chinese press reporters who were on their side had sullen and sour faces when they covered my press conferences. They looked upon my exposure of their identities, their methods, and their intentions as a betrayal. I took this as evidence of the effectiveness of my disclosures. The highest tribute I received was from James Poothachuri. He came to see me in my office at City Hall after the broadcasts were published in a booklet. He said they were brilliant and asked me to autograph a copy, which I did. I asked him if he would be prepared to take part in a radio forum with me. He looked at me, grinned, shook his head and said, "After you have set up the stage props, I would not stand a chance." More important, he tacitly admitted that what I had disclosed about the plan and the communists had sunk home. I was satisfied that I had undermined the people's belief in the chances of the communists, and felt more confident that we could paint them into a corner and prepare the ground for later action against them, preferably after merger. Things had not been standing still on the merger front. A Commonwealth Parliamentary Association conference convened in Singapore, with representatives from Sarawak, Brunei, North Borneo, and Malaya, had ended with a communiqué issued on July 24 in which all participants underlined the necessity and inevitability of the United States of Malaysia, and since its final shape and form would require further discussion, agreed to create a Malaysia Solidarity Consultative Committee to ensure that the momentum towards it was maintained. 10 days later, the Malayan and Singapore governments announced after a meeting in Kuala Lumpur attended by Keng Swee as finance minister that we would seek UN help to study how a common market could be set up. In August, Keng Swee and I had a 3-hour conference with the Tunku and Razak to settle the terms for merger. Ghazali bin Shaifa, the permanent secretary of the Ministry of External Affairs, was present. He was to be their key official in charge of the merger details. The next month, I spent 3 days in Kuala Lumpur with the Tunku, discussing further details. On my return to Singapore in mid-September, I told the press, merger is off the launching pad and the latest developments have put it in orbit, with June 1963 as the target landing date. I used the vocabulary of a time when the world was enthralled by the Soviet Union's spectacular space flight in 1961 with Yuri Gagarin on board, and with America's efforts to put a manned spacecraft into orbit. On finance, I explained that under the federal constitution, every state gave powers over customs and excise and income tax to the central government, but because Singapore would have control of education, labor, health, and social services, we would receive a considerable proportion of them to discharge these responsibilities. Therefore, the number of our representatives in the federal parliament had to be adjusted, otherwise we would be representing ourselves twice over. Chin Chai had written to the leaders of the opposition parties in the assembly to ask them to state their stand on the 2 basic points contained in the agreement in principle, namely that defense, external affairs, and security should be in the hands of the federal government in Kuala Lumpur, while education and labor policies would remain with the Singapore government. On August 29, the day the letters were published in the press, Dr. Lee Suko declared in a signed statement that the 13 Barisan assemblymen would accept 1. Full and complete merger with Singapore as the 12th state of the Federation, or 2. As a stage to eventual merger, Singapore as an autonomous unit in a confederation. In a merger, the party seeks the immediate entry of Singapore into the Federation as a constituent state, automatic Malayan citizenship for Singapore citizens, proportionate representation in Parliament, general elections in Singapore before merger and Pan-Malayan general elections after it. In a confederation, it seeks full internal autonomy for Singapore in internal matters, including security, with external affairs and defence in the hands of the Federation government. The Barisan had adopted a proposal by James Puthucheary that they go for complete merger in the belief that the Tunku would not agree to it. Keng Swee, Raja, Chin Chai, Pang Boon, and I were delighted. They had not rejected it, indeed, they were calling for more and closer merger than we were seeking. It was the ideal issue on which to frame the questions for a referendum: which kind of merger did the people want? 25 Moving towards merger. We committed ourselves to holding a referendum in September on merger with Malaysia. To carry out merger just on a majority vote in the Legislative Assembly was out of the question. The people would believe we had sold them down the river, whether or not the terms were fair. They had to be given the facts, have the alternatives explained to them, then choose for themselves. Moreover, that way the Tunku could not take us for granted. Next, the PAP must remain as the government to achieve this. Hence, the overriding need was to have a majority in Parliament. Although that majority was only 26 to 25, I believed that if it came to a crunch, the non-communists in the opposition, with the exception of Marshall, 1 vote, and perhaps Ong Ang Guan and his 2 followers, now the United People's Party, UPP, were not likely to vote with the Barisan. And once I had given the background to the present conflict in my radio talks, I was in a much stronger position to press home my arguments. We now had to pin the communists down on what kind of merger they wanted, not let them wriggle and to call again for an independent Singapore. But wriggle they did. After the split, they equivocated for weeks, using delaying tactics by urging the people to concentrate first on the anti-colonial struggle. Before a cheering crowd of 10,000 at a mass rally on August 13 at the Happy World Stadium to mark the formation of the Barisan Socialis, Lim Chin Siang declared that colonialism was the greatest obstacle to merger between Singapore and the Federation. It was British colonialism that divided Malaya into two separate entities. Therefore, if we do away with colonialism, we will be closer to a merger, and if merger means genuine reunification, we shall be very happy to support it. Thunderous applause greeted Lim when he spoke in Malay and Hokkien, but I was not so sure that his listeners enthusiastically agreed with this part of the speech. Reunification, genuine or otherwise, would dilute their Chinese-speaking majority and render them vulnerable to security action. The Barisan was not the only uncertain factor. The British were key players in this drama, for everything depended on their reaching an understanding with the Tunku that he must play a crucial role in the future of Singapore, and that would entail not only an association, but actual merger. Philip Moore, in his report of October 18 to Ian Wallace in the Colonial Office in London, said, "There was never, of course, any question of our not being prepared to deal with the problem of the communists in Singapore in the short term, but we had to persuade the Tunku that he alone, in the present climate of international opinion, could deal with Singapore in the long term. It was essential to disabuse him of his illusion that Singapore could safely be left to the British on an indefinite basis. I believed that after we lost the Hong Lim and Anson by-elections and the Communists made a bid to remove the PAP constitutionally and take office, the Tunku must have seen that he had no other choice but to take Singapore into Malaya on special terms so as not to upset the Malay electoral majority in the Federation. He would want to have control of internal security, defense and foreign affairs." The Tunku said publicly on October 27, 1961 that by 1963 in all probability, Britain will give Singapore a constitution that makes Singapore independent. The day Singapore gets independence, it will establish diplomatic relations with the countries we oppose. Embassies from countries like China, Russia, Yugoslavia, and other communist bloc members would be set up. We would then have the communists right at our very doorstep. But the Tunku had his price for taking in Singapore. As far back as August, his government had given the British 6 months' notice of withdrawal from the Internal Security Council. The British deduced that since they needed the Malayan government to take over Singapore to keep the communists in order, he, the Tunku, would require that the Borneo territories should be completely integrated into the Federation first. I had of course realized there would be a problem of timing. From my visits to these territories to do cases in their courts, I knew that their level of political consciousness was not high and their leadership still unformed. I had left it to the British to sort this out, and assumed that they had already settled this question with the Tunku. On November 16, the Tunku left for London from Singapore for talks on Malaysia with the British government. He was in a happy mood and told the press it was safe to assume that Malaysia was in the bag, that is, the 3 Borneo territories and Singapore would all join the Federation. He was quick to add, as the Straits Times put it, with a disarming smile, "I would like to be quite honest. I would like it to happen at least simultaneously, otherwise the people of the Federation would be pretty nervous. Singapore is regarded in the Federation as something of a problem child. The constitutional proposals are not a complete merger. It would be more correct to say it is a form of very close association." This remark made my job more difficult. In London, after his talk with Macmillan for only 80 minutes, he was all smiles as he told the pressman, "We do not have to wait till 1963. In a joint statement on November 22, the British and Malayan governments said, "The ministers took note with satisfaction of the heads of agreement recently negotiated between the governments of Malaya and Singapore for merging Singapore with the Federation." Why had the Tunku come round? Macmillan had charmed him and virtually promised him the Borneo territories, subject to the findings of a commission to determine the wishes of the people. Meeting leaders from Sarawak and North Borneo to discuss the Malaysia Plan, October 1961. From left, Yong Nyuk Lin, To Chin Chai, Ong Ki Hui, Sarawak, later Minister in the federal government, myself, Donald Stevens, British North Borneo, later Chief Minister, Sabah, Rajaratnam, and Tun Mustafa Harun, British North Borneo, later also Chief Minister, Sabah. In Singapore, we presented to the Legislative Assembly the main heads of agreement for merger in a white paper. Singapore will get 15 seats in the Federal House of Representatives and 2 in the Senate. The 624,000 Singapore citizens will not lose their state citizenship rights they enjoy in Singapore. With merger, they will automatically become nationals of the larger federation and carry the same passport as other nationals of the larger federation. They will have equal rights, enjoy the same protection and be subject to equal duties and responsibilities. The free port status of Singapore will be maintained. The general direction and control of the government of Singapore will be as at present, by the cabinet consisting of the Prime Minister and ministers appointed on his advice. The present Legislative Assembly in Singapore will continue as a state assembly, but it will have no power to enact laws relating to defense, external affairs, security and other federal matters. Singapore will have autonomy in education and labor policies and generally a larger measure of reserve state powers compared to other states in the Federation. Singapore will retain a very large proportion of the state's revenue. The special position of the Malays who are Singapore citizens will be safeguarded. On November 20, Ahmed Ibrahim tabled the motion that this House affirms that the first objective of all true patriots of Malaya is to achieve the reunification of these two territories in a merger of Singapore and the Federation of Malaya. The Barisan was in a quandary. They saw that the move towards Malaysia was gathering speed and appeared unstoppable, so they tried to delay proceedings by filibustering, Dr. Lee Suko speaking for 7.5 hours over 2 days. After the first half hour, he spoke gibberish. He had a team of hack writers in the opposition members' room churning out reams of repetitious drivel that Barisan assemblymen brought to him in the chamber. Often he could not even read what had been written for him. We wondered what advantage he hoped to gain by holding up the proceedings for 1 or 2 days, since we did not have to meet any deadline. Finally Chin Chai, I and other ministers stood up on points of order to ask the Speaker, Sir George Ohlers, whether Dr. Lee should be allowed to repeat himself again and again. But Ohlers was weak at the knees. We were dismayed that the Communists could instill such fear even in him that he would stretch all the rules to let the Barisan hold up the debate. We decided that if we won the next election, we must have a speaker with a stouter heart. It was just as well that Dr. Lee rambled on for so long that he buried several good points in a mountain of trivia. One of the most telling was that Singapore would not get representation in the federal parliament proportionate to its voting numbers. Singapore should have 25 to 30 seats out of 100, he said. I explained that I had asked for 19 seats, but the Tunku was not willing to concede more than 15, the number allotted to the urban centres of Kuala Lumpur and Malacca. My main difficulty was not with this, or over complete merger, which the people of Singapore did not want. It was with the question of citizenship. Dr. Lee described the Federation as taking on 3 wives in Borneo, while Singapore was not to be a 4th wife, but only a mistress. The children of the mistress were going to be treated as illegitimate with no right to federal citizenship. It struck home. The suspicion that Malaysian nationals would not be the same as Malaysian citizens caused great unease, and gave the Barisan an ideal issue over which to intensify their campaign of troublemaking on which they were already bent. As I had explained at a press conference on October 15, while Singapore-born citizens would automatically become federal citizens under complete merger, others, some 327,000 of them, those born in China, India, and even Malaya, would first have to meet federal residence qualifications and would also have to pass a language test in Malay before they could become federal citizens. The difference was that under our agreement with the Tunku, all Singapore citizens would become federal nationals. It was the best special arrangement I could get from the Tunku. The Communists launched a determined counterattack despite their basically weak position, moving away from their call for complete merger to stress that people in Singapore would become second-class citizens. Although Kang Sui rebutted Dr. Lee Suko on this, pointing out that they would be able to vote for their representatives in the federal parliament and also stand for election, he was alarmed at the effect of this propaganda on our supporters. After 13 days of tedious and repetitious debate, the vote on December 6 was 33-4, including 2 no, 3 spot and 1 independent, 18 absent, nil noes. The Barisan chose to absent themselves rather than vote against the heads of agreement after they had already committed themselves to merger. On January 24, 1962, a second motion was debated to support in principle the plan proposed by the Tunku for the establishment of the Federation of Malaysia comprising the 11 states of Malaya, the states of Singapore and Brunei, and the territories of Sarawak and North Borneo. Voting on January 30 was 35 ayes, PAP, no, spot, 13 noes, Barisan, 3 abstentions and 3 absent. Ong Ang Guan and Marshall no longer mattered. They had wanted to oppose the motion, but feared they might be treated like the communists if Malaysia came about and the Tunku took charge. So they abstained or absented themselves to avoid a collision with the Tunku. The debate itself was interrupted by a boycott of examinations by Chinese middle school students. On November 29, Lee Kuan Yew, Parliamentary Secretary to the Ministry of Education and Government Whip, ran into pickets outside the ministry that prevented him from attending the Legislative Assembly. Raja immediately introduced a motion for the House to call on the police to ensure that those responsible were dealt with according to the law. When the motion was passed by 43-3 votes, the Barisan got the pickets to disperse quietly. The examination issue had been a running sore since June, when the Minister for Education had proposed the examination system be made uniform in English, Chinese, Malay and Tamil schools. That meant a change for Chinese students. Whereas previously they could fail junior middle school examinations and still go on to senior middle school, we now required them to pass their school certificate before moving on to take the higher school certificate. The pro-communists opposed the new system, and brought matters to a head when 300 of them picketed the examination centers and formed human chains to prevent students from taking their examinations on 27 to 28 November. This was part of the general turmoil the communists sought to create. They wanted to get the Chinese school students into the act, as they had done against Lim Yu Hok. But we refused to use the police to break up their pickets. Instead we told parents that if their children missed this examination, they would lose a whole year before they could take it again, and we offered police protection to get them through the pickets. The result was that 60% sat the examinations. The press, including the Chinese newspapers, carried pictures of parents and students escorted by police pushing aside pickets who covered the lower half of their faces with their handkerchiefs, bandit style, to avoid being caught on special branch cameras. I never allowed the communists to exploit Chinese language, education, and culture, and in this I gained strength from my children being educated in Chinese. Thus I denied the communists a powerful weapon against me. They could attack my bourgeois middle-class background but could not demonize me as they had Lim Yu Hok, as an enemy who was a destroyer of Chinese culture. 26. Getting to know the Tunku. The Tunku returned from his trip to London in a happy mood. He was extending his territory. He would take in Singapore on terms that would enable him to maintain his Malay majority and the system of Malay dominance he had established in the Federation. He had got over his deep-seated fears about having to absorb more Chinese. In mid-December I spent 4 days in Kuala Lumpur, this time staying with the Tunku at his official residence. I went up alone for tete-a-tete talks, no officials, no ministers, nobody taking notes. That was the way the Tunku felt most comfortable, for he always preferred flexibility when implementing any gentleman's agreement. After our discussions, I told the press that he would like to have Malaysia formed by August 1962, so that the anniversary would fall on an auspicious day. 8 was his lucky number, so he had chosen August 31st as Malaya's Independence Day. August was the 8th month, and 31 was 3 plus 1, which made 4, or half of 8, the Tunku explained. I learned later from his old friend from pre-war student days in Cambridge, Dr. Chua Sin Ka, that he liked me to stay at the residency because he wanted to know the kind of person I was, my personal habits and character. And he had reached the conclusion that I was not a bad fellow. I sang in my bath and he approved of my songs, like the lilting Indonesian Burung Kakao, the cockatoo, which was then a hit. I played golf and poker, and I drank beer, wine, and even took whiskey and a little brandy. 3-star Hennessy was the Tunku's favorite drink. He decided I was not a dangerous communist. Indeed, I was very human and an agreeable companion, young, a little too smart for his liking, and always too full of ideas, but otherwise all right. I got on with him. One great advantage was that I could speak Malay and I was completely at home talking to his wife, Puan Charifaraja, an Arab Malay woman affectionately called Inkapa, who was also from Kedah, the Tunku's home state. To add to the impression that I was of sound background, Chu also spoke good Malay. This proved to him that we were Malayans at heart and not Chinese chauvinists. To negotiate with the Tunku required a special temperament. He did not like to sit down and join issue face to face after having read his files. He preferred to leave all tedious details to his deputy, Razak, a capable, hard-working, and meticulous man, and to confine himself to making the big decisions and settling the direction of events. Every time we ran into a roadblock with Malayan officials over some matter and could not get the relevant minister or Razak to overrule them, I had to go to the Tunku. This meant getting a word in between long sessions of desultory talk about the world, social gossip, and lunches for which he often personally cooked the roast mutton or roast beef. He enjoyed cooking and was good at it. After lunch, he would invariably take a nap, and with time on my hands I would go off to the Royal Selangor Golf Club practice tee to hit 100 to 200 balls while I waited for him to get up. At about 4:30 we would play 9 holes of golf, and in between shots or before dinner, when he was in the right mood, I would put the question to him. In this way, one item might involve 4 days of eating, drinking, golfing, and going with him to dinner parties or weddings. On several occasions I accompanied him to Penang or Ipoh or the Cameron Highlands, waiting for a propitious moment. He possessed an equable temperament, and almost always appeared serene and tranquil, but he could become quite agitated when he sensed danger. He told me that he would never allow anyone to hustle him into a decision, because when he was not calm and relaxed he could make bad mistakes. If he were pressed, he would postpone making up his mind. But I soon learnt that once he had done so, he never looked back. The high commissioners who did well in Kuala Lumpur were those who realised this, especially Australia's Tom Critchley and Britain's Geoffroy Tory. They humoured the old boy, played golf and poker with him. Critchley might lose a few $100s to him at poker over the months, not big money, but not tiddlywinks either. The Tunku liked winning, or rather did not like losing. It was part of his royal upbringing. I did not mind, as my purpose was to get points of agreement clarified between us, but I robbed him of the sense of satisfaction that comes from winning because my mind was not on it. Once, when I had lost a couple of $100 after taking a third telephone call from Singapore, he said, "Kuan Yew, keep your mind on the game. I don't like winning from you when your mind is not on the game. The work can wait till tomorrow." I laughed, remembering the London talks in 1956 and Lennox Boyd writing a reply to a cable while listening to David Marshall. "Tunku," I said, "when I went to the telephone, I knew that your bid was $15, I suspected you had 3 kings, and I did not have enough cards to meet you, so I had to throw my hand in." He was not mollified. He wanted to win only after I had tried my best. It was different at golf. The Tunku had a 24 handicap and played to 24, mine was 12, later unfairly reduced to 9, but I actually played to 15. And he would have a strong partner. So it was difficult for me to beat him. Nevertheless, on one memorable occasion my partner and I trounced him by 8 holes with 7 to play. He was not pleased. Moore, who was at the Royal Selangor Golf Club at the time, took me to task for being tactless. His friends also humoured him. When his horse was beaten at the races, one of them would often fish some tickets from his pocket and say, "Tunku, I bought these tickets for you. I knew you wouldn't bet on this horse when your horse was running, but I knew it was going to win, so I bought them for you." The Tunku would go home a winner by a few $100s in spite of his horse losing. It made his day. He was a nice man. But he was a prince who understood power and knew how to use it. He did not carry a big stick, but he had many hatchet bearers who would do the job for him while he looked the other way and appeared as benign as ever. If he distrusted a man, that man was finished with him. But if he trusted you and you did not let him down, he would, in the royal tradition, always find some way of helping a loyal follower, as he did with Lim Yu Hock. When Lim was out of office, the Tunku made him High Commissioner to Australia. When he disgraced himself there by getting lost in a striptease nightclub for a few days, provoking a police search for him, and had to resign, the Tunku got him another job in an Islamic organization in Jeddah. Lim had become a convert to Islam. It was his way of helping a friend in trouble. And, fortunately, he viewed my parlous position in Singapore with sympathy. There was never a lull in the communist attacks on us. We had chronic industrial unrest, though there were no riots or clashes between workers and police. On January 11, 1962, the opposition in the Dewan Rakyat, the House of Representatives in Kuala Lumpur, put a barbed question to the Tunku as to what would happen after merger, since Singapore trade union leaders, unlike their Malayan counterparts, seemed to flourish in trouble. The Tunku replied that Singapore had more strikes in 1 month than Malaya had in 3 years, but he would try to reduce the number and increase the amount of happiness of the people there, adding laughingly, "I don't know how we will do it, but our Minister for Internal Security says he will do it. The whole country is with him." This was a double-edged sword. It was helpful in that it showed waverers in Singapore that the Tunku was confident merger was coming and that after merger he would deal with the communists through Ismail, but it was unhelpful because it spurred the Barisan to more desperate action to stop it. However, the Barisan did not return to violence. It placed its hopes on getting the Chinese-speaking electorate to vote against merger in any form by working on their fears over second-class citizenship. To address the issue, the traditional leaders of the Chinese-speaking community, including those of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce, had proposed that I talk to their members. I agreed, and on January 13, I met over 1,000 delegates from 400 guilds, associations, and unions at the Victoria Memorial Hall. The chair was taken by the president of the Singapore Chinese Chamber of Commerce and Industry, a successful rubber trader of 51 called Ko Tek Kin, who, like most of his colleagues other than Tan Larksai, was apprehensive of the communists. He had an economic stake in Malaya, where the rubber came from, and he was not going to side with the communists. After I got to know him better, I found him a sensible, reasonable man, deeply concerned about the future of the Chinese community in Singapore, whose interests he felt it was his duty to protect. I spent 3 hours answering questions. The audience was not hostile. The majority were practical businessmen. The communists had not been able to pack the meeting and could not dominate it. My answers to several questions drew laughter from the crowd. And when I rounded up the meeting with an account of the historical development of the Chinese communities in Southeast Asia, and of how the clan associations had played a key role in the welfare of the Chinese immigrants, they responded warmly and I sat down to applause. As I expected, the first question concerned citizenship. This was natural. As one key member of the chamber reminded the audience, they had fought hard for Singapore citizenship, multilingualism, and equal treatment for all streams of education. They were therefore anxious to know how these would be affected by merger. I told them that if we saw complete merger as proposed by the Barisan, some 330,000 Singapore citizens would lose all citizenship rights. But Lam Tien, my old opponent in the 1955 general election, later came back to query our alternative. Why couldn't all 600,000 Singapore citizens enjoy the same rights after joining Malaysia under the terms we had agreed with the Tunku? I explained that the rights of all Malaysian nationals, whether Singapore citizens or federal citizens, would be the same, except that Singapore citizens would vote in Singapore for their representatives in the federal parliament, and federal citizens would vote in the federation. In fact, the Tunku's object was to exclude Singapore citizens from voting elsewhere in Malaysia. But the nagging question in the minds of the Chinese-speaking remained, if there was no difference between them, why did the Tunku not agree to use the more familiar term citizen instead of national? That distinction was my problem, and my job had not been made easier when the third meeting of the Malaysia Solidarity Consultative Committee issued a statement a few days earlier saying that the special position of the Malays in the Federation would be shared by the indigenous people of the Borneo territories. They would thus automatically become founder citizens of Malaysia by operation of law. This emphasized the superior status of citizens over the nationals in Singapore. When I met Sir John Martin, another permanent undersecretary at the Colonial Office, with Ian Wallace and Philip Moore at Sri Temasek on January 16, 1962 to discuss Malaysia, they thought that the general opinion in the North Borneo territories ran contrary to the confident assumptions of the Malaysia Solidarity Consultative Committee. Martin and Wallace had been to Borneo and found hesitation on almost all sides. The unsophisticated upriver people knew little of the implications and needed time to think about it. The Chinese were distrustful because they knew it was Malayan government policy to keep them in their place. In Brunei, Azahari, the leader of Parti Rakyat who had considerable support among young Malays, was firmly opposed to joining Malaysia, and was calling for an independent federation of the three Borneo territories. The Sultan of Brunei wanted to know what advantages there were in it for him, and had to be reassured that he could seek special terms in direct negotiations with the Malayan government. I said that these hesitations of the people who had confided in them should not be taken too seriously. The leaders in the Borneo territories respected authority. Once they saw the Tunku as the ultimate source of power in the federation, they would accommodate themselves to it. What was important was that the British should give a strong lead and have them understand Britain's support for Malaysia was firm and settled. Martin concluded that the people of Borneo would come to accept the plan provided the Tunku was wise enough to grant them reasonable safeguards, but more time was needed for preparation to ensure that the administration did not collapse after sovereignty was transferred. I emphasized that we had to keep up the momentum. The Tunku wanted Malaysia by August 1962. I wanted to accomplish merger as soon as possible and so dilute the communist threat in the larger population of Malaysia. I told them that we had to make haste. The Barisan had made a tactical blunder when they declared themselves in favor of complete merger, and once they knew they could not win, they might decide to launch a campaign of widespread disorders rather than accept Malaysia and their removal from the scene. They might want to go down fighting. The Barisan's potential for stirring up trouble had not decreased. I was therefore eager to get things moving, and through my impatience and my very different temperament made the Tunku angry with me. I had not been sensitive enough to realize that once he decided to take Singapore into the Federation, his attitude towards me would undergo a subtle change. He was a prince of the royal house of Kedah. Hierarchy was part of his nature. As long as Singapore was outside his domain, he treated me as the leader of a friendly neighboring country, a lesser leader to whom he was willing to be courteous. But now, I was going to be part of his federation, and he was accustomed to having courtiers and retainers around him, followers who were faithful and humble. Lim Yu Hock was one of them, and I had been unkind to Lim when he introduced a motion in the Assembly in March to express grave concern at the mounting industrial unrest in Singapore. In the exchange that followed, I had knocked him about roughly, pointing out the differences between his handling of labor disputes in 1955-56 and the way we were dealing with them. Then Keng Swee aroused anger by announcing that the Singapore government would award equal pay to men and women in the civil service forthwith. Tan Siew Sin, the finance minister of the federal government, was very annoyed and passed his annoyance on to the Tunku. He believed that this change would have financial and social implications for Malaya, since their women employees would demand equal pay. The last straw was when I told the Tunku that I was planning a tour of Delhi, Cairo, Belgrade, London, Moscow, and Beijing. He was appalled. I was on a dangerous course, associating with the enemy. I was giving the impression that the Russian and Chinese leaders were great men when in fact they were evil fellows out to destroy the stability of Malaya. He could not understand my reasoning, that after I had visited these countries and been received by them, I would be better qualified to tell the people I was more convinced than ever that the communist system was unsuitable for Singapore and Malaya. That was not the Tunku's approach. I was going to be part of his scheme of things and he did not want anybody in Malaysia to fraternize with the enemy. He was angered by my arguing with him over it, and I finally concluded it was not worth my while to clash with him on the issue. His irritation showed. On March 25, in Singapore, he opened up on the extremists who looked upon the island as Little China, opposed merger, and had broken away from the PAP to fight it. If they wanted to create trouble and bloodshed, it would be better not to have merger at all, he said, but in that case he would close the causeway for Malaya's own safety. On the other hand, he added, extremist groups had nothing to fear after merger as long as they respected the law and worked within the federal constitution. There were already more of them in Malaya than there were in Singapore. That was typical of him. He had said in the House of Representatives in Kuala Lumpur that his Minister for Internal Security would deal with the communists. Now he said they would be all right if they worked within the constitution. Yet it was obvious he wanted them dealt with. He often indulged in such equivocation. It was the Tunku speaking his mind, not necessarily logical and tight in his presentation but leaving his listeners in no doubt where he stood. However, his intervention this time was more of a help than a hindrance. He had underlined the vulnerability of Singapore, and his determination to have merger. Only 2 days later, he spoke at a dinner given by Ko Tek Kin, and this time he really let his hair down. A complete break between Singapore and Malaya might mean war and bloodshed with devastating effect on the people, he said. War would result if an isolated Singapore sought solace in the company of powers unfriendly to the Federation, meaning China. Selkirk reported back to London. I feel that the rather hysterical and hectoring note will do harm and will raise the temperature in Singapore politics at a time when we are trying to ease Singapore quietly and inevitably into merger. Threats of closing the causeway and of war between Singapore and the Federation are futile and will only help the Barisan Socialis to excite communal feeling against the Malays. Perhaps, however, what is more important than the effect on Singapore is the indication of the confused state of the Tunku's thinking. He is clearly puzzled and hurt that his offer of Malaysia has not been welcomed with open arms in both Borneo and Singapore, and part of him is no doubt already regretting the whole enterprise. Nevertheless, I believe he still intends to go ahead with Malaysia and probably the more extreme passages of his speeches should not be taken too seriously. Selkirk was wrong about the effect of the Tunku's words. They made a considerable impact on the Barisan leaders who realized the Tunku meant business and had now entered the fray. He had painted a bleak picture of the outcome for Singapore if there were no Malaysia. Lim Chin Sian was alarmed enough to write to the Tunku pledging his party's support for merger and Malaysia. The letter was handed over quietly at Federation House in Singapore, but the Tunku leaked the fact through one of his secretaries and the Straits Times carried the headline, "Mystery Letter." It was from Lim. Pressed by journalists, Lim Chin Sian confirmed that he had written it and said he was grateful to the Tunku for sending him a very courteous reply. Asked what it was about, he declined to answer. Taunted with dark conjectures voiced by Chin Chai, was it a secret sellout? Dr. Lee Suko finally produced the letter and the Tunku's reply on July 11. Lim Chin Sian had written that he thought much of the Tunku's unhappy feelings about Singapore had arisen from a lack of opportunities for free and frank discussion of the apparently divergent attitudes between them, which could contribute a great deal towards understanding and national unity. The Tunku in his reply welcomed Lim's assurance that he was completely at one with him on the desire for national unity. He had to leave Singapore the next day, but would be happy to meet him at some future date, and would let Lim know when this could be arranged. But the Tunku, who knew that the apparently divergent attitudes were irreconcilable, had offered no date. Lim Chin-siang had made a serious mistake. Writing the letter and not making it public in the first place was seen by the Chinese speaking as weakness, an admission that he was in a vulnerable position and wanted to make peace with the Tunku. The letter was a giveaway with nothing gained in return. It implicitly acknowledged that the Tunku was the person most likely to be in control from now on, not Lim Chin-siang and the communists, and I knew the Chinese would take this into account when making their choices in the future. All the Barisan could do in the meanwhile was to keep their cadres busy in order to maintain their morale and stop them from thinking about the hopelessness of their position. Accordingly, Dr. Lee announced that 1,500 of them would be out the following Sunday, and every Sunday for 6 weeks afterwards, on a house-to-house campaign to reject the government white paper on merger. A week after the Tunku's visit, Tan Siew Sin visited Singapore to open a sub-branch of the MCA, of which he had just become president. He sounded even tougher than the Tunku. Singapore had become the problem child of Malaya, he said. But if there were no merger, it might not be necessary to close the causeway because Singapore's economy was so vulnerable. A short and simple customs order levying an additional cess on rubber exports would reduce the largest rubber market in the world to a tropical slum. An island smaller than Malaya's hill station, the Cameron Highlands, could not go it alone. He added that the Malayan government was not completely dominated by the Malays and it was not true that the Chinese did not get a square deal. He would not be a member of a government which he felt was hostile to the legitimate interests of the Malayan Chinese. The threat to fix Singapore through economic measures did not endear him to the Chinese in either territory. A few days later the Barisan countered by warning him that the interdependence of Malaya and Singapore was a grim reality. Any attempt by one to impose economic sanctions against the other would be to commit suicide. At the same time, Lim Chin-siang took on the Tunku, albeit obliquely. As it was no longer possible for the British to rule according to the old colonial pattern, he said, they had decided on Malaysia to use local right-wing forces to police and protect their interests in the region. The Tunku responded by repeating his warning that the causeway would be closed by the end of the year if Singapore rejected merger, and stressed that he meant it. If the communists think they can easily dupe the Malays, he said, they are sadly mistaken. A week later, the Barisan retorted that such threats would only increase public antagonism towards Federation politicians whose attitudes were most unreasonable, unjust, and non-democratic. It said that the Federation wooed the people of the Borneo territories with concessions, but for Singapore it was all threats, coercion, and intimidation. This might well have been so, but the threats had made people realize that the consequences of a confrontation with the Tunku could be devastating. However much it would hurt, Malaya would weather it better than Singapore. The British business community was dismayed, and to underline the precariousness of the situation, the retiring chairman of the Singapore Chamber of Commerce referred to the orgy of strikes, go-slows, sit-downs, etc., which is termed industrial unrest and incurred a serious risk that new capital would be kept out of the island, while rising costs would restrict existing trade and create financial difficulties. The general mood of apprehension all this fostered worked against the Barisan. Meanwhile we had cleared another hurdle. After acrimonious exchanges and a debate that went on for 5 hours to past midnight and continued the following day, the House passed an amended motion welcoming the introduction of the Singapore National Referendum Bill by 26 votes to 16. Needing a change after this frenetic activity, I decided it was time to renew my contacts with British leaders, and to meet several Afro-Asian leaders on the way. In April 1962, I flew to London via Rangoon, New Delhi, Cairo, and Belgrade. Prime Minister Pandit Nehru of India fully supported my proposals to merge Singapore with Malaya and form Malaysia. I had a good press. Under the caption, Prime Minister's Blessings for Malaysia Secured, the Times of India, then India's journal of record, wrote that Malaysia had evoked appreciation in official circles. It was obvious the Indians considered it a sound development because it would help to keep China's influence out of Southeast Asia. At my press conference, I was able to tell journalists that their Prime Minister was not concerned about the Afro-Asian Secretariat's declarations that Malaysia was neocolonialist. My next stop was Cairo, from where the Secretariat of the Afro-Asian Solidarity Committee issued its statements critical of Malaysia. If I could win President Nasser over, I would make an important breakthrough. I arrived in the morning and was met at the airport by the Vice President and taken to one of ex-King Farouk's smaller palaces, now a guest house. That evening, I was received by President Nasser in his modest, unpretentious but well-appointed home. It was a good meeting, the chemistry was right. When I arrived, he was at the front door with photographers in position. I felt he had done it hundreds of times, so photogenic did he look on television and in the papers. All the same, he was most welcoming and friendly. His consul general in Singapore was a great supporter of mine and of Malaysia. He knew we did not want Singapore to become an Israel in Southeast Asia, and had reported this to his foreign minister. Nasser spent an hour listening to me on the dangers of Singapore going it alone and becoming the odd man out in Southeast Asia, a Chinese entity in the midst of a Malay archipelago of about 100 million people. I did not want this. The answer was to reunite Singapore and the peninsula, with which it had been governed by the British as one unit for over 100 years before they were separated. He needed no persuading that Malaysia was not a neocolonialist plot and assured me that he would support it and that I could say so. All through the 5-day visit, the Egyptians laid out the red carpet for me. I was invited to visit Egypt again and see him at any time, it was personal, Nasser said. I had made a friend. I liked the man, his simple lifestyle and his intense desire to change all that was decadent and rotten in Farouk's Egypt. A big smile of welcome from President Gamal Abdul Nasser of Egypt in April 1962. Nasser issued a joint communiqué with me, breaking protocol since Singapore was not an independent country. It said that he supported Malaysia and the unification of all peoples with similar political and social backgrounds, seeking an end to colonial domination. It was a political plus for Singapore to be understood and supported by Nasser and Nehru, the two leaders who then set the pace in Africa and in Asia. On May Day, I flew to Belgrade. Tito received me formally. Unlike Nasser, he had a splendid residence, with electrically controlled steel gates that opened silently upon our arrival. I was taken to see him by a minister, Slavko Komer. Tito wore a lounge suit, not one of his resplendent uniforms, and as the cameraman took pictures he looked firm and stern, no smiles, no warmth, completely the opposite of Nasser. I was up against it, the Indonesians had poisoned his mind. But he listened. I took time to explain my background, that I was a nationalist and not a colonialist stooge. I did not agree with the communists in Singapore who took their inspiration from China. They could not succeed in Singapore and Malaya because their brand of communism was not indigenous. Maoism could not succeed in Southeast Asia. I sensed from his body language that I had shifted him. I mentioned an article critical of Malaysia in their party publication, The Communist. Tito said it did not represent the view of the Yugoslav government. I had gained my point. When I was leaving for the airport and about to meet the press there, I asked Slavko Komer whether I could repeat what Tito had told me. He said the president was a man of his word, and when he had said it was so, it was so. So I quoted Tito's statement and turned around to the minister to ask whether I was right. He nodded and said, yes. After my departure, Reuters reported a Foreign Secretariat spokesman as stating, the article represents the personal opinion of the author. Premier Lee during his stay in Belgrade informed the president and Yugoslav leaders about desires to create a Malaysian federation, which were received with understanding by the Yugoslav side. It was a plus. For Chu, the London trip was the first time she had been back since she left in August 1950. The city looked prosperous and Londoners well-groomed. They were going into the swinging 60s. Although I had been there 3 times between 1956 and 1958, I was impressed by the sense of plenty, the shops, the restaurants, and the cars. Macmillan had won the general election in 1959 on his refrain, "You've never had it so good," and the popular press had dubbed him Super Mac. It was May, the weather was fine, and we were happy to find the British capital thriving. Several huge Humber Pullmans were parked at Grosvenor House where we stayed, waiting to take us wherever we wished. But I had a tight program, discussions with ministers, meeting old Labour Party supporters in Parliament, and cultivating the British press in off-the-record interviews. Reginald Maudling, the new Secretary of State for the Colonies, a large, well-built man with spectacles, was outgoing and easy to get on with. He and his wife saw us socially before our official discussions to make us feel welcome. He also gathered some ministers to meet me for lunch, and Mrs. Maudling had what was then called a hen party for Chew at the Hyde Park Hotel. One major problem was still the old issue, whether the communists should be cleaned up before or after merger. The Tunku had repeated his demand that the Internal Security Council move against them beforehand. He had made it clear to the British and to me that he did not want to take repressive measures the moment Malaysia came into being. It would not be an auspicious beginning. I was prepared to consider action before merger, with two important provisos. I told Maudling the operation could begin while the United Kingdom still had the responsibility for security, hence under the command of the British, as chairman of the Internal Security Council. My public position would be that it was most regrettable but, from my personal knowledge of the communists, absolutely necessary. Next, I insisted that the communists should still be at large when the referendum on Malaysia was held. I believed they would call for a boycott that would not be obeyed, and this would discredit them. It would be a fatal mistake to detain them before the referendum, that would completely destroy its worth and open me to accusations that they were arrested to help me win and hand Singapore over to the Tunku. There would be protest riots and public disorder. A special commission under Lord Carbold was then visiting North Borneo to determine the attitudes there towards Malaysia. I stressed that whatever the Carbold report recommended on the subject of citizenship for people in Borneo, Singapore could not be given less favorable terms. The term Malaysian national would have been acceptable if it had applied equally to the citizens of both territories, but the Tunku had announced that Borneo citizens would become Malaysian citizens, although Singapore citizens would not. When Maudling asked about my difficulties with the Tunku, I said, "The Tunku thinks I am clever but wrong, and he, though not clever, is right. I win the argument, which embarrasses him, but he feels that my conclusion is wrong, though he does not know why. If he would persuade the Tunku that it was folly to believe that every Chinese was a potential communist supporter, it would have more effect than if it came from me." The Tunku's simple belief was that politics was for the Malays and business for the Chinese. This might have been so in his father's time, but was not realistic in 1962. As for our differences over citizenship, I had also met Lord Carbold that morning and spent the best part of an hour discussing his recommendations on Borneo, and I told Maudling that I felt happier now that he knew how they could affect Singapore, and how they could increase my problems. My visit was not all work. We drove up to Cambridge to meet Billy Thatcher for tea at the University Arms Hotel. Thatcher was pleased with what I had done since I went down from Cambridge in 1949 and asked about our children. We had written to him to say how bright Lung was. He gave us a copy of Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland for him and said, "He must come soon if I am to be here to see him." He did not look particularly frail, but I was glad I was able to meet him. He died a year later. We were both very sad. The weekend in Cambridge was a welcome break in a full official program that included a BBC broadcast to Singapore on their Far East service. I described how the heads of non-aligned nations, India, Egypt, and Yugoslavia, had come out in open support of Malaysia. It was not the kind of news that helped the pro-communists. Press and radio reports of my meetings with Nehru, Nasser, and Tito, and my BBC broadcast from London must have done me good because the Barisan attacked me vigorously. To explain why these great leaders of the Afro-Asian world did not think Malaysia was a colonialist plot, they claimed that I had managed to gain their sympathy and support by creating a false impression. They cavilled that Nehru, Tito, and Ne Win, unlike Nasser, had not issued joint statements with the discredited Prime Minister. But they could not deny that they had supported Malaysia. Meanwhile, the pro-communist Indonesian newspaper, Bintang Timur, reported that Lim Chin Siang had said he was in favor of merger with Indonesia rather than with Malaysia. This was foolish, and Lim hastened to deny making the statement, but it had damaged him. The communists were losing that air of irresistible and inevitable victory in their fight against merger, and his denial was unconvincing. I returned to Singapore feeling the better for 5 weeks away from the daily grind of public argument and the pressure of industrial unrest. My spirits were sufficiently restored to return to the ceaseless ding-dong with the communists, exchanging vitriol with them in the press and exercising restraint in the face of provocation by their strikes, go-slows, and sit-downs while business suffered, jobs were lost and unemployment increased. Things had not gone too badly. In May, some 3,000 students had gathered at Chung Cheng High School to commemorate the anniversary of the clashes with the police in 1954. They sang songs, condemned the government for setting up a commission of inquiry to investigate the boycott of the secondary 4 examinations and called for a one-day boycott of classes in all Chinese middle schools on May 21, the day the commission was to start. But on the day itself, there was 100% attendance at 19 of the 25 morning schools. 100 students were picked up plastering walls, lamp posts, and traffic signs with protest posters, but at 5 a.m., when it was still dark. They were not anxious to be noticed and photographed. And despite the Barisans canvassing every Sunday, the ground had not turned sour on us. 27 a vote for merger. On the question of citizenship though, the Barisan was gaining ground. Its suggestion that Singaporeans would be second-class citizens in Malaysia struck a chord and aroused alarm. I was determined to tackle the question head-on. So on June 3, 1962, the 3rd anniversary of Singapore State Day, I spoke at the Padang to a few thousand people gathered there to watch a march past of military detachments, civilian groups, and school children, and cultural displays. I assured them that before Malaysia was implemented, I would make it clear in the constitution that Singapore citizens would be equal to all others in the federation. Lim Chin Siang retorted that my pledge was an admission that there was in fact no equality for them under the proposed merger and Malaysia arrangements. The Barisan had narrowed the issue down to this one problem, and I was convinced that if I could get the Tunku to change the term Malaysian nationals to Malaysian citizens, it would be solved. I was determined to achieve this, and then hold a referendum as soon as possible before the Barisan could work up dissatisfaction and discontent over some other spurious objection. But I had no leverage with the Tunku, only the British had, since the Tunku wanted the Borneo territories and also needed their assistance to defend Malaya. I had to get them to exercise it. Moore agreed that we had a legitimate grievance, and I knew he would do his best to get his ministers in London to persuade the Tunku to change his mind on citizenship. But we disagreed about another equally important matter, the referendum. Moore was worried because the referendum bill, which had already gone through a select committee, had recommended that since the submission of blank ballot papers would indicate that the voters concerned did not wish to exercise their right to decide for or against merger themselves, the decision would be taken by the majority in the assembly, meaning the PAP. I had inserted this provision to counter any communist call for a blank vote. But if people wanted to protest by casting blank votes in large numbers and in that way express their opposition to merger and the referendum, Moore thought I had to give them their choice. He tried to dissuade me from going on with the operation, saying people had labeled it dishonest and phony. I disagreed. In a report he sent to the Secretary of State on June 21, as acting commissioner, he wrote, "In answer to our repeated suggestions over the last 6 months that he should not hold a referendum, he has always said that he must do so to avoid being labeled as the man who sold the Singapore Chinese to the Malays. It seems therefore that he will have to go ahead with the referendum on his terms, which have been carefully calculated to ensure that he does not lose. Probably the only serious risk now is that there will be a large-scale boycott of the referendum." He was right about one thing. I remained determined that there should be a referendum, and my immediate task was to get the bill through the assembly. Once the Cobbold Commission report was published, I would have to decide what alternatives to put to the people. There had been endless public discussion in the press, over the radio and in forums at the University of Malaya, and although the debate on the referendum bill itself lasted from June 27 to July 11, with 8 midnight sessions, the speeches were heated and repetitious because there were no new arguments, only increasingly vehement reassertions of the respective positions of the opposing sides. An amendment on the key issue was moved by Dr. Lee Kuan and supported by David Marshall and Ong Ang Guan to propose that only one question should be posed in the referendum, yes or no to merger. Then Lim Yu Hock intervened to propose that 3 questions be posed: do you want merger, A, in accordance with the white paper, or, B, on the basis of Singapore as a constituent state of the Federation of Malaya, or, C, on terms no less favorable than those given to the 3 Borneo territories. Dr. Lee's amendment was defeated and Lim Yu Hock's accepted. I was delighted that Lim had proposed what I had planned to do. During the debate, every member of the assembly received a thinly veiled threatening letter, signed by 39 old boys associations and university students clubs led by the Nanyang University Guild of Graduates, telling them to vote for the Barisan proposal, or else. On June 29, speaking on the supplementary estimates to raise more than $1 million for a 2nd Battalion of the Singapore Infantry Regiment, I warned the Barisan that should wild talk lead to wild action, then the wild men would be put away. If the rules were cast aside for stones and iron bars, then the overriding interests of peace, security, and the well-being of the people would require the use of force to suppress force. I felt no qualms about using the Singapore Infantry Regiment against the Communists. There was no danger of my being dubbed a colonial stooge. But to encourage them to be on their best behavior, I assured Dr. Lee that no troops would be used as long as they kept to the rules. On the afternoon of July 3, 1962, PAP Assemblywoman Ho Pui Chu sent me a letter resigning from the party on the grounds that she had not been consulted on important policy decisions. The Communists had been hard at work on her and had got her to switch at this, the last moment. The PAP now had 25 members against the combined opposition's 26. We had become a minority government. I asked Moore to meet Chin Chai, Keng Sui, and me. If the PAP had to throw in its hand, Keng Sui asked him, would the British see merger through after we had resigned? Moore thought it would be very difficult, as there would then be no elected government to support it. He urged me to see it through if it was at all possible. I said I would, but asked him to tell London that time was now extremely short. We had to battle on in the Assembly for another 8 days of debate before the vote was taken. We carried the motion by 29 votes to 17 to 24 PAP, 3 UMNO and 2 SPA against 13 Barisan, 1 Workers' Party, David Marshall, and 3 UPP, Ong Ang Guan. Ho Pui Chu absented herself. We had got the bill through with the support of Lim Yu Hock's SPA and the Tunku's UMNO. A month earlier, Moore had given me sight of the final draft of the Cobbold report to test my reaction. I was most concerned by its recommendations. There is no reason for a separate citizenship for the Borneo territories, it said, and set out terms that would include a waiver for a limited period of the language test in respect of persons above a certain age. Thus all those born in the territories could qualify for Malaysian citizenship. This was a disaster. My position would become totally untenable and the referendum would fail. There would be large-scale abstentions or blank votes. The report had, however, given me one opening. Immediately after the referendum debate, I wrote to Maud Ling to point out that Singapore citizens could become Malaysian citizens without creating any problems, because the Cobbold Commission had also recommended that electoral rights should only be exercised in the territories where the citizens were normally resident. In other words, Borneo citizens would vote in Borneo and Singapore citizens would vote in Singapore, so the Tunku need not fear being swamped by Chinese from Singapore casting their ballots in Malaya. I then wrote to the Tunku on July 12, to send him a copy of this letter and to suggest that the solution to the problem was to use similar terms for Borneo and for Singapore, without in any way altering the content of what we had already agreed about limiting voting rights. I attached an aide memoir for both him and Sandys, which stated that the main thrust of the attack against the white paper by the communists was that it was anti-Chinese, because the island was 70% Chinese. The Tunku was not prepared to offer Singapore what he was prepared to offer the Borneo territories, which were 70% non-Chinese. This could only be disproved by offering Singapore the supposedly better Borneo terms. I had given the British notice that if they did not press the Tunku to grant us equal citizenship, I would not be able to get merger through the assembly. What I did not say, and it was something on the minds of Chin Chai, Keng Sui, Raja, and myself, was that in that case, we would not even want to go through with it. The Tunku and the British would then have to take the consequences. Immediately after the referendum bill was passed, Dr. Lee Kuan Yew tabled a motion of no confidence in the government. To this, Lim Yu Hok moved an amendment condemning the government for not restraining known communists and communist front leaders from manipulating and controlling organizations like the Barisan Socialis. He waxed eloquent and unburdened himself. It was his chance to show how he had sacrificed everything in order to deal with the communists in 1956–57. Had he known that the Prime Minister had consorted with the so-called plan, he would have sent him to keep Lim Chin Sai and company, in Changi prison. The Barisan wanted to wreck the referendum and merger by this no-confidence motion, but Lim Yu Hok would not make common cause with them. People were becoming less afraid of the all-powerful communists as they realized how vulnerable they were, that it would be the Malayans, not the colonial British, who would soon deal with them. Lim Yu Hok's amendment was defeated, as was the original no-confidence motion. After the Barisan had lost the fight on the referendum bill and the motion of no confidence, the Tunku left for London in mid-July to finalise the terms with the British over the Borneo territories. Time was running out and the communists searched desperately for some way to prevent merger. 2 days after they lost the debate, a group of 19 assemblymen led by the Barisan Socialis sent an appeal to the United Nations Decolonization Committee, objecting to the way the questions to be put in the referendum were formulated. Only 2 of the 17 members of the committee were from the communist bloc, the majority were Afro-Asians, most of whose governments had representatives in Singapore and Kuala Lumpur and knew what was going on. As there was nothing to be gained by dodging it, I cabled UN Acting Secretary-General U Thant that the opposition's petition was part of the play of domestic party politics in Singapore, and that if the committee considered the petition, it must hear the government first. I was prepared to lay before it the facts of the situation, which could stand the closest scrutiny. At first the Indian representative staunchly supported us, in keeping with the view Nehru had expressed in Delhi in April that year, that there was no alternative to Malaysia. Together with Cambodia, Tunisia, and other Afro-Asians, he said that since Singapore had a freely elected government, its actions could not come under review by the committee. Then he unexpectedly changed his mind, perhaps because of my willingness to participate. The following day, the UN said the committee, which had earlier voted 10-2 to take no action, had decided it would meet a delegation from the Singapore assemblymen who were petitioning against the referendum and had asked for a UN observer. Dr. Lee Kuan Yew was jubilant. But I was not unhappy with the outcome. I was confident I could demolish the arguments of the Barisan and Marshall, and on July 20 I made a formal request to the committee to appear before it. 2 days later, Keng Sui and I took off for New York with my personal assistant, Teo Yik Kui. I wanted to get in the first word with the committee, then leave for London to join the Tunku and Macmillan after they had finished their discussions on the Borneo territories. Our plane was a Super Constellation, a 4-engine turboprop and the main intercontinental aircraft then in service. It took nearly 2 days to fly us from Singapore to New York via Saigon, Guam, Hawaii, and Los Angeles. Keng Sui and I worked throughout that flight, preparing a point-by-point rebuttal of the long 19-point memorandum that Marshall had helped the Barisan to draft. Once my bags were unpacked in our Manhattan hotel, I looked for Teo. I found him flat on his back on his bed, fast asleep, fully clothed with his shoes on, totally exhausted. He had been typing endless drafts and redrafts for Keng Sui and me for almost 48 hours. The British were still in charge of our foreign affairs, and an officer from their mission to the United Nations met us at the airport. They were first-rate professionals. They knew every procedural move that had to be taken, and piloted me to the right people for preliminary talks. They advised me not to present any long or protracted argument to the committee, but to go back to the position earlier taken by the Indian delegate, that there was an elected government in Singapore and the committee should not concern itself with what it decided. At the hearing, I handed in the memorandum giving our rebuttal to the opposition's charges that the referendum terms denied the people the right of democratic dissent, and in the course of 2 hours elaborated on every point. They had been guilty of misrepresentation in seeking UN intervention, I said. Their appeal was part of a false alarm designed to maintain an atmosphere of emergency in Singapore in order to boost the flagging morale of their supporters, who saw merger advancing relentlessly upon them. They had also been guilty of seeking to retain colonialism in Singapore for their own purposes, and had petitioned against the duly elected and constitutional government, which wanted immediate independence. It was a paradox. The explanation was that when Singapore joined the Federation, the communist struggle would no longer be against the British colonialists, but against a popularly elected government that had already won independence for the country. Meanwhile, we had a complete mandate to carry out merger without a referendum at all. After my submissions, Dr. Lee made his, and I then requested and was given the right of reply. It was ironical, I said, that both opposition spokesmen, Dr. Lee and Woodhull, had been born in Malaya, not in Singapore, and that Woodhull as a Malayan citizen had traveled to New York on a Malayan passport. Furthermore, they did not represent the majority, because when they had challenged the government on a motion of no confidence, they were able to obtain the votes of only 16 out of the 51 members of the assembly. Keng Swee and I were both tired from our journey, but we were determined to establish our nationalist credentials as Afro-Asians. By our demeanor, our tone of voice, our gestures, and the emphatic way in which we dealt with all questions, we made sure the committee could not mistake us for stooges of the British or the Malays. Sir Hugh Foote, the British permanent representative to the United Nations, was delighted with our efforts. He said the members of the committee were left in no doubt that the PAP was a vigorous outfit with a fighting Prime Minister, and not by any stretch of the imagination a puppet of the United Kingdom. We left that very night for London. There was little time to lose. The Tunku was concluding his talks with Macmillan, and it was time to press him in the presence of the British to settle the question of citizenship. So I did not stay in New York to hear Marshall make his representations. He made an impassioned plea and evoked a better response from the committee than Dr. Lee, but he was unable to remove the deeper impression I had left on its members. The committee decided not to take any action on the petition. We reached Heathrow Airport on Friday, July 27, at 11:15 a.m. Keng Swee and I were exhausted after flying eastwards into the sun all the way from Singapore via New York, but there was no time to rest. After a quick wash at the Hyde Park Hotel, where we were staying, we went down to the dining room in time to have lunch with Selkirk. He briefed us on the progress of the talks with the Tunku on the Borneo territories, and by 3 p.m. we were seeing Duncan Sandys at the Commonwealth Relations Office. However tired we were, we had to carry on. The next day, Keng Swee, Stanley Stewart, my permanent secretary, and I had tea with the Tunku at the Ritz Hotel. As usual with the Tunku, we did not discuss the subject of citizenship directly. But he was in a relaxed mood. He had finally settled nearly all outstanding issues with the British over Borneo. The signs were good. On Sunday morning, Keng Swee and I played golf with him and Razak at Swindon, and that afternoon, while the Tunku was resting, Razak represented him at a meeting with Duncan Sandys at the Commonwealth Relations Office, where we discussed the unresolved questions of Malaysian citizenship, the detention of the communists and the plan for a common market. I did not know whether Macmillan had had a quiet word with the Tunku, but Sandys put it bluntly to Razak that these issues had to be settled before the British would sign the agreement on the Borneo territories. Razak conceded Malaysian citizenship in principle, subject to the Tunku's endorsement. It was a great step forward. I still had worries. Without the British to persuade the Tunku, I would not have got this agreement, and I feared that once Malaysia came into being they would not be able to intervene further on Singapore's behalf. Meanwhile, we had still not established a really sound working relationship with the Tunku and Razak. They had totally different personalities. Razak was always filled with doubts and hesitations, always having second thoughts. He would agree on some item after long debate and discussions, only to ring me up the next day or the day after to revise his decision. He fretted and worried over details, and was a good deputy for the Tunku, who never bothered about them. He was a hard worker, and had finished his bar examinations, both intermediate and the finals, in a record time of 18 months. He spent time building up a network of friends and supporters among the Malay students in England, including the sons of the 9 Malay sultans. But although he himself came from a family of traditional chieftains, he did not have the Tunku's naturally gracious ways, and dealing with him was always more of a strain. At 10 a.m. on Monday, July 30th, Keng Swee and I went to a formal meeting with the Tunku and Razak at the Ritz and stayed on for lunch. The Tunku duly endorsed what Razak had agreed. I said I would send him a letter setting this out and asked him to confirm what I had written. After lunch, I went back to the Hyde Park Hotel and produced the final draft, of which the key passage read: "Some persons find it difficult to understand that there is no difference in calling Singapore citizens nationals or citizens of the new Federation of Malaysia. We have, therefore, agreed that, since this question of nomenclature has loomed large in the minds of some sections of the people, paragraph 14 of the White Paper should be amended so that citizens of Singapore will be citizens of Malaysia instead of nationals of Malaysia." I attached a joint statement of the Malayan Attorney General and the Singapore State Advocate General confirming the constitutional position in regard to voting rights, which was that our people would vote only in Singapore, and that this would remain unchanged. The Tunku replied in a letter the following day, with the Ritz Hotel, London, as his address. I confirm that the arrangements for citizenship of the inhabitants of Singapore will be in the form agreed between the governments of the Federation of Malaya and Singapore set out in paragraph 14 of Singapore White Paper Command 33 of 1961, as amended in regard to nomenclature and franchise in the terms of the statement. This was what I needed. Had the communists not made such an issue of it, they would not have made it so easy for me to turn the tables on them. Now they would have few real grievances left, and I was not going to give them much time before the referendum to create new ones to exploit. To this day, I have not discovered how the British, maybe with the help of the Australians, finally persuaded the Tunku to change his mind. Probably Sandys, who could be very firm in negotiations, had told him that if there was no common citizenship, there would be no Borneo territories for him, and no merger. That evening at 7, Sandys held a final meeting with the Tunku, Razak, Keng Swee, and me to wrap things up. I asked for the agreement on citizenship not to be published, so that I would have a chance to make a dramatic pronouncement in Singapore at an appropriate time. There remained the problem of the communists. I had learned from Selkirk on arrival in London that the Tunku was still insisting that all the troublemakers should be detained before Singapore became a federation responsibility. But he had repeated that the British were unenthusiastic about taking action against them and would rather that the operation were mounted by the Malaysian government after merger. I was greatly relieved. Now the British could carry the burden of opposing the Tunku. I then adjusted my position to make it clear that once the referendum had been successfully concluded, I would be prepared to support the idea of a clean-up before the inauguration of Malaysia. But Selkirk had written to Sandys on July 27. I must leave you in no doubt how dangerous I think this policy is for the following reasons. Arbitrary arrest without convincing public proof must strengthen the opposition in Singapore and disturb Lee's colleagues, possibly causing him to fall. 2. It would become abundantly clear that Malaysia was being imposed by the British, regardless of the will of the people concerned. It will then be presented as our plan for preserving our bases with the Tunku allowing himself to be used as our stooge. 3. it will be very difficult to defend action of this character in Parliament here or in the United Nations, where the Russians are known to be working hard against Malaysia. Nor has any solid argument been advanced why such action as may be necessary for security could not be taken by the Malaysian government after the formation of Malaysia. What Selkirk left unsaid was that there might be riots and bloodshed, which would bring political odium on the British. Sandys stressed that he could not agree in advance, even in principle, to a series of arrests in Singapore without having had an opportunity to consider the cases of the individuals concerned. A reasonable case must be presented, and it was not for the British government to initiate the matter. But if all concerned showed that they were prepared to take their share of responsibility, the British government would not shirk theirs, and would not let the others down. The Tunku had to settle for this for the time being. The Tunku often talked openly of his lucky numbers, lucky colors, and dreams. He took such otherworldly influences seriously. In London, he had a pleasant dream associated with the animals of the zodiac. This, he said, was auspicious. As the Malaysia Agreement was to be signed on August 1, his lucky day, he went to a jeweller's near Burlington Arcade to order a gold ring with the symbols of the zodiac on it for the occasion. When he took delivery, however, he was dismayed to discover that it was inscribed with some strange symbols, not those of the zodiac he was familiar with, such as the ram, bull, Gemini twins, crab, and so on. Keng Sui came to the rescue, assuring him that the symbols represented them, otherwise the ring would have been sent back for alteration and might not then have been ready before the signing ceremony. Such incidents relieved the tedium of being a courtier in the Tunku's court at the Ritz. The Tunku was nevertheless a liberal-minded Western-educated Muslim of the pre-war generation. He was a bon vivant and was completely open about it. Like other Muslims of his generation in Britain, he ate freely, drank liberally, and loved horses and women. He was once cited as co-respondent in a divorce suit in England brought by a Eurasian lawyer with whose English wife he had committed adultery. The case, well publicized in Malaya before he became chief minister in 1955, only increased his popular support. Malay Kampung folk admired his prowess. After his retirement from politics in 1970, the Tunku became a devout Muslim, devoting his energies to the furtherance of pan-Islamic unity as Secretary-General of the Organization of Islamic Conference. The Tunku was altogether a most agreeable dinner companion, full of little stories, often told at his own expense in a most charming manner. His object in life was happiness, and the yardstick by which he measured any situation was whether it made him happy or unhappy. When everything was going fine, he would proudly say, "I am the happiest Prime Minister in the world." He would add that his aim for Malaya was not wealth, greatness, or grandeur, but happiness in a land without hatreds or troubles, and when seeking to reassure the Borneo peoples of their position in the Federation, he told the press that this aim would now be extended to the whole of Malaysia. But it did not go down well with the people of Borneo and Singapore, who were not used to measuring their well-being in that way. He had no pretensions about his own abilities and no inhibitions in describing the capabilities of his fellow Malays. He was disarmingly frank in his self-deprecation, confessing that his Malay father, the Sultan, was a weak man and that his strength came from his Thai mother. The Malays, he said, were not very clever or demanding, and therefore easy to please. All he needed was to give them a little bit more and they were quite happy. These views were similar to those expressed by Dr. Mahathir Mohamad in his book The Malay Dilemma, published in 1971. He wrote, "Whatever the Malays could do the Chinese could do better and more cheaply, and they resulted from two entirely different sets of hereditary and environmental influences." Years later, in 1997, when he was Malaysian Prime Minister, Dr. Mahathir said he had reversed his stand and no longer believed what he wrote in The Malay Dilemma. But in the 1960s, the Tunku would often look around at the officials and ministers in his drawing room before or after dinner and say, "These fellows can't do business. They have no idea how to make money. The Chinese will do the business. They know how to make money, and from their taxes, we will pay for the government. But because they, the Malays, are not very clever and not good at business, they must be in charge of the government departments, the police, and the army. He had a simple philosophy: the role of the Malays was to control the machinery of the state, to give out the licenses and collect the revenue, and most important of all, to ensure that they were not displaced. Unlike the Chinese and Indians who had China and India to return to, they had nowhere else to go. In his soft-spoken, gracious way, he was absolutely open about his determination to maintain the ascendancy of the Malays and ensure that they and their sultans would remain the overlords of the country. Razak would giggle uneasily whenever the Tunku trotted out his oft-repeated and candid views of his Malays. It made Razak uncomfortable. He thought these views underrated their ability and would not be acceptable to the younger generation. After all, he himself had finished his bar exams in half the time many Chinese students took to do so. The Tunku might have taken umpteen years to complete his finals, but that was because, as he himself so often said, he had spent much of his time in England on slow horses and fast women. At 7 p.m. on August 1st, the Tunku and Macmillan signed the agreement that would bring Malaysia into being, the ceremony having been delayed for 1 day so that it would fall in the lucky 8th month of the year for the Tunku. The governors of North Borneo and Sarawak signed on behalf of the Borneo territories. Singapore and Brunei were briefly referred to in a joint statement, although they had loomed large in the 2 weeks of discussions that preceded the ceremony. The Sultan of Brunei held out for better terms. So did we. The Cobbold Commission's report was released at the same time that the agreement was signed. It was well written, presenting the case in the best possible light. The Commission's assessment of the wishes of the Borneo people was that 1/3 were strongly in favor of Malaysia's early realization, without concern about the terms and conditions. Another 1/3 favored Malaysia but wanted safeguards. The remaining 1/3 were divided between those who preferred to see British rule continue for some years and a hardcore, vocal and politically active, which will oppose Malaysia on any terms unless it is preceded by independence and self-government. In other words, never. On his part, Cobbold rejected a plea from the Borneo territories for the right to secede during a trial period. This was final. Keng Sui decided to return to Singapore before me, and arrived on August 3rd. The press reported him as being in a jubilant mood at the airport. Drinking a toast to Malaysia in champagne, he told journalists that the government had a trump card it would play at the right time. Although my work was done, I stayed on in London to be with the Tunku, who was a great believer in not being rushed through life. Even during the discussions, he liked to spend time strolling through the Burlington Arcade near the Ritz to buy fancy waistcoats or handkerchiefs as he had done in his misspent youth in England. I tagged along to keep him company and, on one occasion, I joined him in buying a natty grey linen waistcoat I did not need. At a lunch given by Macmillan and attended by Sandys, we were photographed with them outside Admiralty House sporting our new waistcoats. When we were out of the Tunku's hearing, I explained to Macmillan my difficulties in dealing with him, and Macmillan commented, "The Tunku is like a Spanish grandee. That's his world." I could only agree. Macmillan himself acted as a grandee but with a modern mind, calculating the odds at every move behind an urbane demeanor. The Tunku was a grandee who expected the world to fit into his pattern of thought. On August 8, a doubly auspicious date for the Tunku, we flew back to Singapore by Qantas, arriving on the 9th. The next day, I accompanied him on a special Malayan Airways flight to Kuala Lumpur, where he received a huge and enthusiastic welcome at the airport. He generously shared his garlands with me, and gave me the opportunity to address my first Malayan crowd. And when he then rode triumphantly to the residency in an open car with thousands lining the route, he again shared his glory with me by having me stand beside him in the car. I was in his good books. The following day, I returned to Singapore to make sure of the final preparations for the referendum, including the release of my exchange of letters with the Tunku. When we met the press together, we had made no reference to the agreement we had reached on Malaysian citizenship. I wanted to reserve that for later. But the Barisan already knew something was afoot. When the agreement was signed in London, Marshall had heard at the United Nations in New York that under British and Australian pressure, the Tunku had agreed to a common Malaysian citizenship. I did not know who had told him, but he could not contain himself. He at once gave the information to the news agencies, and it had reached Singapore. This robbed me of the element of surprise, but as nobody in authority had confirmed it, the suspense remained. Whoever told Marshall in New York might have done so in order to soften his stand against Malaysia. Whatever the motive, the effect on him was profound. He realized that now he was taking on the British, the Australian, and the Malayan governments, and he feared that if he stuck to the anti-Malaysia line of the Barisan, he might receive the same treatment that the Tunku was reserving for them. He was soon to hedge his bets. He was not alone in this. Lim Chin Sian was in trouble, for all around him his supporters were having second thoughts. On August 3, a committee member of the Nanyang University Guild of Graduates warned him that many people did not agree with the casting of blank votes. According to Special Branch, Lim replied that there was no alternative. 5 days later, the editor of the Singapore Socialist Club's journal also told him he could not openly call for blank votes because the club was supposed to be impartial. To do so would antagonize the English-speaking students. He had only been able to insert an appeal for them in the form of a letter from a reader. With Prime Minister Harold Macmillan and Secretary of State Duncan Sandys outside Admiralty House, July 1962, after a lunch for the Tunku and myself, both wearing new-bought grey waistcoats. The Tunku generously sharing his garland with me on our arrival at Kuala Lumpur Airport after the London talks, August 1962. On August 14, I announced 2 weeks of active campaigning for the referendum on Saturday, September 1. I assured all Singapore citizens that they would automatically become Malaysian citizens. I read out excerpts of my letter of July 30 to the Tunku and his reply of July 31 confirming it. It was a devastating demolition of the opposition's objections to merger. Lim's left-wing trade unions and cultural associations ceased all other activities in order to mobilize their members for their campaign for blank votes. Posters, symbols, flags, banners and placards spread across the city on lampposts and walls like a pox, and public rallies were held every night, the largest organized by the Barisan. But within 24 hours of my announcement, Ko Tek Kin, as president of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce, pledged support for Alternative A, the government's formula for merger. He was determined that Singapore Chinese should not lose their citizenship as a result of the political maneuvering of the Barisan. This was a turning point. The mass of Chinese-speaking people, uncommitted to the communist left and faced with an important decision affecting their personal status and their citizenship, opted to listen to their traditional leaders. On August 14, Lim asked one of his cadres, a pro-communist reporter on the Nanyang Shangpao, why his statement on merger had not been published in it. It appeared that the management of the newspaper was now more afraid of the government than of any retribution the communists might mete out to them if we lost the referendum. Lim was getting more desperate by the day, the Barisan even resorting to accusing me of attempting a fait accompli in defiance of the United Nations Decolonization Committee, which, they claimed, would meet in September to consider their appeal against the dishonest referendum. This was nonsense. The committee had already decided to take no action on it. Meantime, the opposition had suffered another setback. We strengthened our position in the assembly when SV. Lingam broke with Ong Ang Guan on August 17 and the UPP and asked to rejoin the PAP. His return restored to the government its absolute majority of 26 to 25. Lingam's vacillating behavior was strange. The mystery was cleared up only after we joined Malaysia, when Keng Swee learnt that he had been a paid agent of the Malayan Special Branch. They wanted to know what Ong was up to, but had directed Lingam to return to the PAP when it looked as if the Singapore government was in danger of being overturned. We fielded Lingam as a candidate in the 1963 general election, but when we discovered this, we dropped him. Our advantage was short-lived. Ahmed Ibrahim's health had been steadily deteriorating. He had cirrhosis of the liver because of a hepatitis infection years earlier. We had sent him to England for an operation, but the disease had progressed relentlessly, and on August 21, he died. I was at his deathbed with his wife. Ahmed had great spirit. He had qualities of leadership, which he had displayed to good effect in the Naval Base Labor Union. More important still, he had had the courage to take over the Ministry of Labor from Kenny to face down the Communists. His death was a severe loss, and it left us with 25 votes to 25 in the Assembly once more. However, the position was far from hopeless. Marshall was wavering and wanted to move away from the Communists in order to restore his position with the Tunku. I invited him to take part in a one-on-one radio forum with me. He accepted, and during the question and answer session that followed the opening discussion, he conceded that there was no difference between Singapore citizens and the other citizens of Malaysia now that we, too, had got Malaysian citizenship. To keep up the appearance of being reluctant and dubious, he asked for assurances, which I readily gave, that Singapore citizens would have the right to work and own property throughout the Federation, that they would be entitled to jobs in the Malaysian civil service, and that the Singapore state constitution would be worded in exactly the same way as those of the other states. That same day, he met the Workers' Party leadership and got them to welcome the change in citizenship conditions unanimously. Nevertheless, they remained opposed to the referendum provisions, which they considered so immoral that no honest person whatever his views should participate in it except compelled by law. Marshall knew voting was compulsory, of course, and so advised people to throw in blank votes in protest, since they could not abstain. Once again, this was a typical lawyer's maneuver. He was not prepared to oppose and anger the Tunku, but at the same time, he tried to make it appear that he had not broken ranks with Lim Chin Siang. A few days later, I was able to get him to say during a forum at the University of Singapore, "Let us be precise. The Workers' Party has not changed its stand. The constitutional proposals have been changed to meet the Workers' Party's demand in exactly the formula of the Workers' Party." Yet in a final futile gesture, he asked the government to postpone the referendum until the draft Malaysian constitution had been submitted to the Assembly. Despite the smokescreen he threw around his motives, his unqualified admission, as an antagonist who was both anti-merger and a lawyer, that Singapore citizens would not be second-class citizens in Malaysia was a crushing blow to the Barisan's propaganda line. There were more blows to come. Following the pledge of support given earlier by Ko Tek Kin, the leaders of 12 trade associations signed a statement on August 23 calling on the Chinese Chamber of Commerce to convene a meeting to advise people not to cast blank votes but to vote for Alternative A. Furthermore, they published their names for easy identification, although their action was in direct opposition to the open letter put out by the MCP. To give them a further reason for breaking away from the communist line, I decided to add to the fears of the traditional Chinese clan leaders by declaring that if there were large numbers of blank votes, they might well have to be counted as votes for Alternative B, complete and unconditional merger, for it would mean that the majority had responded to the Barisan's call for them. But in that case all those not born in Singapore but naturalised through registration could lose their citizenship. That sank in. 3 days after the first 12 trade associations signed their statement, 3 more organizations came out in favor of Alternative A, among them the Singapore Chinese School Teachers Union, which had been communist-dominated. The next day, Ko led a delegation from the Chinese Chamber of Commerce to my office at City Hall to clarify my statement on Alternative B. I left him in no doubt that he should not take chances with the citizenship of his Chinese-speaking members. He then asked the opposition parties to state categorically what action they would take if at their instigation the number of blank votes cast in the referendum resulted in an acceptance of Alternative B. Lim Chin Siang responded to Ko's query with a threat: the Chinese community would know how to deal with their so-called leaders who betrayed them, he said, denouncing the chamber for going along with the PAP propaganda line. Not intimidated, however, the Council of the Chamber itself now asked its members to vote for Alternative A, and on the same day, 6 more Chinese organizations came out in support of it. To counter this trend, Lim Chin Sian got 24 trade unions and then a further 12, to reaffirm that their members would cast blank votes. But their leaders carried little weight, they depended on Lim's prestige, which was fast declining. Exasperated and at his wits' end, he resorted to more threats, became erratic in his speeches, and on August 27 made a major blunder. At a rally at Hong Lim Green, he said merger and Malaysia had different meanings for different forces. In the struggle for Malayan and Indonesian independence, the nationalist forces in these two territories have brought up the idea of a Malaya Raya, that is, Greater Malaya, or Malaysia, including Indonesia. This frightened the Chinese-speaking voters, who knew that the Indonesians had been more anti-Chinese than the Malays in Malaya. Nor did it help when Ong Ang Guan, asked by the press what he would do if blank votes were interpreted as votes for complete merger, refused to comment. It strengthened the traditional leaders' conviction that the pro-communists and the anti-merger group had been boxed into a corner. Taking courage, the Chinese Chamber of Commerce bought space in all the Chinese newspapers for 2 consecutive days to announce the support of its members for Alternative A. Their earlier fear of the communists was overridden by their fear that 330,000 of the Chinese-speaking who were the source of their strength would lose their citizenship and hence their influence on political developments. Their open defiance of communist threats had a bandwagon effect. Other civic leaders also lost their fear and came out to urge their members to vote for A, along with 51 commercial firms and trade unions. The last week before the referendum saw a flurry of street meetings and mass rallies, but I did not believe they would make much of a difference anymore. The debate on the merger terms had gone on for a whole year. The issue of nationality and second-class citizenship on which the Barisan had concentrated had been settled. On August 30, the final rallies were held, the PAP organizing its biggest at Hong Lim Green, where we attracted a huge crowd without having to bus them in, as the Barisan had done 3 weeks earlier. As I started speaking at 9:30 p.m., music suddenly blared forth from 3 loudspeakers on the veranda of the 4th-floor premises of a pro-Barisan trade union. I quipped, "This is Barisan Socialist Democracy. We gave them a year to do their worst. Now they are afraid of us telling you the truth." They turned the music up to drown me out, but I continued. After some minutes a police party went into the building. They found the doors on the 4th floor locked, but the music stopped. Polling started at 8 a.m. on September 1 and ended at 8 p.m., when counting began. By 3 a.m., it was clear that the Barisan's blank vote campaign had failed. Blank votes amounted to less than 30% of those cast, 70% favored Alternative A, and there had been scattered support for B and C. There were huge crowds outside Badminton Hall at Guillemard Road, and the atmosphere was tense, for although there were 345 polling stations all over Singapore, the ballot boxes had all been brought to the center for counting. The Barisan had wanted votes to be counted separately in each electoral division, but we had refused that. We did not want them to know which constituencies had cast the most blank votes, useful information for the next election. But they outsmarted us by getting their supporters to drop their polling cards into the ballot box together with their ballot papers. Those cards clearly stated the district they were from. At about 6:45 a.m., just before the results were to be announced, Dr. Lee Suko sent a letter to the superintendent of the referendum demanding a recount. The superintendent consented to his demand half an hour later, but the delay prompted Dr. Lee to send a second letter at 7:45 in which he claimed that the superintendent had taken his earlier one to the Prime Minister before answering it, and was therefore no more than his page boy. Moreover, since the first count had been irregular and the same procedure would be adopted for the second, the whole business was as farcical as the referendum itself and he would have none of it. The superintendent had his reply ready an hour later, but on my advice read it out over the loudspeakers for the benefit of the press before he handed it to Dr. Lee. It said that the ballot boxes had been opened and the ballot papers mixed and counted before Dr. Lee, who was present during the entire procedure but had voiced no objections as to its propriety until it was completed and it only remained to announce the results. However, the superintendent ordered another recount as requested. Dr. Lee's was a futile gesture of protest, and as the recount proceeded he stormed out of the counting station and told the press, "It's lousy. It's farcical." Lim Chin Sian walked out with him and crossed the road towards his cheering supporters to say, "We shall continue unabated our struggle for equal rights for the people of Singapore." But the signal went out for them to disperse. They had lost and they went home with their tails between their legs, not willing to face defeat. At 11:30 on Sunday morning, the recount was finished. 71% had chosen alternative A and 25% had cast blank votes. I was overwhelmed with joy when I spoke to the waiting crowd, and my eyes filled with tears. My words were broadcast live by Radio Singapore from the badminton hall. The verdict of the people is a terrifying thing for the politically dishonest. This verdict is decisive. It is the seal of public and popular approval for merger and Malaysia. Not to have held the referendum would have been a tragic error, for we would have allowed the communists to make people believe that the so-called masses were against merger. With time and explanation, we can whittle down the remnant pockets of support that they have got by lying, smearing and by intimidation. Merdeka Malaysia. Leading victory cheers outside the Singapore Badminton Hall on September 2, 1962, after winning the referendum on Malaysia. My Hokkien teacher, Sia Cheng Tid, is on my right. 28 Europe beckons Britain. I left for London on September 5 to attend the 1962 Commonwealth Prime Ministers' Conference convened to discuss Britain's application to join the European Economic Community, EEC. Singapore was not independent, but since the colonies could be affected, we were invited as advisors to Duncan Sandys. I had no right to speak and could only make my views known through him. It was an opportunity for me to renew contacts with the Labour Party. I had met Hugh Gaitskell, leader of the opposition, during my earlier visits to London through John Strachey, the party's shadow colonial and Commonwealth Secretary. Strachey was an intellectual, well-read and interested in theories and philosophies. He was friendly and wanted to help the colonies make the grade. Keng Swee had invited him to Singapore to witness our referendum campaign. After listening to me speaking at our lunchtime rally at Fullerton Square, he told me I was too intellectual, more of a lecturer than a rabble-rouser. Gaitskell had a different cut of mind. He was less interested in theories, more into practicalities, brisk in his arguments. The Labour Party held its own conference of Labour and Socialist Prime Ministers of the Commonwealth on Britain's entry into the EEC. Nehru did not attend, but the Indians, represented at a high level, protested strongly that they and the former colonies were being abandoned. Commonwealth preferences for their exports to Britain, especially textiles, would be jeopardized once she was in the EEC. All the other leaders made pleas for continued links and privileged access to the British market, and special consideration by the EEC for their exports. It was interesting to watch them interact. Walter Nash from New Zealand was the only Prime Minister from the White Dominions, the others were from the non-white countries, most of them not yet independent. They all looked to Gaitskell for sympathy and support, since he was against Europe and favoured retaining close economic ties with them. Addressing the Labour conference, I said that the future was inevitably one of change, but that the changes should not be an excuse for Britain to slough off the responsibilities she had inherited with the Empire. If they were abandoned, the consequences could be disastrous, threatening small countries like Singapore. Our closest link with an industrial power was with Britain. If we lost that link, we would suffer a severe setback. I added simply but sincerely that Britain and the Empire constituted the world that I had known all my life, a world in which the British were central to our survival. Whilst we wanted freedom to decide what we should do with our lives, we also wanted and needed our long historical, cultural, and economic ties to be maintained. We especially valued our association with the Labour Party, which had helped us during our struggle for independence. I struck a chord. After I spoke, Dennis Healey, who was the party's Secretary for International Relations, came up to me to say, "Harry, who taught you to speak like that?" That was a powerful speech. I was cheered that I had friends among the labor leaders. I had dealt amicably enough with Sandys, Maudling and Lennox Boyd, with whom I got on best, but they were Tories and represented moneyed interests. They never sympathized with the colonial students who aggressively sought independence. The Labour Party shared our aspirations. They had a similar basic philosophy of support for the underdog and moral principles of equality between men of all nations and races, underpinned by a belief in socialist brotherhood. I had not been in office long enough to understand that when Labour got back into power, their responsibilities would be to the British people and not to the brotherhood of men, that although it might hurt their conscience to abdicate or downgrade their principles, they would nevertheless do so. The Commonwealth Conference itself was fascinating. Leaders from countries big and small were seated around the oval table at Marlborough House and had equal rights of speech. I was most impressed by Harold Macmillan. He sat there like a patriarch, a great Edwardian figure with drooping eyelids and mustache, a deceptively languid air and an old-world cut to his suit. He greeted all the prime ministers as they came in, including those who were there by courtesy, as I was. As we shook hands, he smiled faintly and congratulated me with the remark that the referendum had gone well. I smiled back and said, yes, with the help of the British government in getting the right terms to put to the people. He and Duncan Sandys, who was at his side, both looked pleased. It was one burden off their colonial shoulders. India was the biggest nation represented, but Nehru was a tired man. He had no life, no vigor in his demeanor or his delivery. He was not forceful in opposing Britain's joining the common market. The most memorable speech was made by Robert Menzies, Prime Minister of Australia, a big, stout, robust figure, with a broad face and a strong, deep voice that rang out in full volume. His bristling eyebrows added emphasis to his delivery whenever he frowned. He spoke with passion, conviction, and authority. He brushed aside Macmillan's assurances of continuing close ties with the Commonwealth countries after Britain had joined the common market. I run a federation. I know how federations work, he said. They were either centripetal, in which case the states came closer and closer together as in Australia, or they were centrifugal, with the states moving further and further apart until they eventually broke away. They were never static. There was no other dynamic at work in such groupings. If Britain joined the EEC, the ties with the Commonwealth would weaken and atrophy. Looking back over the past 30 years to see how both the old and new Commonwealth have drifted away from Britain as her interests have become more and more enmeshed with Europe's, I have often been reminded how prophetic Menzies was. He knew where Australia's interests lay, and he did not doubt that they were being sacrificed after Australians had shed blood in 2 world wars for Britain. For the British Prime Minister, Menzies' powerful speech was a body blow. It was delivered on a Friday morning, so instead of replying that afternoon, Macmillan adjourned the conference for the weekend in order to meet the Commonwealth leaders separately at Chequers and prepare his reply. On the Monday, an urbane Macmillan gave a polished performance. He was filled with sadness that Britain had to take this path, but the course of history had changed. Wealth was created best in large continents like America and Europe, where good communications facilitated trade and other exchanges. An overseas empire like the one Britain had built was no longer the way to wealth. For a person of his age and generation, who had been born and bred in it, it would have been so much easier to have carried on with the old ties. But the future had to be faced, and it was his task, however unpleasant, to link Britain to this engine of growth and progress on the continent of Europe. It was a masterly performance, non-combative, even melancholic, with hints of nostalgia for the old Commonwealth. It soothed all the leaders present but left them in little doubt that the Prime Minister of Britain had a duty to do, and that duty meant responding to a beckoning Europe. He would do his best to keep up the ties of Commonwealth and Empire, provided the Europeans, or rather President de Gaulle of France, although he was not mentioned, allowed him to. I had decided to return to Singapore via Moscow this time, despite the Tunku's displeasure, and left London on September 19 by British Airways. I could not allow myself to be deterred from getting what I felt was a necessary part of my political education, to see the capital of the Soviet Union and the Russians. And I had to do it before we went into Malaysia, when Kuala Lumpur would control my passport. I was greeted by Soviet officials at the level of those deputed to meet leaders from non-independent countries, notably the vice-chairman of the Committee for Cultural Relations and Foreign Countries. A few Commonwealth diplomats also turned up at the airport, including the British and Australian charges d'affaires and the Canadian ambassador, Arnold Smith, later Commonwealth Secretary-General. I told Western correspondents that I was returning home via Moscow in order to take in the capital of one of the biggest countries in the world. There was no political purpose behind my visit. In fact, the highest official I got to meet was First Deputy Foreign Minister Vasily Kuznetsov. But I learnt much at a dinner given by Arnold Smith, at which several foreign diplomats taught me how to interpret what I saw. Moscow was an interesting experience. I had an eerie feeling that whatever I did was being watched. And true enough, as I had been warned, at the city's best hotel, the National, where I was put up as their guest, the wash basin and bathtub had no stoppers. I had brought with me a hard rubber ball, the kind I throw for my dog to retrieve, but it worked only for the wash basin. The hotel service was bizarre. I had arrived at night and been taken out to dinner. The next morning I was served a huge breakfast of caviar, smoked sturgeon, great plates of rye bread, tea and coffee, vodka and cognac, all laid out on a velvet cloth placed over a large, round table. I was out the whole day and taken to the Bolshoi Ballet at night. When I got back to my room, I found my breakfast still on the table. I was aghast, and concluded that in this communist paradise, service performed by one human for another must be considered demeaning. So I slept next to the remains. When I got back to Singapore on September 29, I told a welcoming crowd of party supporters at the airport that I was still myself. The Russians knew me and were prepared to deal with me and trade with us, but I had gone to Moscow to learn and had not been contaminated. My stand was like that of Prince Sihanouk and President Nasser. We would defend our territorial integrity, our ideas, and our way of life. We would be neutral in any conflict between big power blocs. But we were not neutral where our interests were concerned. It was only through intelligent appraisal and understanding of what was happening and why it was happening that we could chart our way forward. For instance, we could see that no single nation, not even one as powerful as Britain, could pretend that a big combination in Europe would not affect it. It would therefore have been utterly ludicrous for Singapore with 1.8 million people to have tried to go it alone. I explained all this for the benefit of the Tunku, but did not convince him. I was to learn later that he was indeed displeased about my visit to Moscow, and had issued a statement in Kuala Lumpur to say that it had come as a surprise to him. It would naturally nullify what I had said when attacking the communists. He saw me as a disobedient official from a troublesome border province. He had disapproved of my going to enemy communist countries, yet I had gone. 29 Pressure from Sukarno. The Tunku was not in a happy mood. Something significant had happened while I was away. The Malaysia Agreement signed on August 1 had triggered adverse reactions from Indonesia and the Philippines, who both coveted the Borneo territories. On September 24, he had issued a warning to the Indonesians to keep their hands off Malaysia. We expect others not to interfere with our affairs. He was responding to a statement by Ali Sastro Ahmad Johor, the former Prime Minister of Indonesia, that Jakarta would not remain indifferent to its formation. This was the first hint that trouble was brewing. Next, the Philippine Foreign Secretary staked out a claim to North Borneo, asserting that the Republic of the Philippines was the legal successor of the Sultanate of Sulu, which owned it, and that North Borneo had never been ceded to the British, they had only leased it. The Tunku brushed this aside. The British had been masters of these territories since 1878, and for 100 years their right to them had never been questioned. But what he said about us was worrying. He told the UMNO youth movement that he did not want Singapore, but had to take the island into Malaysia because otherwise the communists would have got into power there. Now he was fearful that if they ever succeeded in doing so in the future, Singapore would refuse to cooperate with the Federation and there would be trouble galore. His concern was understandable. While I was in Moscow, the Barisan had published an analysis of the results of the referendum, in which they said that their immediate aim was to overthrow the present PAP government in the next general election, and then go on to win the election for Singapore's seats in the federal parliament. Lim Chin Sian went further, calling on the party to marshal all left-wing and anti-colonial forces in order to gain control of the federal government in turn and defeat the British Alliance Axis. Razak responded by warning the people that they must beware of the enemies of democracy, that the Barisan was working not for their real interests, but for those whose loyalty was outside the country. Lim Chin Sian retorted that if the ruling alliance believed in parliamentary democracy, it must accept the right of the opposition to change the government through the electoral process. Lim's truculence strengthened the conviction of the Tunku, Razak, and Ismail that the situation must be brought under control quickly, now that the referendum was over and Singapore's security was going to be Kuala Lumpur's responsibility. At a meeting of the Internal Security Council held in Singapore on September 8, a joint report from the Commissioners of Police of the Federation and Singapore put out by our special branch recommended a phased operation against the communists and pro-communists before merger. Razak, who represented Malaysia in place of Ismail, wanted action without delay. Chin Chai, who represented me as I was away attending the Commonwealth Conference in London, was against anything hasty. Selkirk, for the British, supported Chin Chai, saying that while there was a threat, it was not one requiring violent suppression. A dissatisfied Razak went to London to press Duncan Sandys, who replied that he wanted action postponed until after the legislation for Malaysia had been debated in the House of Commons, which would not be before February the following year. He had to consider reactions in Britain, where he believed the arrests would undoubtedly cause considerable criticism. After Razak reported this to the Tunku, the Malayans called for another meeting of the Internal Security Council in October. It again postponed taking a decision on the question of arrests. The PAP's main concern now was to consolidate its gains and make sure Singapore was not dominated and kept down by Malay leaders in Kuala Lumpur. I emphasized to Selkirk that ideally we should delay the arrests until after merger. I stressed to Philip Moore that no action should be taken before the election of the 15 Singapore seats in the federal parliament. I wanted the Barisan to be free to contest them because if they were removed and there was no apparent communist threat, the alliance could win a fair number of the seats. Later, Lord Lansdowne, Minister of State to Sandys, referred to my surprising candour in telling him that it was to my advantage to preserve a pro-communist rump in the opposition. Indeed, I had my reasons. I had gone to see the Tunku after I returned from Moscow and had spent a few days with him. My explanation for my visit to the Soviet Union mollified him, but I knew he was not satisfied. He was uncomfortable with someone who had a mind of his own and was too ready to argue and, if necessary, take independent action. True, I did not undermine him, but neither did I listen to him, by which he meant obey him. He and Razak were planning for the period after Malaysia, that included who should be in charge of Singapore to do their bidding, and I sensed that the Tunku was writing me off as a compliant caretaker. He wanted someone who was as obedient and loyal as Tan Siew Sin or Lim Yew Hock. He and Razak both liked Keng Swee, but even Keng Swee was not altogether safe. He was too intellectual and not susceptible to persuasion or temptation. Things were not going well, therefore, and after another visit to Kuala Lumpur in mid-November, I told Moore that my relations with the Tunku had further deteriorated. His actions had made it clear he wanted to drop me after Malaysia. In Singapore itself, Tan Siew Sin was putting in a considerable effort to rebuild the MCA opposition and Razak was casting around for younger Malay leaders. Most sinister of all, the Tunku had asked me to release Chua Ho An, leader of the biggest Chinese secret society on the island whom we had detained under the Criminal Law Temporary Provisions Ordinance. Chua had organized thuggery against PAP branch workers during the previous election, and I feared for their personal safety on future occasions, because after merger the Tunku would have the power to release gangsters like him. I had already told Selkirk that the Tunku intended to resurrect Lim Yew Hock. The Tunku had proposed that the PAP stand aside in the Sembawang by-election necessitated by the death of Ahmed Ibrahim in order to let his candidate fight it out with the Barisan. I had rejected the idea. It was complete stupidity, I told Selkirk. He must have concurred, for he reported to Sandys that the Tunku was pursuing a doomed policy. Sandys replied, agreeing with Selkirk, that I was at present the best instrument for governing the island. I took the British into my confidence because I needed their support, or at least their neutrality, in order to implement my plan to demonstrate to the Tunku the folly of trying to install a Lim Yew Hock government that he could control. I told Moore I proposed to inflict a crushing electoral defeat on Lim Yew Hock and the alliance in Singapore to show the Tunku and Razak that they had to do business with the PAP and no one else. For this, I intended to hold elections for our 15 Singapore representatives in the federal parliament immediately after the signing of the Malaysia Treaty in London, which was expected to take place in February, and before its implementation in August 1963, when the Tunku would get control of the police. I would create the 15 constituencies by amalgamating the existing 51 into groups of 3 or 4. I believed UMNO would get only 1 seat, and the PAP could outdo the Barisan by winning 8 or even 9. I told Moore that Razak and Tan Siew Sin had made no progress in building up the alliance in Singapore. They were dithering about what to do next, but there was no doubt that they intended to cut the PAP down to size. For example, the Straits Times was printing views that its editors knew to be unacceptable to the Singapore government, and this could only mean that they had the full backing of the Tunku. It was a declaration of war on their part, and I would retaliate at an appropriate moment. Again, Kuala Lumpur wanted to control local broadcasting and television, although it had been agreed that Singapore would be responsible for their administration and day-to-day programs. Their object was to limit the government's political capability, particularly during elections. Meanwhile, Tan, determined to show who was the boss in financial matters, claimed for the federal government a far higher percentage of Singapore's revenue than had been agreed. He had already proved difficult in negotiations over forming a common market, and a decision on it had had to be postponed while experts studied the question. When I saw Lansdowne on November 27, I spoke frankly of my problems over merger. On the collection of taxes, Singapore had fully accepted that finance was a federal responsibility, but we could not agree that Kuala Lumpur would collect the taxes and then hand over Singapore's share to us. Singapore must do the collecting and hand over the federal contribution to Kuala Lumpur, otherwise we would find ourselves out in the cold. As for control of information and broadcasting, that was essential for any government if it was to communicate with its citizens. In federal hands, the approach to Chinese problems would be insensitive, go hopelessly wrong, and be politically costly. As an instance, I recounted how the Tunku had created a problem for himself when in India. He had denounced the Chinese as the aggressors in the Sino-Indian Frontier War of 1962, when it was far from certain who was in the wrong. Only after someone had pointed out the bad effect this was having on the Chinese of Malaya did he change his vocabulary and refer to the issue as one between Chinese communists and Indian Democrats. After mentioning other points of contention, I told Lansdowne that while my personal relations with the Tunku were good, politically, he wanted somebody more amenable in control of Singapore. I then explained my intention to hold elections for our 15 seats in the federal parliament. He was worried about the effect this would have on the Tunku. I said he would not be delighted, but however resentful and frustrated he might feel, he would learn that his protégés in Singapore were politically finished, and that he could not breathe life into them however much patronage and open support he gave them. Lansdowne urged me to improve our relations by talking candidly to the Tunku about these matters. I said that much as I would like to, the Tunku was not the sort of man one could get to grips with, because conversations with him often drifted into vague pleasantries. The impact I was making on the British at this time was reflected in Moore's December 5 report to Ian Wallace at the Colonial Office. His plan for the merger of Singapore with the Federation was based on the assumption that he would have a working arrangement with the Tunku whereby the alliance government would take over the task of maintaining internal security in Singapore while the PAP would run the state government of Singapore. This plan presupposed that the Tunku would be willing to do business with Lee. He is anxious to hold the election before Malaysia is implemented because he will still have complete control over the machinery of the government, including especially the police and broadcasting. Lee has said that he would much prefer to hold the election with the Tunku's consent. He does not want this to be a declaration of war on the Tunku, but he does regard it as absolutely necessary to consolidate his own political position and to demonstrate that the alliance cannot hope to win power in Singapore. If the Tunku refuse to agree to the Malaysian election being held before August 31, 1963, Lee claims that he could hold such elections under Singapore legislation and they would have the necessary political impact whatever their legal validity. Lee has asked us to treat as strictly confidential his idea of holding elections before August 31, 1963 and in particular not to let it be known to anybody in the Federation. Lee said he was very appreciative of the efforts by Lord Lansdowne, Lord Selkirk and others to persuade the Tunku that it was in his interest to do business with the PAP and he felt that we had achieved something which was quite impossible for him to do on his own. It is an uphill task, particularly in the face of the Tunku's very understandable distrust of Lee, but the best hope of political stability for Singapore within Malaysia still lies in the two prime ministers coming to some effective working arrangement. The alternatives are either a Barisan Sosialis government in Singapore or, if the Barisan Sosialis are destroyed by arrest and proscription, a hostile PAP government with Lee Kuan Yew making an open bid for Chinese chauvinistic support in opposition to the Malays in Kuala Lumpur. I doubt whether the Federation government fully appreciate as yet how dangerous a situation the latter could be. They may find Lee Kuan Yew extremely awkward as a colleague, most people do, but they would find him far more dangerous as an opponent. I was fortunate in that the British understood and sympathized with my point of view. They saw that the way Kuala Lumpur governed their own Chinese would not work in Singapore. The Chinese of Singapore would not be browbeaten, they were accustomed to conditions in a British colony, they had never been under Malay rule, and strong-arm tactics would be bound to stir up violent resistance. And I needed British support to get the Singapore State Constitution promulgated in London through an order in council in a form that would not prevent me from holding elections for the 15 seats. Just 3 days after Moore sent his report, a whole new dimension was added to the situation. Suddenly, on December 8, a revolt broke out in Brunei. Armed rebels calling themselves the North Borneo National Army and claiming to be 30,000 strong seized the oil town of Syria. The British response was immediate. 2 companies of Gurkhas and 300 British troops were airlifted to Brunei, followed by the balance of 2 battalions. The troops quickly recaptured Syria, killing some of the insurgents and capturing 500. Meanwhile, a quick-wit British commissioner of police had corralled the first group of rebels in Brunei town in his tennis court, and kept them there before they could make further trouble. Within 48 hours, the rebellion had failed, and after Syria had been recaptured, mopping up operations began. The Barisan issued a foolish statement the day after the news of the revolt had broken, hailing it as a popular uprising against colonialism that merited the backing of all genuine anti-colonialists, and declaring that the Singapore and Federation governments would stand condemned if they did not oppose the British. Coming out in open support of rebellion like this was the second of 2 major errors on Lim Chin Siang's part. The first was to have met their leader, A.M. Azahari, in Singapore 2 days before the revolt. As an earnest of what was to come, the Malayan Special Branch arrested 50 people, most of them Chinese, including the organizing secretary of the Parti Rakyat of Malaya, and Singapore arrested 3 members of the local pro-Barisan Parti Rakyat linked to the group. We wanted to take action in conjunction with the Malayans to show solidarity. The Brunei revolt had far wider implications, however. On December 11, the Tunku referred in the federal parliament to the financial backing Azahari had received to carry out his rebellion, saying he had close connections with a number of people in countries that were Malaysia's neighbors. He was alluding to Indonesia, where Defense Minister General Harris Nasution had announced that his government would be paying more attention to the areas close to British North Borneo following the Brunei uprising, and the president's own nationalist party, the PNI, had expressed support for the Brunei Partnership. The backing had obviously come from Sukarno himself. The British were alive to the danger this posed. Dealing with Azahari had been much simpler than dealing with the people behind him would be. The UK Commissioner in Brunei, Sir Dennis White, was convinced that the rebels had been certain of Indonesian assistance, otherwise their leaders would not have attacked Lembang, a sliver of land dividing Brunei in two, as it was part of the British colony of Sarawak and the British were bound to retaliate. He believed the Indonesians were encouraging them as a means of wrecking Malaysia, and contrary to press reports that made the revolt seem a comic, amateurish affair, he pointed out that it had been successful in the early stages despite the fact that it had gone off at half-cock. The insurgents had captured a number of police stations and seized many weapons, they had occupied the power station and cut off the electricity supply, they had held the UK Commissioner's secretary captive, and in Lembang, imprisoned a British resident and his wife with other Europeans. Only the prompt arrival of the British and Gurkha troops had saved the situation. A few days after the Tunku had voiced his suspicions, Sukarno confirmed them by saying, "What is happening there, Brunei, cannot be separated from the struggle of the new emerging forces. We take the side of the people who are struggling," and in a live broadcast from Jakarta a few days later, he called on Indonesians to support the rebellion. Those who did not do so were traitors to their souls, he said. The Indonesian people were born in fire and had suffered for their independence. It was right for them to sympathize with those fighting for freedom. They were not like other nations, meaning Malaya, that had obtained their independence as a gift from the imperialists. The Tunku replied by pointing out that the Indonesian government and its political leaders were making fiery speeches. Although the rebellion in Brunei was now over, their aim was evidently to incite the people of the three Borneo territories to oppose their governments, and this would result in a calamity. A war of words followed, with the Indonesians once again responding to the rhetoric of their charismatic leader. Working up public emotion through speeches and the media in order to trigger off popular demonstrations was part and parcel of Sukarno's strategy. It had recently proved effective when Jakarta demanded the return of West Irian, West New Guinea, from the Dutch, but now he needed another issue to keep the masses occupied and distracted from their parlous economic situation. On December 23, several thousand people gathered in Jakarta's Merdeka Square to burn two effigies, one of a Westerner, the other of a Malay with horn-rimmed glasses wearing a songkok, the Malay hat, the Tunku. The Indonesians were gearing up for a campaign against Malaysia, ostensibly in support of independence for Brunei, Sarawak, and North Borneo. Lim Chin Siang joined in the rhetoric, saying that the PAP was souring relations between Singapore and Indonesia over the Brunei revolt by spreading false rumors that Jakarta had engineered it and was anti-Chinese. No one had said this publicly before, and it scared the Chinese-speaking. People could sense that big forces were at work, that Singapore's choice lay between joining Malaysia and going with the Tunku, or joining an anti-Chinese Indonesia to line up with the Indonesian Communist Party, the Barisan's ideological partner. Furthermore, the revolt had now given the wrangling members of the Internal Security Council common ground for action. 30 bitter run-up to Malaysia. 5 days after the revolt in Brunei, the Internal Security Council met in an emergency session at the Tunku's request. Developments in Brunei had made it necessary to initiate action against the communists, and the statement by the Barisan supporting the revolt had provided the opportunity. I said I understood his position, but it was important that the operation be presented publicly as action in defense of all the territories about to join Malaysia. I could not appear a British stooge, but I was prepared to be seen as a supporter of Malaya. I advised that Dr. Lee Suko should not be arrested but should be given a second chance, provided he did not continue to play the communist game. I would also not move against the pro-communist trade unions once their key figures were destroyed, otherwise it would be said that Singapore had no real autonomy in the field of labor. I further urged that the Singapore Partnership should not be proscribed so that the remaining communists would gravitate towards it rather than to Ong Ang Guan's UPP, which would take a Chinese chauvinist line. It was agreed that all those arrested who were of Malayan origin would be deported to the Federation except for Lim Chin Siang, who, although born in Johor, would be kept in Singapore. The operation would be undertaken in the early hours of December 16, and the Internal Security Council would meet in Kuala Lumpur on December 15 to sanction it. On the night of December 15, police parties were in position in Singapore and Johor Bahru, from where members of the Federation Special Branch and Police Field Force were to come and help in the operation. That evening, at about 6:30, Keng Swee, who had been in Kuala Lumpur since the morning, told me on the telephone that he had reached agreement on the texts of two statements, one to be made by Razak to the Federal Parliament and the other to be broadcast by me over Radio Singapore, giving the reasons for the detentions. Those detained were to include 9 of our assemblymen. The day before the roundup, Philip Moore assured me that the Tunku had also agreed to the arrest of 2 subversive members of the Federal Parliament, as I had requested. But when I arrived at the Internal Security Council meeting in Kuala Lumpur at 10 p.m., Keng Swee reported that Ismail had told him the Tunku had changed his mind about detaining them. On hearing this, Selkirk proposed, and I concurred, that we should all approach him to urge him not to reverse the decision, and with Ismail and our own aides, we set off for the residency. At the residency, all the lights were out and the front door was closed. The Tunku had gone to sleep, and he stayed asleep while we knocked on his front door. We returned to Singapore in the RAF transport plane that had taken us to Kuala Lumpur. The police cancelled the operation. To forestall any shifting of the blame for this onto us, I wrote to Selkirk to place my position on record. The whole of the case, as set out in the 2 agreed statements, would become meaningless, when no action is taken against the leading figures in the Federation whose responsibility for aiding and abetting armed revolt in the Borneo territories was as great as the responsibility of those to be arrested in Singapore. There was justification last week for action against Communist Front organizations and their principal leaders. If action against the Communists were to be taken in cold blood, there would be no alternative for us but to leave it to the British. That was not the end of it, for the Barisan leaders continued stoking the fires. In their New Year messages, Lim Chin Siang said that Malaya was heading towards the establishment of a fascist and military dictatorship, and Dr. Lee Suko said that the Brunei struggle would continue until the people regained their freedom. They pinned their hopes on the revolt and on Indonesia's opposition to the Malaysia Plan. These statements were bound to provoke the Tunku into demanding action. Despite his refusal to allow federal MPs to be detained, he was becoming impatient and told the British that he would call off Malaysia altogether unless the roundup of the Singapore pro-communists was carried out. Moore saw me on several occasions to urge me to proceed with it, assuring me that it was the only way to get merger. I still had my doubts, but the British were in a better position to judge the Tunku's real intentions, so after discussions among ourselves we concluded that we could not afford to risk ignoring his arguments. A security operation code-named Cold Store was set for February 2, 1963. Some 370 police officers in Singapore, and another 133 Malayan officers from a police field force camp in Johor took part in the raid. The Internal Security Council had sanctioned the operation at a meeting in Kuala Lumpur the night before. We had removed 6 Barisan assemblymen from the list because the Tunku continued to oppose the arrest of the 2 subversive Malayan MPs. At 3 a.m., 65 raiding parties fanned out over Singapore to detain 169 persons. They found 115. The rest were not where they had been expected to be. This was always the problem with locating communists. Knowing they were vulnerable, they kept changing the places where they spent their nights. This time there were no riots, no bloodshed, no curfews after the arrests. Everybody had expected that there would be a cleanup, and the public understood that the communists had it coming to them. It was a severe setback for them. The operation removed some of the most experienced of their United Front leaders, and they could recover only if they were prepared to replace them with more leaders from the underground, without being sure that they would be given time to build up their influence with the grassroots before further arrests were made. I watched anxiously in the days that followed to see whether they would fill the vacancies. There was no sign of this. They were not willing, or not able, to throw more cadres into the open to run the united front. With the concurrence of the Internal Security Council, I wrote to Lim Chin Siang on the night of the arrests to offer him permission to go to Indonesia or any other country he chose. I said that, unlike the others, he had never deceived me about his communist convictions and his aims, and had told me in Changi camp in 1958 that he was prepared to leave Singapore if his presence prevented me from setting out to win the next election. Lim Chin Siang was not an important communist figure, but he was important as a rabble-rouser. I thought it necessary to make this gesture, which would not do much harm to security, and released my letter to the press. As expected, he turned down the offer. He could not be seen to be abandoning his comrades. But it had served my political purpose, besides signaling to the plan that I observed some rules of decency and honor towards my former United Front comrades in the anti-colonial movement. Unstated was my hope that he would behave likewise. He was aware that I knew of his elimination squads. Among those arrested were Sidney Woodhull, placed in a first category of hardcore organizers, and James Poothachuri, who was placed in a second category of leading collaborators of the communist conspiracy. Another person in the first category was James Fu Tiaoxian. James Fu was a reporter-translator, a member of the Anti-British League who had once worked on the pro-communist Chinese newspaper Sin Pao. His articles were sympathetic to student agitators and strikers, and he was a voluntary publicity agent for Lim Chin Siang and Fong Sui Swan, both former schoolmates from the Chinese high school. But after 4 months he was released. Investigations had shown that his link with the Anti-British League had been broken in 1962. He joined Radio and Television Singapore, and in 1972 became my press secretary, a post he held until he retired in 1993. He was effective since he was bilingual, and totally dependable. There were quite a few like him who had been drawn into the communist movement when they were young, carried away by idealism and the desire to change the evil society they saw around them. Given time to perceive the ruthless organizational side of the MCP, they recognized the merits of democratic socialism or social democracy, slower and reformist, but fairer and less inhumane. Some, like Lim Chin Siang's brother, Lim Chin Yew, took university degrees while under detention. He acquired an LLB, London External, and on his release was employed in the Registry of Land Titles. He later became a successful and prosperous solicitor. After the excitement of these detentions subsided, the Tunku proposed that the PAP withdraw from the Sembawang by-election and allow the new SPA UMNO MCA Mike alliance to have a straight fight against the Barisan. As politely as I could, I told him that they could not possibly win, and that the victory of the Barisan would revive the flagging spirits of the pro-communists. I sensed that his attitude to me had generally stiffened. I came to the conclusion that the Tunku had raised his sights, that he wanted to make Singapore easier for him to manage, to have more power over the state and to concede autonomy only over matters like education and labor. I had a growing conviction that now that the arrests had been made and the threat from the communists temporarily disposed of, the Tunku would take a tougher line on the detailed terms of merger when translating the white paper into specific clauses in the constitution. My recourse was to threaten the British that I would not go through with it unless the terms we had agreed upon and had put to the people of Singapore during the referendum were observed. Otherwise, I would be selling them out. I could not be party to such a betrayal and, if necessary, I would hold a general election to resolve the matter. That, of course, would put the whole Malaysia scheme in jeopardy if the Barisan and the Communists were to win. On February 12, 10 days after the detentions, I restated my fears to Selkirk that the Federation, not understanding the nature of the Communist threat in Singapore, might believe that Operation Cold Store had removed it, and with it the urgency for merger. In Malaya, the majority of voters were Malays, and the MCP, outside the constitutional arena and constantly under attack, knew it could not win power through the ballot box, unlike its counterpart in Singapore. With the urgency for merger removed in the minds of the Tunku and his ministers, I still faced a number of difficulties with Kuala Lumpur, notably over our financial arrangements and the control of broadcasting. It was a time to stand firm. I therefore wrote to Selkirk, "We are not exaggerating the Singapore position if we say that it would not be possible to depart in any way from the terms and conditions that have been publicly debated and endorsed by the people in the referendum of last September." Both Moore and Selkirk were positive. Selkirk wrote to London on February 13, "I think we have to take Lee seriously when he says that he will not agree to any deviation from the terms of the merger white paper. But my handicap in dealing with the Tunku was that while I wanted merger, he did not. I had listed the weaknesses of Singapore without it in order to persuade our people to accept it. He took that to be the total truth and became extremely difficult, since he felt that we had everything to gain and he was taking on a multitude of problems. The result was an unequal bargaining position. He sent down his two top MCA Chinese, the anti-PAP leaders who had organized the Chinese Chamber of Commerce and the Chinese community in Malaya for him, and whom he now wanted to do the same for him in Singapore. Th. Tan was a former editor-in-chief of the Singapore Standard and had turned politician to become a powerful Tammany Hall-type boss of the Malayan MCA. Kok Kai Bo was a former director of Special Branch in Singapore. He had wanted to have us arrested, especially me, and had left for Kuala Lumpur when the PAP won the election in 1959. The Tunku had appointed both of them senators in the federal parliament and made Ka a minister. They were gross, looked the fat cat thugs that they were, and had no success with our Chinese merchant community, who had not been accustomed to having to pay for their business licenses, as in Malaya. The two senators believed that the alliance would stand a better chance of winning the next election if Kuala Lumpur had control of our finances, and therefore accused me publicly of wanting to keep Singapore's surplus revenue in order to use it to harm the federal government and bring it down. Their ideas dovetailed with the ambitions of Tan Siew Sin, who told the press that he had to take over tax collection in Singapore on the principle that federal taxes should be collected by federal departments and the revenue regarded as federal. He now wanted 60% of Singapore's total revenue, and I had to remind him of the exchange of letters in which the Tunku had given an assurance that Singapore would be left in charge of its own finances. The Tunku had wanted to control Singapore's security, not its economy. But Tan Siew Sin would not give way and argued adamantly that anything less would be insufficient to defray Singapore's portion of federal expenditure. In his early 40s, Tan Siew Sin was capable, conscientious, hard-working, and honest, free from any hint of corruption. His father was Datuk Sir Cheng Lok Tan, a grand old man of the Straits Settlements and the patriarch of one of Malacca's oldest and wealthiest families, whom I had persuaded to speak at the inauguration of the PAP. But the son was mean-spirited and petty, and it showed in the long, pale face behind the rimless glasses. He knew that Keng Swee had the better mind, but he was determined to have the upper hand after merger, and Keng Swee found him impossible to negotiate with. However, I knew it was the Tunku who decided the big issues, and I was not going to allow Tan Siew Sin to squat on us, at least not until we were a part of Malaysia, and not even then, provided we had control of our own state finances. His animosity towards Keng Swee and me was reinforced by his desire to cut Singapore down to size. He was out to score points in public and would smirk whenever he thought he had succeeded. I gave him robust replies, and after he had got the worst of the exchanges, Syed Jafar Albar, an Arab Malay who was UMNO Secretary General and a powerful mass rally orator, came to his rescue. Albar warned me in the press not to make my points in public if I wanted to reach a settlement. Razak too came out in defense of Tan Siew Sin and the MCA, saying it was unfair that they were being made to appear responsible for the federal government's demands. The question I asked myself was, where did the Tunku stand? Was he behind Tan, like Albar and Razak, or was he neutral? At first I believed he was neutral, but as the pressure continued, I eventually concluded he was allowing them to push me to the limits. Tan was naturally difficult and needed the Tunku to restrain him, but the Tunku did not. I believed then that the Tunku never told Tan Su Sin that he was willing to let Singapore have maximum control of its finances in return for minimum Singapore participation in federal politics. Tan would not otherwise have demanded maximum control over our finances, because the more control the government in Kuala Lumpur exercised over them, the more it must expect Singapore to participate in the politics of Malaysia in order to influence its policies towards Singapore. This was a fundamental problem that was never resolved before or after Singapore joined Malaysia. The Tunku left it to fester. In one way, this worked to my advantage. The Barisan berated me for having sold out Singapore and said that my sham concern for state finances could not deceive the public. But on the contrary, Tan Su Sin's haughty, almost imperious demands alarmed the people of Singapore, and my responses, which proved I was not going to be a pushover, were a great relief to them. As the exchanges went on, right up to July, they won me much support. People wanted me to stand up for Singapore. In mid-June, Kuala Lumpur presented Singapore and Brunei with its final terms for Malaysia, after which there will be no negotiations. These included provision for a common market in the constitution, and a $50 million grant from Singapore for the development of the Borneo territories. I said Singapore was too poor to play Santa Claus and give away $50 million as its entrance fee to join the Federation. As for the common market, the federal government had announced in October 1962 that a team of experts from the World Bank was to examine its economic implications, in accordance with a decision made in London in July that year. This had held out hopes of our benefiting from professional competence in getting it off the ground. But although the report with the World Bank's recommendations had since been handed to Keng Swee and Tan Su Sin, no definite terms or conditions had been agreed for bringing it about. There were other major issues. One was my request that after Malaysia came into being, the power to detain secret society gangsters without trial under our criminal law temporary provisions ordinance should be delegated to Singapore. I thought it too dangerous to leave this in the hands of the federal government if we were to stop thugs from meddling in the political life of the state. The Tunku was most reluctant to accede, and Razak appeared to be with him. They also wanted to change the constitution to restrict the movement of our citizens into Malaysia in order to keep out Singapore communists who, as Singapore citizens, would now become Malaysian citizens. In that case, I insisted, there should be reciprocity, the state government should have the same right to stop Malaysian citizens from Malaya from coming to Singapore. Another issue was my proposal that there should be an amendment in the state constitution to provide that any assemblyman elected on a party ticket who then resigned or was expelled from that party must vacate his seat in the assembly and fight a by-election. The Malayans were most reluctant to agree to this. A further concern of mine was keeping corruption down after merger. That would require the Singapore State Advocate General to retain his powers to prosecute under our Prevention of Corruption Ordinance, which made it easier to secure convictions. This law did not exist in Malaya, nor did they have a Corrupt Practices Investigation Bureau. I asked that there should be no changes made in these institutions without the consent of the Singapore government. The arguments went on and on without agreement, until Duncan Sandys called for a final meeting in London to dispose of outstanding questions. The Tunku was unhappy with me and refused to attend, but sent Razak in his place to negotiate with me and to inform him only when a settlement had been reached. He would then come for the signing ceremony. Sandys had meanwhile become impatient with all the bickering. A Commonwealth Relations Office note recorded that he had held a meeting before the negotiations opened to discuss the action to be taken if they ended in deadlock, as they almost certainly would. In that case, he said, 3 courses would present themselves. 1. Force Singapore to join Malaysia against its will. 2. Abandon the Malaysia Project. 3. Allow North Borneo and Sarawak to join a reduced Malaysia, leaving the door open to subsequent membership by Singapore. The Secretary of State thought it would probably be necessary to threaten the Tunku with separate independence for Singapore, and it was agreed that this might force the Tunku to reach agreement with Singapore, since without her, Singapore, the Malaya Defense Agreement would not continue for long and our free use of the Singapore base would soon be put in jeopardy. There was, however, some slight evidence that the Tunku was possibly thinking that if he developed more friendly relations with Indonesia, that would serve him better in combating the Chinese influence in Singapore than would the establishment of Malaysia. Keng Swee and I arrived in London and started what would now be called proximity talks. In other words, we did not at first meet Razak and Tan Soo Sin. They stayed in a different hotel from us, while the British talked to both sides and narrowed the differences between us. Then I had a working lunch with Razak, and Keng Swee followed this up by seeing him the next day. Finally, Sandys had us sit around a table for a marathon meeting that went on throughout the night. It was his method of dealing with stubborn parties, wringing concessions from both sides until they finally reached agreement. He had done this before to the Singapore delegation, providing strong drinks but little food to wear us down. It was not unlike what the communists did to us at committee meetings, which they would drag out until enough of the non-communists had gone home before the vote was taken. That evening, anticipating a repeat of this technique, we came prepared with supplies of sandwiches and some bottles of beer, which we brought in typewriter cases to the separate room where we met when we called for breaks for our own delegation discussions. When we ran out of food, our trusted cabinet secretary, Wong Chua Sen, would telephone Chu at the Park Lane Hotel to order more sandwiches from room service. We did this until Chu reported that room service had run out of sandwiches. To keep our heads clear, we declined Sandy's hard liquor. This prudence and the supply of food kept our stamina up throughout the grueling night. We believed Razak's side was not as well provisioned. Finally, near dawn, it was agreed that we would pay 40% of our national taxes, or 28% of our total revenue, to the federal government to meet the increased defense expenditure necessitated by the confrontation with Indonesia. In place of a $50 million gift to the Borneo territories, there would now be a $150 million loan, $100 million of which would be interest-free for 5 years. The common market would be implemented over 12 years, and Singapore would remain duty-free for most important commodities in the entrepot trade. A special board would gradually equalize tariffs over this period. But there was to be no oil-rich Brunei to sweeten the deal for the Tunku. The wily and cautious old Sultan was not satisfied with the proposed division of oil revenues between them, and no pressure or threat from Sandys would move him. I saw the Sultan in his Grosvenor House suite on several occasions to compare notes on the progress of our respective negotiations. I understood his qualms and reservations and never persuaded him to go against his instincts, which told him to remain under the protection of the British, confident they would not abandon him to the tender mercies of the Indonesians. The Tunku arrived 2 days before the signing, which was scheduled for July 8, another lucky 8 for an auspicious start for Malaysia. But the agreement could not be finalized until I had first got him to accept a number of conditions that had been the subject of earlier wrangling. He conceded that police powers to detain secret society gangsters should be delegated to the Singapore government, and a change in our constitution would stipulate that an assemblyman who left the party for which he had stood as candidate would have to vacate his seat. In addition, 50% of the labor for the Borneo projects to be financed from the $150 million loan would come from Singapore. Since the Tunku's memory was elastic, I scribbled these points on the back of a used envelope I found on a side table in his hotel sitting room, wrote Ritz Hotel as the letterhead, and got him to sign it. This last-minute haggling, and a dinner date with Macmillan, pushed the final ceremony at Marlborough House to late into the night of July 8. By the time the speeches made by Macmillan, the Tunku, myself and the representatives of Sarawak and North Borneo were over, it was past midnight before the agreement was signed, and it was not dated 8, but July 9, not an auspicious day in the Tunku's calendar. The British, Moore, Selkirk, and Sandys, were really on my side. They had many cards. I had none. I could not do much myself except to threaten to throw in my hand and let the communists take over. In those 6 months, I wrote numerous letters to Selkirk in Singapore and to Sandys in London, urging, and reading and threatening in turn. Without their help, I could not have got my terms. Even so, as I had foreseen, I had much trouble getting them written into the Constitution before Malaysia Day on August 31st. In the end, I had to settle for a flexible formula without a guarantee that a common market would come about, and the delegation of powers to Singapore to detain secret society gangsters was agreed upon only in an exchange of letters, which could easily be revoked. We had to go into Malaysia without these guarantees. My scribbled points on the back of an envelope that the Tunku agreed to and signed, July 7, 1963. Loan, laborers, when outside Malaysia, 50% Singapore Legislative Assemblyman, resignation or expulsion, vacate seat so long as does not conflict with parliamentary practice. Immigration and restriction order, movement reciprocal gangsters ordnance detention, delegate to us in Singapore last part out, Inter-Government Committee. As expected, my problems in Singapore did not decrease with the signing of the agreement. The Barisan remained obstreperous, and Lim Yew Hock and the SPA became bolder. Lim Yew Hock helped the Barisan block the federal elections bill on July 24, because he wanted the elections for Singapore's 15 seats in the federal parliament to be held after the Tunku had taken control of the police. Even on the motion to adopt and support the Malaysia Agreement, the SPA abstained from voting, when it should have increased the majority in favour by 7 votes and so shown solidarity on a vital national issue. 31 The tide turns. The 10 months, December 1962 to September 1963, were the most hectic in my life. In addition to constant skirmishing with Tan Siew Sin and the Tunku's ministers in Kuala Lumpur, and with Lim Yew Hock and his SPA and the Barisan in Singapore, there was the growing danger from Indonesia. I had to mobilize support for the next election, which I decided could not be delayed beyond merger. The Communists had broken up our party branches when they split away from us, and smashed the People's Association and the Works Brigade. To rebuild a strong PAP organization would take at least 2 years, so Keng Swee and I decided on a simple strategy that we thought could make for a quick revival of our grassroots support. From the Registry of Societies, we obtained the names and addresses of all office-bearers of the grassroots organizations, from Chinese clan associations and benevolent societies to the Chinese Chamber of Commerce and their regional branches, from retailers' associations to sports and chess clubs and the lending libraries in the naval base. We excluded all the pro-communist organizations such as the Old Boys Associations of the Chinese schools and Chinese musical associations. Once the referendum was over, I began a series of visits to the constituencies, concentrating in the initial phase on those that had cast the most blank votes, rural areas, as they then were, like Jurong, Thomson, Kampung Kembangan, and Jalan Kayu. I started with a full-day visit to one constituency every month, then increased it to one every 2 weeks, then one every week, and as Malaysia Day approached, to 2, to 3, to 4 tours a week. Finally, to complete all 51, I went almost every day, sometimes visiting 2 or 3 urban constituencies in a single day until late at night. Before my visits, government officers accompanied by the assemblyman of the constituency, or if it was an opposition constituency, by PAP assemblymen from others, moved in to mobilize the shopkeepers, the community leaders and leaders of all the various local associations, and help them draw up a program. They would then welcome me to the constituency to discuss their problems and needs with me. I traveled in an open Land Rover, and with a microphone in my hand and loudspeakers fixed to the vehicle, spoke to the crowds that would have gathered and be waiting for me when I made scheduled stops. Our plan worked. Once the Communists lost the referendum and people realized all they could muster was 25% in blank votes, everybody took heart. Now they were prepared to stand up and be counted. The shopkeepers and the grassroots leaders would greet me with huge, heavy garlands of marigolds, frangipani, sometimes even orchids, or paper flowers, bound and decorated with tinsel, if they were poor. The Chinese representatives gave me banners of silk or velvet bearing the names of the donors and adorned with elegant phrases in gold characters expressing their solidarity with us. I would collect dozens of these banners, which were then strung up around the final meeting place where they would give me dinner out in the open. The diners would sit at round tables, 10 at each, and there would be at least 20 and often as many as 50 such tables paid for by the successful shopkeepers to honor the leaders of the constituency and me. The tours were an enormous success. As I argued against the unreasonable demands of Tan Su Sin and Razak, the people swung behind me. The crowds kept growing bigger and warmer with each visit, the leaders eager to participate in welcoming me and to be seen supporting the PAP government. The officials with me followed up, listening to the people's requests for surfaced roads, drains, power, street lights, standpipes, clinics, schools, community centers. The easier needs they dealt with quickly, the more difficult ones I promised to study and meet if practical. Community centers were useful for disseminating information to counter communist propaganda, and we started building them, simple wooden structures with corrugated asbestos roofs and cement floors, each equipped with electric bulbs, a ceiling fan, a ping-pong table, a carom table and a black and white television set. The welcome committees would wait for me for hours if I was held up along the way. Old women and young girls would present petitions asking me to solve their personal grievances. The Indians would take me into their temples, scatter flowers in my path and put a color mark on my forehead, a gesture of respect for an honored guest. The Chinese would also bring me to their temples, and greet me at the entrance with lion dancers and the sound of gongs and drums to herald my arrival. It was good for their devotees to see the Prime Minister honoring their places of worship. I would burn joss sticks in front of the altars, some Buddhist, others Taoist. The Malays would greet me with their kampang bands, 12 or 14 young men with tambourines and handheld drums, and their elders would place on my head a tanjak, the brocade cloth folded into a cap worn by chieftains. Barisan supporters would line some streets to boo, hiss and taunt me. As I passed the Chinese high school, 40 to 50 schoolboys with handkerchiefs covering the lower half of their faces held up placards denouncing and cursing me as a traitor to the people. In Whampoa one afternoon, Barisan toughs with the tattoos of a secret society on their forearms crowded me and tried to push me into a deep monsoon drain, but my security officer was quick to intervene and deal with them, allowing me to jump clear. Pro-Barisan union members would shout abuse from the upper floors of their premises, and one night in Hong Lim, they yelled threats at me and displayed protest banners from a flat roof. When I told the TV cameraman to turn his lights on them and capture them on film, they switched off their own and vanished. I invited them to come down to show themselves and argue their case with me. They refused, enabling me to point out to the thousands around me that when the communists were confronted with the masses out in the open, they switched off their lights and slunk away to hide in the dark. The tours were physically exhausting and a drain on my nervous energy. I would start off at 8 on a Sunday morning or shortly after lunch on a weekday. The afternoons were always hot, and during one tour I would make short speeches of 10 to 15 minutes at every stop, which could add up to between 30 minutes and an hour because I had to speak in 2 or 3 languages. Sometimes I made as many as 10 speeches in a day, each in Malay, English, and Hokkien or Mandarin. I would sweat profusely. I brought 3 or 4 singlets and shirts with me and would nip quietly into somebody's toilet or behind the partition inside a shop from time to time to change into dry clothes, and I carried a small towel to wipe the sweat off my face. I would come home with my right hand bruised and painful from hundreds if not thousands of handshakes, and every now and again a real power squeeze. My back, too, was bruised and blue from bumping against the metal crossbar of the Land Rover. I learned to offer my left hand to relieve my right, and also to push my thumb and forefinger right up against the other person's to prevent my fingers from being squeezed, and I had a thick pad of towels wound around the crossbar to act as a shock absorber. But I was young, under 40. My adrenaline was flowing, and I was inspired by the warm response of the crowd. Speaking in Hokkien and Mandarin, I had convinced the Chinese that I was not a stooge of the British, that I was fighting for their future. The Malays backed me because they saw me fighting the Chinese communists. The Indians, as a smaller minority, were fearful and therefore reassured to find me completely at home with all races, speaking bizarre Malay and English to them and even a few words of greeting in Tamil. News of how each tour had been more successful than the last spread rapidly by word of mouth in the coffee shops and through the press and television. It generated a groundswell of enthusiasm among the people, especially the shopkeepers and community leaders. I became a kind of political pop star. Many of the shopkeepers had been against the young communist toughs, but had been forced to make contributions to their funds. This was their chance to show that they really supported something, me and the government. When I was on stage, they would come not only with garlands and banners but with souvenirs from their display cabinets at home, a red ribbon tied around them and a red card carrying their names and addresses to wish me well. One memorable gift was an exquisite old ivory carving of an imperial Chinese sailing ship resting on a dark lacquered base under a glass case. It was the owner's most precious objet d'art. He was a shopkeeper, about 50 years old, graying at the temples, and he wished me happiness and long life in Hokkien. It still sits proudly in my sitting room, a gift I treasure, reminding me of that great moment when I could feel the people warming to me and accepting me as their leader. The faith that these small shopkeepers placed in me inspired me to fight on. The success of the tours prompted Lim Yu Hock to question in the assembly their cost to the state. I was able to reply that no public funds had been misused because not a single dollar had been spent on receptions and refreshments, all had been paid for by the people themselves. The organizers deserved the credit for this and they were proud that they had mustered popular support, with local leaders happy to see themselves on television greeting me, or seated with me on the stage or at table for dinner. I could feel that the tide had turned. The officials who accompanied me on these tours developed a strong team spirit. After trudging through many tours, listening to my explanations and exhortations on how to improve the lot of Singaporeans, they began to identify themselves with me. In the early days from November 1962 to January 1963, we faced cool, unresponsive and sometimes hostile crowds together, and as I slowly got through to the people, they felt it was as much their achievement as mine. They ranged from the Malay driver of my Land Rover, who had to sit through and listen to hundreds of my speeches in languages he did not understand, perking up each time I spoke in Malay, to officers from the veterinary services, the Public Works Department who looked after the roads and drains, the Public Utilities Board who supplied water and electricity, and the Radio and Television Singapore crew. They were all cheering for me, including a Chinese television sound person, Judy Bloodworth. Her experience was recounted by her husband Dennis Bloodworth, then London Observer correspondent in Singapore, in the following terms in one of his books. We would arrive in pitch darkness sometimes, then suddenly the lights would go up, the people would cheer and boo, and in the middle of all the noise he would be elated, push his way down among them, laugh at the lion dancers around him, careless of the roaring firecrackers, never showing fear. He was burned in the face once, but took no notice. We really felt like a team, like an army unit. We felt proud of him. You couldn't help it. Most important for my success was the senior Hokkien language radio program officer, Sia Cheng Tit. He became my volunteer teacher, noting the major mistakes I made in my speeches, and sitting down with me the next day to point out my errors and provide the correct phrases as others had done before him, sometimes throwing in a few pithy proverbs. But that was not the only way in which he improved my delivery. I would often get hoarse through the sheer physical strain of having to talk so much, and when I was rasping one night at Chenbaru, he handed me a packet of neatly sliced ginseng in the paper wrapping of a nearby Chinese medicine shop. I stopped sucking lozenges and, on his advice, put a slice between my cheek and gums and kept it there. It worked like magic. There was something in it that stimulated the flow of saliva and soothed my throat. Thereafter, I never went out on a tour without a packet of ginseng in my pocket. A visit to the Southern Islands in 1963 meant getting the feet wet. There were no jetties. Yaqub bin Mohammed, later MP for the Southern Islands, is third to the left of me, wearing clear glasses and no hat. Warm crowds greeting me at Gilang Sarai, a Malay area, on September 9, 1963. Mr. Rahmat Yozak drove me in this Land Rover to every corner of Singapore, 1962-63. After listening to hundreds of my speeches, he became my friend and strong supporter. The impact of my speeches was also heightened immensely by television. When I was in London in September 1962, Alex Josie, my press secretary, arranged for Hugh Burnett of the BBC to run a mock interview with me and then review my performance on the screen. I had seen an earlier program in which I had appeared, and had been astounded at how fierce I looked. Burnett assured me that I was a natural. All I needed were a few tips: always look into the camera, never cover your mouth or nose with your hand as you speak, always lean forward in your chair, to lean backwards would make you look slovenly. His main advice: be natural, be direct, be yourself. I was reassured. Television was introduced in Singapore in February 1963 and proved a powerful weapon, particularly when turned against the communists. Their techniques were those of the mass rally, where the speaker bellowed, grimaced, and exaggerated his gestures in order to be seen by those at the back of the crowd. Captured on the screen with a zoom lens, the speakers looked ugly and menacing. They did not have Hugh Burnett to advise them and did themselves a great deal of harm. While I was busy gathering popular support, there were troubling developments in the region. On January 20, 1963, the Indonesian Foreign Minister, Dr. Subandrio, declared that confrontasi, against Malaysia was necessary because Malaya had let itself become a tool of colonialism and imperialism. A few days later, President Macapagal of the Philippines also denounced Malaysia as a new colonial power, and 10 days after that, Subandrio told foreign correspondents that if Malaya's hostility to Indonesia spread to the Borneo territories, there could be incidents, including physical conflict. The next day, President John Kennedy publicly expressed his wholehearted support for Malaysia as the best hope of security in that area, but Sukarno only intensified his aggressive rhetoric. On May 1, he turned his full attention to the Borneo territories, insisting that they should be given independence first and again condemning Malaysia as colonialism in a new form. The Tunku responded to these attacks by recalling his ambassador from Jakarta. Malaya then announced an immediate build-up of its army, navy, and air force. On May 3, the British Commander-in-Chief Far East followed this up by saying that he had enough men, ships, and planes to meet any emergency in Borneo. The situation was becoming increasingly ominous. On May 31, the Japanese Prime Minister invited the Tunku and President Sukarno to meet in Tokyo. This summit ended with a reaffirmation of faith in the Treaty of Friendship of the two countries signed in 1959, pledging them to settle differences in a spirit of goodwill and neighborliness. The Tunku was relieved. But Sukarno must have sensed that the Tunku was afraid of him. I myself noted the fear in the Tunku's body language and in his voice when he described this encounter to Razak, Ismail, Keng Sui and me shortly after his return from Tokyo. The Tokyo summit led to a meeting of foreign ministers in Manila at which Razak conceded that the wishes of the people of the future Malaysia should be consulted again. But after the Tunku signed the Malaysia Agreement in July, Sukarno denounced it and accused him of betraying this Manila Accord. Macapagal contrived to get the two together for another meeting in Manila, and the result was that, on August 6, the Tunku agreed to amend the date for the founding of Malaysia in order to give time for an unconducted survey mission to confirm whether the people of Borneo wanted merger. The British found themselves obliged to agree that Indonesia, the Philippines, and Britain should nominate observers to oversee the work of this mission, but Sandys was furious. He pressed the Tunku for a firm date for Malaysia, determined to stop further backsliding. Hundreds of Malay youths from Brunei and pro-communist Chinese from Sarawak had already crossed the border for military training on the Indonesian side, and he did not want Indonesian observers roaming all over the Borneo territories when Jakarta was embarked on a policy of confrontation and subversion. The meeting between them was very tense. Sandys reported on August 27. He, the Tunku, was in a very nervy state and finished by saying, "I have reached the end of my tether and I do not want to discuss anything further with anybody." He realizes that Malaysia is a very small fish compared with Indonesia, and he is worried about the prospect of living alongside a powerful and aggressive neighbor who has designs on his territory. But Sandys was a dogged man, and he got the Tunku to agree to announce that whatever happened he would inaugurate Malaysia on September 16, 88=16, another lucky number of his. The Tunku was never comfortable with his Indonesian neighbors. Sukarno was an orator, the Tunku was not. Sukarno was a dominating personality, the Tunku was quiet and charming. Sukarno represented 100 million Indonesians, the Tunku only 4 million Malays and fewer than 4 million Chinese, Indians, and others. The Malays generally acknowledge Javanese culture to be superior. But I had never seen the Tunku so fearful. Sukarno must have sensed this and was exploiting his fears to the maximum. It did not augur well. Sandys had no confidence that the Tunku would stand up to the Indonesian foreign minister. To his relief, it was Razak who met Dr. Subandrio in Singapore, not to discuss Malaysia but merely to inform him of the new date. 32 Singapore declares independence. As the date for merger drew closer, the Chinese Chamber of Commerce pressed me to get the Japanese to settle their blood debt. Its leaders wanted it resolved before foreign affairs passed into the hands of a central government that was predominantly Malay, one that would feel less strongly about the atrocities that had been committed almost entirely against Chinese. The government in Tokyo, too, was aware of this and had been dragging its feet. The chamber also wanted land in which to rebury the bones and to erect a memorial to the victims. I allotted a 4.5-hectare piece of land opposite Raffles Institution for the memorial, but asked the British to pursue the question of the blood debt with the Japanese, since they were in charge of foreign affairs. When I was in Tokyo in April 1962, Prime Minister Hayato Ikeda had agreed to do no more than seriously consider appropriate steps to make amends and console the spirits of the dead. There were no specifics. I was not anxious to work up this issue, but the problem was not going to go away. The Chinese Chamber of Commerce had decided to bring the matter to a head, and as I was planning to hold elections just before Malaysia Day, I had to press its demands, whatever the consequences in terms of Japanese investment. On August 5, the Chamber asked for $50 million in compensation, to be devoted to health and education projects. The Japanese responded with an offer of a radiotherapy center for the treatment of cancer, experimental equipment for educational institutions, and scholarships for Singapore students in Japan, costing $5 to $10 million. As president of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce, Ko Tek Kin proposed that a mass rally be held at the Padang in front of City Hall on Sunday, August 25, to report on the insincerity of the Japanese government in settling Singapore's demand for compensation. He knew that the PAP government would be unhappy as long as it was purely a Chinese issue, so he persuaded the chambers of commerce of the Malay, Indian, Eurasian, and Ceylonese communities to join in the mass rally. I agreed to speak. A few days beforehand, Chin Chai settled with Ko the resolutions to be adopted. One of them was that if there was no satisfactory settlement, the people would carry out a non-cooperation campaign against the Japanese, and the Singapore government should not issue any new entry permits to Japanese nationals. The Barisan and the Communists saw this as another opportunity to show their strength and humiliate me in front of the masses. The Padang could easily accommodate the 100,000 people the chamber expected, and it was impossible to prevent communist groups from infiltrating the crowds to cause mischief. After meeting officers from Special Branch and the police, I decided to take the risk. They would ensure that if the communists fomented disorder or violence, it would be swiftly suppressed. We would deploy 6,000 police and troops, men from the 2 Singapore regiments, near the Padang and out of sight, but certain to be seen by Barisan scouts. We also decided to install powerful spotlights ready to turn on any section of the crowd that started trouble, especially those in the front row who could most effectively disrupt the meeting. When these spotlights focused on them, photographers and TV cameramen would dash up to take close-up pictures so that the police could later identify the ringleaders. By that evening, spotlights had been installed on the roof of City Hall and at nearby vantage points. At first the crowd of more than 100,000 was orderly, many gazing at the banners depicting different Japanese torture scenes strung up between palm trees and between the pillars of the building. The Barisan and communist troublemakers were out in front and at the sides of the stage so that any commotion would be amplified by the loudspeakers. When I got to the microphone there was a round of booing and hissing, and as I began to speak the jeer leaders began chanting slogans to drown me out. I kept my patience and appealed for a chance to speak without interruption. But the uproar continued, and after speaking for a few minutes to make sure that the unreasonable behavior of the rowdies would be obvious to everyone, I signaled to a plainclothes police officer. Suddenly, the spotlights came on and focused on the noisiest sections of the crowd, and the photographers and cameramen rushed forward to film them. The effect was instantaneous and salutary. They had not masked their faces with handkerchiefs this time. They knew that officers would pore over photographic enlargements to identify them, and there would be retribution if they persisted. The jeers and chanting stopped. The occasion turned out to be a demonstration of my resourcefulness and resolve to meet their threats when they played it rough, and enhanced my standing as a leader prepared to go to the end of the road in any fight. The thousands on the padang and others watching television later could see that I was not rattled, that I had no armed bodyguards surrounding me, and that I was prepared to face danger. I made my points quietly in Hokkien. My command of the dialect had become an asset that protected me from Barisan charges that I was betraying the people. People sensed the strength of my convictions. After this successful rally, I discussed the danger of any further postponement of Malaysia with my colleagues. We did not want the Barisan to recover their spirits at the prospect of merger being aborted. They might decide on direct action in the hope that Sukarno would intervene and scare the Tunku off completely. We therefore decided that on August 31st we would hold our merger rally as originally planned, and announce our immediate independence. The day before, I wrote to Duncan Sandys to point out that, contrary to what Kuala Lumpur claimed, Singapore had not in fact agreed to a postponement of merger to September 16. I reminded him that when the Legislative Assembly adopted the Malaysia Agreement at the beginning of the month, it included points conceded by the Tunku in London, some of them contained in an exchange of letters between Razak and me, others written on the back of an envelope, which the Tunku himself had signed. These provisions had still not been ratified or implemented, and I would accept the new date for Malaysia only after they were. In the meantime, I intended to declare Singapore independent within Malaysia on August 31st. I asked him to delegate powers to us in relation to foreign affairs, so that before that date the government could settle with the Japanese the gesture of atonement to be made for atrocities committed during the occupation. I added that the light-hearted manner in which solemn agreements in writing had been set aside by the Malayans under one pretext or another was most disturbing. They could not be abandoned unilaterally. If I did not receive a categorical assurance from him that Singapore would not be forced into Malaysia unless the outstanding items were settled by Monday, September 2, I intended to resign and seek a new mandate from the people. They would then become crucial issues in an election, and it would be difficult to conceal the fact that Singapore had not agreed to join Malaysia on September 16. Sandys did not reply. On August 31, 1963, at a ceremonial rally at the City Hall steps, I unilaterally declared Singapore independent. The British had tried to dissuade me. Sandys, who was supposed to have turned up if the merger was on schedule, did not. He was on the Musyara, a Malayan naval vessel cruising off the coast of Malaya, waiting for September 16. Razak also absented himself. But Sarawak had already declared de facto independence and North Borneo had proclaimed the establishment of the state of Sabah. I said to the assembled crowd that just as these territories had assumed self-government in advance of merger, confiding federal powers in the interim to their respective governors, so in Singapore all federal powers over defense and external affairs would be reposed until September 16 in our Yang Dipertuan Negara, who would hold them in trust for the central government. The Tunku and his colleagues believed I had instigated the defiance of the North Borneo states in the face of his express wishes, because the week before, I had met the leaders of the Sabah and Sarawak alliance in Jess Elton. Indeed, I had urged them to do something dramatic on August 31st to prevent any further postponement. Selkirk came for dinner that night as planned but voiced no protest. I did not make a song and dance about it, but I was not going to allow the momentum for Malaysia to falter, especially since I had decided to announce general elections 3 days later, with nomination day on September 12. By declaring Singapore independent and holding the federal powers in trust, I put pressure on the Tunku to keep to the date of September 16. The Tunku did not take kindly to this, and on September 2, the Malaysian government made strong representations, not to Singapore but to the British. I retorted the next day, if anybody has to complain it will be the British and Singapore. After all, we run this place. I added that one of the sad things about Malaya was its naive approach in believing that power was handed over on a silver platter with red ribbons by British royalty in uniform. This was insubordinate language, which the Tunku did not approve of, but it was most necessary for me as a Singapore leader not to allow myself to be seen as someone who would only do what pleased the Tunku. He replied by saying that I had hurt the feelings of the people of Malaya. I told Selkirk on September 4 that if the points of agreement between the Tunku and myself were not honored by nomination day, I would fight the election on a platform of independence and immediately ask a number of countries for recognition as from September 16. For any further evasion could only mean that the Malay leaders intended to crush Singapore, and I would be ashamed to accept responsibility for entering Malaysia on such terms. Selkirk reported to Sandys that I showed intellectual arrogance, adding the following day, "I consider he is now playing a supreme act of brinkmanship. He believes his position is inviolable. He believes that either he comes into Malaysia on his own terms or he declares independence and can make any terms he likes with us because he is satisfied we would under no circumstances give up our military position in Singapore. He believes, probably rightly, that he could win an election on the slogan of independence interspersed with bitter comments on the Malays and ourselves who he will say are seeking to destroy the hard-won position of advantage of the Chinese in Singapore. I believe he still basically wants to come into Malaysia. We should therefore press the Malays to meet him fully on the relatively small points still outstanding." I then declared publicly that I had given Sandys until September 12 to sort out certain matters with regard to the Malaysia agreement. I was playing my last card to get the undertakings the Tunku had given me in London written into the Constitution or into a proper document. The British took my threat seriously, but after seeing Razak and Ismail in Kuala Lumpur, Geoffroy Tory reported on September 5 that neither showed any qualms about going through with Malaysia whatever Lee did. Sandys above all was enraged that things might go wrong at the last moment, and the same day reported to Harold Macmillan, his Prime Minister, in angry terms. He realizes that his declaration has no legal validity and that the British government would not tolerate any attempt by him actually to exercise powers which he purports to have assumed. On the other hand, this act of public defiance towards Britain and Malaya has no doubt helped to strengthen the public image of himself which he wishes to create. He is not a man who climbs down. Once he has committed himself to a definite course and has accepted a carefully calculated risk, he is likely to go through with it, for better or worse. Therefore, if we were to humiliate him publicly, he would, I believe, retaliate with further acts of defiance of one kind or another, and we might very quickly be forced to suspend the Constitution. If the transfer to Malaysia of sovereignty over Singapore were to take place at a time when the Constitution was suspended, we would be accused throughout the world of handing over the people of Singapore against their will. Thus it seemed to me that, even at the risk of appearing feeble, it was in our interest to do everything possible to avoid that situation. In recent weeks Lee threatened that, if the Malayan government did not give him what he demanded, he would hold elections and seek a vote of confidence from the people. Now he has done it. The Singapore Parliament has been dissolved. Nomination day has been fixed for September 12. Polling day will probably be about 10 days later, i.e., after Malaysia Day. Lee has so far not announced the issues on which he will fight the election. But he is threatening that, unless the Malayan government give him satisfaction on various points connected with the Malaysia Agreement, he will declare independence on September 12 and will ask the electors of Singapore to endorse this with their votes. Tun Razak assured me that the Malayan government were irrevocably committed to Malaysia, and that they would go through with it whatever happened. I believe that he speaks for most of the ministers, but I am not so completely confident about the attitude of the Tunku himself. As I told you in an earlier telegram, he is suffering seriously from cold feet, and although I think it unlikely, it is just possible that at the last moment he might refuse to take over Singapore. This would obviously face us with a most awkward dilemma which I will not discuss now. With these uncomfortable possibilities in mind, it is of the utmost importance to avoid if at all possible a head-on collision with Lee between now and September 16. I have therefore strongly urged the Malayan government to concede as far as they possibly can the demands which Lee has made regarding the Malaysia Constitution. Most of them are not unreasonable and are based upon rather loosely worded undertakings given by the Tunku to Lee in London, though admittedly Lee is trying to interpret these undertakings in a manner excessively favourable to himself. But even if he gets his way on all points, I do not put it past Lee to think up a new set of demands. I think therefore that it is wise to assume that we are going to have trouble and to prepare for the worst. The concessions which I hope to persuade the Malayan government to make may induce Lee to go into Malaysia quietly. But unless I mistake his character, he will bluff, bully, and blackmail up to the 11th hour. In these circumstances it seems to me essential that I should remain on the spot. This will, I hope, enable me a. to restrain the Malayan government from adopting a provocative or over-intransigent attitude towards Lee. b. to try and help the two of them reach agreement, and c. to stiffen the Tunku's resolve to go through with Malaysia if he should show signs of wavering. It would seem silly for the sake of a few days not to do everything in my power to save Malaysia from the possibility of collapse, with all that that would imply. Consequently, if you approve, I propose to remain in this area until we have put Singapore safely in the bag on September 16. In that case I could stay on the extra 2 days for the Malaysia celebrations. This would make it unnecessary to find another cabinet colleague to take this on. But I had no intention of wrecking Malaysia. Having negotiated at several constitutional conferences, I knew the legal position only too well. Once I was in Malaysia, not only would the army and the police be under the control of Kuala Lumpur, but Kuala Lumpur could declare a state of emergency and govern by decree. So I wanted as many safeguards built into the constitution or spelt out in official documents as possible in case the federal government decided to do anything stupid. The British were with me, and the pressure I applied through them worked. By September 7, the Malayan Attorney General and Razak between them had endorsed all the items in question except the delegation to Singapore of the right to detain secret society gangsters. They did not want this to be in the Constitution, and I had to be content with a simple letter of authority. On September 11, I announced that the differences between us had been settled. It could be said that by using the colonial power to coerce the Malayan leaders, I was earning ill will and storing up trouble for the future. But my unilateral declaration of independence had been necessary in order to warn the British that I could make things difficult for them and for the Tunku if he did not fulfill his promises. My method succeeded, but at a price. The Tunku and Razak were confirmed in their view that I was a difficult man to handle, and from then on they would always be guarded when dealing with me. On the very morning of nomination day, I completed my last speech-making tour in the Mountbatten ward after visiting 3 constituencies during the night. I got home at 7 a.m. to the sound of crackers fired by my neighbors in Oxley Road. They knew there was a critical fight ahead and they were cheering me on. 6 hours after the closure of nominations, the government announced that voting would be on September 21, in other words, 5 days after we joined Malaysia. If Malaysia had not come by then and the Barisan won the election, then we, Singapore, the British and the Malayans would all be in trouble. Surely this would allow the Tunku no other way but to go through with it on the 16th as scheduled, I argued. I also wanted most of the campaign to take place while we still controlled the police and the administrative machinery of the elections, and the gangsters, including Chua Ho An, Lim Yu Hok's chief supporter, were still in detention. I had earlier turned down the Tunku's request to release Chua. 2 days before Malaysia Day, September 16, UN Secretary-General U Thant announced that according to the UN survey, a sizable majority of the people of Sarawak and Sabah wished to join Malaysia. The next day, Indonesia and the Philippines recalled their ambassadors from Kuala Lumpur and declared that they would not recognize Malaysia, and on September 16 huge crowds gathered in Jakarta for an organized display of popular rage, then the conventional Third World Protocol for diplomatic protest. Thousands of demonstrators, screaming "Gonjang Malaysia, Crush Malaysia," stormed the British and Malayan embassies. They burst into the first floor of the British Embassy building to destroy furnishings and fittings, and for 90 minutes hurled stones and chunks of concrete from outside, smashing every window. With the missiles falling around him, the British assistant military attaché marched up and down in the uniform of an SAS major, playing his bagpipes in full view of the rioters. Policemen tried to drag him behind a pillar, but he broke free to resume playing. When the British ambassador, Andrew Gilchrist, appeared and was told by representatives of the mob that they would fight for the freedom from imperialism of the people of North Borneo, he responded, "Hidup U Thant. Long live U Thant," and speaking in Indonesian pointed out that the United Nations had endorsed Malaysia. These acts of British defiance provoked the Indonesians into setting fire to the embassy, ransacking it 2 days later, and manhandling members of the staff, including the ambassador himself. The Indonesians also attacked the Malayan embassy, but the ambassador was not available. To return the compliment, angry mobs sacked the Indonesian embassy in Kuala Lumpur. On September 16, we held a second ceremony, this time with Sandys representing Britain and Ismail representing Malaya, standing with me on the steps of City Hall as I declared Singapore a part of Malaysia and pledged the loyalty of its people to the federal government. The Tunku was not aware that it was my 40th birthday. If he had been, he might well have changed the date. My birthday could not be his lucky day. The following morning, I flew to Kuala Lumpur for the official ceremony at the Merdeka Stadium. The air was laden with the menace of Sukarno's confrontation, and the Tunku's dread of what he might do was felt by all his ministers. On the way to the stadium, I ran into Selkirk in his tropical white ceremonial uniform, making his last appearance as Commissioner General for Southeast Asia. He, too, looked somewhat tense and harassed, but I took heart from the resolve of the British, which I felt was firm and strong. I had no doubt they would see Malaysia through in spite of anything Sukarno could do. The ceremony over, I flew back to Singapore and resumed campaigning for the next 4 days. The PAP fielded candidates in all 51 constituencies, the Barisan and the UPP 46, the Singapore Alliance 42, the Parti Rakyat 3, the Workers' Party 3, and Independents 16. All parties shared radio and television time in proportion to the number of their candidates. It was amazing the speed with which a relatively tranquil city suddenly came alive with eager beavers scurrying around, putting up posters and banners and distributing pamphlets. The PAP campaign was the climax of my constituency tours of the past 10 months, and Keng Swee convinced the election committee that I should be the focus. I was the target of the MCP's wrath, and the PAP's response would be the more dramatic if it were built around me personally to show people that the communists had failed to destroy me. We had only one campaign poster, a picture of me taken during one of my constituency visits bedecked with a huge Indian garland, my right arm raised, smiling and waving to the crowds. The Barisan put up posters of their detained leaders, especially of Lim Chin Siang, to arouse the faithful and win the sympathy vote. Once the campaign got going, their supporters went all out to muster votes, and their underground organizations and united front groups sprang to life to throw in everything they could mobilize. They held large rallies at which they poured forth a stream of vituperation against me and, what was new, spewed out hatred against the right-wing reactionaries, namely the Tunku and the feudal Malays. 4 days before polling, Dr. Lee Suko reiterated his opposition to Malaysia and took the side of the Indonesians against the Tunku. This made our earlier warning that a vote for the Barisan was a vote for Sukarno even more credible. At a huge lunchtime rally, I predicted that the communists would dive underground for cover after we had won. As expected, the election was a fight between the Barisan and the PAP. My EVA poll broadcast nevertheless concentrated on getting the alliance out of the way to minimize splitting the non-communist vote. The MCA knew by now that they could not win, and preferred to have the Barisan win so that Kuala Lumpur could suspend the state constitution, institute direct rule, and take over lock, stock, and barrel, a simple if naive solution to a most complex problem. The Singapore government would have control of a budget half that of the centre, and a radio and television station more powerful than that of Kuala Lumpur. In the hands of communists with links to the Indonesian Communist Party, it would bring calamity upon Malaysia. The constitutional safeguards we had agreed upon would work only if the PAP were in power. The choice before the people was clear and simple. Philip Moore reported to London. There are very few independent observers now who will confidently predict an overall PAP majority in the Assembly, i.e. 26 seats or more. The strength of the PAP seems to lie in the highly effective strong government which they have exercised in Singapore over the last 18 months. The weakness of the PAP lies primarily in their lack of party organization in the constituencies and in particular among the Chinese-speaking members of electorate, who number 63%. But Lee himself was full of confidence on the telephone this afternoon. He was, however, furious with the Tunku for having come down to Singapore yesterday, September 19, and intervened in the campaign. My own prediction is still that the PAP will get an overall majority, but most of the people whose judgment I respect are less optimistic and do not give them more than 20 to 24. A Barisan Socialis majority cannot be ruled out. However, even if the Barisan Socialis did pursue fairly moderate policies in Singapore, it is difficult to see how the central government could tolerate them in power in Singapore for very long. The Tunku's personal appearance to speak at alliance rallies had been a most serious development. Whatever his personal wishes, the UMNO leadership and the pull of the local Malays had brought him quickly into Singapore politics. Also, Razak had talked to Selkirk a few months earlier about the possibility of elections producing an alternative government to replace Lee. All this meant that UMNO did not intend to allow the state to look after itself as we had agreed, and that sooner rather than later we would have to enter Malayan politics to defend our interests. I had hoped to postpone that contest for at least one election term. Now this no longer seemed possible. The votes were counted on September 21, and it proved an exciting night for in many constituencies the results were very close. Chin Chai beat Dr. Lee Suko by 89 votes and Raja won by fewer than 200. Kenny lost to the Barisan's St. Bani by 159 votes. David Marshall, abandoned by the Barisan's communists, lost his deposit in Anson. The hopes of Lim Chin Siang, Fong Sui Swan and the other detainees in Changi, who were listening to it all on the radio, were soon dashed as it became obvious that the PAP was not going to be rooted, that the massive crowds at Barisan rallies had not reflected true popular support. We won 37 seats, the Barisan 13 and Ong Ang Guan's UPP 1. As one of them was to admit later, the Barisan were completely stunned. The Tunku's dream of having an SPA UMNO MCA Mike alliance in control of Singapore also vanished. All 42 of their candidates were eliminated. I was right in not agreeing to a complete cleanup of the Communist Open Front leaders, otherwise the alliance might have won enough seats to remain a potential force. But the most devastating blow for the Tunku was that the PAP had defeated UMNO in all three of its overwhelmingly Malay constituencies, which he had specially come down to Singapore to address on the eve of the election. Faced with the choice of a weak alliance, a strong Barisan and a credible PAP, the Malays in the southern islands, Kampung Kembangan and Gilang Serai had voted for the PAP. We had strong Malay candidates, the best of whom was Yaakob bin Mohammed. This result was to have tremendous repercussions. We did not know until after the Malaysian election in April 1964 how ominously UMNO viewed this unexpected PAP victory and how vicious their counterattacks would be. After all the results had been announced, and well past midnight, I summed up over radio and television 4.5 years of acute conflict and anxiety. We reached this morning what is for the communists their moment of truth, that their masses were mythical. Their cheerleaders, slogans, posters stuck all over the place to smother everybody and give an impression of inordinate numbers and invincibility, these were exposed by you. Next day, September 22, more reported to London. This was a famous victory and the crowning achievement to date of Lee Kuan Yew's career. It is a much more decisive victory than the 1959, since he won then with communist support, but on this occasion he fought communists openly and decisively defeated them. We have always said in Singapore that Lee Kuan Yew is the only man who can run the city and that the Malaysian government would either have to do business with him or put him in jail. The latter is now unthinkable, and we must hope that enough moderation will be shown on both sides to make a working partnership possible. Lee spoke to me on the phone this morning and I took the opportunity of stressing to him the importance of not gloating too much over the alliance defeat and concentrating on improving his relationship with Kuala Lumpur. He has made so many mistakes over this in the past and it is up to him to make a genuine effort to strike up a new relationship. Swearing in as Prime Minister before Yusof bin Ishaq, the Yang di-Pertuan Negara, in 1963. 3 men played critical roles in the open fight to defeat the communists. Raja was superb. His fighting spirit never flagged. After the Barisan mounted their attacks on us in mid-1961, when everything looked bleak and we were in the depths of despair, Raja roared like a lion. They reviled the PAP as turncoats and renegades who had sold out the people. Raja answered in terms as pungent, rebutting and debunking them. He put his pamphleteering skills to work, and his robustness stiffened everybody's morale. He was convinced that we were in the right, that we must fight, and that we would win. Next, Pang Boon, quiet and soft-spoken, dependable and reliable, good in his assessments of who were loyal at PAP headquarters and in the party branches. He kept our loyalists together and in good heart, so that we had Chinese-educated party workers who became the core of an election organization. Together with the grassroots community leaders, this made up for what had been demolished by the defecting Barisan supporters when the PAP split. But my most important backroom player was Keng Sui, with his clear mind and sharp pen. He helped me refine the tactics that defeated the communists. For every clever move they made, we worked out a counter-move. Throughout this fight and for the next 21 years until he retired as Deputy Prime Minister in 1984, he was my alter ego, always the skeptic, always turning a proposition on its head to reveal its flaws and help me reshape it. He was my resident intellectual par excellence and a doughty fighter. There were several other stalwarts, but these 3 stood out. 33 Confrontasi. The 1963 election was a watershed for the communists. Soon after the results, 2 Barisan candidates who won, Chan Sun Wing, my former parliamentary secretary, and Wong Soon Fong, who had subverted the Works Brigade, dived underground. They must have expected to be picked up the moment the Barisan lost. But for the moment our sights were elsewhere. We had decided to make an example of prominent figures who had acted as front men for the communists, believing that their wealth and standing in the Chinese-speaking community gave them immunity. Number 1 on the list was Tan Lark Sai, then honorary president of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce and the founder of Nanyang University. I had made a mental note to deal with him when the government had the political strength. Now we no longer needed to tolerate his spouting the communist line in the press, using his position in the business world as a shield. The day after the election, we started proceedings to cancel his citizenship, which had been acquired by registration. A statement from my office read: "The government has decided that no man, whatever his wealth, status, and standing, shall with impunity play stooge to the communists and jeopardize the peace and prosperity of Singapore and the amity and unity of the races of Malaysia." He had openly and blatantly intervened in these elections by signing statements drafted by these communists standing as Barisan Socialis candidates denouncing the government, using as cover his so-called protection of Chinese language, culture, and education. This action would have been unthinkable earlier. We were then fearful of alienating the Chinese-speaking voters, especially as the vernacular press would distort the issue and make it appear directed against businessmen who supported the cause of Chinese culture. Now the time had come to deal with him. Tan Lark Sai was helpless. No Lim Chin Sian with his unions came to the rescue. There were no protests in the newspapers, no demonstrations. We were neutering him politically. Asked to comment the next day, he had nothing to say. He had gambled and lost. He never regained his prominence. A few days later, at a lunchtime meeting at Fullerton Square, I cleared the way for the post-election, post-merger situation. I am giving the plan 2 weeks. If he is still here, will he please get out? Security is no more in my hands. I added that it was now controlled by the central government, and I had to make his identity known to Ismail. From interrogation of communists who had fled to the neighboring Riau Islands but later returned, Special Branch discovered years later that the plan had already left Singapore soon after the referendum. He had remained in the Riau Islands, which were Indonesian, and from there directed his underground subordinates in Singapore through couriers. Travel by ferry or outboards between the two would have taken only 2 to 4 hours, and it was easy to escape detection because fishermen sailed to and fro all the time. So I was not exaggerating when I warned that the struggle against the MCP was not over, that they would continue to fight their enemies by fair means or foul and would prove hard and tricky to deal with. Nothing had changed, except one thing: I was no longer in charge of the police. This point was driven home the next day when Special Branch, now under Federation orders, arrested 20 Nanyang University undergraduates, 3 of whom had fought unsuccessfully in the election as Barisan candidates. Students on the campus rioted, and a large crowd of them attacked the convoy taking the prisoners away. 2 police vans of the riot squad were waiting outside the gates, and, using loud hiliers, the police ordered the demonstrators to disperse. When they did not do so, the riot squad moved in. The students threw bottles and stones at them, injuring the 2 drivers. They had not yet learnt that Special Branch now took orders from a new government in Kuala Lumpur, based on a Malay majority with no inhibitions about dealing with Chinese students. Several thousand workers from 7 big SATU unions, which had already been asked to show cause why their registration should not be cancelled, were driven to a meeting at the university campus in more than 100 lorries and buses. They still acted as if big mass rallies would intimidate the government. Members of the Naval Base Labour Union went on strike, led by supporters of Sidney Woodhull, now in detention, and 500 Nanyang University students sat down on the Padang opposite City Hall while their leaders presented a 6-point petition to Chin Chai, talking as if the Barisan were still poised for victory as the next government. The following day, workers in the bus companies and in the many firms with unions affiliated to SATU called a 2-day general strike. A few hours before it began, 14 SATU officials were detained, including St. Boni, who had won in the Crawford constituency against Kenny Byrne. A crowd of 1,000 workers then tried to march to the Ministry of Home Affairs from the Padang but were dispersed by the riot squad, and by evening, some of the unions had begun to dissociate themselves from the strike. The neutrals were taking heart. They could see no future in playing the old games. As the strike petered out, the leaders called it off. Dr. Lee Suko charged that once again I was using the communist bogey to divert attention from, instead of attending to, the issues at hand. But the world had changed. Woodhull and Puthuchary were released from detention on November 28. They announced that they were staying out of unions and politics for good. Woodhull declared, "Experience has shown me that communist activity has mucked things up for the non-communists." As for Puthuchary, he wanted nothing more to do with communism, to which I am opposed. Woodhull and Puthuchary were leftists who prided themselves on being Marxists. They were not communists, indeed they would never have been accepted into the MCP. They lacked the necessary steadfastness and would have been a security risk to any cell they were part of. They were political dilettantes who enjoyed the cocktail circuit where they held forth. Violence had also come from another direction. A few days after the election, an Indonesian saboteur had exploded 2 bombs within 72 hours of each other on the south coast near Katong Park. Confrontation was now a reality. But an even more ominous development was beginning. The day after the election, the Tunku had expressed shock that Malays in Singapore who had always supported UMNO had voted for the PAP. I think there must be a few traitors amongst the members who have brought about this change of heart of the people here, he said. On September 27, he came down to a rally organized by Singapore UMNO at Geylang Serai, a Malay settlement, at which he again criticized certain Malays, i.e., pro-PAP, who had betrayed UMNO in the election. In future, I will play an important part in elections, he said. He went on to say that the control of Singapore was not in the hands of Mr. Lee or the PAP anymore, but with the central government in Kuala Lumpur. Accompanying the Tunku was Syed Jafar Albar, who wanted to make sure that the Malays who had been misled into voting for us would be made to return to the fold. In his speech, he warned me that the people could only be fooled once, and vowed that he would fix Singapore at the proper time. Local UMNO leaders began to talk in truculent terms. They felt they were the masters now. The American Consul General, Arthur H. Rosen, reported to Washington that passions were stirred by a violent anti-PAP speech with strong racist overtones by Jafar Albar. They burnt an effigy of me before a screaming crowd. At the time, I did not take much notice. I thought it was just post-election morale boosting. I did not then understand the nuances of Malay talk, and it took me another 9 months to grasp the real implications. Little knowing that this was the prelude to a bitter campaign of hate, which would come to a head in Malay-Chinese riots, I had blithely told the crowd at a rally in Fullerton Square that time would heal her feelings. I had had to say some harsh things before and during the election, but my task now was to re-establish good relations and mutual confidence with Kuala Lumpur. I was sure Singapore would then hum with industrial activity and be the prosperous hub of Malaysia. I promised that the government would cooperate with the centre on a fair and equal basis, not as servant with master. I was still talking in terms of UMNO and the PAP fighting our common enemies, the MCP with their United Front supporters and Sukarno's Indonesia, which was under communist influence. I did not know that the Tunku's lieutenants, like Albar, thought differently. They left the British to protect them from the Indonesians. For them, it was more important to deal with the enemy within, the PAP, which, unless stopped in its tracks, would start to win over Malays from the kampongs in Malaya itself. Speaking at City Hall on September 29, I had said, "We understand that for the next 2 decades the Prime Minister of Malaysia must be a Malay. There are 43% Malays, an indigenous people, 41% Chinese, 10% Indians, and 6% others. We are not out to capture power in Kuala Lumpur. We want to cooperate and work in the common interest of Malaysia." But I referred to the MCA leaders Kakai Bo and Tan Su Sin dismissively, and the Tunku disapproved of this. The next day, he responded by saying that although the MCA represented the Chinese community, they had not lost sight of national interests, and their ability to care for both at the same time had contributed much towards the success of the alliance at elections. UMNO, the MCA, and the MIC must stand together. He was signaling that he was not willing to give up his alliance partners. I did not understand until nearly a year later that if the PAP wanted to join the alliance as part of a coalition, it must accept the role of an MCA, and bring the Chinese around to cooperating in the national interest to further UMNO's program, which basically was to help the Malays. Geoffroy Tory's assessment of these political trends in the new federation was succinctly summarized in his report of October 5, 1963 to Duncan Sandys. But the position of the alliance in the long term is certainly not unshakable. Mr. Lee Kuan Yew has shown in the recent Singapore elections that he is able to unite all the non-communists of Singapore, including the Malays, in a common front at the alliance's expense. However, much of his success must be ascribed to his performance as a defender of Singapore's interests against Malaya, and it is unlikely, therefore, to bring him much credit elsewhere in the Federation. On the other hand, if the tale of communal grievances against the more extreme policies of UMNO becomes too long, and if for this and other reasons the Chinese wing of the alliance weakens still further, a serious communal Chinese opposition based on the Malayan west coast, but with assistance from the other Malaysian opposition parties, could begin to develop. Once seriously alarmed, the Malays would certainly not be prevented by constitutional forms from protecting their position, even if the cost were the bitter one of exchanging their present relatively enlightened and moderate form of parliamentary democracy for some kind of more closely guided democracy. Geoffroy Tory was prescient. He more or less predicted what was to happen in 1965, when the Malaysian Solidarity Convention would bring the opposition parties together. In early October, Chu and I drove up to the Cameron Highlands for a 2-week break. The mountain air and the relative isolation helped me to think out our position under the new dispensation. For the next fortnight, I played golf, often alone. Walking around the 9-hole course with Chu, my half bag of clubs carried by an Aborigine boy, I pondered over the problems that would now have to be tackled. We faced danger from Indonesia, but we had contained the communists for the time being. They were dazed, keeping their heads down, taking stock of their vulnerability in a new situation. They knew Kuala Lumpur was out to crush them. We too had to adjust to a central government that openly stood for Malay interests. This we could only accommodate if the Chinese, Indians, and others were given enough space. Nevertheless, when I had seen the Tunku in Kuala Lumpur 5 days before, I had left him in a good mood, and some questions seemed to have been settled amicably, despite all that had happened. He had spoken of closing the Bank of China and the Bank Negara Indonesia, National Bank of Indonesia, in Singapore, but added that he had not taken any firm decision and wanted to discuss the matter again. I was able to tell the press that he had promised to allow them to stay open provided they were not staffed by senior government officials from China or Indonesia. After my return to Singapore on October 14, I met Philip Moore and told him I had proposed that we should appoint a Malay as one of our 2 senators in the federal parliament. The Tunku had been pleased and had suggested the UMNO leader in Singapore, Ahmad Haji Taf. I had agreed. The other senator was to be Ko Tek Kin. The Tunku had also wanted us to close our trade commission in Jakarta, and although I was unenthusiastic, we recalled the commissioner, leaving a junior officer in charge. Moore himself was worried that we were having secret discussions with the Indonesians in Singapore to find a way to lift the embargo they had announced. I assured him that discussions had taken place only between our traders and their officials, not with Singapore government officers. I added that I was happy with the way things had worked out with Ismail. Kuala Lumpur's security action in Singapore had gone off well. Ismail had phoned to tell me of the planned arrest of the SATU union leaders, and asked me to confirm that this would have the support of the Singapore government. I gave him that assurance. We had then exchanged letters, which kept me in the picture on the internal security situation. My regular Saturday morning meetings with the police and special branch were to continue. It was a period of deceptive calm. The new Legislative Assembly was sworn in on October 22 and the first bill passed was for elections to the House of Representatives in Kuala Lumpur. It was carried on a voice vote and we named 12 PAP and 3 Barisan assemblymen. As I was leaving for the opening session on November 3, I described the PAP's role in the federal parliament as that of a crossbencher, friend, loyal opposition and critic, not like the Barisan or the Malayan Socialist Front, which were destructive and disloyal. While in Kuala Lumpur, I agreed with the Tunku that we should receive an official visit by the Yang Dipertuan Agong, the King of Malaysia, and when he came, he was welcomed with pomp and ceremony. The Tunku was a great upholder of the mystique of royalty. I myself was not entirely happy with my time in the federal capital. The Tunku was too busy to have any effective discussion with me on our relationship, and meanwhile, there was renewed discord. In reporting a thinly veiled attack on me by Albar, the Malay press had lashed out at Alex Joshi for writing an article in which he had represented me as the leader of the 4 million Chinese in Malaysia. This had given particular offense. Razak had also taken me to task for describing the PAP as crossbenchers, friendly but critical. How could we be both? In response to Razak's objection to my idea of the PAP as crossbenchers, I had asked the Tunku where our MPs should sit in the House. He proposed that some of the 12 PAP MPs sit on the government side and some with the opposition. We were in an equivocal position. On my return to Singapore, I told Moore that our relationship with the Tunku and UMNO would have to be settled one way or another within 2 or 3 years of the coming federal election. The Tunku would have to decide either to drop the MCA and work with the PAP, or fight the PAP for control of the towns of Malaya. Not that we were forgetting the countryside. On December 21, I spoke for the first time in the House of Representatives during a debate on Tan Siew Sin's budget. I criticized it for its lack of a broader sweep of the Federation's problems. It was good for big business, which was centered in the towns, but would not benefit the have-nots outside them. I stressed the need to bring prosperity to the rural areas where the bulk of Malays lived as farmers. The opposition leaders in Malaya had not talked in these terms before. We had brought our Fabian thinking to bear on Malaysian problems and believed that this was the solution. Moore reported to London that Keng Swee, who had previously been doubtful about our prospects in Malaya, was now convinced that within a year or so, the PAP would rout both the Socialist Front and the MCA. With Singapore now a part of Malaysia, Moore's reports were sent through the new UK High Commissioner in Kuala Lumpur, Viscount Head, who had replaced Geoffroy Tory. Anthony Head had a totally different cast of mind from his predecessor. He was a political heavyweight. A Sandhurst cadet, he was awarded a military cross in World War II and was a brigadier when he entered the House of Commons in 1945. He became Minister of Defence in Anthony Eden's cabinet at the time of the Suez invasion, resigning when it failed. He was elevated as Viscount to the House of Lords. His wife Dorothy was a great character, thoroughly undiplomatic and openly interested in politics. Head had been British High Commissioner in Nigeria for 3 years and she was a great lover of the birds of Africa. Some of the most glorious and exotic of them, including golden-crested cranes, would wander all over the grounds and into the drawing rooms of Carcassa, their official residence in Kuala Lumpur, to leave their droppings on the beautiful chintz-covered cushions. Neither of them batted an eyelid. They would just wipe up the mess with some paper and continue the conversation. I liked both of them and we got on. Whenever I was in Kuala Lumpur, I would have lunch or dinner with him and his wonderfully eccentric wife. Head had an understanding of the ups and downs of peoples and nations. He thought things through. While the British were resolutely holding the line against Sukarno's now ceaseless incursions into Borneo, he cautioned me that British and Malaysians must both conduct operations in such a way that when all this was over, we would be able to live together peacefully with the Indonesians, that if we rubbed their noses in the dirt, it would make future relations more difficult. British restraint dragged out the conflict, but it did make the subsequent reconciliation easier. When Sukarno had been removed from power in 1965, General Suharto, then the de facto ruler, sent emissaries to Kuala Lumpur and Singapore to establish contact and begin to restore our confidence in Indonesia. Head had wisdom, that rare quality of learning from one's mistakes and, better still, from the mistakes of others. He also understood the Tunku and the hierarchical structure of Malay society. It was not unlike what he had found in northern Nigeria. It was fortunate for me that the British Prime Minister had decided to send a top-ranking politician from the establishment to Kuala Lumpur instead of a professional diplomat like Tory. The history of Malaysia and Singapore would have been very different otherwise. Head brought to bear his varied experience, including what he had seen of the problems in Nigeria. He knew too well the difficulties in the evolution from colonial rule to self-government and nationhood. In the 2 years before August 1965, I would have much to do with him. His assessments and reports to London made an enormous difference to the outcome of the tussle between the Tunku and his ultras on one side, and my colleagues and me on the other. The ultras pressed for a completely Malay-dominated Malaysia. We in Singapore, especially those born in or deeply attached to Malaya like Chin Chai, Pang Boon, and Raja, were determined to establish a multiracial Malaysian Malaysia. This was the heart of the matter. Philip Moore, left, and Anthony Head at Eden Hall, the UK Deputy High Commissioner's residence, Singapore, 1964. Head had a good feel for Africa and for the Commonwealth African leaders. He believed that a visit to them by a mission of ministers from the new Malaysian states would win their sympathy in international forums like the United Nations. He guffawed when I said the Tunku believed the Africans were slow-witted, for Head had met many Africans smarter than the Tunku, quite a few of whom had taken firsts at Oxford. He sensed that I was a restless, active person who was keen to do something to counter Sukarno's propaganda offensive. He suggested that I get the Tunku to send me to Africa to win their support, which he thought would be useful on the psychological front while the British held the military front. He also foresaw that it would make me better known internationally, which would mean that if things ever came to the point where the Tunku wanted to lock me up, there would be a bigger price to pay. I put the idea to the Tunku, and to my surprise, he readily agreed. Confrontation had taken a somber turn. The first burst of excitement and even enthusiasm that had inspired demonstrations outside the Indonesian embassy in Kuala Lumpur had subsided. The Tunku went around the country making speeches to arouse Malayan nationalism, since Malaysia was too new a concept. But from private conversations with him, I knew he was fearful of the pull that Sukarno's rhetoric could have on Malayan Malays, especially recent immigrants, the first or second generation descendants of Sumatrans and Javanese. I myself had complete faith in the capabilities of the British, and was blissfully unaware that their policy of active opposition to confrontation could not be sustained if the US government took a contrary line. I had paid scant attention when the press reported the US representative to the Malaysia celebrations of September 17 in Kuala Lumpur as saying that America was in no position to take sides in the dispute. But diplomatic documents from the British archives of that period disclose grave concern over the ambivalent attitude of the Americans. Their assessment was that the Americans feared Britain would be overstretched by confrontation and ultimately the United States would have to shoulder the burden. They also feared that by thwarting Sukarno, the British would be discrediting a non-communist government in Jakarta, thus turning Indonesia over to the communists, which would pose a threat to US bases in the Philippines. The British must have worked hard to get the Kennedy administration to suspend at least some forms of US economic aid to Indonesia and ban fresh arms deliveries of Lockheed spare parts in November 1963. To show their own total commitment and resolve, the British had announced in December that Australian and New Zealand forces would join them in the defence of Malaysia against mounting Indonesian military incursions. At the urging of the British, the Tunku had meanwhile stopped wavering in his attitude towards Indonesia. Sukarno had made a speech on December 3 claiming that the first UN survey mission in North Borneo had not been carried out in accordance with democratic procedures. He promised to welcome Malaysia if a second survey showed that its people wanted to be a part of the federation. A spokesman of the Malaysian Ministry of External Affairs turned down the offer, but it was clear that it was the Tunku himself who had refused it. A few days later, a big bomb exploded in Senate Estate, a middle-class suburban area, wrecking a car and killing 2 men. These were the first casualties of confrontation in Singapore. We prepared for more trouble. On December 18, the Tunku disclosed an Indonesian plot to blow up the Pasir Panjang power station, the water mains between the island and Johor, and other vital installations. At the same time, I revealed that an Indonesian naval attaché had been training saboteurs from Singapore, and that the Indonesians had set up dummy firms for the import of weapons. 34 Winning friends in Africa. Syed Jafar Albar opposed my leading a mission to Africa. Instead of making Malaysia known to the Africans, he would make himself known to the African countries, he said in Parliament on January 3, 1964. He wanted a Federation cabinet minister to head it. The Tunku replied that I had asked his permission to explain Malaysia to friends in that part of the world, and he thought it was better for the people from the new territories of the Federation to go on their own to inform the African states that they had joined it of their own free will. If the government was dissatisfied with the results of the mission, it could send another delegation, in which case he would include Albar in it. At the same time the Tunku also took a swipe at me for having answered a letter from Zhou Enlai, even though I had written my reply before merger. This, he said, was very wrong of me. It was very much the Tunku and his oblique style. I had to understand that in Malaysia such conduct was not acceptable. The Federation would have no truck with any communist country, least of all China. The mission left Singapore in late January 1964 in a chartered 4-engine turboprop aircraft, which gave us flexibility of movement. The mission included Sarawak's Chief Minister, Stephen Kalong Ninkan, who joined us in Lagos in February, and his deputy, James Wong, Sabah State Minister, Harrisella, and one of his MPs, and from Singapore, Devon Nair, and my parliamentary secretary, Rahim Ishak. I wanted every major racial group to be represented: Malays, Chinese, Indians, Dayaks, and Katazans. We had 2 senior officials from the Ministry of External Affairs as secretaries, and a team of Malaysian reporters. We planned to visit 17 to 18 countries in some 35 days, and stayed in Cairo and Alexandria while the arrangements were being made. This was not simple. Malaysia was not represented anywhere in Black Africa, so communications were slow and roundabout, through their London missions for Commonwealth countries, or their Cairo embassies, or UN delegations, and sometimes with help from the British Foreign Office. That had the disadvantage of making Malaysia appear a protégé of the British, but sometimes there was no choice. Only one country, Libya, refused to receive us. Our first stop was Cairo. President Nasser had not changed his mind about Malaysia since I saw him in April 1962. THIRD, the Indonesian news agency, had reported that the Malaysian ambassador to Cairo had been cold-shouldered by Nasser, who had refused to receive his credentials. The Egyptian foreign minister, Mahmoud Fawzi, said there was no truth to this claim. THIRD had also said that Egypt sympathized with Indonesia. The Indonesians had craftily asked the Egyptian embassy in Kuala Lumpur to look after their interests when they withdrew their ambassador. Fawzi said this was without foundation. These were blows for the Indonesians. Fawzi, over 70, was a cultivated man of considerable sophistication. He explained why Sukarno was against Malaysia and what he hoped to gain, that he needed an issue to keep his people preoccupied with external ambitions, and if he could break up Malaysia, it would only be a matter of time before Sabah and Sarawak would be absorbed into Indonesian Borneo. Nasser was warm and friendly during a 2-hour discussion, followed by dinner. In a joint communiqué, he stated that he had accepted an invitation to visit Malaysia. In other words, Egypt recognized Malaysia and did not consider it neo-colonialist. In Tunisia, my next stop, President Habib Bourguiba, a very Frenchified Arab, unexpectedly took a strong anti-colonial line. The problem was that the Tunku, because of his mild personality and his moderate statements, was seen to resemble the typical African tribal chief who had been nurtured by the colonial power and then given independence, and through whom the former rulers still retained their political influence and economic interests. Bourguiba, however, accepted that Malaysia, a country of 10 million with 10,000 troops, had the right to call for help when a nation of 100 million with 400,000 troops attacked it. I repeated this argument with good effect each time I met a leader who had reservations about Malaysia's defense ties with Britain. From Tunis we flew to Rabat, capital of Morocco. The king did not receive us, and his prime minister did not show much interest, making our talks inconsequential. He was not against Malaysia, and anyway the Moroccans were pro-Western, so there was no danger of their supporting Sukarno's Indonesia. Then to Algiers, which I had visited in July 1962 on my way home from the London conference soon after the Algerians had won their independence from the French. Although I had flown in from Paris late that evening, Prime Minister Ben Bella had still given me dinner at 11 p.m. This time he had probably been advised by his foreign ministry that the Tunku was not a revolutionary anti-colonialist, but he knew me as a nationalist and was friendly. With the help of Harris Saleh from Sabah and James Wong from Sarawak, I was able to persuade him that we had the right not to be swallowed up by Indonesia but to throw in our lot with the Malayans, with whom we shared a common British colonial past. James Wong and I were then called to an unscheduled second meeting with him. Ben Bella voiced the hope that peace would be re-established, and said Algeria was willing to support any effort that would bring together Malaysia and Indonesia to resolve their differences amicably. This meeting produced a communiqué drafted by the Algerians that reflected none of the reservations they had earlier expressed in the United Nations Credentials Committee, and recorded that the visit of the Malaysian delegation augured well for the reinforcement of mutual understanding and friendship between the two countries. My next stop was Bamako in Mali, an arid country, much of it desert. I was surprised to discover that Timbuktu was not a fictitious place. At the airport I was welcomed in the French style, first with a guard of honor, and then by a slim, dark-complexioned, half-Arab half-African girl in a Western dress who bussed me on both cheeks and presented me with a bouquet of flowers. President Modibo Keïta received us in flowing Arab robes in his newly built palace, its high-ceilinged rooms opulently furnished and air-conditioned. An official communiqué issued from the presidential palace said that he reaffirmed Mali's attachment to the principles of non-alignment, which were entirely opposed to the presence of foreign military bases, but added that those principles also demanded respect for the sovereignty of states. The communiqué then referred to an invitation to the Mali head of state to make an official visit to Malaysia and stated that he had given it a favorable reply. Like Ben Bella of Algeria, President Keïta had signaled that his country was withdrawing its reservations about Malaysia. As I flew south, I could see how the Arabs and the Africans had met and intermingled in the northern part of the Sahara, where many of the latter had converted to Islam. Black Africa was ethnically a completely different world with a totally different set of cultures. Liberia was a scream. We arrived at the capital just before dusk. After the dry desert air of Bamako, Monrovia was warm and humid, not unlike Singapore. But Liberia was a parody of a state. An American-style guard of honor was drawn up at the airport, looking most unmilitary and anything but smart. A tall African greeted me in American-accented English and said he was the Secretary of State. Most of their institutions were named or modeled after the Americans, but there the similarity ended. As I inspected the guard of honor, I heard the feeblest 18-gun salute ever, sounding like damp squibs. While we waited in the VIP room for our bags to be unloaded, the Secretary of State told us that we were going straight to President William Tubman's farm, where he was waiting to give us dinner. It was at least 2 hours away by car. I was appalled. We had been flying for 3 hours and needed to wash and freshen up. But there was no getting out of it. Off we went. We had 7 military motorcycle outriders on huge Harley-Davidson twin-exhaust machines, and the walkie-talkies of the principal rider and the military aide-de-camp in the front seat of our Cadillac crackled ceaselessly. When one of the motorcycles skidded into a ditch, the Secretary of State was not at all perturbed. In the course of the 3-hour journey, 2 more bikes went off the road. Whether the riders were badly or slightly injured, nobody cared. I decided not to inquire. From the reactions of the Secretary of State and the military ADC, these seemed commonplace happenings. We arrived and were shown in to be photographed. I had to insist before I was given a few minutes in which to wash. Tubman then held forth at great length. Finally, dinner was served. He rapped the table with his gavel and said, "Mr. Vice, Grace." The vice president sitting at the other end of the table then thanked the Lord for the bounty that was to appear. It was not until midnight that we left to make the long journey to our guest house in Monrovia. Worn out, I unpacked my pajamas, went to the bathroom, and found the wash basin full of water with rusty sediment at the bottom. I cursed and pulled out the plug, but despite my fatigue knew instinctively I had done something stupid and quickly replaced it. Sure enough, there was no water from the tap. With what remained of the rusty water, I did my best to wash off the grease and dust of travel. I looked for a bottle of soda water to brush my teeth. Finding none, I settled for Fanta. It was sweet, but better than nothing. I hoped my toothpaste would counteract the sugar. After all the excitement, I was not sleepy. I picked up some reading material from the bedside table. It was a paean of praise for the president, the star of Africa, the savior of his country. I folded the pamphlet to take home as a souvenir of how not to impress guests. There was no need for a joint statement in Liberia, as Tubman was known to be pro-American. He supported Malaysia and accepted the Tunku's invitation to visit the Federation. The next day, I wandered through Monrovia to gaze at the huge presidential palace and the terrible slums around it. I was glad to get out. After Monrovia, it was Conakry in Guinea, the most anti-French of all the Francophone African states. French President de Gaulle was displeased when Guinea voted to leave the French community. They told us the French had pulled out all the telephones and other fittings before they handed over the country. But even if everything had been left in working condition, the statist policies that President Sékou Touré pursued, socialism based on the Soviet model, were certain to condemn it to poverty. In 1964, the effects were not yet devastating. The delegation was put up in VIP chalets by the coast that looked like large African thatched huts for tribal chiefs, but were built of brick and mortar. Sékou Touré had been a trade unionist. He was highly intelligent. We spent much time talking about socialism through an interpreter, and he gave me several volumes of his book, Socialism for Guinea. He was publicly known to be against imperialist intervention in France's former colonies to support black leaders who favored French policies, but although he knew little about Malaysia, I was able to make him understand that British troops were necessary for the survival of a small country threatened by a huge neighbor. Whatever his initial views, I left him more receptive and open-minded. He could see that James Wong, Harris Salah, and I were not colonial stooges. He received us with courtesy, gave us an official lunch, and did not denounce Malaysia. Then we headed for Abidjan in the Ivory Coast, Côte d'Ivoire. The contrast with Conakry was striking. President Houphouët-Boigny, a black Frenchman, had been a minister in the Fourth Republic. Polished in manners, elegant in dress, he received me in a splendid palace attractively sculptured on the slope of a hill, and we dined on exquisite French cuisine with champignons flown in from Paris that day and excellent wines. That he was African was not to be doubted, for he had 2 wives, both present at dinner, both young and attractive, and sisters. There was no need to convince him of our case. He said that those African leaders who went the other way and became anti-colonial and pro-communist or socialist would suffer. I was impressed by his realism. He had a French chef de cabinet, chief of staff. So did those of his ministers I met. The Frenchman took notes and looked efficient. The president accepted the Tunku's invitation to visit Kuala Lumpur without hesitation. The Ivory Coast was at that time a member of the UN Security Council, representing the African bloc, and therefore useful to have on Malaysia's side. Next, Accra in Ghana. Among the ambassadors who greeted me at the airport were those from the Ivory Coast, Egypt, and Algeria, which confirmed that the Algerians were with us now. Ghana, better known in my stamp collecting days as the Gold Coast, was the first of the African states to gain independence, in 1957. Its leader, Kwame Nkrumah, was a great Pan-African, and had set an example to others by taking an Egyptian wife. The local press referred to him as Osagyefo, the man of the times or the torchbearer, and he had his anti-colonial credentials to keep up. On the day of my arrival, Accra's Evening News said, "The present Malaysian Federation bears the earmarks of neocolonialism." The paper compared it to the dissolved Central African Federation and the incorporation of Aden into the South Arabian Federation. I met Nkrumah on Sunday at the 18th-century Christiansborg Castle, an old Danish slave trading post, which was then the seat of government. As I approached his inner sanctum, I walked between Indian-style oil lamps, wicks floating in small brass bowls lining both sides of a red carpet. I found him in a strange state of mind. He had just survived a failed coup and was withdrawn and somewhat dazed. But he was cordial and friendly towards me, and we had an hour's discussion. He told me, and I had it reported to our press, if you had not come, you would have lost by default, your fault. The next day, the local newspapers moderated their tone towards Malaysia. Now they said only that it was possible that, perhaps unconsciously, it could be used for neocolonialist purposes. I spent the day driving 70 miles to the High Volta Dam, then being built by an Italian consortium and financed jointly by the World Bank and the US and British governments. But after seeing Conakry and Accra and meeting leaders who talked in socialist terms of the distribution of wealth, I believed they would become paupers. At Lagos in Nigeria, the Tunku's good friend, Prime Minister Alhaj Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, met me at the airport with a full guard of honor. The ceremony was totally British. His support for Malaysia was forthright, and so was the friendliness of the Nigerian people. All along the 15-mile route to the city, they gathered to wave and shout greetings of welcome. Lagos was in much better shape than Accra. Many of the public buildings looked identical with those in Malaya and Singapore. They must have followed the same British Public Works Department design. On leaving, I was able to talk of the unqualified moral support that the Prime Minister was giving to Malaysia. Nigeria had sent a special representative to the independence ceremonies in Kuala Lumpur. Lusaka was in northern Rhodesia, soon to become independent and change its name to Zambia. It had held its first general election in January, just a few weeks before we arrived. Kenneth Kaunda, the Prime Minister, was away, and I was received by his deputy leader, Kamanga. We were put up at the Livingstone Hotel, an attractive, single-story, rambling building, like a large inn in an English provincial town. The ministers were friendly. They knew very little about Southeast Asia but were very pleased we had visited them to seek their support, and the government accepted the Tunku's invitation for Kaunda to visit Malaysia. Then on to Blantyre, Malawi. The president was Dr. Hastings Bunda, whom everyone called Ngwazi, meaning a man to be looked up to like a lion for his power and strength. He had qualified as a medical doctor in Scotland and practiced happily there for many years. He did not need any convincing, he was dead set against anti-white xenophobia. And from Malawi, on to Madagascar, then called Malagasy, and to its capital Tananarive, where President Tsarayana received us with great warmth and hospitality. He was an interesting man, blunt and straightforward. He talked openly of his country's close ties with France. After hearing me, he said, if one must be colonist, it is at least preferable that the colonizing be done by a higher rather than a lower civilization. Madagascar was a strange country, an island off the African coast whose people were part African and part Malay or Polynesian. Their dances combined the African stomping of feet with Malay and Polynesian hand movements, and there were Malay words in their language. After our discussions in his office, Tsarayana produced a leather pouch from his drawer and spread out a sparkling array of semi-precious stones, all mined in Madagascar. He invited each of us to choose one. I picked an aquamarine for Chu. The other members of the mission each had a different preference. He found great pleasure in seeing the delight on our faces as we made our choice of gems. Dar es Salaam in Tanganyika, later to become Tanzania, was different. Julius Nyerere was a Christian, a humanist and a socialist, and he expressed his support for Malaysia in unequivocal terms. From our first meeting, I liked him for his simplicity of dress, manner, and way of life. He put me up at the presidential mansion, formerly used by the British governor and before World War I by the German administrator. He himself preferred to live in a small house nearby. He had his Indian ministers to dinner, making the point that, unlike the other East African countries, he had a place for them in Tanganyika. But alas, his Fabianism and statism, picked up not so much from Marxist tracts as from discussions with other anti-colonial leaders and well-meaning British socialists he had met in Britain, caused his country unnecessary poverty. When I arrived at Kampala in Uganda, Prime Minister Milton Obote was away and I was received by his ministers. They were friendly and understanding, the Commonwealth ties counted. There was some tension between the government and the Kabaka of Buganda, or King Freddy as he was popularly called, but although Obote had met the Tunku at Commonwealth conferences and mistakenly seen him as another King Freddy, that did not affect Uganda's support for Malaysia. They sympathized with Malaysia and did not support Indonesia. The next stop, Nairobi, was important. President Jomo Kenyatta was known as Mzee, a term of great respect and reverence for an old man. He had a worldwide reputation as a fighter for freedom who had been detained in shackles during the Mau Mau rebellion in the 1950s against the British government and the white settlers. The Governor-General, Malcolm MacDonald, whom I had known when he was the British Commissioner General to Southeast Asia, had briefed the Kenyan government about Malaysia, and all I needed to do was to meet Kenyatta and get his endorsement. Unfortunately, he was away in Mombasa, opening an oil refinery, but Malcolm MacDonald was resourceful and got the government to fly me there. Kenyatta met me at the airport and we drove together in a convertible to my hotel through throngs of people, all shouting Urumai, Urumai. Kenyatta prompted me to join the chant and point my forefinger to the sky as they did. The gesture, he explained, meant let us pull as one people. In a joint communique, he emphasized Kenya's friendship with Malaysia, welcomed the mission's visit as a step towards strengthening understanding, and thanked me for coming to Mombasa to see him. My last stop was Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. After my arrival, I went for a drive in the afternoon, had dinner at the guest house, and slept. At 3 a.m., I woke up feeling an enormous weight on my chest. I feared I was about to have a heart attack. I slept fitfully. At breakfast, I asked some other members of the mission whether any of them had experienced this strange sensation. None had. I wished we had brought a doctor with us. When the main party arrived in a coach from a hotel in town, I was greatly relieved to find that several of them had had the same experience. It was mountain sickness. Addis Ababa was 8,500 feet above sea level. President Jomo Kenyatta receiving me at Mombasa Airport, January 1964. February 1964, visiting Julius Nyerere Center, in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Stephen Kalong Nankin, Chief Minister of Sarawak, is at right. To be received in audience by Emperor Haile Selassie, I had to walk past two cheetahs lightly chained to posts on either side of him. It was a scene from King Solomon in biblical times, except that Haile Selassie wore a British-style military uniform. He listened and was unequivocal in his support for Malaysia. But his was not one of the revolutionary regimes of Africa. I was shocked by the deference and cowed demeanor of the people on the streets as my car drove by with flags fluttering. They took off their hats and bowed deeply. The flags represented authority, whether they flew for the emperor, his guests, or his officials, and they knew their humble place at the bottom of the ladder. In contrast to the sometimes handsome buildings around them, they looked shabby and poor. I attributed all this to an antiquated feudal system that kept the peasants down and confined wealth to the nobility. I did not feel sanguine about the future of the country. From Addis Ababa we flew to Aden for a refueling stop on our way to New Delhi. Aden was in the throes of a civil war, as the British prepared to withdraw. There was heavy security around the airport, with barbed wire and soldiers at strategic points, and talking to RAF officers in the hour we spent there, I could feel the sense of emergency. In Delhi I was startled to see how much Nehru had aged since I first met him in April 1962. He looked weary and had trouble concentrating. The border war of December 1962 between Indian and Chinese forces across the Himalayas near Ladakh had been a disaster. It had destroyed all that he had hoped and worked for. He had introduced Zhou Enlai to the Afro-Asian leaders at Bandung in 1955 to herald a new age of Afro-Asian solidarity. His dream had turned to ashes. I felt for him. He had lost his vitality and his optimism. His ministers and officials received us with warmth and hospitality, and their missions in Africa had been helpful. My next stop was Kuala Lumpur, not Singapore, for I had to report to the Tunku. He was pleased that I had countered Sukarno's propaganda on the Afro-Asian front, and my press conference was covered on Kuala Lumpur television at great length. I said that the Indonesians had been at the diplomatic game for a long time and were many years ahead of us Malaysians. They had developed propaganda skills, they knew the sensitivities and susceptibilities of the African leaders to whom foreign bases were anathema. There was the problem of the international image of Sukarno who, judged by his rhetoric, seemed a fire-breathing anti-colonial revolutionary while the Tunku, by contrast, was the mild, moderate man of the West. The Indonesians had misrepresented his gentle manners as those of a British stooge. In the euphoria of the moment, the Tunku forgave me for my insubordinate statements during the election, and suggested that I should go on to New York and Washington to convince the Americans as I had convinced the Africans. I could leave immediately after I had rested. The next day, February 27, I flew into Singapore to the rousing welcome of thousands at the airport. James Wong, who had left for Sarawak after Dar es Salaam, described our mission as a tremendous success on his stopover in Singapore. We have secured the understanding, sympathy, and moral support of all the African heads of state and ministers whom we have met. As I drove home with Chu and the 3 children in the car, the crowds waved to me along the route. It had been an exhausting trip, but an invaluable part of my political education. I had learned at first hand about the Arabs and the Africans, and understood what obstacles the new African countries must overcome to educate their tribal peoples and develop their often one-commodity economies. Throughout my 35-day tour of the 17 African capitals, I was helped by the professionalism of the British embassies. Their diplomats were well informed, well adapted to their host governments, prominent or unobtrusive as the situation required. At each stop, I was given a short brief of the situation in the country, thumbnail sketches of the ministers I was likely to meet, and a description of the power structure. The briefs were invariably good. The quality of British diplomats was high. Whether they brought Britain economic benefits was another matter. One of my most memorable recollections was of Government House in Lusaka, where I stayed as the guest of the last British governor of Northern Rhodesia, Sir Evelyn Hone. It was well furnished and well maintained, but not luxurious. The toiletries, soap, towels, cutlery, and china were similar to those I had found in British government houses in Singapore, Sarawak and North Borneo. They were all part of one well-run system. I wondered what sort of life the governor would lead in Britain, once out of office and without a large retinue of uniformed servants. He carried out his duties as host with grace and style. From his drawing room window, I was delighted to see deer, antelope, red bucks, peacocks, cranes and other African animals and birds in the garden. Government House was like an English country mansion sited in the highlands of Africa, with as much of Old England as possible brought in to relieve the homesickness of governors. I was to go back to Lusaka in 1970 for the Non-Aligned Conference, and again in 1979 for the Commonwealth Conference. Each time was a saddening experience. I remembered the flowers, shrubs, trees, and greenery at the side of the roads and at the roundabouts when I was driven in from the airport in 1964. Roses grew in abundance. 6 years later, the roses had gone and weeds had taken over. 9 years after that, even the weeds had given up, the roundabouts were covered with tarmac. And there seemed to be fewer animals and birds in the grounds of Government House, now the President's Lodge. I wondered why. I had received an unforgettable lesson in decolonization, on how crucial it was to have social cohesion and capable, effective government to take power from the colonial authority, especially in Africa. When the leader did not preserve the unity of the country by sharing power with the chiefs of the minority tribes, but excluded them, the system soon broke down. Worse, when misguided policies based on half-digested theories of socialism and redistribution of wealth were compounded by less than competent government, societies formerly held together by colonial power splintered, with appalling consequences. 35 Venturing into the Malay heartland. On the day of my departure for Africa, I had called an urgent meeting of the PAP's Publicity and Propaganda Coordinating Committee, of which I was chairman, to discuss how we could safeguard Singapore's interests in Kuala Lumpur. Our economic development could not be held hostage to the political prejudices of Tan Siew Sin, the Malaysian finance minister. I wanted the committee to consider the desirability of the PAP intervening in the forthcoming election in Malaysia by fielding some token candidates. They were to make a decision only after my return. However, when I was away in Africa, Raja, Chin Chai and Pang Boon, 3 Singapore ministers brought up in Malaya, persuaded the PAP Central Executive Committee to contest the Malaysian general election. The day after my return, the newspapers reported that the election would be held in April. Chin Chai immediately announced that the PAP would field a small number of candidates. He added that it had no intention of fighting the central government or UMNO, and the PAP's purpose was to cooperate with them to make Malaysia succeed. Keng Swee was absolutely against any token participation. He believed it would sour relations between Kuala Lumpur and Singapore and jeopardize his plans for our industrialization within the Federation. I also had my reservations, but since the Tunku had breached his verbal undertaking to me not to participate in Singapore's elections, I felt no longer bound by my return undertaking and went with the decision of the Central Executive Committee. The response from UMNO was sharp and immediate. Kir Yohari, Minister for Agriculture and a favourite of the Tunku who had been asked to rebuild Singapore UMNO, declared it was prepared to fight the PAP because its ideology was different. The PAP said it was non-communist whereas UMNO was definitely anti-communist. Tan Siew Sin's reaction was angry. For him, this was nothing less than a challenge to the MCA over who should represent the Chinese in the Federation. Chin Chai had said his main reason for contesting was to fight anti-Malaysia parties, but the alliance, of which the MCA was a member, had the same aim, therefore the PAP's participation could only help to split the pro-Malaysia vote. I stayed silent. I was prepared to go to New York and come back only in time for the election, but the Tunku would have none of it. After a few days, he said it would be politically inconsistent for the PAP to represent Malaysia in the United States when it was competing against the alliance at the polls. He rejected as sophistry our stand that a few token candidates would be pitted, not against UMNO, but against the MCA. The PAP was trying to supplant the MCA and align itself with UMNO, he said, but we don't want them. I knew that, but I believed he could be made to change his mind when he saw that it was the PAP, not the MCA, that had the support of the urban voters. I said that the present Malay leadership of the Tunku and UMNO was vital to Malaysia, but the MCA was replaceable. Popular antipathy towards it in the towns had reached such proportions that the Malayan Socialist Front, despite its obvious communist links, might make gains in some constituencies where there was no other way to register a protest vote against it. The PAP election manifesto had 2 objectives: first, to assist in building up a united democratic and socialist Malaysia based on the principles of social justice and non-communism, and second, to ensure that the Socialist Front did not benefit from substantial protest votes against the MCA. We fielded only 11 parliamentary candidates. The politically better qualified were Malaya-born federal citizens who had been working in Singapore and had long been associated with the PAP. The best known was Devon Nair, whom I accompanied to his Bungsar ward in the suburbs of Kuala Lumpur on nomination day. The PAP withdrew 2 candidates in Johor when we found they were facing UMNO and not MCA candidates, but this did not mollify the Malay leaders. We were still challenging their trusted Chinese partners, and they did not want us. I thought I understood them. In fact, I did not. I did not understand that their objection was basic. They did not want the Chinese to be represented by a vigorous leadership that propounded a non-communal or a multiracial approach to politics and would not confine its appeal only to the Chinese. At the start of the campaign, on the night of March 22, a huge crowd turned up to listen to us at Sulaiman Court in Kuala Lumpur, overflowing the square and the road beyond. The excitement the PAP had generated was enormous. I emphasized in my speech that if elected, our 9 PAP candidates would trigger a social revolution far beyond their arithmetical significance. If you demonstrate positively that you are in favor of an honest party with a dynamic social and economic policy, then the winds of change will begin to sweep throughout Malaysia, I said, borrowing Harold Macmillan's famous phrase. I added that if UMNO leaders wanted the support of the urban voters, they would have to adjust their policies to take into account the wishes of the people. Razak retorted that terrific winds of change had already swept through Malaya and people could see the social evolution for themselves. In a month of campaigning, I motored up and down Malaya to the towns where we had candidates, Penang, Kuala Lumpur, Seremban, Malacca, and Kluang, and everywhere we held rallies, huge crowds turned up. They wanted to see and hear us. They gave me a big cheer each time. They had heard, read, and in some cases, seen what we had done in Singapore and appeared keen to have us do the same for them in Malaya. As if to underline the difference between the two, I spoke in Malacca about Keng Swee and Tan Su Sin, both Malacca-born. They shared the same grandfather, but there the similarity ends. As finance minister of Singapore, Keng Swee had pursued policies that had led to financial surpluses, reflecting his harsher and more Spartan background. He was a teacher of economics and a social worker. On the other hand, Tan had inherited the family's fortune and was a multimillionaire. A director of many companies, he ran the Ministry of Finance as if it were one of them, prudently and economically in order to provide the best dividends for the directors. He was a man born with a silver spoon in his mouth who had moved easily into high political positions in the wake of his father's reputation. He represented the rural Malay constituency of Malacca Tengah, and so found it unnecessary to learn to speak or write Chinese. Yet, he claimed to lead the Chinese of Malaysia. Tan Su Sin was angered, but the Tunku came to his rescue. Sink or swim, UMNO would stand by the MCA, even if there were only 5 of them left. He would never throw his partners overboard, unlike the PAP, which came into power with the help of the communists and had now got rid of them, the Tunku said. With the Tunku behind him, Tan retaliated in strong terms. The PAP was capable of stabbing one in the back. Principle and honor counted for little with its leaders, and Lee himself was like a chameleon, he charged, whose idea of democracy itself was in doubt, judging by the lack of democracy in the PAP. He called on me to give details to support the allegations I had made that the MCA was corrupt, which were close to libel. I replied that I was prepared to do so if he would agree to a commission of inquiry to follow them up. He did not respond. While the Tunku, Razak, and his ministers took the high road, Syed Jafar Albar took the low road. On May 25, he pointedly asked if I advocated the eventual disappearance of the sultans and the nationalization of rubber estates and tin mines when I talked of social revolution. Just as British military power had maintained me in office, so the alliance government had saved me from being eliminated by the Barisan, but I still treated the Singapore Malays as stepsons and antagonized them, he said. Lee Kuan Yew is so contemptuous of the Malays that his government refused to appoint any Malay to serve on statutory bodies in Singapore, he added. He then denounced me for having said, during a speech made in Chinese in Seremban, that the Tunku was not a politician of high caliber, hinting that his leadership was inept. This was utterly false, but the Tunku was sore, and reposted that while he favored social revolution, my version was an alien concept unsuited to the genius of the people and therefore unwelcome to them. Capacity crowds at the PAP's first election rally, March 1964, at Sulaiman Court, Kuala Lumpur did not translate into votes. I replied in Kluang that half of the Tunku's problems were created by old friends who had skillfully and cynically exploited his personal loyalty to them. I had not smeared him when I spoke in Chinese in Seremban. They should credit the PAP with enough intelligence to know that taking 2 different lines in 2 different languages would be the surest way to discredit it. But Albar still accused me of being double-faced, adding, "No one should trust Lee Kuan Yew for he is a man who does not keep his word. There is no place for men like Lee Kuan Yew in Malaya." He had received hundreds of letters from Malays in Singapore, including government servants, complaining about their plight under the PAP, he said. It was a sinister racist line that he was to plug with ever greater venom to make the Malays hate me. Judging by the response at mass rallies, it appeared to be a month of highly successful campaigning for the PAP. Even our canvassers came back with optimistic forecasts, for they were well received. We became confident of winning 6 or 7 of the 9 seats, and fought the campaign vigorously, pulling our punches only against UMNO, despite their attacks, notably those of Albar. At our final rally in Selangor on the eve of polling, I described Malaysia as a ship heading towards troubled waters with the Tunku at its helm. What the MCA needed to survive were not new faces but fresh ideas. The election results, announced in the early morning of April 26, came as a shock. By 4 a.m., the alliance had won 89 out of 104 seats, doing better than in the previous election. Every alliance cabinet minister had been returned with a bigger majority. The PAP had won only 1 seat, that of Devan Nair in Bungsar, and then only by 808 votes. Where had the PAP gone wrong? First, we did not have an indigenous party with branches and local leaders in Malaya. We had moved in workers from Singapore, and although quite a few had been born and bred in Malaya, they did not have that rapport with the grassroots needed to win their confidence. Second, we had no experience of campaigning in the Federation. In Singapore, everything was voluntary, and often even our banners were donated by supporters. In Malaya, everything had to be paid for in cash, including the workers who put up the posters and banners. By the end of the campaign, the PAP was over $60,000 in debt, after having spent some $40,000 of its own funds. Third, our token participation did not give people a good reason to switch from the MCA to the PAP. They wanted to retain links with the UMNO-led government that was in charge of issuing the licenses they needed. The way to make a dent and change their voting habits would have been to field a large enough contingent to be credible, to make it worth their while to back us in the expectation that we would be strong enough to cut a deal with UMNO. We did not understand the power equation that was uppermost in the minds of the urban voters of Malaya, 75% of whom were Chinese Oregon Indian and only 25% are Malay. Did PAP participation in the election cause relations between Kuala Lumpur and Singapore to deteriorate? Yes, but it made no difference to the main cause of conflict and eventual separation, UMNO's determination to maintain total Malay supremacy. After we lost, our relations with UMNO ministers did not deteriorate dramatically, but they could not have remained smooth for long because of this fundamental difference between us. They wanted us to confine ourselves to Chinese voters and stop appealing to the Malays. They would not tolerate any challenge to their hold on their Malay political base. The Malay electorate was out of bounds to non-Malay parties like the PAP. The MCA accepted that restriction. We did not. In retrospect, I believe it would have been worse for Singapore had we postponed participation in Malaysian elections till the next election in 1969. The same problems would have arisen with UMNO, but with confrontation ended, the restraining influence of the British would have diminished, because their troops would no longer have been needed, and Malay leaders would have been even less inhibited in dealing with the PAP. UMNO was elated by its victory, the MCA was relieved, and trouble was in store for the PAP. To show the displeasure of the alliance with our party, the Speaker, probably after consulting the Tunku, for he was an UMNO MP, moved the 5 PAP ministerial members representing Singapore in the federal parliament, who had previously been seated on the government side, over to the opposition benches to join the 7 others already there. Among other things, it looked as if Keng Swee's fears that our industrialization plans would be aborted by the alliance were well founded. On April 17, speaking in Singapore to the 4 chambers of commerce at a dinner in my honor after my mission to Africa, I had already given one good reason why we had to contest the federal election. As long as the MCA believe that they can make a comeback in Singapore using their ministerial position in the federal government, they will be tempted to obstruct or interfere in Singapore, and that would inevitably lead to a repetition of the sharp conflict that had bedeviled financial negotiations over merger. Until mid-July, things were relatively quiet. Surprisingly, Tan Su Sin showed magnanimity in victory by inviting me to a Chinese steamboat dinner at the Federal Government Lodge at Fraser's Hill. I accepted the invitation readily. He was affable, bubbling and confident. Our personal relations had not deteriorated to a point where we could not be civil and sociable, and I was determined to keep them on an even keel. His father had been particularly kind to me. The tragedy of Tan was the tragedy of that whole generation of Straits-born Chinese. They did not understand that the rules were different in an independent Malaya, later Malaysia, from those they had been accustomed to under the British. The Malays were now the rulers. They felt insecure because they believed they could not compete on par with the Chinese and Indians. They were therefore determined to consolidate their hold on power regardless of whether it was fair or unfair to the other races, and the more the Chinese and Indians tried to win enough space for themselves, the more they saw it as a challenge to their position as rulers, and the more insecure they felt. Tan was totally insensitive to this, as were most Straits-born Chinese. In contrast, members of the Chinese-speaking merchant class were quick to realize the dangers in this new situation. They were already beginning to feel the heat, for more out of a sense of insecurity than any desire to kill Chinese culture, the Malay leaders were imposing on them an education policy designed to conscribe and to minimize the learning of the Chinese language and the transmission of Chinese culture through their Chinese schools. The Indians in Malaysia, like Raja's brother in Seremban, were similarly apprehensive about the future because the English language was being replaced by Malay. They knew they were a minority with no chance of achieving power, and were happy to go along with any group that would leave them the space to live and advance, but they, too, were fearful of the changes that would deprive their children of a good education and fair prospects. They were losing their monopoly of jobs on Malayan railways as more and more Malays were recruited. Worse still, as time went by, the big rubber estates owned by British companies were being sold to government institutions. Large numbers of Indian rubber tappers who had lived on those estates and had their own schools teaching in Tamil were ill-prepared for re-employment in other fields. They were to become a problem. For the Malays, too, there were ominous social and political changes, which had intensified their feeling of insecurity. For the first time, the Tunku found he had to defend himself in Parliament for giving expatriate officers a 10% pay rise. Not only did the PAP and the Socialist Front MPs attack him, but the Congress of Unions of Employees in the Public and Civil Services and senior government officers in Malaya had also taken a leaf out of the Singapore experience and mounted a protest. A week later, the government backed down. A statement issued after a cabinet meeting said that it had not been made aware of the possibly serious repercussions in the civil service and expressed its regrets for any inconvenience caused. Malaya's cozy politics had taken on a sharper edge, with the PAP bringing Singapore's norms into Malaysia's public debate. The Tunku's increased electoral support drew a sharp reaction from Sukarno. After a 6-hour meeting with the president, Subandrio issued directions to step up the Crush Malaysia campaign in all fields. In June, the Tunku met Sukarno and Macapagal in Tokyo. The meeting collapsed, with Sukarno repeating, "I say 1,000 times that I cannot accept Malaysia. I say 1,000 times this, Malaysia, is a British act. It must be crushed." This threat was countered by the Australian Prime Minister, Sir Robert Menzies, reaffirming his country's support for Malaysia, and on June 26, President Johnson said the United States would stand by ANZUS, the defense agreement that linked Australia and New Zealand to the US. America would be involved in the Malaysia dispute if its two allies ran into difficulties. Confrontation could be contained. But we had more reason to worry about Albar. What he was planning we did not know, and would only learn on Prophet Muhammad's birthday. 36 Albar stokes up Malay passions. Syed Jafar Albar was the hatchet man of the UMNO leaders hostile to Singapore. Originally from Indonesia but of Arab descent, he was small, balding, a bundle of energy with a round face, a mustache, and a good, strong voice. In the early 1950s, he had seemed friendly. In February 1955, When I was seeing the Tunku off on the ship that would take him to England for the Constitutional Conference, Albar urged me to get closer to the Tunku so that we could be photographed together for the press, saying in Malay, "Take a ride on the old boy's fame." But he was a great rabble-rouser, skillful in working up the mob and, as I was to learn, totally ruthless and unscrupulous in his methods. His English was not adequate for public speaking, but his Malay was superb, his delivery powerful. He did not need to be reported in the English language press, which would have shown him up as a racist to English speakers not only in Malaysia but internationally. He concentrated on the Malay newspapers, and his most strident lines were confined to them, especially to the Utusan Melayu, which was printed in JY, the Arabic script, and not read by the Chinese, Indians, British or other Europeans. The Utusan had been bought by UMNO, and was Albar's weapon of choice for multiplying the effect of his speeches. Albar and the Malay press kept repeating the falsehood that I had belittled the Tunku as a leader of little caliber. They now mounted a campaign to work up a sense of grievance among Malays over specific issues, real or imaginary, playing on the fact that theirs was the least successful and the poorest of the different communities in Singapore. The truth was that the Malays were never discriminated against by the PAP government. On the contrary, they were given free education, something not accorded to children of other races, and although there was no Malay quota for taxi or hawker licenses as in Malaya, we made sure that there were always Malay shops and stalls to cater for Malay customers in our Housing and Development Board neighborhoods. Nevertheless, on May 13, 1964, the Utusan reported that there was anxiety and unrest among Malays over the allocation of stalls in the new Geylang Serai market, and in June claimed that the PAP's policy on schools had led to Malay education becoming retrogressive. Albar's offensive had started on September 21, 1963, immediately after Singapore's general election, when Singapore UMNO accused members of the PAP of intimidating the Malays in Geylang Serai on the eastern side of the island, by throwing firecrackers at their homes after the PAP had won in the 3 Malay constituencies. I did not realize then that this was part of a campaign. If our supporters did throw firecrackers, I should apologize, and I did so on television. On investigation, the charges proved completely unfounded. But regardless of the truth, UMNO leaders were able to work up enough feelings to have me burned in effigy a week later. More distortions were to follow. For instance, after Chin Chai announced on March 1, 1964 that the PAP was going to take part in the federal election, the Utusan ran this headline, 1,500 Malays threatened with quit notices. The reality was that the land they were asked to quit was private property. The owner was within his rights to issue the notices, and he would have to negotiate with the tenants and pay them compensation. It had nothing to do with the Singapore government. The Utusan conveniently ignored this, and on May 28, reported that 3,000 Malays were threatened with eviction from their homes in Crawford, Rocher, and Kampung Glam. I toured these constituencies to tell the people that the quit notices were sent to Malays, Chinese, and Indians impartially in order to implement a plan submitted by a United Nations expert to rebuild the city, starting from the outer parts and working towards the center. We had to demolish old buildings and rehouse the people affected by this urban renewal scheme. We would provide them with temporary accommodation nearby, and each family would be given $300 to cover the cost of moving and priority to return once the new buildings were completed. We were also under attack on more general grounds. On May 23, an editorial in the Utusan accused the PAP and me of inciting non-Malays to demand the abolition of the special rights of the Malays. On June 11, the paper proclaimed, Singapore UMNO directed to take steps to save PAP victims. The next day, another headline, Malays in Singapore today facing threat, pressure, and oppression by the government. Do not treat the sons of the soil as stepchildren. A week later, the Utusan urged all Malays to stand solidly behind UMNO in making strong and effective protests against the PAP government, and to call on Kuala Lumpur to take immediate action to protect their special rights. UMNO then published a white paper setting out in detail the sufferings of the Malays under the PAP led by Lee Kuan Yew. Once more, they accused us of treating them as stepchildren, saying that the Malay traitors to their own race who had voted for us were realizing their mistake, because now the government intended to turn Gilang Serai into another Chinatown. That all these were flagrant falsehoods was irrelevant as long as they succeeded in inflaming the Malay ground. A good example of this principle was provided on July 4, when the Utusan twisted a speech I had made in Seremban, in which I had said 40% of Malays in Malaysia cannot drive away the 60% are non-Malays. The Utusan reported this as, those able to drive others away from Malaysia are the Chinese and other non-Malays, and those who are driven away are the Malays because their numbers are very small. They repeated this over the next few days, claiming again that the PAP was out to destroy the special rights of the Malays, when we had pointed out that the Singapore Constitution recognized only their special position. Earlier, I had decided to counter this campaign by inviting all the Malay leaders in Singapore to meet me on July 17 for a face-to-face discussion to expose the lies and innuendos. On June 30, UMNO preempted me. The Utusan announced that UMNO would organize a convention of Malay parties on July 12 to discuss the fate and plight of Malays in Singapore under PAP rule. This meeting was attended by all Malay political parties, although 3 of them were anti-Malaysia and pro-Indonesia. No matter, this issue demanded the unity of the Malay race, and Albar set out to work up their emotions, saying that the fate of the Malays was even worse than it had been during the Japanese occupation. This excerpt from one of his speeches was typical. I am very happy today we Malays and Muslims in Singapore have shown unity and are prepared to live or die together for our race and our future generation. If there is unity, no force in this world can trample us down, no force can humiliate us, no force can belittle us. Not one Lee Kuan Yew, 1,000 Lee Kuan Yews, we finish them off, hand clapping. Shouts. Kill him. Kill him. Othman Wok and Lee Kuan Yew. Lee Kuan Yew. Lee Kuan Yew. Othman Wok. However much we are oppressed, however much we are suppressed, however much our position has been twisted and turned by the PAP government, according to Lee Kuan Yew's logic, hey, shut up, you minority race in this island. Here I say to Lee Kuan Yew, you shut up and don't tell us to shut up. The entire proceedings were shown over television Malaysia in Kuala Lumpur the same evening. Among the resolutions passed was a call to boycott the government's convention on July 17, at which I was to address the Malay grassroots leaders. The intense racial agitation in the Malay newspapers fanned Malay emotions throughout the Federation. On July 14, Federal Police Headquarters announced that incidents had occurred as far away as Bukit Mertajam in Province Wellesley, 500 miles to the north of Singapore, where 2 persons had been killed and 13 wounded. Malay-Chinese clashes had already taken place on several occasions in this former Crown colony of Penang after it was absorbed into the Malayan Federation in 1948, and Malay special rights became applicable there, where it had not applied before. UMNO Secretary-General Syed Jafar Albar, July 1965. Despite the call for a boycott, some 900 delegates from 83 Malay organizations and 300 Quechua, village headmen, attended the government's convention. I spoke in Malay and we discussed problems of Malay education, employment, and housing. Not one person raised the question of the resettlement in Crawford, which had been used to trigger the fiery agitation. In 5 hours of frank discussion, I made it clear that the government would do everything possible to train Malays for top positions, but there could be no quota system for jobs or for the issue of licenses for taxis or hawkers. Kuala Lumpur radio and television blacked out all reports of this meeting. Instead, the Utusan carried a mischievous and dangerous headline the next day, challenge to all Malays, UMNO youths, Lee Kuan Yew condemned, teacher force student to smell pork, protest. This headline was incendiary, forcing a Muslim to do something abhorrent to them, especially on the eve of Prophet Muhammad's birthday, a time of great religious significance for all Muslims. Prophet Muhammad's birthday was on Tuesday, July 21, 1964, a public holiday. It was the practice for Malays to congregate in some open space in town and march towards their settlement at Gilang Serai with tambourines and drums, chanting religious verses to celebrate the holy anniversary. This time, the procession was to start at the Padang, but instead of the religious sermons that were usually the order of the day, there were political speeches designed to stir up Malay feelings of hatred. Othman Wak, Minister for Social Affairs, was present at the Padang with a contingent of Pap Malay Muslims. He was already expecting trouble because, 9 days before, at the rally in Singapore, Albar had accused all Pap Malay assemblymen of being un-Islamic, anti-Islam, anti-Malays and traitors to the community. At the Padang itself, he felt something would happen that afternoon because, intermittently during the speeches, there were shouts of Allahu Akbar, God is great, their voices raised in anger, not in praise of Allah. Esa al-Manor, an Arab lawyer and playboy who was probably the most non-conforming Muslim at the bar, referred to the Crawford resettlement by quoting a verse from the Quran, Allah forbiddeth you not that ye shall deal benevolently and equitably with those who fight not against you on account of religion nor drove you from your homes, verily Allah loveth the equitable. He explained its meaning in this way: it is clear that Allah does not stop Muslims to be friendly with non-Muslims, but in everything that we do there must be a limit that such people who are non-Muslims who have disturbed our religion and who have driven us from our homes, then Islam says such people are cruel wrongdoers. I had just finished my round of golf at the Royal Singapore Golf Club at about 6:20 p.m. when the police alerted me that Malay-Chinese riots had broken out during the procession and the trouble had spread. I dashed home to change and went to police headquarters at Pearls Hill, where Keng Swee and I were briefed by John Lee Kane, the police commissioner, and George Bogars, the director of Special Branch. As reports of casualties continued to flow in, first of Chinese victims, then of Malays when the Chinese hit back, Lee Kane conferred with police headquarters in Kuala Lumpur and ordered a curfew from 9:30 p.m. to 6 a.m. In a radio broadcast at 10:30 that night, I described how, according to the police, the riots had started. Sometime after 5 p.m., the procession of some 25,000 Muslims passed by the Kalan gas works in a predominantly Chinese area. A member of the Federal Reserve Unit, police sent down from Peninsular Malaysia, asked a group who were straggling away from the procession to rejoin the mainstream. Instead of being obeyed, he was set upon by this group. Thereafter a series of disturbances occurred as more groups became unruly and attacked passers-by and innocent bystanders. The disturbances have spread rapidly throughout the Gilang area. By 7:30 p.m., trouble broke out in the city itself. I urged a return to sanity. What or who started this situation is irrelevant at this moment. All the indications show that there has been organization and planning behind this outbreak to turn it into an ugly communal clash. But right now our business is to stop this stupidity. Rumors and wild talk of revenge and retaliation will only inflame men's minds. But racial passions had been aroused, and mayhem had broken loose. The news, distorted and exaggerated, soon spread by word of mouth. All over the island, Malays began killing Chinese, and Chinese retaliated. The casualties came to 23 dead and 454 injured, and when the body count was made at the mortuary there were as many Malay as there were Chinese victims. Secret society gangsters had stepped in to protect the Chinese and exact revenge, not least for the harsh behavior shown towards them by the men of the Malay Regiment and the Federal Reserve Unit, who were mainly Malay. The riots raged on intermittently over the next few days, during which the curfew was lifted for short periods to allow people to go to the market. It ended only on August 2nd. Despite the bloodbath, the UDISN continued its agitation. On July 26, it published a report from an Indonesian newspaper with the headline, Lee responsible for Singapore riots, even as both the federal and Singapore governments were appealing for calm and harmony. 6 days later, Albar said they had occurred because there is a devil in Singapore who sets the Malays and the Chinese against each other. Why is it that under the British, Japanese, David Marshall and Lim Yew Hock governments no incidents happened in Singapore? It is because Lee Kuan Yew has been trying to challenge and chaff at our spirit of nationalism. You remember how he ridiculed us by saying, you have received your independence on a silver platter. You can see for yourselves how he has challenged the Tunku. Tunku Abdul Rahman has no caliber. The Tunku himself was away in America, after attending a Commonwealth Prime Minister's conference in London. Speaking over Radio Malaysia from the United States, he said he was shocked by the events, and in a TV interview, said that this was the most unhappiest moment of my life. As acting Prime Minister, Razak flew to Singapore, and I received him at the airport. He told the press that the situation was under control, but serious, and the curfew would go on indefinitely. The cause of the disturbances had been a mischief maker who had flung a bottle at the procession, he declared. He knew from the reporters that this was not true. I was still hoping the central government would put a stop to all the racist politicking. I announced over radio and television that plans were afoot to return things to normal, and added boldly that they would include arresting key members of the secret societies and proscribing activities of extremist elements. Meanwhile, we set out to form goodwill committees in all constituencies, getting together grassroots leaders from the Chinese, Malay, Indian and Eurasian communities to restore confidence in each other and discourage the repeating of rumors. I toured the badly affected areas to show that the Singapore government was present, and tried to give people the impression that we could still get things done and restore peace although we were no longer in charge of the police and army. Deep inside, I felt frustrated for I had lost control of the instruments of law and order and could not deal with these blatant racists. Methodically and meticulously, however, we assembled all the data available to expose beyond any doubt their systematic exploitation of the media to work up communal feelings through lies and malicious distortions. Receiving acting Malaysian Prime Minister Tun Abdul Razak at the airport on July 22, 1964, the day after the riots. Goh Keng Swee is on the right. Urging a crowd in Hong Lim to be calm after racial clashes, August 1964. Later the government published a memorandum setting out the events that had led to the riots. It read: "It is the submission of this memorandum that, unlike in the past, influential political leaders and newspapers were allowed to carry an open and sustained communal and political propaganda for many months. The purveyors of communal propaganda were not obscure fanatics with little resources and facilities to spread their message. This time, the propagandists of aggressive communalism included people and newspapers closely associated with the central government and with the ruling party of Malaysia." The memorandum concluded that at no time did those in authority in Kuala Lumpur restrain those indulging in inflammatory racist propaganda. Nobody put a stop to it, and nobody was prosecuted for sedition, as they could so easily have been. The evidence produced clearly showed that the riots were not a spontaneous and unwilled manifestation of genuine animosities between the races. The purpose of the campaign was principally to re-establish the political influence of UMNO among the Singapore Malays. An even more important objective was to use the Singapore Malays as pawns to consolidate Malay support for UMNO in Malaya itself. By placing the blame for the riots on our government and depicting it as oppressing the Malays of Singapore, the perpetrators hoped to frighten those elsewhere in the Federation into rallying around UMNO for protection. A week after the riots, Othman Wak, who had been deputy editor of the Utusan Melayu, was told by a senior reporter of Utusan in Kuala Lumpur that at 2 p.m. on July 21, he already knew something was about to happen. Othman asked, "But the riots did not start till 4 p.m., how did you know beforehand that riots would take place?" The Utusan reporter replied, "We knew beforehand. We have our sources." Those responsible wanted to reserve the front page for the big news. Chin Chai called for a commission of inquiry to investigate the reasons for the riots. But in Kuala Lumpur, Federal Minister Kiryohari said the government would conduct a post-mortem on the disturbances, not an inquiry. They did not want to put Albar and the Utusan's role under scrutiny. That was not reassuring. Nor was the atmosphere between the communities. It was important that the Chinese population should not be cowed, or else the extremists and those in UMNO whom they represented would have achieved their objective, a compliant and browbeaten people, submissive when they were treated as second-class citizens. However, many Chinese were intimidated as a result of the open bias of the Malayan troops and police during the riots, and one effect of the senseless violence was to segregate the two races. The Chinese felt persecuted and looked at their Malay neighbors with apprehension and suspicion, while the Malays who lived in a predominantly Chinese part of the island were afraid of being vulnerable in a race riot. Chinese families that formed minority pockets in a Malay area quietly moved out to stay with relatives elsewhere, even if it meant selling their homes to incoming Malays at a discount. The same process occurred in reverse, with Malay families moving out of mainly Chinese areas to seek refuge in schools and community centers under police protection. It was terribly disheartening, a negation of everything we had believed in and worked for, gradual integration and the blurring of the racial divide. It was impossible to dispel or overcome the deep-seated distrust evoked once irrational killing had been prompted simply by the mere appearance, whether Malay or Chinese, of the victim. At one rural community center I visited, a terrified Malay woman of 35 clutched my arm as she recounted how several Chinese men had wanted to rape her, while a Chinese man outside the local police station came up to complain that he had been abused by Malay policemen and ordered to masturbate because some Chinese men had raped a Malay woman in the vicinity. People did foolish and vicious things to each other when the enemy was identified only by race, as if it were a uniform. On August 14, the Tunku returned from America. He broke out in tears when he spoke of the riots in Singapore. I have always asked that leaders be careful in what they say to avoid any quarrel amongst themselves. But some of them have been careless in the speeches leading to these incidents, he said. He sounded like the Delphic oracle. Who had been careless in his speeches, Jafar Albar, or I? I hoped he meant Albar, but was not at all certain. He had left it vague enough for the Udisan to keep pointing the finger at me. Maintaining a bold front, I said I trusted that the Tunku would keep the extremists in Malaysia under control, urged everyone to make his job easier, and stressed that there was no alternative to peaceful cooperation between the communities. A few days later, the Tunku came to Singapore to study the situation. Speaking to Malays at Geylang Serai, he assured them that plans would soon be drawn up to raise their economic and social position, the euphemism for catching up with the living standards of the Chinese and Indians. I was present and said that the success of Malaysia rested on more than constitutional and legal rights and obligations. It depended on faith and trust, and I believed the Tunku was capable of solving the problems now confronting it. I was signaling to him that I trusted him to do the right thing. I had to. Power was now in his hands. A day later, he ended his visit with a speech to 1,000 people at St. Patrick's School on the East Coast, a very mixed area of English-educated Chinese, Eurasians, Indians, and Malays. He asked every Malaysian to help relieve him of his burden, appealing for harmony so that every race could live according to its customs and religion. I promised that the Singapore government would do its best to solve the social problems that had disturbed communal relations. When he left the next day, he said he was leaving with peace in my mind, while I bravely spoke of the beginning of a thaw. The riots had struck a blow not only against Malaysia at home. Before they broke out, international opinion had been developing in Malaysia's favor. It was folly for the UMNO leaders to allow Albar to mount racial clashes in Singapore and so give Sukarno a propaganda advantage, evidence that Malaysia was a neo-colonialist arrangement with serious racial conflicts threatening its unity as a federation. It was a heavy price for the Malaysian government to pay to teach the PAP a lesson for taking part in the Malayan election and to regain the Malay ground they had lost in the 1963 Singapore election. UMNO leaders knew what Albar was up to from reading the Udisan Melayu, but allowed him to go on. The diplomats, both in Singapore and Kuala Lumpur, reported back home what had happened. Head told London he had no doubt that this extreme element of UMNO played a considerable part in stirring up the first communal riots which took place in Singapore. The British High Commission in Kuala Lumpur reported. The riots had a political rather than a religious origin. There had been a similar, but less serious, outbreak the previous week in Penang State. Communal tension has been sharpened during the past few months by a propaganda campaign, conducted primarily by the leading Malay newspaper, Udisan Melayu, accusing the PAP government in Singapore of unfair treatment of Malays there. Yudisan Melayu often acts as the mouthpiece of UMNO, and in particular of its extremist Secretary-General, Syed Jafar Al-Bar. The loss of the Malay seats in the Singapore Legislative Assembly last September to the PAP rankled, and UMNO resentment was increased by the PAP intervention in the Malayan general election in April, unsuccessful though it was, and by the PAP's continuing efforts to set up a grassroots organization in all the main Malayan towns. A report prepared by the Joint Intelligence Committee, Far East, for the British Chiefs of Staff Committee said the campaign against the PAP was carried on by UMNO branches in Singapore with the active and open support of UMNO headquarters in Kuala Lumpur. The American Consul General in Singapore, Arthur H. Rosen, in his airgram to the State Department, said that the riots were politically inspired and the logical outcome of the long period of anti-PAP political agitation, with strong communal overtones, by UMNO leaders. Donald McHugh, charge d'affaires at the American Embassy in Kuala Lumpur, corroborated this in his dispatch to the State Department. Onik Dud, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, has told me that his ministry was convinced riots in Singapore were caused by Malay extremists. He admitted that the July 12 Syed Jafar meeting and speeches in Singapore had further increased communal uneasiness which already existed. Dud, a Kelantanese, is a Malay. If there were any doubt regarding Malay extremists being responsible for Singapore riots, Dud would give them the benefit of the doubt. W.B. Pritchett, the Australian Deputy High Commissioner in Singapore, reported to Canberra, there can be no doubt that the responsibility for the riots rests squarely with UMNO, whose members ran the communalist campaign or condoned it. The New Zealand Department of External Affairs concluded. The fact remains that UMNO, and ultimately UMNO's leaders, must bear the main burden of responsibility for the recent outbreak by virtue of their recourse to the excitation of Malay racial sentiment. It appears to us that Razak and other UMNO leaders did not act soon enough to curb the excesses of extremists like Jafar Al-Bar, and we were left in even more disturbing doubt by the reaction of the federal government to the riots. Sukarno made a radio broadcast urging Singapore Chinese not to support Malaysia, which had been formed to oppress them. Then, on August 17, Jakarta landed 30 armed men on the west coast of Johor opposite Sumatra, to stir up trouble. Fortunately, they were neutralized. 2 weeks later, the Indonesians sent in 30 more men in 2 airdrops. Most were caught. Jakarta claimed that they were Malaysian freedom fighters and Indonesian volunteers. In fact, most were Indonesian paratroopers. Sukarno had overstepped the mark. Malaysia lodged a formal complaint with the UN Security Council, and the British assembled 2 carrier groups with additional air and naval support. Sukarno promised to cease these operations. On the same day as the Indonesian airdrops, Malay-Chinese clashes broke out in Gilang. A trishaw rider was murdered and the driver of a car attacked. Despite a curfew, rioting went on for 3 days, during which 13 people were killed and 109 injured. Again, the casualties were about equal between Malays and Chinese. I was away in Brussels attending the centenary celebrations of the Socialist International. Chin Chai, as acting Prime Minister, said that Indonesian agents had caused the riot. The situation had become so volatile that all it needed was for Malay toughs to beat up some Chinese and retaliation would follow. After this second outbreak of race riots, the Malaysian cabinet, under growing pressure from public indignation in Singapore, ordered a commission of inquiry, with Mr. Justice F.A. Chua as chairman, to investigate the causes of the disturbances here, and also the earlier ones at Bukit Mertajam in Province Wellesley. The federal government, however, ordered it closed to the press and public. The commission did not start its hearings until April 20, 1965, 7 months later. In his opening address, counsel for the Malaysian government said he would show that the 2 disturbances were the work of Indonesian agents in Singapore. He had subpoenaed 85 witnesses to provide the evidence of this, but the evidence of the 5 main witnesses he produced did not show that it was so. All of them firmly denied that Indonesia was in any way connected with the disturbances. The cross-examination of a star witness ran as follows. Question. If during the months of May, June, July, we have all these various things that I have just been telling you, this propaganda, which is opened and sustained, would you agree that the feelings of the Malays would have been very high? Answer. Yes. Question. And it was so on the day of the riots, was it not? Answer. Yes. Question. Would you agree that this highly charged propaganda was the factor with regard to the riots? Answer. Yes. Of greater importance was the light thrown on the riots by Keng Sui. He met Razak in Kuala Lumpur on 28 to 29 July 1964, 1 week after the first riots. Razak told him that he saw a way out. He was willing to set up a national government of Malaysia in which the PAP would be represented in the federal cabinet, on condition that I resigned as Prime Minister of Singapore. I could take up a post at the United Nations and make an effective contribution from there. After 2 or 3 years, the position might be reviewed. Keng Sui asked whether, as a quid pro quo, Albar would be removed. Razak answered, no. Razak was emphatic when he told Keng Sui that he had Albar and the Utusan Melayu completely under his control and gave a clear undertaking to Keng Sui that he could control Utusan. Keng Sui made a note immediately after the meeting. Razak admitted that his opinion was sought whether or not trouble would break out in Singapore, and he had given as his opinion that trouble would not break out. He admitted that he had made an error of judgment. Had he foreseen it, he would have taken action. Keng Sui recorded in his oral history in 1982. Now, this amounts to an admission that he was involved in this whole campaign to whip up Malay racist and religious feelings in Singapore. And Albar's entry into Singapore and his campaigning in Singapore and the support given to Utusan Melayu had the full backing of Razak. It could not have been otherwise. Now, when Razak said that in his opinion, trouble will not break out, I mean, I frankly don't accept that. No one in his senses would have believed that this shrill racist campaign, coupled with a well-organized procession of the Malays in which the Bersilat, martial arts, groups came out in force, no one could have believed that. The outcome must be racial riots. In fact, some days, perhaps more than a week before the riots broke out, I remember Mr. Lee was extremely worried and felt in his bones that there was going to be race trouble. Disgusted with me. I was too engrossed on economic and financial matters. I was not fully informed and appeared quite skeptical about this. Again, this is a matter of political judgment, getting the feel of the situation, which I had not. When I questioned Mr. Lee very closely, he just sighed and changed the subject. He must have thought that I was very dense on these matters. And indeed I was. Well, whatever the outcome was, the riots took place. Razak was involved in it, and it was clearly his intention to remove Mr. Lee from office. That was the purpose of Albar's campaign. 37 Singapore KL tensions mount. I was in Brussels for the Socialist International celebrations when the second wave of rioting broke out on September 2. Should I rush back to deal with the situation? I decided against it. Dashing back would not make the slightest difference to how events unfolded. Once a riot had started, there was a certain dynamic and momentum to it, and one needed strong police action to suppress it. So I stayed on in Brussels. On Sunday, September 6, 1964, there was a march past of contingents from the Socialist International in Europe. I was struck by the large number of war veterans in mufti, many wearing their medals, and by the appearance at the head of each contingent of a small brass and wind band playing martial music that was obviously giving them a lift. My mind went back to February 1942, when 2 remaining pipers of the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders had played, first for the Australians and then for the Gordon Highlanders, as they marched across the causeway into Singapore and captivity. We had not been allowed to use the police band for our Singapore State Day parade in June 1964. The federal government, now in charge of the police, had decided to shut us out. We were frustrated but could do nothing about it. Seeing this great array of bands from many countries in Brussels, I decided to form them in our schools and the People's Association. I had to keep up the morale of the people. On my return, I told the director of the People's Association to look for retired bandsmen from the Singapore Infantry Regiment, and got my violin-playing contemporary at Raffles College, Kwan Sai Kiang, now permanent secretary at the Ministry of Education, to mount a crash program for brass bands in all secondary schools. My plan succeeded. On Singapore State National Day in June 1965, the PA band was on parade, and so were bands from a few secondary schools. We had shown Kuala Lumpur they could not hold down a resourceful and determined people. Later, we expanded the program downwards to take in the primary schools, and then upwards to the university. Soon we had a youth orchestra. I believed music was a necessary part of nation building. It uplifted the spirits of a people. There was more to Brussels than brass bands. Addressing the Congress, I stressed that democratic socialists in Asia could meet the challenge posed by the organizational and propaganda techniques of the communists only if they could achieve two conditions: first, reasonable living standards, and second, effective administration. Otherwise they would not survive in newly independent countries. Willy Brandt, the mayor of Berlin and the best known of the many socialist leaders I met in Brussels, heard my speech and congratulated me. The man who reacted most warmly was Anthony Greenwood, the Labour Shadow Cabinet's Minister for Colonial Affairs, who was then in charge of the international department of the party. Greenwood was a tall, lean man in his early 50s, well-dressed and conscious of his smart appearance, yet friendly and approachable, with no superior airs. He was the right person as spokesman for colonial affairs, for he instinctively sympathized with the underdog. His father, Arthur Greenwood, had started life as a trade unionist, ended up in the House of Lords, and was proud of his antecedents. Anthony himself went to public school and Oxford, which made him an establishment figure, but he was never apologetic about his proletarian background. A likable man, he had a big heart. I liked him. He spent some time talking with me about the race riots in Singapore, asking why I had not rushed home. I hinted that some Malay agitators with high-level connections were behind these troubles. He understood and expressed approval for my cool, rational approach. He invited me to meet other British Labour leaders and attend a dinner at the House of Commons on September 11, when all the Labour MPs and party candidates would be present. It was the annual dinner of their parliamentary association and would be held on the eve of nominations for the general election. I accepted and flew to London. Earlier, in January, I had met the Conservative Defence Secretary, Peter Thornycroft, in Singapore, and told him that however resolute his government might appear, the Indonesians knew that the Labour Party could be the government after the general election in the autumn. I said that if Harold Wilson as the party leader made it clear he would honour Britain's defence commitments, it would kill any hope Sukarno harboured that a Labour government would find intolerable a long drawn-out campaign of harassment and give up. Thornycroft agreed to speak to Harold Wilson on his return, and with his concurrence I wrote to Wilson in those terms. This was now to bear fruit. Before the dinner on September 11, I met Wilson in the room he had in the House of Commons as leader of the opposition. We talked for 40 minutes. Indonesia's confrontation of Malaysia was much on his mind, as were the Malay-Chinese riots in Singapore. British troops were helping to defend Malaysia and he wanted to know if the new federation was viable in the long run. We had met more than once before and, face to face, I was able to be very frank when analyzing our problems. I told him that apart from confrontation, which accentuated the Tunku's sense of insecurity, the Tunku and his colleagues found it difficult to give up their policy of total Malay dominance for a more balanced position between the races, although this was necessary now that the composition of the electorate had altered with the addition of Singapore, Sabah and Sarawak. I said that my colleagues and I accepted that this would take time to change, that we did not envisage a non-Malay multiracial party taking power for at least 20 years. I added that we could not and would not accept a Malay-dominated Malaysia in which the non-Malays were there on sufferance. That would be contrary to the constitution we had agreed with the Tunku. Like Greenwood, he was reassured by my rational and objective approach. Wilson was in high spirits. He expected to win the general election, and assured me that a Labour government would continue to support Malaysia against Indonesia's confrontation. He wanted Britain to do its share of containing Soviet mischief-making in Southeast Asia, and confrontation was one such mischief that the Soviets had created by supplying arms to the Indonesians. He looked to me and the PAP in Singapore to make it easier to get this policy supported by Labour MPs. It was a warm, fraternal meeting. He poured himself a double whiskey. I settled for a single, and as it was a beautiful September evening, still light around 6:30, we walked onto the terrace overlooking the Thames to enjoy our drinks. He was in an expansive mood and spoke animatedly of how he intended to run his new government. He had some of the ablest men of his generation in his shadow cabinet. He would get Britain going again by using her lead in science and technology. It was one of the most important meetings in my life. If Labour won the election and Wilson became Prime Minister, I believed the Tunku would know he had to moderate his racial policies against the PAP. With Alec Douglas Home, the 14th Earl of Home who had succeeded Harold Macmillan as Prime Minister, the Tunku had felt a certain affinity as between two noblemen. He was sure Douglas Home would understand his needs and his style of government. But the Tunku would suspect Harold Wilson and his bunch of radical Oxford dons of regarding him as an anachronism, akin to the tribal chiefs of Africa. I therefore had more than a passing interest in the results of the election due that October. There were over 600 British Labour Party MPs and prospective candidates at the dinner. Wilson, prompted by Greenwood, asked me to speak during the dessert. I recounted the problems of Indonesia's confrontation of Malaysia and how stability in the region and Malaysia's survival depended upon British resolve to prevent a larger nation from swallowing up its smaller neighbour by force. If Labour formed the next government, I hoped it would honour the obligations that the British Conservative government had undertaken. I said that given time people in developing countries would evolve a fairer and more just society, like the one in Britain of which they had read. This theme resonated with the prospective MPs, and consolidated my standing with Wilson. That was to make a crucial difference to events in Singapore in the coming year. Later that evening Greenwood told me he had given me a captive audience and I had done a superb job in winning their support for Malaysia. I returned home on September 13, reassured that if Labour became the government I would have friends in the party, with some of whom my ties went back to my Cambridge days in the 1940s. Most of the MPs would have heard me speak that night and, I hoped, would remember me. I was reassured by my visit to London. But when my aircraft landed in Singapore, I found a very different atmosphere. The airfield was ringed with riot police armed with tear gas and guns, while many more plainclothes men mingled with the crowd that lined the road from the airport. The day before, the Barisan had tried to mount a demonstration of some 7,000 youths, but the police had dispersed them before they could gather, and 77 people, including one Barisan assemblyman, were subsequently charged with rioting. The demonstrators had planned to give me a hot reception. Nor was that all. I found uneasiness within the cabinet itself. Several ministers came separately to see me, to tell me they were unhappy with the way the troubles had been handled in my absence. Chin Chai, as acting Prime Minister, had been nervous and imposed a curfew suddenly, without a grace period, while people were at work and students were in schools, increasing alarm and causing chaos as everyone had to rush home. I took note of their reservations, but decided to leave things as they were. I was terribly depressed, but determined not to allow the situation to get worse by showing any sign of despair. If we were to fight and win this battle, the morale of the population and their will to resist was of the utmost importance. A week after my return, I was to officiate at the opening of the new building of the Singapore Chinese Chamber of Commerce in Hill Street. The Chinese merchants were down in the dumps, and Ko Tek Kin came to see me one evening at Sri Temasek, looking most worried. Having appealed to the Chinese speaking to vote for Alternative A in the referendum to join Malaysia, he felt keenly responsible for their present predicament, their helplessness when caught between Malay rioters and a Malay police force and army that were openly anti-Chinese. What could be done? He looked at me intently and said, "We cannot let down the Chinese people." I told him we had our rights guaranteed in the Constitution, and I had no intention of allowing this to be ignored. It was our business to unite and mobilize the people to ensure that the Constitution was respected. There would be no discrimination between races, other than what was provided for in that Constitution, which entitled Malays to special quotas for education, jobs, licenses, and contracts only in Peninsular Malaysia. He said, "You have good relations with the British Labour Party, can you not get them to help us out of this difficulty? Let us be on our own. It is terrible to live like this." He sensed that if Labour formed the government, they would be more sympathetic to a non-communal socialist party in Singapore than to a Malay communal right-wing party in Kuala Lumpur. He shared the mood of the Chinese-speaking community who found it intolerable to live in a constant state of fear. The first communal riots had been engineered, with emotions stoked up over months and then sparked by Malay Bersilat groups from the peninsula. Once the senseless beating and killing of innocent passers-by had taken place, it was easy to provoke them a second time. Everyone felt this. The poison of racial suspicions had spread. Relations had become tinder-dry and it would not take much to ignite them again. When I opened the new Chinese Chamber of Commerce building, I gave a boost to their morale. I had to exude confidence myself in order to instill confidence in them. I was certain there was a future for the Chinese in Malaysia if we are Malaysians and as long as there is a Malaysia, I said. I compared the two riots, in July and in September. In the first, the leaders in Kuala Lumpur might not have acted in concert with the leaders in Singapore, but in the second, we had worked in unison to fight communalism. On the same day, the Tunku spoke at a reception given by the Singapore Alliance. On most occasions, he struck the correct note, and he now urged all Singapore leaders to play down communal differences, to come together with the alliance to fight in this land of ours against a common enemy. He would be setting up peace committees, as the existing goodwill committees had not functioned properly. I wondered how this change could make any difference. I did not know what he could do that would be effective, short of arresting the extremists. But that was the Tunku's way. He was trying to play the role of the father of the nation. I had to help him as best I could. On September 25, I went up to Kuala Lumpur with Chin Chai and Kim San to see him. We met for talks in the morning, and our discussions continued that night when the Tunku gave us dinner. Chin Chai said that neither goodwill nor peace committees would be effective in maintaining law and order if groups of militant youths went on the rampage. He added, "In such a situation, firm police action is necessary. We believe that action must be taken against all those persons who were responsible for making one community fight against another." This was the nub of the problem. If the police acted promptly and fairly, without discriminating between the races, it would be difficult for riots to gain momentum. The next day, Chin Chai told the press that complete accord had been reached between the state and central governments after the recent misunderstandings. More in hope than in confidence, he said the discussions had helped to banish all doubts and fears about their ability to work together to make Malaysia succeed. Party differences would be relegated to the background, Malaysia's interests must come first. I said that both sides had promised to avoid sensitive issues regarding the respective positions of the communities in Malaysia, and the greatest effort would be made to mobilize the people against Indonesian aggression and subversion. There was to be a 2-year truce between the alliance and the PAP. I had proposed, and the Tunku had concurred, that to stop the deterioration in the situation, we should both abstain from expanding our party branches and activities. I was hoping for some respite to the politicking. At about 5:30 in the morning on October 17, I got up at Singapore House in Kuala Lumpur to listen to the BBC. The final British election results were announced. The Labour Party had won. I was greatly relieved. Harold Wilson was to be the Prime Minister. My position had improved. the Tunku would have to deal with a British Labour government that would not be sympathetic to feudal chiefs who put down a democratic loyal opposition that abjured violence. Things seemed to be working out. But my optimism was soon clouded. That same day, Tan Su Sin said, at a dinner given in his honor by the Hokkien Clan Association, that Singapore could not secede from Malaysia as the constitution did not provide for it. He was confident the island would progress and prosper, but it could not be the sole oasis of prosperity in a desert of poverty. Secede. When I returned to Singapore, I rebutted his remarks, saying that the people of Singapore were more interested in making Malaysia a success, and it was unfortunate that he had talked of secession when we had agreed to a 2-year truce to halt the communal drift that could break it up. Tan responded that he had made the statement to kill strong rumors that Singapore was nonetheless contemplating separation. They were not the only rumors, such was the distrust that I had to kill another rumor that I had been detained by the federal government in Kuala Lumpur. 1 week later, Kir Johari announced a major shake-up in the Singapore alliance, designed to end PAP rule in the next state election, due in 1967. Chin Chai promptly asked the alliance to clarify the position on the 2-year truce, stressing that it could not be applicable only to the PAP. Kir denied any knowledge of the truce, and after a meeting with the Tunku the next day, the Singapore alliance issued a statement claiming that the agreement to abandon party politics for 2 years referred only to communal issues. It did not mean that the alliance should not be reorganized into an effective body. This was troubling. The Tunku expected all accords to be interpreted in his favor. Chin Chai was angry and bitter. But since Kir and the Tunku had said in effect that we were free to expand our respective political parties, Chin Chai, Raja, Pang Boon, and Kun Choi began contacting friends in their hometowns on the peninsula to build up grassroots support, and Chin Chai announced that the PAP would be reorientated so that it could mobilize a popular backing in Malaya. The party had members all over the mainland, and when the time came he would organize them into branches. Indonesian intelligence set out to exploit these tensions, and put out feelers to me through our Chinese traders, promising that Indonesia would resume trade with Singapore if we withdrew from Malaysia. To scotch such attempts to divide us, I disclosed Jakarta's overture in the Legislative Assembly in Singapore on November 12 and dismissed it, saying that the Indonesians would eventually understand that Malaysia was not easily digested and learn to live and trade with it. But morale in Singapore had sagged. The city looked scruffy. With the weakening of law enforcement, Indian herdsmen had allowed their cows and goats to graze on playing fields and even on the grass verges of roundabouts. A lawyer drove his car into a cow one night just outside the town center and was killed. From my office window, I could see cattle on the esplanade. After the 2 riots, the place was slovenly, with more litter, more cows and goats meandering on the streets, more stray dogs, more flies, more mosquitoes, more beggars. Even the grounds of the Singapore General Hospital were unkempt. I was determined to check this decline. I called a meeting at the Victoria Theatre of all officers concerned with public health, and with full press and television coverage urged them to restore standards of cleanliness and tidiness. We gave the herdsmen a few days' grace to take their cows and goats back to their pens. Any found at large thereafter would be slaughtered for consumption at welfare homes. This had a salutary effect. The city spruced up. Then Tan Su Sin struck again. In his budget speech on November 25, he announced tough new measures to increase revenue, including a 0.5% turnover tax on gross earnings and a 2% tax on the total payrolls of all trading and other business houses. This would hit Singapore most. We needed to create more jobs, and increasing the cost of the workforce would discourage labor-intensive industries. I pointed out that the measures would not help Malaysia's industrialization, and were likely to widen the gap between the haves and the have-nots. In his first speech in the federal parliament, Keng Swee also said that the taxes were regressive and the timing unfortunate. Singapore would be paying 25% of the national turnover tax and 40% of the payroll tax yields, which was manifestly out of proportion to its population and economy. and when the Singapore Trade Union Congress with well-reasoned arguments objected to the new taxes as anti-labor, Tan accused our government of using all the machinery at its disposal to inflame mob passions against them. Tan said he wanted our financial arrangements to be reviewed soon, claiming Singapore's tax burdens were the lightest in the whole of Malaysia. He looked to a time when Singapore would pay 60 instead of 40% of its revenue to the central government. The Tunku himself sounded ominous at a medical college dinner in Singapore on December 9, saying Singapore was full of politics. In Singapore, for instance, you will find there is less harmony than elsewhere in Malaysia. That was why I was not very anxious to bring Singapore into the Federation. Our criticisms of the turnover and payroll taxes had struck home, for he added, if we find that any particular kind of taxation appears to be either unworkable or objectionable, then we can make changes. If the politicians of various colors and tinges and flashes in Singapore, the lightning flash is the symbol of the PAP, disagree with me, the only solution is a breakaway, but what a calamity that would be for Singapore and Malaysia. 38 Constitutional rearrangements. The Tunku must have felt that Malaysia was headed for trouble. When I met him in Kuala Lumpur on December 19, he was not his normal relaxed and serene self. He skipped his usual pleasantries and jokes, went straight to business, and talked seriously for half an hour. He was direct, and for the first time proposed constitutional rearrangements. He had spoken to his inner circle, Razak, Ismail, Tan, and Kir Yohari, about this after a cabinet meeting the day before. He repeatedly stressed that defense was vital to him. Trade and commerce would continue as usual, but we must help to pay for defense. Singapore was to be in partnership, independent, but part of the peninsula. He wanted both Singapore and Malaysia to be in the United Nations. We could share embassies and perhaps our UN representations. He did not appear to be clear in his mind as to what he wanted, but he said the target date for completing these changes would be before the next budget, and in the meanwhile I could think about the problems. I said that as long as he was alive, he could hold the different forces. He replied, in Singapore there are too many Chinese chauvinists, too many Chinese communists. You have to do many things for the Chinese because it's a Chinese state, but there are repercussions in Malaya. Lee Kuan Yew, MCA Deputy Minister for Education, now wants a Chinese college in Malaya. Once we separate you can be different. You can recognize Nanyang University, your language policies can be different. After we are clear in our minds we can inform the British. I pointed out that British interests must be protected if they were to continue to maintain their bases in Singapore and defend Malaysia. I asked whether Singapore would be like Northern Ireland or Southern Ireland. He replied, somewhere in between. On December 31, I met Ismail for an hour. He was more specific and logical. The Tunku feels these things intuitively. He wants to go back to the original plan, that you will look after Singapore for the Tunku. When I asked for details, he said, you can think these things out more properly. You know now what we want, and repeated 3 times, I'd better not say too much, better keep quiet. They are all so suspicious of me. I have been circulating special branch impartial reports, but they are now being ignored in favor of our own private intelligence, UMNO private intelligence. After the Tunku there will be trouble because the extremists and chauvinists are active in all camps. As long as the Tunku is there, with his personality, people will listen to him. He is above the cabinet and rules of joint cabinet responsibility do not apply. So it is easier for the Tunku because we can do the dirty work. He can disown us if he wishes. As I was leaving, Ismail said, better keep these things quiet, otherwise it will be a big shock to the public, a flight of confidence, investors will flee, Sukarno will be the victor, and he will go on with confrontation. Best put things down on a piece of paper and discuss. Best for me not to talk as they distrust me. There is now a deepening rift, UMNO distrusts MCA. MCA has to compete with PAP, so more chauvinist line. So back to the old position, Trouble over Chinese education. In the end, whether PAP or MCA, there is no difference, it's Malays versus Chinese. Before the election, Tan Siew Sin suggested the alliance merge into one party. Now he refuses as he knows the Chinese following will go to the PAP. He repeated several times, talk with To and Raja, their non-communal line we can agree in principle for next generation, but now the ground is communal. Let's go along parallel lines for 15, 20 years, then merge the two societies. Singapore and Malaya, our histories are different, composition different. I stressed that a big obstacle was that Chin Chai, Raja, Nyuk Lin, and Pang Boon were from the Federation, with families still there. Emotional ties made it very difficult for them to withdraw from Malaya. Ismail nodded in agreement. Much as we tried to keep talks of new constitutional arrangements quiet, the bitter disputes we were engaged in did not go unnoticed by the British. They were wary of any move that might weaken the Malaysian merger and play into Sukarno's hands. On July 28, 1964, soon after the first communal riots, Keng Swee had met Anthony Head, who commented that the UMNO leaders knew that in a political fight based on ideology and doctrine they would lose out to the PAP in the long run. Keng Swee outlined to Head Razak's proposals for cooperation or coexistence. Head thought them unworkable. He said my resignation would not do any good. Demanding the dismissal of the boss of Singapore for trouble the Malays themselves had created might inflame Chinese feelings and in fact do considerable harm. Head wanted the Tunku to return quickly from the United States and announce immediately the formation of a government that would, on the contrary, strengthen national unity in the face of Indonesian aggression. He had given London his views and it was likely that his Prime Minister would press the Tunku on this. He also viewed the situation in Sabah and Sarawak with grave concern because they were not adequately represented in cabinet. There was no point in Britain defending the frontiers while the rear disintegrated. The Tunku came to Singapore on August 18 and told me that on his way back from Washington, he had stopped in London and seen the British Prime Minister, who had advised him that the best way to consolidate Malaysia after the communal riots in Singapore would be to form a coalition with the PAP. The Tunku said UMNO would never accept this, because, on our side, we could not accept the fundamental condition Razak had laid down, that we stay out of the Malay world. By December 1964, both sides were groping towards a looser arrangement within the Federation. The Tunku asked me to put the ideas he had discussed with me in a paper in order to clarify what we were prepared to settle for. My memorandum, completed by January 25, 1965, proposed that we return to the position just before merger. All constitutional powers that were under the jurisdiction of the Singapore government would revert to it. The central government would be in charge of defense and external affairs in consultation with us, and we would share responsibility for security in the Internal Security Council. While these constitutional arrangements prevailed, Singapore citizens would be prohibited from participating in party political activities outside Singapore and likewise for Malaysians on the mainland. The person most vehemently opposed to any temporary withdrawal from Malaysia was Raja. It would mean our isolation, he protested, and eventually we would be finished off by the extremists. He thought we should stay in the Federation to rally the people against extremists and thus stand a better chance of countering them. True to character, Raja never flinched from a fight, however nasty, when he was convinced we were in the right. Chin Chai was with him, but the majority of the cabinet supported me. I gave my memorandum to the Tunku a couple of days later and discussed it with him at the Residency for 3 hours on January 31. Chinese New Year and Hari Raya Puasa, the two biggest festivals of the Chinese and Malays, fell on the same day, January 31, in 1965. In my message, I made a strong pitch for racial harmony to counter Indonesian propaganda, which had aggravated Malay-Chinese feelings. The appeal Sukarno was making to Pan-Malayism had made UMNO emphasize its Malayness to outdo him. My message provoked a sharp response from the Tunku the next day. There are politicians who are charging the government with the use of strong-arm tactics to impose our will on others. We realize we are not only a strong government and also a just and good government, but to say that we employ strong-arm methods is not true. These politicians talk of strife and strain, of trouble and bloodshed ahead, they talk of war, they produce gloom in the minds of the people wherever they go. In this hour of trial and tribulation, such talk is indeed foolish and harmful and dangerous, and I say shame on them. I replied 4 days later, at a dinner given by the Goodwill Committees, that if we faced up to the unpleasant facts of life, we were more likely to resolve them than if we pretended they did not exist. Things were being said which, if allowed to go on, would lead to great unhappiness. I was referring to articles in the Yudhisan Malayo that continued to stoke up Malay feelings against me, the Pap and the Chinese. We published translations in English, Chinese, and Tamil of these daily diatribes, and broadcast excerpts in all languages on radio and television. The Tunku knew I had seen through their tactics. He wanted me to keep quiet and talk things over with him privately. But I had first to expose to everyone the vicious racist campaign that Jafar Albar and the Yudhisan were conducting. While the hard-hitting public exchanges continued, Keng Sui and I had private discussions with the Tunku, Razak, and Ismail. I had proposed a disengagement for a few years, with a loosening of federal ties and the granting of more power to the Singapore state government, especially over police and internal security matters. The alternative to cooperation in a national government would be a state of coexistence. Singapore would not be represented in the cabinet, but both governments would operate independently within their respective spheres of influence, which were to be agreed. However, their fundamental precondition for either cooperation or coexistence was that, not only in Malaya but even in Singapore itself, the PAP should stay out of the Malay world and leave it entirely to UMNO to deal with the Malays through Kir Yohari. UMNO must have the monopoly of Malay leadership, even in Singapore. After several attempts at compromise arrangements, I concluded that the Tunku had hardened his stand. He was now determined to get us out of the federal parliament. He did not want us taking part in its debates at all. We were becoming too much of a thorn in their side, especially over finance. Singapore should start collecting its own taxes before the next budget, he said, but should pay a contribution to Malaysian defense since it would become prosperous, thanks to their common market. If you are out of parliament, we can be friends, he said. Better that way. If you are in parliament, you must criticize. But he appeared determined to have control of defense and external affairs. His argument was simple. What will happen if Singapore opens up diplomatic relations with China and other communist countries? It will make nonsense of defense. From the very beginning, he had wanted the association with Singapore to be on a partnership basis, not a merger. His idea of our position was that of dominion status, like Rhodesia, Ismail said. I told the Tunku that if we were to pay towards defense then we must be in parliament. There could not be taxation without representation. But he was emphatic, as I wrote to my cabinet colleagues, his desire to get us out is implacable. When I added that I might not be able to persuade them to accept my views, the Tunku burst out with considerable heat. You tell them that I will not have Singapore, that is all. I do not want Singapore in parliament and they can do nothing about it. I asked Ismail the next day whether the Tunku understood my point, that he could not have us out of parliament and expect us to contribute towards defense and external affairs. Ismail replied, yes, the Tunku has appreciated that point. We can't have it both ways. Not surprisingly, we made no progress with the rearrangements within the Federation that I had proposed in my memorandum of January 25. After a meeting with the National Defense Council on February 9, Razak told Keng Sui that it was impossible for the two sides to depart from political positions that had more or less solidified over the years. What was suitable for Singapore was not suitable for Malaysia and vice versa. Merger had been a mistake. There ought to have been a transition period to avoid a collision and it was now necessary to establish a looser form of confederation. Keng Sui said that any constitutional rearrangement must not make Singapore appear a semi-colony. If Singapore left the federal parliament, it would be relinquishing its status and rights, and that would be a serious matter. He reiterated my idea that we should work towards the position that existed before Malaysia, and this time Razak agreed that something along those lines would be worked out. These discussions about rearrangements were confusing and frustrating because the Tunku and Razak went backwards and forwards in their successive proposals. In the end nothing came of them, for one overriding reason: the British wanted no weakening of Malaysia during confrontation, and had skillfully intervened, working on the Tunku, Razak, and Ismail to block them. On February 15, Chin Chai, Kim San, and I played golf with the Tunku. I mentioned casually that the British had guessed what was going on because a short while before, Lord Mountbatten, who had been visiting Kuala Lumpur and then Singapore, had expressed concern on behalf of his Prime Minister. The Tunku said he had told Mountbatten not to worry as he was fully aware of the danger of Indonesia benefiting from news that Malaysia was breaking up. But when we retired to his study, we discovered that his thinking on the rearrangements had changed after Mountbatten and had worked on him. Singapore would continue to be represented in the federal parliament, he now said. State finances and powers of taxation would go back to Singapore, removing a major source of friction between us. As already proposed, defense and external affairs would be in the hands of the central government, while control of the police force and matters of local security would be vested in the Singapore government. But national security and intelligence, the Tunku referred to MI5 and MI6, must remain with the center because otherwise, he repeated this 3 times, what would happen if the PAP were not in power and some extreme left party like Barisan were to take over? Singapore would become a Cuba. He then asked me to draft a letter he would write to Harold Wilson, to inform him of these arrangements and reassure him that Malaysia was not splitting up. I sent him a draft the next day. All 3 of us from Singapore were convinced that the British had successfully scotched any idea he had of allowing the island to hive off, as the Tunku put it. He would later tell Keng Swee and me at the Residency that he now wanted to go about things slowly. He was afraid of any public disclosure that would give Sukarno an advantage. Claude Fenner, the Inspector General of Police, then came down from Kuala Lumpur to see me. He appeared resigned to giving Singapore control of its uniformed force, and satisfied we could maintain civil order in case of riots if we raised our own reserve units. He was convinced that once Malay extremists in Singapore knew the state government was in charge of security and could take action against them, there was likely to be little trouble. He seemed sincere, but I was mistaken in thinking that this was his final position. 5 days later, he showed me a paper he had prepared for Ismail, arguing the exact opposite: neither the police nor state security should be handed over to Singapore. Like the Tunku, he had completely changed his position. He had brought Sir Roger Hollis, the head of MI5 who was visiting Kuala Lumpur, to see Ismail, and Hollis had convinced him that it was inadvisable, from a professional point of view, to divide the police in Singapore and the Federation. So Ismail, in turn, suggested that the federal government should continue to look after law and order in Singapore, as at present. I asked whether the Tunku had also changed his mind. Ismail said he had not, but he had a duty to give him the professional advice he had received. Soon afterwards, I had lunch with Head at his residence, Carcassa, with serious discussions 20 minutes before and 20 minutes after it. He had met the Tunku, Razak, Ismail, and 10 earlier that day, and said the Tunku had set his mind on the latest rearrangements, but there were 3 spanners in the works. First, 10 was opposed to giving up control of finance. Second, Ismail objected to handing back to us control of police and security. Third, Singapore UMNO did not want to pipe down, let alone pack up. I told him that it was Fenner who had put the spanner in the works as far as control of the police was concerned. Unperturbed, Head said he had not gone into the matter with Fenner, but perhaps could do so later. He proposed that there should be a standstill while negotiations were going on, a kind of truce. I reminded him of what had happened to the last truce. I suggested that the Tunku and I should issue a statement to say that we had agreed in principle to stay out of each other's hair for the period of confrontation, and to emphasize that details were being worked out as to how this could be achieved administratively so as to leave the fundamentals of Malaysia unchanged. Head concurred, but did not mean it. He told me that the rearrangements would be a major victory we should not give Sukarno, because it would only encourage him to persist with confrontation. He advised me to be patient and wait for that to end. It could not go on for long because the Indonesian economy was suffering and hyperinflation was destroying it. Once it was over, I could press the Tunku on constitutional issues. I listened carefully, discussed it with my colleagues, and concluded that the British would not want Malaysia to take any risk by adopting a looser arrangement that would only work with the PAP government in Singapore, and would lead to serious problems if the Barisan were the government. I also decided that we stood a better chance of getting a reasonable constitutional rearrangement if I pressed my case with the Tunku while the British were defending Malaysia against Indonesia and could still influence him. Head had said that while he would rather we sorted things out for ourselves, he had been given wide discretion by his government, and it could bring enormous weight to bear if necessary. The next day, February 24th, I asked him to see me at Singapore House in Kuala Lumpur. I told him I could not get the Tunku to issue a statement because he, had frightened him against saying or doing anything. The position was bound to deteriorate with both sides slugging it out, and we might find ourselves with a third riot on our hands. Head said he would get the Tunku to announce that he was thinking of making minor adjustments to Malaysia for smoother working, but not fundamental or radical changes. Negotiations over the police and finance would take at least 6 months, the position meanwhile had to be held. I gave a written assessment to the cabinet. Not only were Mountbatten and Head putting pressure on the Malaysian leaders, but British officials trusted by the alliance ministers, like Fenner in the police and Gould in the Federal Treasury, were doing their utmost to thwart the Tunku on the rearrangements. The British wanted no changes while confrontation was still on, and if there were to be any, they must be minimal. The police, both uniformed and special branch, were to remain under the control of the centre. My conclusion, from my experience of the merger negotiations, this is characteristic of British methods. Never head-on assault to say that there will be no changes, but a gradual piecemeal erosion of the other man's point of view. I do not know whether he, Head, intends to wear us down. I did not rule out the possibility that if we failed to heed Head's advice, he might indicate to the Tunku that the British would be prepared to connive at his eliminating our challenge in the Federation altogether. Our bargaining asset was the political strength we derived from our party branches in Malaya and our presence in Parliament, which enabled us to rally the non-Malays and progressive Malays throughout Malaysia. But for that, and our ability to call mass rallies and campaign in Malaya, Tan Siew Sin would have just ignored our attacks on his budget and brought his bill for the turnover tax before Parliament. The behind-the-scenes discussions had nevertheless kept the situation from boiling over. Both sides wanted to avoid a collision. Both wanted a looser arrangement to end the constant friction that in the long term would weaken Malaysia's position internationally and internally. But the British would have none of that, and worked strenuously to keep Malaysia intact. The Australians and New Zealanders supported the British. The Australian High Commissioner, Tom Critchley, and his deputy in Singapore, Bill Pritchett, both urged me to leave things completely unchanged constitutionally and administratively, get out of Malayan politics and close the PAP branches in the peninsula in return for having 2 ministers in the federal government. I told Critchley that we could not withdraw the PAP from Malaya while UMNO operated in Singapore and the Malay extremists could be used as a stick to blackmail us with the threat of communal unrest. UMNO could not have their cake and eat it. One saving grace in the midst of the growing tension and bitter altercation between Singapore and Malaysian leaders was that confidential dialogue was still possible between Keng Swee and myself on the one hand, and the Tunku and Razak on the other. Razak was comfortable with Keng Swee but not with me. The Tunku also preferred Keng Swee but did not find me unacceptable and would talk to me, so our private and frank exchanges at a personal level were able to prevent disaster. but since the public altercation between Kuala Lumpur and Singapore was causing disquiet in Australia and New Zealand, their High Commissioners, after clearing it with the Tunku, extended official invitations to me to tour their countries in March and April 1965. I would be able to explain why, despite internal differences, Singapore was solidly behind Kuala Lumpur against confrontation. This would help to reassure their peoples that their governments should support Malaysia against the Indonesians. So on March 5, I found myself landing in Auckland. 39 seeking support down under. New Zealand was a welcome break. Chu and I stayed in a delightful little hotel in Auckland where white maids, dressed like their English counterparts just after the war, brought us morning tea with bread and butter in bed before offering us a huge breakfast of steaks and lamb chops, which we declined. We drove from Auckland to Wellington, making 2 overnight stops. At every town along the way, the mayor, wearing his chain of office as he would in Britain, greeted us, gave us lunch or tea, and made a short speech of welcome. In Wellington, I called on Keith Holyoake, the Prime Minister, at his office in Parliament. After our discussion, he took me to meet his cabinet for a free-ranging exchange of views. They were reassured that I was solidly behind Malaysia. They sympathized with my views and supported a multiracial solution to our problems. At a state luncheon at Parliament House, Holyoake spoke in warm terms. There are more than military ties which bind New Zealand to Malaysia, he said. He expressed admiration for the progress Singapore had made under me and said that I had worked tirelessly in the service of the new state of Malaysia, a state troubled by the growing pains common to young countries, pains aggravated by the bullying threats of its larger neighbor, Indonesia. I have no doubt Mr. Lee will refuse to be intimidated by such threats, and will continue to work unremittingly to ensure the stability, prosperity, and progress of the country he was so instrumental in creating. As if to underline the threats, while I was still in Wellington, a bomb placed by Indonesian saboteurs went off at McDonald House in Singapore, where the Australian High Commission and the Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank were located, killing 2 and injuring 35 others. The next day, I spoke to the students and academic staff of Victoria University. I complimented Britain for having the wisdom to know when it faced an irresistible revolution mounted by communists and by nationalists. Instead of trying to stamp out both, Britain had allowed the nationalists to provide the non-communist leadership. On the other hand, when trying to stamp out communism in South Vietnam, the United States had relied on people like Ngo Dinh Diem, and in 11 years had failed to find a group who could lead the nation. So South Vietnam was going through its death throes and the Americans were in an unenviable position. The South Vietnamese themselves had lost confidence and were opting out of the conflict. This left the Americans with only 2 alternatives, to increase their military occupation or make a calamitous withdrawal. By April 1975, 10 years later, they had done both. From Wellington, we flew to Christchurch, drove to Dunedin and Invercargill, then flew back to Wellington. I found New Zealand fascinating. In speech, manners, and way of life, they were much more like the British than were the Australians. The country was green and wet, like southern England. And they were friendly and hospitable. My next stop was Sydney, the starting point of an 18-day tour of Australia that would take us to Canberra, Melbourne, Adelaide, and Perth. In Canberra, I spoke to members of the National Press Club. Indonesia's confrontation of Malaysia was very much on their minds. We have a common neighbor, bigger in numbers than both of us, poorer than either of us and likely to be in a state of unrest and turbulence for a long while yet. We know that military and economic aid cannot guarantee us our ultimate success, but at least it will buy us time. But the situation in South Vietnam showed that however massive the military cover, however enormous the economic assistance, if the leaders did not set out to secure their own salvation, the end result would still be perdition, both for the helper and the helped. I said. The more Malay leadership in Malaysia talks in terms of Malay nationalism, the more non-Malays in Malaysia will be in doubt as to their future. Theoretically, there would be 3 possibilities if disintegration set in. 1. Malaysia's absorption or conquest by a third power. 2. Supremacy of one community over the others in Malaysia, or 3. A drift towards segregation and ultimately partition. All three have gruesome implications. A large crowd of journalists and diplomats applauded my frankness and realism. I then met Sir Robert Menzies, the Prime Minister. Menzies carried weight with the Tunku. Unlike Harold Wilson, he was a conservative, and had always supported the Tunku. The Tunku had spoken of him in warm terms, and if Menzies would now urge him to seek a solution for Malaysia through political accommodation and not force, he was more likely to succeed than if Wilson did so. He was interested in what I had to say, and our meeting lasted for 75 minutes, twice as long as scheduled. After that he took me to meet his whole cabinet for a free-ranging discussion. I explained the pressures the Tunku was under. Sukarno was appealing over his head to the Malays of Malaysia, a large proportion of whom had come not so very long ago from Sumatra and Java. But by trying to outbid Sukarno's Pan-Malayism, the Tunku was alienating the Chinese and the Indians. It was crucial that somebody he trusted, like Menzies, should explain to him that the long-term future lay not in squatting on the Chinese and Indians, but in giving them a place under the Malaysian sun. I pointed out that the three major races in Malaysia, the Malays, Chinese, and Indians, had the wellsprings of their culture outside Malaysia, in Indonesia, China, and India. The leaders in those countries could pull at their heartstrings as much if not more than could the Malaysian leaders themselves. Menzies was sympathetic. He took my analysis seriously and asked me to give him a note on what I saw as a solution to the problem. I promised to do this when I got back to Singapore. My meetings with him and with his cabinet were not reported in the Malaysian press, probably to avoid annoying the Tunku. With Australian Prime Minister Sir Robert Menzies in Canberra, March 1965. It was a grueling trip. In every city I made speeches, gave interviews on radio and television, and addressed university audiences and the press. It was well worth the effort. I put across a realistic picture of Malaysia and left New Zealanders and Australians in no doubt that we needed and valued their help, that they were right to help us, and that together, we could succeed. When I returned to Singapore on April 3, I found the alliance leaders angry, alleging that I had been critical of the federal government and the Tunku. Even while I was still in Australia, VT Sambanthan, the MIC leader and the Tunku's Minister for Posts, Works and Telecommunications, hit out at me for speaking indifferently about the alliance. He said I had got what I wanted, namely Malaysia, and now spoke of the government as being ignorant of politics and run by princes, sultans, and chiefs. But I had not said this in any of my speeches. As the attacks on me continued in the Malaysian papers, several Australians and New Zealanders wrote to the Straits Times to defend me. An Australian journalist protested that he had heard me speak several times to university audiences, and at no time had he heard me say anything disparaging about the Malaysian leaders. The president of the Asian Studies Society of Victoria University in Wellington also wrote in to say he was surprised to hear reports from Malaysia that I had been criticized for making irresponsible statements attacking leaders of the central government. Nothing he had heard supported these allegations. The truth was that my first sin in the eyes of the alliance leaders was to have received a favorable press in New Zealand and Australia. They also knew from the Malaysian High Commissioners in Wellington and Canberra that I had been warmly received by both prime ministers and their cabinets. But their main grievance was that my arguments and my analysis of the situation had carried weight with both governments. Following the barrage of accusations that I had maligned the Tunku, his ministers, and Malaysia generally, I issued a statement that everything I said had been recorded on tape, it was available for checking, and I stood by every word of it. I specifically denied accusing the central government of working only for the Malays, as Dr. Lim Swee On of the MCA, the Federal Minister for Commerce and Industry, had claimed, and released a verbatim extract of what I had said on special Malay rights in answer to a question from a Malaysian student in Adelaide. No, I don't think that the issue at the moment is the clause providing for special rights for the Malays. and if the immigrant communities of people of immigrant stock do not see the problems, if they can't feel what it is like to be a poor Malay, and don't feel for him, then I say very soon he will manifest his disaffection in a very decisive way and the whole country will be thrown into turmoil. My charge was not that there were special rights for the Malays, but that they would not solve the problems because they favored only a few at the top. How does giving bus licenses or licenses to run bus companies to 100 or 200 Malay families solve the problem of Malay poverty? The Malays are farmers. In Australia and New Zealand, all the farmers are wealthy people. How is it that in Malaysia farmers are poor? Because there is no agricultural research, seed selection, fertilization, improvement in double cropping techniques, what cash crops you can grow. My statement was reported in the Chinese and English language newspapers but not in the Malay press. Nor was it carried on radio and television Malaysia. So as far as the Malays were concerned, there was no denial by me, and the Utusan Melayu was able to keep on stirring up the ground against me. The Tunku was angered, and warned Singapore leaders that the central government would not be pushed around by any state government on any matter. Singapore, he said, had come into the Federation with their eyes wide open and on their own accord. He added, Singapore would perhaps have been made a second Cuba and the position for us would be untenable, and that was why the central government supported the PAP. With the return of the PAP into power, we considered that Singapore was safe from the communists. But little did we realize that the leader of the PAP had in his mind a share in the running of Malaysia. This we considered as unacceptable since the alliance is strong enough to run the country on its own. 2 weeks after my return to Singapore, I wrote a letter to Sir Robert Menzies summarizing the difficulties of making a success of a multiracial society like Malaysia. In this letter, dated April 20, 1965, I set out the position as my colleagues and I saw it in April 1965. We felt in our bones that if things carried on as they did, something disastrous would happen. Menzies' reply in May 1965 was supportive but carefully balanced. I can assure you that I want to see, for all our sakes, a sensible and friendly settlement, which I am sure would make Malaysia a living and secure structure. Meanwhile, I urge patience as the constant companion of your unquestioned abilities. I will not need to tell you that, if my own influence is to have significance, I must not form any judgments in advance and it must not be made to appear that I have done so. He recognized that the Australian government would be hard put to justify to its electorate why they should defend a repressive Malay government that was putting down non-Malays who had willingly joined the Federation with a multiracial constitution to which the Tunku and Razak had agreed in London in July 1963. 40 UMNO's Crush Lee campaign. Beneath the increasingly acrimonious exchanges between Singapore and Kuala Lumpur lay a deeper and more fundamental clash between Tan Siew Sin and Keng Swee. Tan was out to block Singapore's economic progress, and this became clear over the issue of pioneer certificates. The Singapore Economic Development Board, EDB, had to send to Kuala Lumpur for approval all applications of prospective investors in the island for pioneer certificates that would entitle them to tax-free status for between 5 and 10 years. But during the 2 years we were in Malaysia, out of 69 applications, only 2 were approved, one of which had so many restrictions attached that it amounted to a refusal. To make doubly sure that Singapore would be thwarted, on February 16, Tan publicly advised all industrialists to consult the central government before investing in Singapore so as to avoid disappointments and misunderstandings due to wrong assumptions and calculations. He gratuitously added that assurances given by experts, in Singapore, were not always feasible. Not satisfied with blocking us, Tan wanted to take over our entire textile quota. The federal government had claimed quotas for woven textiles and made-up garments when they did not even have factories in which to produce them. Meanwhile, 3 Singapore textile factories had already been forced to retrench nearly 2,000 workers. Keng Swee said ironically that Singapore was being treated not as a constituent state of Malaysia, but as a dangerous rival to be kept down at all costs. The central government wanted to use the Singapore quota to establish a new garment industry in Malaya while depriving large numbers of unemployed garment workers in Singapore a chance of re-employment. In the end, under gentle pressure from Anthony Head, Kuala Lumpur was shamed into giving back the quota to Singapore. By then, Keng Swee was convinced not only that we would not get a common market, but that TAN would seek to siphon off all industrial investments into Malaya regardless of what the investors wanted. He felt totally frustrated. Keng Swee recounted in his oral history, 1981. Tan Su Sin acted on his own to spite us. Tan was very jealous of Singapore and very envious of Mr. Lee. He saw the PAP as a threat to the MCA's leadership of the Chinese in the peninsula and therefore did not want Singapore to succeed. They, MCA ministers Tan and Lim Swee On, acted in utter bad faith. And that is why the longer we stayed in Malaysia, the more doubtful we became that we did the right thing. Keng Swee then referred to a conversation he had had with Leonard Rist, the World Bank expert who advised the Malayan and Singapore governments on the common market and had recommended that it be implemented in progressive stages. Keng Swee asked, suppose he, Tan, does not play the game and the common market does not get off the ground, what happens? Rist answered, in that event, Mr. Minister, it's not the common market which should be in danger, the whole concept of Malaysia would be in danger. Keng Swee was completely disenchanted. Although he had been against our taking part in the 1964 election in Malaya, he now recognized that it was as well that we had, for it enabled us to rally political opinion, which could restrain the excesses of the central government. He had given up any hope of cooperation. He expected no good to come out of Malaysia. Indeed, he expected endless problems. His gloom made Chin Chai even more determined to build some counterweight to the arbitrariness of the center. Tan's spite was one powerful reason why we had to mobilize the ground throughout the Federation. The race issue overshadowed everything else. During a session of the Federal Parliament in November 1964, Dr. Lim Kuan Yew, MP, and leader of the opposition United Democratic Party, UDP, based in Penang, commiserated with me over the 2 race riots we had suffered in Singapore. He said he had experienced it all. From his description of the disorders in Penang in the 1950s, I realized that what Albar and his UMNO Turks had applied in Singapore was a well-tested method. The police and the army held the ring while favoring the Malay rioters, usually Bersilat groups, thugs, and gangsters let loose to make mischief. Once passions were aroused and enough Chinese counterattacked, even ordinary Malays joined in. When the Chinese hit back, they were clobbered by the police and army, law and order were enforced against them, not against the Malays. The result was a sullen, cowed population. We had jumped out of the frying pan of the communists into the fire of the Malay communalists. We had to find a counter to the system of intimidation through race riots, with Chinese being killed and maimed wherever they dared to resist Malay domination. We decided that one effective defense would be to link the opposition in all the towns in the Federation in one network, so that a riot in one major city triggered off riots in others to a point where the police and army would be unable to cope, and all hell would be let loose. So we set out to mobilize fellow sufferers who could together put up this counter threat. If we could find them in Sabah and Sarawak as well as on the mainland, the Chinese in Kuching, Cebu, and Jess Elton, now renamed Kota Kinabalu, would also riot, and any communal intimidation by Kuala Lumpur would risk tearing Malaysia apart. Our moves to unite did not escape attention. On April 24, 1965, the Tunku disclosed in a speech that there were plans for an opposition get-together. He knew the non-Malays were combining forces to make a stand for a multiracial Malaysia, as against a Malay Malaysia, and he suspected I was to be their leader. He warned, but the people should, however, make a study of this man before they give their heart and soul to any such move. The Alliance and Mr. Lee Kuan Yew have worked together for Malaysia, but we found it difficult to carry on after Malaysia. The Tunku had good reason to be concerned. The opposition MPs in the federal parliament had been getting increasingly restive as they listened to the racist speeches made by Albar and the young UMNO Malay leaders. Dr. Lee Kuan Yew of the UDP in Penang, the two Sinave Sagam brothers of the People's Progressive Party, PPP, in Perak, Ong Ki Hui and Stephen Yong of the Sarawak United People's Party, SUPP, and Donald Stevens and Peter Mojuntan of the United Pasik Mamagun Katazan Organization, UPKO, in Sabah had all by then made overtures to suggest a link-up with the PAP. The process had begun in January when Dr. Lim and Stevens had come to see me separately. Neither meeting had been entirely satisfactory. Dr. Lim wanted me to become president of his Consumers Association in order to bring about a broad united front of all non-communal parties in Malaysia. I declined. If we came together it must be done openly, not surreptitiously through a consumers association, or we would lose credibility. Stevens was proposing to leave the alliance, quit his token appointment as Federal Minister of Sabah Affairs, and get his UPKO members to resign from the Sabah cabinet to prepare for the coming state election. He wanted the PAP to merge with UPKO before that in order to help him win over the Chinese votes in the towns and thus ensure him of a majority in the Sabah State Assembly. The son of an Australian father and a Katazan mother, he was a big, affable, overweight, pleasure-loving journalist who owned a newspaper in Sabah, chief minister until he joined the federal government. He was the ablest of the Katazans of his time. But he was not interested in my wider project for a united front that would take in the other opposition parties. Despite these false starts, I circulated a note to all ministers. If we miss this moment, it may be years before we are able to get an equally dramatic occasion for a realignment of forces within Malaysia. On the other hand, taking such a step by which all non-communal parties get together must mean a broad opposition led mainly by the non-Malays against the alliance led by the Malays in UMNO. Once such a convention has been called and a chain reaction triggered off in men's minds, we can be sure that the fight would very quickly become sharp and acute. When UMNO already treated us as an opponent and clearly would not cooperate with us, it was a waste of time to postpone a decision. As far as UMNO was concerned, the fight was on, and unless we gathered strength to meet it, UMNO would always have its own way. On February 12, Malaysian opposition leaders had met Chin Chai, Raja, and myself at Sri Temasek in Singapore, and again on March 1 at Singapore House in Kuala Lumpur, where Stevens turned up in his official car with a flag fluttering and a bodyguard. We thought him rather brave to have done this, until the Tunku came out with his statement on April 24 when we deduced that Stevens had leaked our plans to him. We had decided to move with caution and had sent Lee Kuan Yew and Eddie Barker, my old friend and former partner in Lee and Lee, then Minister for Law, to assess the political situation in Sarawak and Sabah. They came back convinced we should not open PAP branches in Sarawak. The Chinese there were very strongly left-wing as in the days of the Barisan in Singapore. They were still resentful at having been bundled into Malaysia, and at the PAP for having helped to bring it about. In Sabah, we were likely to get Chinese support and it was feasible to open PAP branches, but we would have to form a coalition with Stevens UPKO, whose Katazan supporters were in the majority. I decided not to move into East Malaysia directly, but to work with the present leaders of the opposition there. Chin Chai invited them to a meeting in Singapore on May 8. Stevens absented himself, but the heads of the UDP, Penang, the PPP, Perak, and the SUPP and Makinda Party, Sarawak, attended and signed a declaration with us calling for a Malaysian Malaysia. A Malaysian Malaysia means that the state is not identified with the supremacy, well-being, and interests of any one particular community or race. A Malaysian Malaysia is the antithesis of a Malay Malaysia, a Chinese Malaysia, a Dayak Malaysia, an Indian Malaysia or Katazan Malaysia and so on. The special and legitimate interests of different communities must be secured and promoted within the framework of the collective rights, interests, and responsibilities of all races. The growing tendency among some leaders to make open appeals to communal chauvinism to win and hold their following has gradually led them also to what has been tantamount to a repudiation of the concept of a Malaysian Malaysia. If people are discouraged and denounced for abandoning communal loyalties because they have found common ground for political action with Malaysians of other races, then the professed concern for a Malaysian Malaysia is open to serious doubts. The declaration ended. A Malaysian Malaysia is worth fighting for, because only in such a Malaysia is there a decent and dignified future for all Malaysians. It is in this spirit and expectation that we, the undersigned, appeal to all Malaysians to support this convention. Although I had been away throughout this period attending a socialist youth conference in Bombay and then visiting Laos and Cambodia, UMNO decided that I had been the moving spirit behind the convention and attacked me vigorously. Albar and the Utusan Malaya were getting bolder and wilder in their accusations. Angered by an article in the London Observer, Albar sent an open letter in mid-April to Dennis Bloodworth, its Far Eastern correspondent, which was published in the Utusan and included this paragraph. As you know, the Malays are having a rough time in Singapore and are now being oppressed by the PAP. Lee Kuan Yew is continually challenging their national sentiment with provocative statements, yet in spite of all these, it was not the Malays who started the 1964 riots. The riots were started by agents provocateurs, who may even be in the pay of Lee Kuan Yew. Lee's intention is to create disorder in Singapore at a time when the Malays are gathering to celebrate the birth of Prophet Muhammad, so as to give the impression to the world outside that the Malays are already influenced by Indonesia. I decided on a libel action to check these excesses, and my lawyers took the opinion of a leading Queen's Counsel in London. He had no doubt that it was a libel, and when Albar and the Utusan refused an apology and a retraction, my solicitors took action against them. In their writs they spelt out the innuendo of the libel as meaning that I was a hypocrite, an enemy of and a traitor to my own country, a criminal in that I was responsible for the disturbances and incidents of violence resulting in death and injury to members of the public, and that I was unfit to be Prime Minister of Singapore. In the action, I cited a story the Utusan published on March 25, 1965, Lee is accused of being an enemy of Malaysia and an agent of Indonesia. Walk over my dead body first, Albar. Tuan Syed Jafar Albar, General Secretary, UMNO Malaya, last night accused the PM of Singapore, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, as being an enemy of Malaysia and an agent of Indonesia. I also cited an article on March 27, Albar accuses Kuan Yew of being an agent of the Communists. The PM of Singapore, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, is an agent of the Communists and the Jakarta regime, which has the evil intention to destroy Malaysia. Lee Kuan Yew has the evil intention to destroy Malaysia and pit the Malays and Chinese against each other. Now that those words would be scrutinized in a court of law, they became more circumspect. In 1966, after separation, Albar and the Utusan agreed to apologize in court through their lawyers and pay for all the costs of my action. Not only was I meeting Albar's poison with reason, but my message was also getting through to secondary UMNO leaders at Menteri Besar, Chief Minister, level. To Albar's shock, the Menteri Besar of Perlis, the northernmost state of Malaysia, welcomed a statement I had made, repeating my argument that special privileges for the Malays would only help a small group of bourgeoisie, whereas what was needed was to enable the mass of Malay have-nots in the rural areas to increase their earning capacity. Then Razak attacked me for a statement I had never made and had already denied making, that the Malays were not the indigenous people of Malaysia. Saying that this was mischievous and dangerous and had created a serious situation, he issued an ultimatum that the alliance government would not work with me, and if the people of Singapore wish to maintain their relationship with us, they must find another leader who is sincere. 2 days later, a group of UMNO youths in Kuala Lumpur burnt me in effigy, and on May 16, another group picketed the Language Institute where the general meeting of UMNO was due to be held. They carried banners in Malay reading "Suspend Singapore Constitution," "Detain Lee Kuan Yew," "Crush Lee Kuan Yew," and when the Tunku arrived, they shouted "Detain Lee Kuan Yew, detain Lee Kuan Yew." At the meeting, several delegates demanded my detention, but Ismail said, "This is not the way to do things in Malaysia. We must act constitutionally." The Tunku subsequently described my alleged remark about the Malays not being indigenous to the country as childish, again ignoring the fact that I had never made it. Tan Siew Sin again warned us that Singapore could not go it alone. I would ask them to remember that Singapore cannot exist by itself. Even secession from Malaysia cannot eliminate the fact that less than 1.5 million Chinese there are surrounded by over 100 million people of the Malay race in this part of the world. On my return from my visit to New Zealand and Australia, I replied that secession was out, but this, too, was ignored, and the Udison Malayu reported that, on May 24, Albar had again urged Ismail to take action against me. If Lee Kuan Yew is really a man, he should not be beating about the bush in his statements and should be brave enough to say I want to secede from Malaysia because I am not satisfied. He had entered Malaysia with his eyes open and the present Malaysia was the same Malaysia he had endorsed. Why did he not think of all these objections before? Why only now has he regretted? Why? Asked Albar in a high-pitched tone. His audience replied, crush Lee, and several voices shouted arrest Lee and preserve him like entrails in pickle. Dato Albar smiled for a moment and then replied, shout louder so that Dr. Ismail can hear the people's anger. I want to make quite sure that everybody hears the people's anger. Albar was using the same technique he had employed in Singapore before the 1964 riots. The next day, the Udison carried a story quoting the Mentari Bazaar of Selangor, headlined Lee Kuan Yew is the enemy of the people of Malaya, and another Malay paper, the Berita Harian, reported that the Mentari Bazaar of Perak had labeled me the most dangerous threat to the security of the country. They were working things up to fever pitch. The attacks reached a climax when Dr. Mahathir bin Mohamad, an UMNO MP, later, Prime Minister of Malaysia, denounced the PAP in the federal parliament as pro-Chinese, communist-oriented and positively anti-Malay, saying Singapore had retained multilingualism while paying only lip service to the national language, and that in some police stations, Chinese is the official language, and statements are taken in Chinese. The national language schools, he said, were the worst treated on the island, and until very recently had been given only the most primitive facilities. In industry, the PAP policy is to encourage Malays to become laborers only, but Malays are not given facilities to invest as well. Mahathir was speaking in the debate on the address of the Yang di-Pertuan Agong, the king. At the opening of the Malaysian Parliament, Kuala Lumpur, May 25, 1965, 2 days before I was to make my last and fateful speech there. Behind me are Ong Ki Hui and Stephen Yong, MPs from Sarawak. The next day, I made my most important speech in the federal parliament to a hostile and tense audience, including a large number of Malay MPs who had been fed daily with anti-PAP, anti-Lee Kuan Yew and anti-Chinese propaganda by the Udison over the past year. I moved an amendment to express regret that the King's address did not reassure the nation that it would continue to progress in accordance with its democratic constitution towards a Malaysian Malaysia. I quoted from it, "We are also facing threats from within the country." I hoped the Tunku would explain the meaning of this passage. I gave him this firm assurance, "We have a vested interest in constitutionalism and in loyalty because we know, and we knew before we joined Malaysia, that if we are patient, if we are firm, this constitution must mean a Malaysian nation emerges." But Dr. Mahathir's speech implied that this could never happen. I quoted what he had said the day before about the Chinese in Singapore, "They have never known Malay rule and couldn't bear the idea that the people they have so long kept under their heels should now be in a position to rule them." To rule them? I drew a distinction between political equality and the special rights for the economic and social uplift of the Malays. I accepted the special rights, but if the other peoples of Malaysia were denied political equality with the Malays, we would not need Sukarno and confrontation to crush us. Waving a copy of the Malaysian constitution in my right hand, I said, "Once you throw this into the fire and say be done with it, that means you do it for a long time, and history is a long, relentless process." I said Albar wanted us to secede and leave our friends in Sarawak, Sabah, Penang, Malacca and other parts of Malaysia to UMNO's tender mercies, we would not oblige. I demolished the accusation that we were pro-Chinese. If we advocated a Chinese Malaysia, we could not attract majority support, as the Chinese were only 42% of the population. If I had been going around saying about the Chinese what Albar had said about being a Malay, wherever I am, I am a Chinese, where would that have led us? On the contrary, I kept on reminding people, I am a Malaysian, I am learning Bahasa Kebangsaan, the national language, and I accept Article 153 of the Constitution, on the special rights of the Malays. Having reached the most sensitive part of my speech, in which I would expose the inadequacy of UMNO's policies, I decided to speak in Malay. Although my Malay was not as good as my English, I was fluent compared with other non-Malay MPs. I said that while I accepted Malay as the sole official language, I did not see how it could raise the economic position of the people. Would it mean that the produce of the Malay farmer would increase in price, that he would get better prices? Would he get improved facilities from the government? I added that if the alliance did not have real answers to current economic problems, it should not stifle the opposition. Because we had an alternative, and it would work, in 10 years we will breed a generation of Malays, educated and with an understanding of the techniques of science and modern industrial management. It was at this point that I quoted what Dr. Mahathir said earlier in the debate. It is, of course, necessary to emphasize that there are two types of Chinese, the MCA supporters to be found mainly where Chinese have for generations lived and worked amidst the Malays and other indigenous people, and the insular, selfish, and arrogant type of which Mr. Lee is a good example. This latter type live in a purely Chinese environment where Malays only exist at size level. They have in most instances never crossed the causeway. They are in fact overseas Chinese first, seeing China as the center of the world and Malaysia as a very poor second. I continued, what does that mean, Mr. Speaker, sir? They were not words uttered in haste, they were scripted, prepared and dutifully read out, and if we are to draw the implications from that, the answer is quite simple, that Malaysia will not be a Malaysian nation. I say so, let us know it now. As for the Malays only existing at size level, I said that the Tunku had frequently said in public and in private that the Chinese were rich and the Malays poor, but I used some simple examples to highlight a few points, still speaking in Malay. Special rights and Malay as the national language were not the answer to this economic problem. If out of 4.5 million Malays and another 750,000 Ibans, Katazans, and others, we made 0.3% of them company shareholders, would we solve the problem of Malay poverty? How does the Malay in the kampung find his way out into this modernized civil society? By becoming servants of the 0.3% who would have the money to hire them to clean their shoes, open their motorcar doors. Of course there are Chinese millionaires in big cars and big houses. Is it the answer to make a few Malay millionaires with big cars and big houses? How does telling a Malay bus driver that he should support the party of his Malay director, UMNO, and the Chinese bus conductor to join another party of his Chinese director, MCA, how does that improve the standards of the Malay bus driver and the Chinese bus conductor who are both workers in the same company? If we delude people into believing that they are poor because there are no Malay rights or because opposition members oppose Malay rights, where are we going to end up? You let people in the kampungs believe that they are poor because we don't speak Malay, because the government does not write in Malay, so he expects a miracle to take place in 1967, the year Malay would become the national and sole official language. The moment we all start speaking Malay, he is going to have an uplift in the standard of living, and if it doesn't happen, what happens then? Meanwhile, whenever there is a failure of economic, social, and educational policies, you come back and say, oh, these wicked Chinese, Indians, and others opposing Malay rights. They don't oppose Malay rights. They, the Malays, have the right as Malaysian citizens to go up to the level of training and education that the more competitive societies, the non-Malay society, has produced. That is what must be done, isn't it? Not to feed them with this obscurantist doctrine that all they have got to do is to get Malay rights for a few special Malays and their problem has been resolved. Such arguments put in down-to-earth social and economic terms, and in Malay, had never been heard before in the Malaysian political debate. The PAP had brought crucial, sensitive issues into the open in a rational way to expose the shallowness of UMNO's political argument, that because Malay leaders, mostly the aristocrats and educated elite, worked together with Chinese leaders, mostly the successful merchants, and Indian leaders, mostly the professionals, all would be well. It was the most significant speech I had ever made in Malay, and I made it to an audience of Malay MPs, many of whom represented rural areas, and to a strangers' gallery, which was packed with more Malays. I had spoken without a script, and for that reason it had all the more impact. As I spoke, there was a stunned silence. The air was electric. 25 years later, on the anniversary of Singapore's independence, Eddie said of me in an interview, he spoke for about half an hour. There must have been about 500 or so in the house and in the gallery, but you could hear a pin drop. I think if they could have cheered, they would have. Looking back, I think that was the moment when the Tunku and his colleagues felt it was better to have Singapore and Mr. Lee out. My Malay cabinet colleague, Othman Wak, was in the chamber. He recalled, the chamber was very quiet and nobody stirred. The ministers of the central government sunk down so low in their seats that only their foreheads could be seen over the desk in front of them. The backbenchers were spellbound. They could understand every word. That was the turning point. They perceived Lee as a dangerous man who could one day be the Prime Minister of Malaysia. I had no such illusions. Malaysia would not have a Chinese Prime Minister for a very, very long time. The Malays present did not expect me, the supposed anti-Malay Chinese chauvinist out to destroy the Malay race, to speak in Malay with no trace of a Chinese dialect accent that most Chinese would have. I had been born and bred in Singapore, speaking the language from childhood. I could trace my ancestors for 3 generations in Singapore. They had made as big a contribution to the country as any Malay in the chamber. And I was on their side, not against them. I wanted to improve their lot. The Tunku and Razak looked most unhappy. I was meeting them on their own Malay ground and competing for support peacefully with arguments in an open debate. I was not rattled by their strident, shrill, and even hysterical cries of abuse and denigration. I could hold my own. If allowed to go on, I might begin to win over some Malays. They could see that among the MPs wearing the Haji skullcaps of those who had made the pilgrimage to Mecca, heads were nodding in agreement when I pointed out that simply having Malay as the national language would not improve their economic lot. They needed practical programs directed in the fields of agriculture and education. The speech aroused such unease among the alliance leaders and MPs that, contrary to standing orders, the speaker ruled I could not reply to arguments made against it. It was a backhanded tribute to my effectiveness in Malay. Instead, he called on Razak, in place of the Tunku, to wind up the debate. Razak launched into a long spiel of accusations. I was out to create chaos and trouble and hoped to emerge as the leader who could save the country. I was an expert in creating situations that did not exist. I twisted facts and cast doubts in the minds of people. I planned to split the country into 2, one Malay Malaysia, and one Lee Kuan Yew's Malaysia. Razak was at his most bitter when he concluded, the gulf that divides the PAP and the alliance is now clear. PAP means partition and perish. I had not expected my speech to play so crucial a part in the Tunku's decision to get Singapore out of Malaysia. 12 years later, 1977, in his book Looking Back, the Tunku wrote, the straw that broke the camel's back, however, was a speech Mr. Lee Kuan Yew made in Parliament, when he moved an amendment to the motion to thank the King for his speech in May, 1965. He brought up many issues which disturbed the equilibrium of even the most tolerant members of the House. He sent me a copy of the book, inscribed, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, the friend who had worked so hard to found Malaysia and even harder to break it up. Kindest regards. Tunku Abdul Rahman 26.5.77. 5 years later, in 1982, the Tunku told the author of a book on Singapore, he, Lee Kuan Yew, would think himself as legitimate as I was to be the leader of Malaya because he speaks Malay better than I do. I did not speak Malay better than the Tunku. Even if I did, I was still not a Malay and could not be the leader of Malaysia. But when he heard me that day in Parliament, he realized that I was getting my message through to his own backbenchers. That was unacceptable. 41. The quest for a Malaysian Malaysia. The mood of the debate in the federal parliament carried over naturally to the Malaysian Solidarity Convention rally the following week in Singapore. On a warm, breezy Sunday morning, June 6, 1965, at the National Theatre, a large open-air amphitheatre with a cantilevered roof but no side walls, 3,000 people packed the seats and filled the grass slopes behind them. It was a buoyant meeting. After their unspoken fears had been aired in Parliament, the leaders of the 5 political parties in Malaya, Singapore, and Sarawak felt released from their inhibitions and talked freely about the issues of race and a multiracial society, hitherto taboo subjects. The convention was Chin Chai's baby. Although he was not a great orator, he spoke with conviction in his opening speech. This convention is embarked on a crusade to preach interracial unity, to propagate the basic rights of all races which form our multiracial society. The force that will unite all our races into a Malaysian Malaysia is more than language, more than external aggression. Experience has shown that in similar countries, a united nation can arise only if one race does not aspire to be the master race but instead all citizens are equal irrespective of his race. Dr. Sinavasagam of the People's Progressive Party in Perak was direct and blunt. The convention had become necessary because of a calculated attempt by UMNO leaders to stir up racial feeling. In the face of this threat, other political leaders could not sit back and do nothing. He accused the alliance of using Article 153 of the Constitution on special rights for the Malays to bully non-Malays. Ong Ki Hway of the Sarawak United People's Party, later a minister in the federal government, was equally pointed. We see an attitude of intolerance and mounting signs of denial of political equality to people who are non-Malays. For the sake of our country and for ourselves, this must be stopped and the drift to narrow racialism checked. Political equality should be accorded to all who live here and make this country their home irrespective of their racial origin. Dr. Lim Kuan Yew of the United Democratic Party, moderate and cautious by nature, was not known for his outspokenness. But he felt strongly enough to say, "If we fail now to act on what we resolve, there may be no future, and there may be no equitable society for us, or for our children." The most important and the most fundamental attitude which this convention must manifest is the spirit of resolve and steadfastness in the face of the extremely vicious and near hysterical criticisms which are hurled against us. Michael Buma of the Makinda Party in Sarawak was brilliant. He spoke simply but with tremendous effect. His speech was so devastating that the English newspapers were afraid to publish his punchlines. He said that every time he listened to a radio broadcast from Malaya, the announcer gave the time as Wakshutana Melayu, the time of the land of the Malays. Why was it not Wakshutana Malaysia? So, too, Malayan Railways was known as Kereta Api Tanah Melayu, Railway of the Land of the Malays. Again, why? Simply but effectively, he highlighted the racism. The mood of the audience was set before it was my turn to wind up the convention. I referred to the growing truculence, or a heavy racial accent, the intimidatory postures and snarling guttural notes on which they sent out their signals to their followers on the basis of race. If this goes on, Malaysia will not belong to the Malaysians. They speak on two different wavelengths, one wavelength for multilingual, multiracial consumption, the other, a special VHF meant for their followers. The good men, multiracial men, the top leaders from time to time completely dissociate themselves from this special VHF, but the wild men keep up the pressure. I quoted Dr. Lim's advice to us, based on many years of intimate knowledge of their methods and tactics: be resolute, be firm. Never be intimidated. To give heart to the non-Malays, I tabulated the population figures from the last census: 39% are Malays, 42% are Chinese, about 10% are Indians and Pakistanis, 7% are Ibans, Katazans, Kayans, Kilabits and others in North Borneo, and the rest Eurasians, Ceylonese, etc. Whoever played a communal line would be confined to his own racial group, whether it was Chinese or Malay or another. But those who appealed to the people on a non-racial basis stood a fair chance of winning over the 20%er minority. I reduced it to a simple formula, 40, 40, 20. If the Chinese appealed to 40%er using Chinese slogans, they must lose. I left UMNO to conclude what would happen in the long run if they appealed only to the Malays. I quoted the Chief Minister of Malacca, Ghaffar Baba, later Deputy Prime Minister, who said, "Look how non-communal the Malays are in Malacca. In a Malay constituency, they voted for Mr. Tan Siew Sin. The Chief Minister," I said, "was an honest man, but every time Mr. Tan Siew Sin goes around beating his chest, this is what he represents, the Malays who voted for him. So, too, with Dato Sambanthan, Mike. He is another honest man. He said Jafar Albar is a good man. Not communal. Do you know why? In my constituency, which is in Perak, Sunji Siput, 90% of the people are Malays, and Dato Albar goes around and tells them to vote for me. So they voted for me. Therefore Albar was not a communalist, because he had told the Malays to vote for UMNO's favorite Chinese and Indian leaders in order that they can then lead the Chinese and Indian communities in the direction UMNO wanted to go." Speaking at the fateful gathering of the First Malaysian Solidarity Convention at Singapore's National Theatre, June 6, 1965. I exposed their tactics again. Get the truth out, and we will know that we have no reason to be afraid, no reason to be intimidated. If we are, woe betide us. 2. A people that are cowed, frightened, intimidated, they will say, "Riots coming, blood will flow." So we will all go home, close our doors and take the blankets and cover our heads. And they march up and down the streets shouting slogans. The next day, peace. According to Dr. Lim, that had been happening for a long time in Malaya. I stressed that we must not be against special rights for the Malays and the indigenous people. On the contrary, we should compete to raise their economic level in society. But, they, UMNO, don't want to compete. Competition is bad. We are told, lay off. Don't try and do anything good. They say they are worried about the Malays. I say, so are we. We want to raise their standard of living, and we will, and faster than they can. At the end of 5, 10, 15, 20 years a new generation will grow up that will no longer respond to the special VHF they use. They will be tuning into the multilingual network. They will be thinking like us, working like us, trained like us, prepared to live with us like Malaysians. Albar had called us Orang Tumpangan, meaning lodgers who were staying temporarily in their house. But Lim Swee On, the Federal Minister for Commerce and Industry, had said, "No, we are co-owners, not lodgers, not guests," and in the one sensible balanced speech made by a Malay minister in the Federal Parliament, Ismail had spoken of 2 stages, 1 stage, separate communal parties, 2nd stage, non-communal. Therein lay hope, I said. It was a rousing meeting that brought hope to all those who heard it on Radio Singapore or read about it in the press. We had broken the spell of silence and met their communal intimidation head-on. The next day, Senator Dato Th. 10, in a speech to the Federal Senate, called upon the central government to take constitutional measures to exclude Singapore from Malaysia or to put Mr. Lee Kuan Yew away to sober him. There appears to be little doubt that Mr. Lee, through his words and deeds, is stirring up emotions and causing dissension. A few days later, the Minister for Information and Broadcasting, Sanud bin Abdul Rahman, who was from the Tunku's home state of Kedah and close to him, said, "The PAP should note that there is a limit to our patience. Push us, corner us, then the PAP will be responsible for the consequences. Let them be warned." He asked PAP leaders to come out into the open and state exactly what they wanted for Malaysia. We know the PAP wants to partition this country. Does it want to set up a republic? Does it want to get rid of our rulers, our so-called privileges? Tell us, spell it out, come out in the open. Raja, ever the protagonist, replied that I had been prepared to come out in the open in Parliament and argue my case, but the alliance ministers would not allow me to do so. The Tunku responded, in what I thought was an effort to cool tempers, saying he was prepared to spend hours listening to me, to find out what was worrying me. Mr. Lee used to be sitting with me at this table, he said, tapping his conference table in the residency. We spent many late hours discussing many problems. In spite of everything, he still insisted on joining us. Now why bring up all these issues? It is very bad. The Tunku said he had to fight against speaking in Parliament because if he did so, he would have to attack me and he did not want to do that. I read that as a ray of hope and responded immediately by saying, let's talk and resolve our difficulties, but these talks should touch on certain important and fundamental objectives. I chided the hatchet men, the slogan-shouting communal extremists, for their rough talk and strong abrasive words. To these people I make this plea, be like the Tunku, talk nicely, politely and calmly and win the hearts of the people of Singapore. On June 16, the Tunku left for London to attend the Commonwealth Prime Minister's Conference. That same day, Ong Ang Guan suddenly resigned from the Legislative Assembly, giving the reason that the Assembly served no more useful purpose. He had been silent and inactive, completely sidelined by the events that had overtaken Singapore since merger. There had not been a squeak from him during the two communal riots, nor on any issue. The following day, he asked the government not to delay the by-election as he wanted to stand again. When he did not, he lost all credibility and sank into obscurity. We believed that the federal government had influenced Ong Ang Guan to resign, through an MCA member who was Ong's former political secretary when he was mayor, in 1957-59. They wanted a by-election to test how much support the PAP had. If the Barisan could defeat us, they could neutralize the PAP leaders using the Internal Security Act, without much agitation against our detention. On nomination day for the by-election, June 30, we fielded Lee Kuan Yew and the Barisan nominated Ong Chang Sam, one of the PAP assemblymen who had defected. It was a short campaign of 9 days with polling on July 10. The mood of the people had completely changed. They knew all in Singapore were in deep trouble, and that they had to choose between the PAP and the Barisan after deciding which party could better safeguard Singapore's survival and future. We put to the electorate the choice between the PAP's Malaysian Malaysia and the Barisan's Crush Malaysia, so that the by-election would prove to the alliance government that Singapore was for a Malaysian Malaysia. Dr. Lee Su Ko denounced it as a communal and neo-colonial slogan. Yet when asked by the press, Razak said it did not matter whether the PAP or the Barisan won. That confirmed our suspicion that UMNO and the MCA were indeed testing the support the PAP had in Singapore among the Chinese-speaking, of whom the Hong Lim constituency in the heart of Chinatown would be representative. Further evidence appeared in Udison Melayu editorials urging people to vote for the Barisan candidate, although there were few Malays in the ward. In the middle of the by-election, Ismail issued an expulsion order against Alex Josie on the grounds that it would be conducive to the good of the Federation. When asked about it in London, the Tunku said Josie had indulged in activities aimed at disrupting interracial harmony. In an article published in the Australian monthly The Bulletin, he had given undue emphasis to differences in leadership between the Tunku and me. We suspected the worst, and Chin Chai called a press conference to say that Josie's expulsion was linked to further repressive measures that would follow if the central government continued to placate the ultras. Chin Chai disclosed, "We know that soon after the last meeting of Parliament and the first public rally of the Malaysian Solidarity Convention in Singapore on June 6, instructions were given to make a case for Mr. Lee's arrest. We urge the central government not to believe that with Mr. Lee out of the way, the ministers of the PAP government will quietly acquiesce in his detention. Every minister knew that removing me would not remove the problem, Malay domination over the other races, and all of them sat together with Chin Chai at the press conference to show solidarity and that none of them was prepared to take over from me. On July 10, Razak described Chin Chai's allegation as too wild and mischievous to merit any comment, but we had the information from George Bogars, Director of Special Branch in Singapore. Razak's denial came on polling day. That night, Lee Kuan Yew won 59% of the ballot in the Hong Lim by-election, a sharp reversal of the result 2 years before when the PAP gained only 26%. We had more than doubled our votes. The next day, Sanu said in a speech directed at me that non-Malays must not take advantage of the hospitality extended to them in Malaysia. I replied that I was enjoying no one's hospitality, I was in Malaysia as of right. A week later, Malaysian Solidarity Convention leaders met in Singapore to issue a statement warning that the nation would head for serious trouble once a distinction was made between Malaysians as a matter of right and Malaysians as a matter of hospitality. They viewed with concern the naked and open exploitation of religious and racial emotions against those who mobilize opinion for a Malaysian Malaysia, and announced plans to hold a series of rallies throughout the Federation. Responding to this, Sanu protested, "We have explained this 1,000 times. We work for all Malaysians regardless of their origin. Otherwise there won't be the Alliance Party. Of course, we want a Malaysian Malaysia. We formulated that concept." Razak followed Sanu on July 24 when he referred to the People's Action Party's Malaysian Malaysia slogan and said that it was the Alliance and not the PAP that had first conceived the idea, and in an interview in the official organ of UMNO, Ismail made it clear that the Alliance government wanted a Malaysian Malaysia, though not one on the lines advocated by the PAP government. The Alliance concept was based on two factors, racial harmony and a unified non-racial Malaysia. I welcomed these developments. They represented a great advance on the position UMNO had earlier been taking. They now agreed with our position, albeit without sincerity except for Ismail. Things were on the move. Everyone felt that they were never going to be the same again. Razak had earlier sent word that he wanted to talk to me, and on June 29 I saw him in his office at the Defense Ministry in Kuala Lumpur. He was tense, fidgety, and ill at ease. I deplored the damage the UDISN had done and was still doing, pouring out racist poison day after day. I complained about the double-faced policy of UMNO, that while the top leaders reached reasonable agreements and political truces with us, the secondary leaders kept up a screech of hate in the UDISN and the Malayan Merdeka, which circulated in the villages. I said any future agreements must be in writing and made known to all, including the secondary leaders, and that the clamour in the Malay press must stop. Otherwise, any political accommodation was meaningless. Razak replied that this was very difficult and they would have to think it over. The most significant statement he made was that we must decide whether you are going to work with us or to fight us. I said he knew the attitude of the PAP, that we had always wanted to work with UMNO, but that UMNO, and in particular the Ultras, were determined that we should be crushed. I had seen how they had broken up multiracial parties in Sabah along communal lines and were attempting to do the same in Sarawak. I had no doubt that once they had settled the two North Borneo states, they would turn the heat on Singapore and break us up too. They had fixed Donald Stevens, Chief Minister of Sabah, and were fixing Stephen Kalongnangkan, Chief Minister of Sarawak. I reminded Razak that I was present at the residency in Kuala Lumpur when the Tunku himself had laid down these conditions for Stevens to remain in office. Henceforth, the Chinese in Sabah would join SNAP, Sabah National Party, the Katazans, UPKO, United Pasik Mamagun Katazan Organization, and the Malays, USNO, United Sabah National Organization. Razak replied feebly that UMNO had had nothing to do with that, it had been the wish of the alliance leaders in Sabah. I said this was not so, because when I discussed the fragmentation with Stevens, he had been very unhappy about it. It was a most uncomfortable 2 hours. Razak did not want to face the issues I raised and there was no meeting of minds. He left me with a clear impression that UMNO would not budge from its basic principle of a Malay-based political system that would not tolerate encroachment by other races on its exclusive Malay domain. It was Singapore that had to adjust and accommodate itself to the communal structures that had existed in Malaya before merger, and these could not change. Razak was rigid on this, but we could not accept it. I still hoped that the Tunku might be strong enough to be different. It was not to be. A year later, Razak gave a completely different account of what had taken place. In an article published in UMNO's 20th anniversary souvenir, he wrote that just after the riots in July 1964, I had urged the Tunku and himself to take us into the alliance government as the only way to ensure communal harmony, since it was the PAP that represented the Chinese of Malaysia. But they had rejected my request outright, whereupon we had started to attack UMNO and the Malays by coining the irresponsible slogan Malaysian Malaysia in order to win the support of the non-Malays, creating tension between the Malays and Chinese that could endanger the security of the country. Razak had forgotten that less than a year earlier, in July 1965, Sanu and he had publicly claimed that the alliance had conceived and formulated the concept of a Malaysian Malaysia. He added that once I saw the danger, I pretended to find ways of easing the situation in order to save Malaysia. That had led to the meeting between us on June 29, 6 weeks before we left the Federation. Razak wrote. Strangely, at the meeting, Lee Kuan Yew had no intention to find a way out of the impasse, but strongly insisted that the Tunku and I should cast off the extremists in the UMNO if the central government wanted his cooperation. He mentioned the names of the so-called extremists alleged to have been responsible for the tense atmosphere. I rejected his allegation about the extremists and told him that UMNO was a disciplined party, and if he wanted to cooperate either with the alliance or UMNO, he should have confidence in the Tunku, myself and others. I asked him for an assurance that he and his friends would not make provocative remarks against the Malays or interfere with UMNO's domestic affairs. Unfortunately, he declined to give the assurance. In response, I published extracts of the note I had made immediately after my meeting with him. I pointed out that I could not have suggested a coalition to the Tunku in July 1964 after the riots. The Tunku had come back to Kuala Lumpur from London only on August 14, and told me the next day that the British Prime Minister, Sir Alec Douglas-Home, had advised him to form a national government to include the PAP. I added that it was not the desire of the Singapore government to revive old controversies, but inaccurate accounts of such top-level discussions made it impossible for Singapore ministers to remain silent. There was no reply from Razak. Many years later I read in the Tunku's official biography by Mubin Shepherd that Razak had reported to him in London that he could not get through to me and persuade me to stop politicking. That, the Tunku said, had confirmed him in his determination to get Singapore out of Malaysia. 42 The Tunku wants us out. The Tunku was struck by an attack of shingles while he was in London in mid-June 1965. Lim Kim San, whom he had taken along as a member of his delegation to the Prime Minister's conference, visited him in hospital and wrote to me on June 23. The old boy is confined in bed with shingles and is in low spirits. He is surrounded with people all the time, but I managed to have a word with him. He still thinks of having a rearrangement but does not know what form it should take, but at the same time he thinks there is no urgency at all and it could be undertaken after confrontation. He has not discussed this with anybody here and I quite believe him, for when I met Arthur Bottomley, Secretary of State, Commonwealth Relations, at the Commonwealth Conference, he told me that his report from Malaya indicated that things are okay and that the Malays, with exception of a few of the ultras whom he considered to be well under control by Tunku and or Razak, are now less sensitive and that the situation is less explosive. He was told that even the extremists are holding their horses and that with Tunku away none of them will start anything for fear of being accused of taking advantage of Tunku's absence and illness. I told him, Bottomley, that trouble started every time he was away. But he said not to worry. He was friendly and pleased to see me and we broke off the discussion just before the meeting was called to order. After he returned from London in early July, Kim San met me to describe the Tunku's condition and mood. The Tunku had said, "You can tell your Prime Minister he can attend the next Prime Minister's conference on his own." I asked him what the Tunku meant by that. Would there be a rearrangement? Would Singapore become a special state in a confederation? Kim San could not quite fathom what the Tunku had in mind. Years later, recording my oral history in 1981, I sent him a copy of his June 23, 1965 letter. He commented, "On reflection, as I have told you several times, Tunku indicated indirectly that he would give Singapore independence. I was too obtuse then to catch the significance of some of his remarks. Kim San had concentrated on the possibility of a rearrangement and missed the bigger implications of the Tunku's cryptic statements. In London he had met the Tunku only once, which meant that as early as June 23, 1965 the Tunku was thinking in terms of a total separation. In the meantime, Keng Sui had been away in Germany for more than a month for medical treatment. In mid-July he saw me to say he had just met Razak at his residence and unexpectedly found Ismail and Jafar Albar there as well. He said Razak wanted to discuss a rearrangement that would allow both sides to disengage from what would be a disastrous collision. I discussed with Keng Sui all the possible alternatives and decided that anything was worth trying if we could avoid a racial collision. Keng Sui saw Razak and Ismail again in Kuala Lumpur on July 20. He told them that only I, Lim Kim San and Eddie Barker knew of his discussions with Razak. Chin Chai and Raja were too deeply involved in the Malaysian Solidarity Convention to consider any rearrangement. He assured Razak that I should be able to carry the PAP if the business was properly handled, but that any premature leak would jeopardize it. Keng Sui then asked me for a written authorization to continue the discussions and conclude the rearrangements that he could reach, including, he said, a hiving off from the Federation. I feared trouble if the talks leaked prematurely, first, with the British, who had opposed any rearrangement, and next, with Raja, Chin Chai and Pang Boon, who would be against any disengagement from the political contest in peninsular Malaysia where they came from and their families were. But the stakes were high and a collision would be bloody. I wrote a note authorizing Keng Sui to discuss with Razak, Ismail, and such other federal ministers of comparable authority concerned in these matters in the central government any proposal for any constitutional rearrangements of Malaysia. Keng Sui came back to report that Razak wanted a total hiving off. Razak had made 2 points. First, he wanted Keng Sui to confirm I was in favor. Keng Sui said, yes, provided it is done quickly before Lee's commitment and involvement in the Solidarity Convention makes it impossible for him to get out. Ismail accepted this point. Razak appeared both relieved and incredulous because, according to Keng Sui, he half expected me to reject the idea. Keng Sui said I was realistic enough to see that a collision was imminent and that the consequences were incalculable. The second point Razak made was that the hiving off must be a concerted move. In other words, the PAP must support it. He proposed that the Federation and Singapore jointly tell the British of their intentions. He felt they would agree if we stood firm together. Keng Sui pointed out that this course of action must fail. The British would adamantly oppose a separation. He reminded them of how thoroughly Anthony Head and his team had thwarted the less radical rearrangement we had agreed with the Tunku in February. Keng Sui urged that the separation be presented to the British as a fait accompli when Parliament reassembled on August 9. The necessary constitutional amendments must first be made granting Singapore independence, with all 3 readings taking place on that day. Ismail readily agreed to this. Razak was greatly amused and said that perhaps PAP tactics were the best. Keng Sui added that he saw no objection if, as an act of courtesy, Lord Head, as British High Commissioner to Malaysia, was informed of our intentions at 9:30 a.m. on the day, just half an hour before the Independence Bill was introduced. This was received with great merriment. Ismail said 2 documents needed to be drawn up, an amendment to the Constitution making the secession of Singapore possible, and an act giving Singapore independence under that amendment. In the interests of security, civil servants should not be brought in to prepare these, and he asked if we could do the work. Ismail and Razak must have thought through the necessary constitutional procedures. Keng Sui said Eddie, Singapore's Minister for Law, would try to produce a draft for them in a week to 10 days, and that was agreed. Keng Sui impressed upon both of them the imperative need for secrecy and added pointedly to Ismail that his expatriate civil servants, in particular, should not be told anything about the matter either. Keng Sui sensed that Razak felt greatly relieved and grateful to him for his part in promoting this solution. He really believed it would not only avert the calamity that was now dangerously impending, but also put an end to the tension and misery he had had to endure in recent months. It had all taken just half an hour, but they spent another 20 minutes exchanging pleasantries, as Razak insisted that Keng Sui should not leave too early. He also arranged for a police car to take him to the airport transit lounge so as to avoid any journalists. Immediately after Keng Sui reported to me on that meeting, I saw Eddie in my office. The work was so sensitive that I was not certain our state advocate general was the best person to undertake it. He might not be able to keep it secret. Eddie himself went to the law library of the University of Singapore to look for precedents, and found one in the breakup of the Federation of the West Indies. To limit the number of persons who needed to know, he dictated his drafts not to his own personal assistant but to Wang Chua-sen, the cabinet secretary, an officer whose loyalty and discretion were beyond doubt. The only others involved were Stanley Stewart, as head of the civil service, and George Bogars, as head of special branch. I had called in Bogars to be quite certain he was confident we could contain any threat from the communists in an independent Singapore as long as we did not allow them to rebuild their organization. He assured me that we could. Eddie drafted the two documents, but I asked him to draw up a third, a proclamation of independence. I showed his drafts to Chu. I was still not satisfied with them. I wanted our agreement with the state of Johor, upon which we depended heavily for our water supply, to be included in them and endorsed by the two governments as a formal treaty to be honored as such. I was too hard-pressed, and told Chu, who was a good conveyancing lawyer, to find a neat way to achieve this. Once she had done so, I approved the drafts for Eddie to submit to Razak. Despite all the uncertainty, I decided to stick to my planned holiday and wait to see whether the Tunku wanted to go on with hiving off or would change his mind. There were reasons for doubt. Just the week before, Tan Su Sin had visited Singapore for a meeting of the University Students' Union to say that the central government would go ahead with their decision to close the Bank of China in Singapore the following month. Despite unofficial protests broadcast over Radio Peking, he denied that the closure would affect trade between Malaysia and China. This indicated no inclination to disengage, let alone have Singapore leave Malaysia altogether. Next, Razak, while touring the southern islands on July 25, made tendentious statements calculated to stir up Malay sentiment against the PAP, saying that the uncooperative spirit of our government made it difficult for Kuala Lumpur to extend its rural development program to the local Malays. This unnecessarily mischievous move also made me wonder whether Keng Sui had correctly read and reported Razak, that he really wanted Singapore to hive off. Something was up. Could they, in fact, be testing the ground with a view to suspending the constitution and appointing a governor? Or planning something else unpleasant? Keng Sui was also worried. He was uneasy about the burden and the blame he would have to bear if the scheme leaked or was aborted. When I was preparing this book in 1994, he gave me permission to read his oral history recorded in 1980-81, and I learned that he never pressed Razak for a looser rearrangement as I had asked him to. He knew they wanted Singapore out of their parliament and went along with their desire to have us hive off. Keng Sui also said that he wanted that written undertaking from me because he feared I would balk at separation. Keng Sui called on Razak at Federation House in Singapore on July 27, to discover that he indeed had second thoughts about the hiving off. Keng Sui again found him hesitating and constantly reversing his position. He complained of insomnia and appeared morose and despondent. In a rambling 90-minute conversation, he said he had written to the Tunku about their discussions 3 days after their last meeting, and it was now up to the Tunku to decide, but he would return from London only on August 4. Razak did not expect him to rush matters, and it was doubtful if the Independence Bill could then be arranged for the 9th. For one thing, there were various interests to consult, like the Sultan's. He then expressed misgivings about the consequences of independence for Singapore, supposing the government entered into a deal with Peking. Razak also put up totally unacceptable ideas about defense, saying Malaysia would have to run the Singapore army. Keng Sui told him that could not be. We would raise and maintain our own army, but for operational purposes it would be put under whoever commanded all Malaysian forces opposing Indonesia. Razak said, "Oh. So the present system will be retained, that is, we command your army." In order not to deepen further his doubts on the subject, Keng Sui did not point out that this arrangement would hold true only during confrontation. Razak next said independence for Singapore meant a resounding victory for Sukarno. Did we want to give Sukarno a boost? Why not have a partial disengagement? Keng Sui told him we were willing to have it any way he liked, even going on as at present. Keng Sui said Singapore's position was strengthening by the day with support from Commonwealth countries. This depressed Razak further, and he reverted to saying that there was no solution other than complete separation, but then backed off again and talked about some kind of confederation whereby Kuala Lumpur controlled defence and foreign affairs. Keng Sui stressed the need for an early decision before our commitment to the Malaysian Solidarity Convention became irreversible, but while he readily agreed to this, Razak continued to harp on various objections to the whole scheme. Tan Siew Sin was against separation, and UMNO's general support for it could not be taken for granted. He feared opposition. But, on the other hand, the available police and military forces would not be enough to bottle up widespread disorders if Singapore remained in Malaysia, so, after all, perhaps hiving off was the only solution. He asked Keng Sui if he could suggest another way out. Keng Sui said he could not. Yet through the press, Razak called upon the Singapore government to work hard hand in hand with Kuala Lumpur to carry out development schemes for the Malays. I began to fear that we were again on a collision course. I was still uncertain as to what would happen, whether there would be a rearrangement, a separation, or a collision. When Philip Moore paid me a farewell call on July 30th, he was to be posted to the Ministry of Defence in London. It was a highly charged, emotional parting. The British, above all, had to be kept in the dark about our discussions, and I had to make sure I did not give any hint of the changes we were secretly negotiating to Moore, who had been so understanding and supportive. I was grateful for all he had done, I told him, but I had to go on with Malaysia regardless of the consequences. I had persuaded the people to join the Federation and I could not abandon them. It was my responsibility to see that the Constitution was honored. I could not back out. His expression showed grave concern for my personal safety and the future of Singapore. On July 31st, I left Singapore to attend a PAP rally in Kuala Lumpur and go on to the Cameron Highlands for my annual holiday with Chu and the children. Before I left Kuala Lumpur, I called on Anthony Head at Carcassonne for half an hour. I was apprehensive that he might have got a whiff of what was going on. I knew that if he had the slightest hint of it, he was resourceful and strong enough to unscramble whatever we had agreed upon, just as he had thwarted our plans for rearrangement in February. He showed no sign of suspecting anything was amiss, and I was satisfied that this time Razak and Ismail had not leaked anything to Fenner, who would certainly have informed him. In fact, on August 6, Head sent this assessment to London. Future prospects are gloomy. There is little chance of a political détente since neither side trusts the other. A modified form of disengagement without altering the constitution is possible but not likely. Lee's employment overseas now seems to be ruled out and the Malay extremists are growing increasingly powerful. The most likely outcome is renewed racial riots, possibly of a much bigger scale than before. One of the main causes of the present trouble is the more extreme Malay chauvinists who are led by Sanu, the Minister for Information, Kir Yohari, the Minister for Education, and Jafar Albar, the Secretary General of UMNO. Sanu and Jafar Albar in particular are involved in a competition to be more Malay than each other. If they could be squashed or silenced it would be most helpful, but Razak has shown that he is not prepared to be at all tough with these men, no doubt fearing that they might, by the appeal of their chauvinism, outflank him in his present position of heir apparent to the Tunku. He has therefore cautiously decided to move sufficiently in their direction to safeguard his own political position. On British policy, Head wrote, "As long as a hostile Indonesia threatens Malaysia's independence and territorial integrity, our interest in the stability of Southeast Asia, our obligations under the defense agreement, and Malaysia's need for help against a greatly superior enemy, seem certain to require our continued presence here. But to stay could cause difficulties for us, for I think it would be both unwise and improvident for British policy to assume that there will be a prolonged period of comparative stability in Malaysia." The day after the rally at the Chin Woo Stadium in Kuala Lumpur, I drove to the Camerons, where I rested, played golf and walked with the children, while I waited for the telephone call from Keng Swee and Eddie to say that I should meet them in Kuala Lumpur. I did not want Head to suspect that I was back in Kuala Lumpur and up to something. Keng Swee went to Kuala Lumpur for a meeting with Razak on August 3, the day before the Tunku was due home. Razak came to the point quickly. He said he had received the Tunku's reply. The Tunku was in favor, subject to two conditions: a. Singapore was to make an adequate military contribution to our joint defense and enter into a defense agreement with Malaysia, and b. No treaty was to be entered into that would contravene the objectives of that agreement. Keng Swee recorded that many detailed proposals were made in the course of the discussion. There should be a defense council, all Singapore forces should be under a joint military command for operational purposes, and the central government would help to train them. Singapore should raise an infantry brigade, and patrol Singapore waters with our own craft. Ismail also wanted Malaysian embassies and high commissions around the world to conduct Singapore's external relations. Keng Swee assessed their object was to limit the size of our armed forces and have a voice in controlling them. Ismail was open about this, but Razak dissembled. Keng Swee said we could not afford an extensive military establishment anyway, 4 battalions and some patrol boats would be the most we could contribute. Razak appeared very pleased and said Keng Swee should be Singapore's defense minister, but the question of overall command remained vague and the peacetime status of the Singapore forces after confrontation was still not raised. This was to lead to trouble later. They asked if Keng Swee had the drafts prepared. He said he had and showed the papers to Razak. Razak read the agreement, skipped the proclamation, but carefully scrutinized the amendment bill. He appeared satisfied and returned the documents, asking that the points about our defense arrangements and external treaty be incorporated in the second draft. They then discussed the timetable. Razak wanted his Attorney General to examine the texts. Keng Swee suggested that if we produced them on August 6, after the Tunku's return, and they put up any counter-proposals or amendments the following day, agreement could be reached on August 7, the documents signed on August 8, and the whole exercise could be wound up on the 9th. They pointed out that the Menteri Besars of the Malay states and the chief ministers of Sabah and Sarawak had to be informed. Ismail said that the latter must be detached from their British advisers, and it would be best to summon them to Kuala Lumpur. The welcoming party for the Tunku could provide the pretext. Keng Swee asked if they could count on the Sabah and Sarawak votes. Razak had apparently done his arithmetic and said they didn't expect any trouble. Ismail then raised the question of the need for time to print the agreement, the bill, and the proclamation. Keng Swee concluded that they wanted to go through with the exercise as quickly as possible, but a number of tricky problems stood in the way. For instance, would there also be time to get the Sabah and Sarawak chief ministers to Kuala Lumpur on August 8? Flight schedules might make it impossible. Keng Swee felt he should insist on sealing the agreement before anybody was informed. It was evident that without the utmost good luck and efficiency it would be tough going to push everything through by August 9. After an hour's meeting, Keng Swee phoned me in the Cameron Highlands from Singapore House, in Kuala Lumpur, to tell me the outcome, in Mandarin. It was not his strongest language, but there was no direct dialing to the Camerons in 1965, and trunk calls had to go through operators who spoke no Mandarin. On the morning of Friday, August 6, I traveled by car to Kuala Lumpur. Chu and the children stayed behind in the Camerons until Saturday so people would see them and think I was still there. Neither Keng Sui nor Eddie was sure that the Tunku, who was now back, had not changed his mind, in which case everything was off. But when I arrived in Kuala Lumpur that afternoon, they were there with the documents. After I had studied and approved them, they went to see Razak Ismail and Kadir Yusuf, the Attorney General. The meeting went on for hours and hours as I waited impatiently and alone at Singapore House. Late in the evening, Eddie phoned to say that Tan Siew Sin wanted amendments included whereby we would take over the guarantees that the central government had given the IMF and the World Bank for loans granted to Singapore, a niggling detail. I agreed to that, and Eddie and Kadir Yusuf started work on the drafts. More hours passed before Eddie phoned again to say that Razak's stenographer was so unaccustomed to legal documents that the typing was getting nowhere. As Wong Chua Sen and my personal assistant Teo Ban Hock were both at Singapore House, Eddie called them to Razak's home, where they did the typing and completed the job, amendments and all. But it took them until well after midnight. When he returned to Singapore House with Keng Sui, Eddie said they had all got drunk while waiting, and when the documents were finally ready, he was the only one sober enough to want to read them before he signed. Razak, who liked Eddie from their hockey-playing days in Raffles College, said, "Eddie, it's your draft, it's your chap who typed the final document, so what are you reading it for?" So Eddie, too, signed without further ado, sign buta, signing blindly, as he told me in Malay. Keng Sui was so soused that he had gone straight to bed. But Eddie went through the documents, was greatly relieved to find no mistakes, then handed them to me. After I had quickly scanned the amendments myself, I looked at Eddie and said, "Thanks, Eddie, we pulled off a bloodless coup." It was a coup against the British government and their vigilant proconsul head, a constitutional coup engineered right under the noses of the British, Australians and New Zealanders who were defending Malaysia with their armed forces. At very little notice, we had thought of a way to achieve what the Tunku could not accomplish with his own staff because it had to be carried out in great secrecy and the shortest possible time, including 3 readings of the bill in one session of Parliament on a certificate of urgency, or it could never have succeeded. I had been apprehensive that Head would probably have advised his government to acquiesce at extra-constitutional measures to neutralize the PAP if he had found out in time to stop it. But with the documents signed, even if the British persuaded the Tunku and his colleagues not to take it through Parliament, once I had published the agreements and the proclamation of independence in the Government Gazette, Singapore's relationship with Malaysia would change irrevocably. Now I had to get my other colleagues to agree. I telephoned Chin Chai to ask him to come up to Kuala Lumpur, although it was after midnight. Next I spoke to the Istana telephone operator. The Istana exchange was manned 24 hours a day, and the man on duty that night was a most reliable retainer from the days of the British governors. I told him to get a car to pick up Chin Chai immediately and bring him to Kuala Lumpur by early next morning. I then spoke to Raja and asked him to drive up. I did not want them to come together because that would arouse speculation that something was up, and also because they would stiffen each other's resolve to oppose any rearrangements of Malaysia, let alone a clean break. Chin Chai arrived early that morning. As he came in by the front door, Eddie left by the back to avoid meeting him. I brought Chin Chai up to date and showed him the documents. He was upset and disturbed. Shortly afterwards, Raja arrived. Othman Wak, our Minister for Social Affairs, had driven him up in his car. Then Keng Sui joined us, and we sat down and talked. For a few hours Chin Chai and Raja contemplated the painful decision confronting them. They did not want to sign. At about noon on August 7, I went to the residency to see the Tunku. I waited for some 30 to 40 minutes in the sitting room while he was conferring with some of his officials in the dining room. I could see them in deep conversation through the glass door. Then he came out and sat with me alone for about 40 minutes. I began, "We have spent years to bring about Malaysia. The best part of my adult life was to work towards Malaysia, from 1954 to 1963. We have had only less than 2 years of Malaysia. Do you really want to break it up? Don't you think it wiser to go back to our original plan, which the British stopped, a looser federation or a confederation? But from his body language, I knew the Tunku had made up his mind. He said, "No. I am past that. There is no other way now. I have made up my mind, you go your way, we go our own way. So long as you are in any way connected with us, we will find it difficult to be friends because we are involved in your affairs and you will be involved in ours. Tomorrow, when you are no longer in Malaysia and we are no longer quarreling either in Parliament or in the constituencies, we'll be friends again, and we'll need each other, and we'll cooperate." I dropped the subject. I had prepared myself for a long session, but once I saw he had closed his mind to any alternative, I told him that my difficulty was with Chin Chai, Raja, Pang Boon, and all those Singapore ministers whose families were in peninsular Malaysia. He told me that I had to settle that problem myself. I sought his help. Would he see them? "No. It is unnecessary," he replied. I returned to Singapore House to report our discussion to the others. Chin Chai sat at the desk by the foot of the stairs near the dining room, writing something. As I walked up the stairs, I saw that he had drawn a line down the middle of a piece of paper. On the left, he had put the arguments for, and on the right, the arguments against separation. It was Chin Chai, the careful academic. Raja, a chain smoker, was outside on the patio puffing away. I drew Othman aside to ask if he would sign. He was a Malay and would again become a member of a minority if he did. He had no difficulty in signing, he said, but he was worried about the communists in Singapore. 25 years later, in an interview on the anniversary of our independence, he recalled that I assured him, "Don't worry, that's my problem. I'll handle that." After making no progress with both Chin Chai and Raja for some hours, I said to Chin Chai, "Why not see the Tunku? The old boy says he can't hold the situation. You'd better see him, because I have seen him and I have come to the conclusion that this has gone beyond argument." He agreed, so I went to the Tunku again that afternoon and told him that I had two ministers, Chin Chai and Raja, who were not going to sign and were absolutely adamant about it. Their families were in Malaya and they wanted to see him. The Tunku was firm. "No, I don't want to see them. Nothing more to discuss. You tell them." I said, "I have told them. At least you must write to them. Then they will take your word as final." The Tunku went off to his desk and wrote a letter to Chin Chai, which he handed to me, saying, "Here, give this to him. There is no need to discuss anything. It is finished." The Tunku's unsealed letter read: "Dear Chin Chai, I am writing to tell you that I have given the matter of our break with Singapore my utmost consideration and I find that in the interest of our friendship and the security and peace of Malaysia as a whole, there is absolutely no other way out. If I were strong enough and able to exercise complete control of the situation I might perhaps have delayed action, but I am not, and so while I am able to counsel tolerance and patience I think the amicable settlement of our differences in this way is the only possible way out. I request you most earnestly to agree. Yours sincerely, SGD, Tunku Abdul Rahman." As I was leaving, I met Tan Su Sin. I was angry and bitter at his short-sightedness and stupidity. He had thwarted our industrialization and brought about the separation almost as much as had the Malay ultras. He had been determined to frustrate us at every turn. Apart from his personal dislike of Keng Swee and me, he believed that any concession to Singapore would help the PAP to win over the Chinese in Malaysia. He could not see that without Singapore, the position of the Chinese in Malaysia must weaken. I could not help telling him that today is the day of your victory, the day of my defeat, but in 5 to 10 years, you will certainly feel sad about it. He smirked. I do not think he understood me then, or later. He was only relieved and happy that his position as leader of the MCA and the MCA's position in Malaysia were now secure. The threat from the PAP and the Malaysian Solidarity Convention had been removed. The MCA would be supreme. but secure and supreme were relative terms in this case. 4 years later, in May 1969, Malay rioters in Kuala Lumpur would kill and maim hundreds of Chinese and burn their homes and cars. In 1973, when Ismail died, Prime Minister Razak promoted Hussein on to be his deputy. Loyal though Tan had been to the alliance and to UMNO, he was a Chinese, and he discovered that he could not be deputy prime minister. He resigned in 1974, overcome with shame and bitter disappointment. He did not understand that he had already lost out when he had unwittingly helped to get Singapore expelled from Malaysia the decade before. In his book Looking Back, 1977, the Tunku wrote, "What he Tan Su Sin succeeded in getting went far beyond my idea, for not only did the central government exercise important powers in the state's administration, but Singapore found itself committed to financial development in the Borneo states on a very substantial scale. I felt that once we were enmeshed in Singapore's day-to-day life and administration, and controlling the finance of the state, the inevitable consequence would be that the Singapore government would want to take a full share in the Malaysian administration, and if we were not prepared to give Singapore the right, then Mr. Lee Kuan Yew's attack on Malaysia was justified. When I returned to Singapore House after running into Tan, I gave the Tunku's letter to Chin Chai. Only then did he and Raja realize that we had indeed reached breaking point. To cut short further arguments, I told Chin Chai that if he did not accept separation I would not go through with it, because it would split the PAP leadership and cause confusion among our followers both in Singapore and in Malaysia. I would abide by the majority decision not to sign, and not to secede. But Chin Chai and Raja must take the responsibility. If blood was spilt, it would not be on my conscience." Soon after that, Chin Chai signed, then Raja. Not unnaturally, my ministerial colleagues were divided according to where they were born and brought up. Those from Singapore accepted the separation, but those from Malaya were very upset. Chin Chai had been born and brought up in Taiping, Perak, and was attached to his family, whom he visited regularly. Raja had been born in Ceylon but raised in Seremban, Negeri Sembilan, where he had many relatives and friends. Through him, they had all become politically involved with the PAP during the general election in April the previous year. His brother had stood as a PAP candidate, but lost. By agreeing to the separation, however reluctantly, Raja and Chin Chai had let down those close to them. Worse, they felt keenly, as I did, that they had betrayed the other leaders of the Malaysian Solidarity Convention. They had been the moving force behind it. For those left behind in Malaysia, separation was a disaster because it changed the racial arithmetic. With Singapore out, it was no longer 40% Malay, 40% Chinese, 20% others. The Malays were again in the majority, and there was now little hope of any multiracial party winning power constitutionally even in the very long term. Pang Boon was also very emotional about the break. He had been born and educated in Kuala Lumpur, had strong roots in Selangor, and like Chin Chai and Raja, was deeply involved in the work of the Malaysian Solidarity Convention, for which he was just then busy organizing a meeting in Kuala Lumpur. When I told him of the break, he was very distressed. Chin Chai helped persuade him to accept the unavoidable, but he signed with the utmost reluctance. Lee Kuan Yew had been born and bred in Penang. On August 8 he, too, was in Malaya organizing a Malaysian Solidarity Convention meeting for 2 weeks later. When he arrived in Kuala Lumpur on the morning of August 9, he was shocked when told by Chin Chai that the convention was finished. My next problem was to return to Singapore without running into any British, Australian, and New Zealand diplomats, and get the other ministers to sign. It was a very contentious issue, and I wanted to avoid a split in the cabinet. I explained the problem to the Tunku, who arranged for a small RMAF propeller-driven plane to fly me down the next day, Sunday. I had arranged through the Istana telephone operator for all ministers who were not in Kuala Lumpur to meet me at Sri Temasek. The Singapore-born ministers were neither jubilant nor relieved. They accepted that this was the way it had to be, and they signed. Kim San was relieved it had happened. Eddie, who had prepared and signed the documents on the night of August 6, was from Singapore. Nyuk Lin was from Seremban but had settled in Singapore after marrying there before the war. His family was no longer in Malaya and he was less affected. By then, it was late afternoon and I had one of the two sets of separation documents sent back to the Tunku by his RMAF plane, duly signed. Stanley Stewart was standing by with the government printer and his staff. He gave them the other set and locked them up inside the government printing office, where they were held incommunicado until the documents were ready to be issued as a special government gazette and a proclamation at 10 o'clock on Monday, August 9. Meanwhile, I had arranged for Chu and the children to come down by car from the Cameron Highlands to Kuala Lumpur on Saturday afternoon and leave first thing Sunday morning for Singapore, arriving late in the afternoon. We decided to spend that night at Sri Temasek. We would be safer there if any UMNO Malays in Singapore should riot when the news broke the next morning. I had a busy time that evening, meeting Lee Kane, the police commissioner, to discuss the necessary precautions to be taken, and George Bogars, to make sure Special Branch was on the alert for any trouble from any quarter. I also saw Stanley Stewart to arrange for all permanent secretaries to be assembled and briefed the next day. Razak had wanted the PAP MPs to be present in Parliament on August 9 to vote for the bills. Keng Swee and Eddie told Razak that no PAP MPs would attend. It would have been too painful for us to face the other Malaysian Solidarity Convention leaders we were leaving behind. We instructed those of our 12 PAP MPs who were not ministers and therefore not in the know to stay away. Then I settled with Bogars the encoding of similar messages to be sent to the 3 Commonwealth Prime Ministers to tell them of the separation and why there was no other way. The one to Australia read: "By the time you have decoded this message you will know that the Tunku has proclaimed and I have agreed and simultaneously also proclaimed Singapore as a separate and sovereign nation. But for your staunch support for democratic practices in Malaysia, I and my government would have been scrubbed out by near-fascist methods although non-communist we may be. Because of your moral support we were spared and given the choice either to leave Malaysia whilst remaining under the umbrella of the Anglo-Malaysian Defence Treaty or face the consequence, which in the Tunku's own words is communal trouble and bloodshed, leaving unspoken the inevitable consequence, which is either, that, fascist methods temporarily succeed in holding the situation or chaos results in eventual communist victory. You can depend on my colleagues and me to ensure that Singapore will remain a non-communist nation so long as we are in authority and whatever the sacrifice we have to make. We will always want to work on terms of honor and friendship with Australia. It is ironic that because of your personal concern for me and my colleagues and what we represent, such an unfortunate result has ensued. However, but for your concern more catastrophic results would have taken place for all of us. The codes were dictionary based and by the time the messages were decoded it would be after 10 a.m. in Singapore. Finally, all I had to do was to sleep. This was difficult because I was fretting, had I overlooked any important item that needed to be buttoned up? I did not look forward to facing our supporters in Malaysia who would feel we had let them down. We had aroused many people's hopes, and they would think that we had made use of them to get Singapore out of a nasty mess. And I was not proud of repaying with this separation the staunch support given me by Harold Wilson, Robert Menzies, and Keith Holyoake and their ministers, especially Arthur Bottomley. Most of all, I hoped that nothing would go awry before 10 o'clock the next day. 43 Talak, 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 I divorce thee. I got up very early on that morning of August 9, 1965 after a fitful night. I had awakened several times to scribble notes of the 1,001 things I had to do. Everything had been timed for the proclamation of independence at 10 a.m. on the radio. I had decided against reading the proclamation personally. I had too many other things to do in quick succession. First, I had to brief government officials in the ministries and departments hitherto under Kuala Lumpur that would now revert to the authority of Singapore. Then, just before the deadline, I met those diplomats who could be assembled at short notice to tell them of Singapore's independence and ask for recognition from their governments. It was emotionally exhausting. At 10 a.m., the government gazette containing the two proclamations signed by myself and the Tunku was issued together with other documents connected with the separation. Simultaneously, all radio programs in Singapore were interrupted for the proclamation to be read out. The word spread like wildfire that Singapore had separated from Malaysia and was now independent, stunning millions of people. Even as the proclamation was being broadcast in Singapore, the Tunku stood up to announce the separation in the Federal Parliament in Kuala Lumpur. The House had been convened for the 3 readings of a resolution moved by Razak to enact the Constitution of Malaysia, Singapore Amendment, Bill, 1965 immediately. I had feared unexpected delays, but the Tunku and his colleagues were determined that nothing should stop them. By that evening, both Parliament and the Senate had completed the readings and the Yang di-Pertuan Agong had given his royal assent. Singapore was out. The Tunku was blunt and to the point. There were only 2 courses of action open to him, to take repressive action or to sever all connections with the Singapore state government, which had ceased to give a measure of loyalty to the central government. Repressive action against the few, he said, would not solve the problem, because the seeds of contempt, fear, and hatred had been sown in Singapore. Razak had sought without success to reach an understanding with its leaders, but as soon as one issue was resolved, another cropped up. When it came to the vote, 126 were in favor and none against. Jafar Albar ostentatiously absented himself and at a press conference in Parliament House announced his resignation as Secretary General of UMNO to save the Tunku from embarrassment. He was fiercely opposed to separation, he said, because it would free Singapore from the control of the central government and make Malaysia illogical. Talking to the press after his speech in Parliament, the Tunku gave an undertaking that separation will be on the understanding that we shall cooperate closely on matters of defense, trade, and commerce, and when I met journalists later that afternoon at Radio and Television Singapore, RTS, I responded by saying, we shall need each other and we shall cooperate. It is my earnest desire that this be so. Before that I had held a TV press conference at RTS at noon at which I was overwhelmed by my emotions and stopped the cameras for 20 minutes until I recovered my composure and could continue. I had let down many people in Malaya, Sabah, and Sarawak. They had responded to our call of a Malaysian Malaysia. Had they not done so and there was no danger of widespread racial collisions if the Malaysian government arrested us, Singapore would not have been expelled. Because they rallied round and felt as passionately as we did about a Malaysian Malaysia, we were expelled. By accepting separation, I had failed them. That sense of guilt made me break down. It was my moment of anguish. The deed was done, but I was overwrought at the thought of all the shattered hopes of the millions we had aroused. But while I felt crushed and distraught, there was rejoicing in Chinatown. The merchants let off a barrage of Chinese firecrackers to celebrate their freedom from communal oppression, but in the city itself, office workers were apprehensive that there could be communal trouble, and by 4 in the afternoon it was unusually quiet. People had gone home early. Meeting the press on the morning of Singapore's separation from Malaysia, August 9, 1965. For me, it was a very full day, with people I had to meet, and work I had to attend to. My last visitor was Anthony Head, who flew in from Kuala Lumpur to see me that night at Sri Temasek. I kept up a bold front, asking him whether he had instructions from his government to extend recognition to Singapore. Of course he had not, there had not been time. Inwardly, I was sorry to have repaid his unremitting efforts to keep Malaysia on track by concealing from him any hint of the impending separation. But I had had no choice. When the news reached London, Harold Wilson was on holiday in the Scilly Isles and Arthur Bottomley, Secretary of State for Commonwealth Relations, was in West Africa. The Foreign Secretary, Michael Stewart, flew to the Scillies for discussions with Wilson, and on August 10, I received the following message from Wilson through the acting Deputy British High Commissioner in Singapore. I wanted to let you know that we have decided to recognize Singapore as an independent state right away, and that we are announcing this in tomorrow morning's papers. I have seen your message and I much appreciate your kind words. I am glad to know that you want to work on terms of friendship with us. I must say that I was disappointed that we were not consulted before this important step was taken, because, of course, it has major implications for us. We are now thinking very urgently about these. But you may be sure that we wish you well. I am concerned that Sukarno may try to use this development for his own ends. I am sure you will agree that we must all be careful to avoid anything which might help him to make capital out of it. Wilson's decision had been swift, and once the British government recognized our independence, I was confident that we would not have any difficulty in winning international acceptance. But feelings abroad were divided along Cold War lines. While there was jubilation in Jakarta, Moscow, and Beijing, there was deep disappointment and anxiety in Britain, Australia, New Zealand, the United States and the West in general. The reaction of Indonesia was uncertain. On August 9, Dr. Subandrio, the foreign minister, was euphoric. Separation proved that Malaysia was a British neo-colonial creation, and Indonesia was now prepared to open diplomatic relations with Singapore. But the next day, after a 90-minute meeting with President Sukarno, he said his government found it difficult to accept the independence of Singapore because of the presence of British military bases there. He did not completely rule out eventual recognition, and authoritative sources confided that Indonesia would have no objection to the bases as long as they were used solely for the island's own defense. In that case, Jakarta might exclude it from confrontation until the situation crystallized. Indonesia was ready to welcome Singapore as a friend if she could prove she would not allow herself to be used as a stepping stone for aggression by foreign powers. I replied that Singapore needed the British bases, that if they were closed, 44,000 workers would lose their jobs and the island would be defenseless. Then on August 17, Indonesia's Independence Day, Sukarno made a powerful and virulent speech in which he told the United States and Britain to get out of Southeast Asia and warned them that the axis of Jakarta, Phnom Penh, Hanoi, Beijing, and Pyongyang would defeat imperialism in the region. Next, he ordered the seizure of all American capital in Indonesia. He was living dangerously, as he put it, viva paralissimo. The Indonesian economy was unraveling by the day, with hyperinflation making the people's lives impossible. The reactions of the opposition in Singapore revealed their political immaturity. The Singapore Alliance said they were shocked that the PAP had agreed to secession without a fresh mandate from the people, because it did not conform to the wishes they had expressed in the 1962 referendum. Singapore UMNO called for a general election and said that they would fight for the reincorporation of the state into Malaysia. But the most ludicrous response was that of the Barisan Sosialis, who refused to accept the island's phony independence on the grounds that it was a British plot to maintain their domination over it. The day after separation, Chincai and I saw 3 leaders of the Malaysian Solidarity Convention in the cabinet room. It was one of the most painful meetings of my life. I explained how it had all happened, but whatever the reasons, we had let them down and let them down badly. I had to sum up the future publicly by telling the press that since it was necessary for us to be very correct in our relations with our neighbor and one neighboring government did not interfere in the political affairs of another, the PAP could no longer be a member of the convention. I was emotional as I went on. But for a very small number of people, what we stood for could easily have done a great deal of good for Malaysia and established it for many centuries to come as a stable and viable multiracial nation. Kinship and feelings for one another cannot be legislated out by a political decision. Chincai was full of bitterness and remorse. The most sincere and thoughtful statement on the separation came from Ismail. He spoke at the United Nations when Malaysia, Jordan, and the Ivory Coast sponsored Singapore's application for membership on September 20. Notwithstanding the separation, there is the fullest awareness in the leadership both of Malaysia and of Singapore that, constitutionally separated as the two states may be from each other, the identity of their interests and the intertwined activity of the people in every facet of human life, having been pulled together by the inescapable incidents of geography, subjected to a long and common administration by the accident of history, will, as in the decades past, create the incentive and provide the encouragement to live together as good neighbors. In a variety of common tasks, we share the same attitudes and prize the same ideals. The constitutional bond has been severed, the human bond remains. Chu and I, Malaysian Deputy Prime Minister Tun Ismail Abdul Rahman and his wife at Sri Temasek, Istana, April 1972, 7 years after separation. It was Ismail who understood and sympathized most with what I wanted to do. But he was only number 3, and even if he had been number 1, I doubt whether he would have been strong enough to control the ultras and carry out his policy, the gradual reduction of the privileges of the Malays as they progressed until there was a non-communal society with all races on an equal footing. One man who almost understood what had happened and why it did was Anthony Head. On August 11, the day after London extended recognition, he said in Kuala Lumpur that the defence agreement by which Britain held military bases in Singapore and Malaysia would now have to be rewritten. This would be only a formality, however, if there were no policy changes. I had great respect for Head, his strength of character, his wisdom and insight into the ways of men and nations. He was to return to Britain although he had been in Kuala Lumpur for less than 2 years. I wrote to him on September 14. I write to tell you that although we have not always seen eye to eye on the solutions to our problems in Malaysia, I never thought, as you once said over lunch, that you were a fool. On the contrary, I knew you were an exceptionally perceptive and shrewd observer, and furthermore a rugged representative of Her Majesty's government. I am sorry that you will be going in January. Your successor will be in greater need of the qualities of ruggedness which from time to time did not endear you to the Tunku. May I thank you for having helped to prevent the Tunku from scrubbing out my government and myself. I happen to have other sources of information, and knew that you were doing your utmost for your government to dissuade the Tunku from doing what comes naturally. That was also what the ultras wanted him to do. What were the real reasons for the Tunku, Razak, and Ismail to want Singapore out of Malaysia? They must have concluded that if they allowed us to exercise our constitutional rights, they were bound to lose in the long run. The Malaysian Solidarity Convention would have rallied the non-Malays and, most dangerous of all, eventually made inroads into the Malay ground on the peninsula. The attitudes and policies of the PAP had already won the unswerving loyalty of our Malay leaders in Singapore. They never wavered even under the stress of the race riots in 1964, nor did they respond to appeals to race, religion or culture, or to the usual blandishments offered to draw them back into the UMNO fold. This was the nub of the matter. The PAP leaders were not like the politicians in Malaya. Singapore ministers were not pleasure-loving, nor did they seek to enrich themselves. UMNO had developed to a fine art the practice of accommodating Chinese or Indian ministers in Malaya who proved troublesome, and had, within a few years, extended its practice to Sabah and Sarawak. Razak once offered Keng Sui 5,000 acres of the best quality rubber land, to be planted with seedlings of the best high-yielding strains from the Rubber Research Institute. With an embarrassed laugh, Keng Sui protested that he would not know what to do with it and ducked the inducement. Nor was it easy to compromise us. Keng Sui and I once accompanied the Tunku and Tan Su Sin to a mess in Kuala Lumpur run by wealthy Chinese merchants. These messes were men's clubs where excellent food was provided by the best restaurants, where members and their friends could gamble at mahjong or poker, and where attractive call girls and even starlets were available. We had a good meal, and when they played poker afterwards, I joined in. But as soon as the girls arrived, Keng Sui and I pleaded pressing engagements and made ourselves scarce. We could not afford to give hostages to fortune. If we had stayed, we would thereafter have been open to pressure from the Malaysian leaders. They considered us difficult, almost as dangerous and elusive to handle as the communists, and much too ideological. Worse, we always acted constitutionally and hence were difficult to fix. If there had been no Indonesian confrontation, the Tunku and his colleagues would not have had to depend on the help of British, Australian and New Zealand defence forces, and the outcome would have been different. Because these forces helped to defend Malaysia, their parliaments would have reacted strongly if Malaysia had used unconstitutional methods against Singapore. This was how Harold Wilson saw the breakup, which he wrote about in his book The Labour Government 1964-1970. But a new and potentially dangerous problem was developing in Southeast Asia. Some 3 or 4 months earlier, we had received a warning that Tunku Abdul Rahman, the Prime Minister of Malaysia, was losing his patience with his parliamentary colleague, Lee Kuan Yew, Harry Lee, the Singaporean leader, to the point where Lee was in danger of being arrested and imprisoned. The Tunku was becoming more and more incensed with his lively opposition. Some weeks before the Commonwealth Conference we had received news of an impending crisis, involving a possible coup against Harry Lee and his colleagues. I felt it necessary to go so far as to let the Tunku know that if he were to take action of this kind, it would be unwise for him to show his face at the Commonwealth Conference, since a large number of his colleagues, including myself, would feel that such action was totally opposed to all we believed in as a Commonwealth. In the event nothing happened, but on the weekend of 13th to 15th August, news came through that the Federation had broken up. There had been angry scenes between the Tunku and Lee. This had led to Singapore being virtually expelled from the Federation and told to set up on its own account. Lee was in a desperate state, bursting into tears in front of the television cameras and regretting the breakup. Nevertheless, he was determined to make a go of the newly independent Singapore. We took the necessary decisions and made the dispositions that had to be made, sending very strong messages to both leaders to avoid any action that could lead to an outbreak of hostilities, or, indeed, of internal subversion. We authorized talks to take place to review the Anglo-Malaysian Defence Agreement, on a basis fair to all the parties concerned. Teeing off on a course near Chequers with British Prime Minister Harold Wilson, April 1966. Wilson was a good friend. Nothing happened because Head had reported on May 15, 1965 to his minister, Arthur Bottomley, that some of UMNO would like to warm things up to the extent that they might find a pretext for what they term dealing with, and I mean locking up Lee. I stressed that Lee has now quite an international reputation and that, unless there were cast iron grounds for dealing with him, such a course would do Malaysia great damage. Although the Tunku said nothing, I have a feeling there is some plot in the back of their minds. On May 17, a note was sent to the Commonwealth Relations Office that the Prime Minister had read the telegram, had underlined the last sentence and minuted, on X, the quote above, "If there is a plot, I hope the Tunku realizes this would mean an agonizing reappraisal for us. H.W." On June 1, Head cabled that he had asked the Tunku if he could still treat with Lee Kuan Yew and bring about some kind of détente. The Tunku said no, he was determined never again to try and treat with Lee Kuan Yew, whom he did not trust a yard and about whom he was completely disillusioned. I said how was all this going to end, to which the Tunku replied, "I know my duty and I shall not hesitate to do it." This sounded sinister, so I thought it was a good moment to dive in and said that among other things the British government were very worried to have heard about discussion in the press concerning Lee Kuan Yew being put inside. Was the Tunku referring to this? He said that he was. I said that if Lee Kuan Yew were put inside for any reason other than for treasonable activities, it would much shock and embarrass the British government and would undoubtedly have far-reaching effects among world opinion. When I said that I thought that such a step, if done without due cause, might bring a serious reappraisal of Britain's attitude to Malaysia, he said, "Very well then, I should have to make peace with Indonesia." An hour after I had seen the Tunku, Lee Kuan Yew came to my house. I found him in a very emotional state. I told him that I was deeply worried about present course of events. It seemed to me that unless an initiative were taken, present course could only lead to two directions. One was increasing political bitterness and controversy leading to intensification of communal tension and strife, the other would be situation in which federal government felt that increasing political tension could not continue unchecked and might therefore lead to Lee's detention. I felt that some way must be found to avoid continuation of present trend and its seemingly inevitable consequences. Lee said that time had now come to fight for a Malaysia that would not be dominated by Malays. This, in his view, was why he had created new opposition grouping, and if federal government decided to put him inside he would welcome it because it would strengthen his position. Lee said time for patience and delay was over and that anyway he had gone too far now to adopt such a course. There is, unfortunately, both truth and force in Lee's reply. Without, I hope, being overdramatic, it is my view that we are now confronted with a serious crisis. Unless something can be done to take heat out of present situation, course we are now following will, I think, eventually bring about serious trouble. The Commonwealth Relations Office message to Head on June 3 said, if Lee were arrested, it could not be assumed that this step would quietly be accepted in Singapore. The Tunku may have other indications, but in our view there is every risk of serious trouble there, which might well affect the Borneo territories. Should the situation following Lee's arrest so seriously deteriorate as to require the use of British troops in Singapore, it would be extremely difficult to secure the understanding and support of British public opinion. On June 4, Head reported on his meeting with the Tunku. Reading between the lines, it became evident that the Tunku has told his people to make inquiries to see if there is any chance of displacing Lee from PAP leadership and getting a prominent alternative PAP leader to take over from Lee. Lee is already aware of this and had already told me about it. I told the Tunku I had little hope for this maneuver. He then said, tell your government not to worry. This is an internal situation which I have got to settle. You must not get involved in our internal affairs. Americans did in Vietnam and look what a mess they made of it. On June 5, Head received a telegram. The Prime Minister has seen telegram number 960 of June 1. He has made two comments. 1. Should I send a message to the Tunku? 2. Should High Commissioner quietly suggest to Lee he gets lost, goes abroad, for a week or two? We do not want him put inside before PM's conference. H.W. Thereafter there were few new developments for Head to report. The Tunku was away in London and Razak was quietly talking to Keng Sui about Singapore hiving off. Soon after the separation, on September 21, George Thomson, the British Commonwealth Secretary, sent this message about it to Lord Caradon, Hewfoot, the UK representative to the United Nations. Our general comment is that, however provocative Lee may have been from time to time, nevertheless it is likely that the present breakup and the preceding tension could have been avoided if the Tunku and the Malays had shown some reasonable flexibility in their relations with Lee and Singapore. Thomson, a Scotsman, did not understand the Malay mind. Neither did I at first, even though I had lived with them all my life. I did not realize how deep were their suspicions of the immigrant races, especially the Chinese, and their fears of being overwhelmed. They had to be totally in charge of the powers of the state, especially the police and the army. Any compromise must be on their terms. The Tunku, in an interview in 1982 with a British researcher, said that he could not recollect any warning from Wilson, but admitted he had been under considerable pressure to sanction my arrest. He added, however, there was no point in arresting Kuan Yew because the Chinese would, in my part of the world, have also been in sympathy with him because he was Chinese. I did not want trouble because of him, just because of Singapore. If you have a bad leg, the best thing is to amputate it. That is what I did. I knew that Kuan Yew would be the best man to take over the government of Singapore. His ambitions knew no bounds, in Malaysia. There were other considerations. If we had remained in Malaysia, the Commission of Inquiry into the 1964 race riots would continue to hear damaging evidence against Jafar Albar and UMNO, which would receive widespread publicity. Then there would be the hearing of my libel action against Albar and the editors of the Edisan Melayu, who would be thoroughly cross-examined in court on all the incendiary passages they had published about me. That would mean a devastating exposure of key UMNO leaders' methods of incitement to racism and bloody riots. The Tunku solution to these problems was separation. Singapore would be out of Malaysia and he would control Singapore through the supply of water from Johor and other levers of pressure. He told Head on August 9, If Singapore's foreign policy is prejudicial to Malaysia's interests, we could always bring pressure to bear on them by threatening to turn off the water in Johor. Head commented to Bottomley that this was a startling proposal of how to coordinate foreign policy. Also on August 9 itself, the Tunku told Tom Critchley, the Australian High Commissioner, "We hold the upper hand and Singapore will have to consult with us in dealing with foreign governments." The Tunku and Razak thought they could station troops in Singapore, squat on us and if necessary close the causeway and cut off our water supply. They believed, not without foundation, that Singapore could not exist on its own. What better authority than the speeches of the PAP leaders themselves, myself included, and the reasons we had given for it? As Ghazali bin Shafii, the Permanent Secretary, External Affairs Ministry, said soon after separation, after a few years out on a limb, Singapore would be in severe straits and would come crawling back, this time on Malaysia's terms. No, not if I could help it. People in Singapore were in no mood to crawl back after what they had been through for 2 years in Malaysia, the communal bullying and intimidation. Certainly Keng Swee and I, the two directly responsible for accepting this separation from our hinterland, were not about to give up. The people shared our feelings and were prepared to do whatever was needed to make an independent Singapore work. I did not know I was to spend the rest of my life getting Singapore not just to work but to prosper and flourish. Chronology of events. September 16, 1923. Lee Kuan Yew, LKY, born in Singapore. 1936–39, 1940–42. Studied at Raffles Institution and Raffles College. February 15, 1942. Japanese captured and occupied Singapore. September 1945. British returned to Singapore. 1946–50. Studied in Cambridge and London. December 1947. Married Kwa Geok Chu in England, kept it secret. June 1948. State of emergency declared in Malaya and Singapore. Malayan Communist Party went underground. August 1950. Returned to Singapore. September 1950. Married Kwa Geok Chu again in Singapore. 1950–59. Practiced law, active as legal advisor to many trade unions. November 1954. Inauguration of People's Action Party, PAP. April 1955. Elected to the Legislative Assembly under new Rendell Constitution. PAP won 3 seats. LKY became leader of the opposition. Hockley bus riots, instigated by Communist United Front organizations. May 1956. Member of First All-Party Constitutional Mission to London, led by Chief Minister David Marshall. After talks failed, Marshall resigned. Lim Yew Hock became Chief Minister. October 1956. Arrest and detention of Communist United Front leaders, including Lim Chin Siang, Fong Swee Swan and Devon Nair. March 1957. Member of Second All-Party Constitutional Mission to London, led by Lim Yew Hock. Agreement on Self-Government. August 31, 1957. Federation of Malaya became independent. December 1957. PAP won 13 seats in the City Council election. March 1958. First of 4 clandestine meetings with Communist underground leader Fang Chuang Pai, the Plan. May 1958. Member of Third All-Party Constitutional Mission to London. Constitution for a Self-Governing Singapore settled. May 1959. PAP won 43 out of 51 seats in general election under the new constitution. June 4, 1959. Communist United Front leaders Lim Chin Siang, Fong Swee Swan and Devon Nair released from detention. June 5, 1959. At 35, sworn in as Prime Minister of the Self-Governing State of Singapore. February 1960. Established Housing and Development Board with Lim Kim San as Chairman. Beginning of massive public housing program. July 1960. Formed People's Association to mobilize grassroots support to counter the communists. May 1961. The Tunku called for closer political and economic cooperation between Malaya, Singapore, and the Borneo territories. July 1961. PAP survived motion of confidence vote in the Legislative Assembly. August 1961. 13 pro-communist PAP assemblymen broke off to form the Barisan Socialis. September 1961. LKY gave series of radio talks, Battle for Merger, to expose communist conspiracy and urge support for merger with Malaysia. September 1962. Singaporeans voted for merger with Malaysia in a referendum. February 1963. Operation Cold Store, detention of the communists and their supporters. August 31, 1963. Singapore declared independence, ahead of the formation of Malaysia. September 16, 1963. Malaysia formed, comprising Malaya, Singapore, Sarawak and Sabah. Indonesia mounted confrontation against Malaysia. September 21, 1963. PAP won general election in Singapore. Singapore UMNO lost all 3 Malay majority constituencies to PAP. March 1964. 9 PAP parliamentary candidates fought in the Malayan general election, but won only one. Difficulties with federal government increased. July 12, 1964. UMNO-sponsored convention of 123 Malay/Muslim bodies. UMNO Secretary-General Jafar Albar stirred up Malays against LKY. July 21, 1964. Communal riots in Singapore on Prophet Muhammad's birthday, the culmination of racist agitation by Jafar Albar. September 1964. Second outbreak of communal violence. January, February 1965. Unsuccessful discussions between LKY and the Tunku for rearrangements within Malaysia. May 1965. PAP organized Malaysian Solidarity Convention to promote a Malaysian Malaysia. UMNO called for LKY's arrest. July 1965. The Tunku, in London, decided that Singapore must leave Malaysia. August 9, 1965. Singapore's separation from Malaysia. We were a Chinese island in a Malay sea. How could we survive in such a hostile environment?